Success? This is really... Han Feng suddenly got up. Hey, yes, seeing this vision should be a sign of the appearance of the 13th level White Thunder Beast. I finally succeeded. Luo Chao's pale face flashed with great joy. Han Feng immediately took Luo Chao back. The situation before the 13th level White Thunder Beast condensed was too terrifying. The endless pressure seemed to suffocate people to death. If Luo Chao continued to stay there, he would definitely will be crushed. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom. The white thunderclouds that have transformed into gray and dark colors are continuously merging with each other, and the range is getting larger and larger, and soon it expands to a range of thousands of meters. And this has not stopped, it is still expanding. Along with the terrifying breath, the whole earth trembled at this moment. Is this the sign of the 13-level White Thunder Beast before it condenses? It's terrifying. Fortunately, my current comprehensive strength has exceeded the peak semi-sacred level, and I might be able to compete or even defeat it. I am looking forward to it more and more now. I wonder how strong this 13th level White Thunder Beast will be. No matter how bad it is, the big deal is to summon the two guys, Xuanhuan and Xiaolei, and kill the 13th level White Thunder Beast very easily. Han Feng was a little afraid of this terrifying coercion, so his face was solemn. But in my heart, Han Feng really wasn't too nervous. Unlike Luo Chao, who was hiding behind Han Feng, after condensing the 13-level White Thunder Beast, Luo Chao began to worry about whether Han Feng could kill the White Thunder Beast. Here, this is the spirit liquid specially made by my family. I'll give it to you to stabilize your realm. You almost fell from the peak of the 12th star in the sky to the middle and late stages of the 12th star. Han Feng suddenly took it out. A bottle of top-quality spirit stone source liquid was handed to Luo Chao. Since Luo Chao misunderstood that there is a great power behind him, he just pushed the source fluid to the unwarranted great power behind him. Luo Chao really didn't have the slightest doubt about this source liquid. He was very grateful and swallowed it immediately, without thinking of the source liquid to Han Feng at all. Han Feng even guessed in his heart that if he said that the source liquid was made by himself, Luo Chao would still have confidence in the source liquid. The source liquid was swallowed by Luo Chao, and the purest energy surged out. Luo Chao opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of comfort. Luo Chao was already at the peak of the 12th star of the sky. Refining the source liquid was extremely fast, and soon, Luo Chao opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes flashed away, dispelling a lot of exhaustion. Thank you, sir. Luo Chao got up and thanked. Luo Chao was surprised by the efficacy of this source fluid. After swallowing a bottle of source fluid, Luo Chao was horrified to find that his symptoms of instability in his cultivation were being relieved, and his body's true essence was gradually condensing from the emptiness. Based on these effects, Luo Chao judged that if this source fluid reaches a certain amount, not only will the sequelae of him losing a lot of essence and blood completely disappear, but it will also help him transform his true essence and reach the holy essence. The transformation of true essence, Luo Chao's eyes lit up. But thinking that this source liquid is owned by Han Feng, Luo Chao could only sigh secretly in his heart. But at this moment, Han Feng threw out a lot of top-quality spiritual stone source liquid jade bottles. Big. Sir, you are. Luo Chao's heart beat fiercely, and his voice was harsh. Han Feng smiled slightly. This is for you, as compensation for your loss of blood essence. Luo Chao stared at these jade bottles. I couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of spit. Luo Chao wanted to reach out to get it, but Luo Chao's original purpose was to hope that Han Feng owed him a favor. After the family was in difficulty, Han Feng might take action. If I took these spiritual liquids now, wouldn't it be another transaction? When the family is in trouble, will Han Feng still help? With this doubt, Luo Chao hesitated. Han Feng seemed to see Luo Chao's thoughts, smiled slightly, and told Luo Chao how to contact him, if there is any trouble in the future, as long as it is within my ability to solve it, I will try my best to help. Han Feng gave such a guarantee, and Luo Chao immediately accepted the spirit liquid with gratitude. Han Feng focused his attention on the gloomy thunderclouds and frowned. After so long, why haven't the white thunders been lowered? No, it's more appropriate to use black thunder now. Luo Chao collected the spiritual liquid, and immediately said after hearing the words, the 13th level white thunder beast can be said to be the king of white thunder beasts, and the chance of appearing is very small, so once it appears, it is different from the ordinary white thunder beast. Once I saw it, I heard that the 13-level white thunder beasts take a long time to condense, which is about several times that of ordinary white thunder beasts. So it is. Han Feng stared at the sky, ready to take action at any time. As long as I kill this 13th level white thunder beast and get the 13th level white thunder ball, I can refine the holy body to the limit of 40% and leave. Luo Chao, it is estimated that there will be fierce battles in the future. You should leave far away to avoid being affected. Han Feng suddenly said. Yes. Luo Chao also thought of the horrors caused by the battle beyond the peak semi-sacred level. His face changed slightly, and he flew away quickly. There are more and more thunderclouds in the dark sky, and the gathering is getting bigger and bigger. Some warriors in the White Thunder Wasteland have already discovered the situation here. What happened? Why is there such a black cloud in the White Thunder Wasteland? Could it be a sign of a 13-level White Thunder Beast condensing? Heaven. It turns out to be a 13th level White Thunder Beast that has rarely been seen in hundreds of years. This is a powerful existence that surpasses the peak and semi-sacred level. No one can compete with it except the sanctuary. No, I have to leave as soon as possible. The White Thunder Wasteland is bound to be a bloodbath. According to records, every time a 13th level White Thunder Beast appears, it will cause a large number of warriors who cultivate in the White Thunder Wasteland to fall. Not far to the right where the dark clouds gather. This is not far, it refers to the semi-holy level of heaven. A young man with an evil smile on his face said curiously, Elder Zhang, Elder Yu, that is. A hint of caution flashed across Elder Zhang's face, young sect master, it should be the 13th level White Thunder Beast that has rarely been seen in the White Thunder Wasteland for hundreds of years. The strength is beyond the peak semi-sacred level, so it is better for us to leave. Elder Yu nodded in agreement. The evil young man was indifferent, so what if he surpassed the peak and half-sage? It's still not in the sanctuary. There are 2 elders who are really strong in the sanctuary. What is this young man worried about? What is the difference between the 3rd level White Thunder beads and the rest of the White Thunder beads? Go. The evil-minded youth ran away first. Elder Zhang and Elder Yu had to follow behind. Boom. Han Feng waited for a while, and finally a white thunder, or black thunder, struck down. As the first black thunder fell, more than 10 black thunders followed. One after another white thunder gathered on the ground, and the suffocating strong coercion rose into the sky. Hoo-hoo. In the eyes of Han Feng's expectation, a behemoth with a length of thousands of feet broke through the black lightning ball and appeared on the ground. A roar roared out. This is a white thunder black dragon that looks like a black dragon. The black thunder continuously surrounds the black dragon and bombards the surrounding ground. The moment the thunder black dragon condensed, it aimed at Han Feng at first sight. The next moment, the terrifying dragon tail roared, and the speed like a teleportation seemed to collapse the space. The speed of the thunder black dragon was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon's tail had already swept in front of Han Feng. Boom! The terrifying force hit Han Feng instantly, and Han Feng was blasted out like a cannonball. Click. Rumbling. Han Feng was blasted out for an unknown distance, perhaps thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters, and he didn't know how many rocks and rocks were smashed in the middle. Fourth more. I feel a little sorry for everyone. Everyone is very powerful in giving rewards and throwing flowers, but the update of Cabbage is not going up. Cabbage is also a little helpless. Next is the plot of the 5 palaces fighting for hegemony. This plot involves many geniuses. The ability settings of these geniuses need to be well written by Cabbage. Now Cabbage feels a little unmanageable. Even the plot after the battle for hegemony of the 5 palaces only has a vague general direction, and the specifics are still being hammered out. It is estimated that the quality will be worse. The updated Cabbage these days is not very good. I can only say that the Cabbage will work hard in the next few days, but I am really not sure how much it can fit. Success? This is really... Han Feng suddenly got up. Hey, yes, seeing this vision should be a sign of the appearance of the 13th level White Thunder Beast. I finally succeeded. Luo Chao's pale face flashed with great joy. Han Feng immediately took Luo Chao back. The situation before the 13th level White Thunder Beast condensed was too terrifying. The endless pressure seemed to suffocate people to death. If Luo Chao continued to stay there, he would definitely will be crushed. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom. The white thunderclouds that have transformed into gray and dark colors are continuously merging with each other, and the range is getting larger and larger, and soon it expands to a range of thousands of meters. And this has not stopped, it is still expanding. Along with the terrifying breath, the whole earth trembled at this moment. Is this the sign of the 13-level White Thunder Beast before it condenses? It's terrifying. Fortunately, my current comprehensive strength has exceeded the peak semi-sacred level, and I might be able to compete or even defeat it. I am looking forward to it more and more now. I wonder how strong this 13th-level White Thunder Beast will be. No matter how bad it is, the big deal is to summon the 2 guys, Xuanhuan and Xiaolei, and kill the 13th level White Thunder Beast very easily. Han Feng was a little afraid of this terrifying coercion, so his face was solemn. But in my heart, Han Feng really wasn't too nervous. Unlike Luo Chao, who was hiding behind Han Feng, after condensing the 13-level White Thunder Beast, Luo Chao began to worry about whether Han Feng could kill the White Thunder Beast. Here, this is the spirit liquid specially made by my family. I'll give it to you to stabilize your realm. You almost fell from the peak of the 12th star in the sky to the middle and late stages of the 12th star. Han Feng suddenly took it out. A bottle of top-quality spirit stone source liquid was handed to Luo Chao. Since Luo Chao misunderstood that there is a great power behind him, he just pushed the source fluid to the unwarranted great power behind him. Luo Chao really didn't have the slightest doubt about this source liquid. He was very grateful and swallowed it immediately, without thinking of the source liquid to Han Feng at all. Han Feng even guessed in his heart that if he said that the source liquid was made by himself, Luo Chao would still have confidence in the source liquid. The source liquid was swallowed by Luo Chao, and the purest energy surged out. Luo Chao opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of comfort. Luo Chao was already at the peak of the 12th star of the sky. Refining the source liquid was extremely fast, and soon, Luo Chao opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes flashed away, dispelling a lot of exhaustion. Thank you, sir. Luo Chao got up and thanked. Luo Chao was surprised by the efficacy of this source fluid. After swallowing a bottle of source fluid, Luo Chao was horrified to find that his symptoms of instability in his cultivation were being relieved, and his body's true essence was gradually condensing from the emptiness. Based on these effects, Luo Chao judged that if this source fluid reaches a certain amount, not only will the sequelae of him losing a lot of essence and blood completely disappear, but it will also help him transform his true essence and reach the holy essence. The transformation of true essence, Luo Chao's eyes lit up. But thinking that this source liquid is owned by Han Feng, Luo Chao could only sigh secretly in his heart. But at this moment, Han Feng threw out a lot of top-quality spiritual stone source liquid jade bottles. Big. Sir, you are. Luo Chao's heart beat fiercely, and his voice was harsh. Han Feng smiled slightly. This is for you, as compensation for your loss of blood essence. Luo Chao stared at these jade bottles. I couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of spit. Luo Chao wanted to reach out to get it, but Luo Chao's original purpose was to hope that Han Feng owed him a favor. After the family was in difficulty, Han Feng might take action. If I took these spiritual liquids now, wouldn't it be another transaction? When the family is in trouble, will Han Feng still help? With this doubt, Luo Chao hesitated. Han Feng seemed to see Luo Chao's thoughts, smiled slightly, and told Luo Chao how to contact him. If there is any trouble in the future, as long as it is within my ability to solve it, I will try my best to help. Han Feng gave such a guarantee, and Luo Chao immediately accepted the spirit liquid with gratitude. Han Feng focused his attention on the gloomy thunderclouds and frowned. After so long, why haven't the white thunders been lowered? No, it's more appropriate to use black thunder now. Luo Chao collected the spiritual liquid, and immediately said after hearing the words, the 13th level white thunder beast can be said to be the king of white thunder beasts, and the chance of appearing is very small, so once it appears, it is different from the ordinary white thunder beast. Once I saw it, I heard that the 13-level white thunder beasts take a long time to condense, which is about several times that of ordinary white thunder beasts. So it is. Han Feng stared at the sky, ready to take action at any time. As long as I kill this 13th level white thunder beast and get the 13th level white thunder ball, I can refine the holy body to the limit of 40% and leave. Luo Chao, it is estimated that there will be fierce battles in the future. You should leave far away to avoid being affected. Han Feng suddenly said. Yes. Luo Chao also thought of the horrors caused by the battle beyond the peak semi-sacred level. His face changed slightly, and he flew away quickly. There are more and more thunderclouds in the dark sky, and the gathering is getting bigger and bigger. Some warriors in the White Thunder Wasteland have already discovered the situation here. What happened? Why is there such a black cloud in the White Thunder Wasteland? Could it be a sign of a 13-level White Thunder Beast condensing? Heaven. It turns out to be a 13th level White Thunder Beast that has rarely been seen in hundreds of years. This is a powerful existence that surpasses the peak and semi-sacred level. No one can compete with it except the sanctuary. No, I have to leave as soon as possible. The White Thunder Wasteland is bound to be a bloodbath. According to records, every time a 13th level White Thunder Beast appears, it will cause a large number of warriors who cultivate in the White Thunder Wasteland to fall. Not far to the right where the dark clouds gather. This is not far, it refers to the semi-holy level of heaven. A young man with an evil smile on his face said curiously, Elder Zhang, Elder Yu, that is. A hint of caution flashed across Elder Zhang's face, young sect master. It should be the 13th level White Thunder Beast that has rarely been seen in the White Thunder Wasteland for hundreds of years. The strength is beyond the peak semi-sacred level, so it is better for us to leave. Elder Yu nodded in agreement. The evil young man was indifferent, so what if he surpassed the peak and half-sage? It's still not in the sanctuary. There are 2 elders who are really strong in the sanctuary. What is this young man worried about? What is the difference between the 3rd level White Thunder beads and the rest of the White Thunder beads? Go. The evil-minded youth ran away first. Elder Zhang and Elder Yu had to follow behind. Boom. Han Feng waited for a while, and finally a white thunder, or black thunder, struck down. As the first black thunder fell, more than 10 black thunders followed. One after another white thunder gathered on the ground, and the suffocating strong coercion rose into the sky. Hoo-hoo. In the eyes of Han Feng's expectation, a behemoth with a length of thousands of feet broke through the black lightning ball and appeared on the ground. A roar roared out. This is a white thunder black dragon that looks like a black dragon. The black thunder continuously surrounds the black dragon and bombards the surrounding ground. The moment the thunder black dragon condensed, it aimed at Han Feng at first sight. The next moment, the terrifying dragon tail roared, and the speed like a teleportation seemed to collapse the space. The speed of the thunder black dragon was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon's tail had already swept in front of Han Feng. Boom! The terrifying force hit Han Feng instantly, and Han Feng was blasted out like a cannonball. Click. Rumbling. Han Feng was blasted out for an unknown distance, perhaps thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters, and he didn't know how many rocks and rocks were smashed in the middle. Fourth more. I feel a little sorry for everyone. Everyone is very powerful in giving rewards and throwing flowers, but the update of Cabbage is not going up. Cabbage is also a little helpless. Next is the plot of the 5 palaces fighting for hegemony. This plot involves many geniuses. The ability settings of these geniuses need to be well written by Cabbage. Now Cabbage feels a little unmanageable. Even the plot after the battle for hegemony of the 5 palaces only has a vague general direction, and the specifics are still being hammered out. It is estimated that the quality will be worse. The updated Cabbage these days is not very good. I can only say that the Cabbage will work hard in the next few days, but I am really not sure how much it can fit. What a powerful force! Han Feng was shocked, as expected of a 13th level white thunder beast that surpassed the peak semi-sacred. It's not impossible to be killed directly. Fortunately, his holy body has been raised to the 38% realm. Even if he was directly swept away by violence, he was not seriously injured by relying on the powerful holy body. Roar! The thunder black dragon retracted the dragon's tail, and the whole body instantly rushed towards Han Feng. The terrifying pitch-black thunder quickly condensed after the thunder black dragon opened its fangs. The next moment, a pitch-black thunderball blasted out, and the frightening and terrifying power of thunder blasted towards Han Feng. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger! Han Feng shouted loudly, and the giant flame finger fell from the sky, colliding with the pitch-black lightning ball with one finger. Rumbling. A scene like the end of the world appeared. The endless power of pitch-black thunder and flames covered the sky, squeezing or even shattering the surrounding white thunderclouds. Boom boom boom. One after another powerful energy aftermath swept away like a storm, and I don't know how many rocks and rocks turned into ashes at this moment. Just the aftermath of the energy contains a full-strength blow that is no less than the peak of the semi-sage. The aftermath of the aftermath bombarded Han Feng and Lei Ting He Lung without any scruples. Flowing Flame Dragon Hood. Han Feng immediately displayed his defensive sanctuary skills, and the dragons roared and flew out, protecting Han Feng perfectly. But the Thunder Black Dragon is unable to protect. As a white thunder beast, Thunder Black Dragon has no wisdom, so he naturally chose inking. Even if the Thunder Black Dragon is a 13th level white thunder beast, the king among the white thunder beasts, under the aftermath of this wave of attack power that is not weaker than the peak semi-sacred powerhouse, it is somewhat unbearable. These aftermaths are equivalent to a martial artist who continuously sends out super powerful blows. Click, click. Han Feng's flowing flame dragon cover cannot be merged with Aurora Tsungyin. In other words, Han Feng's defensive power has not surpassed the peak semi-sacred level. In the aftermath of this wave, the flaming flame dragon hood is about to shatter. However, the aftermath is the aftermath after all, and after the powerful blasting all around, the aftermath has begun to weaken. The Thunder Black Dragon was blown away by the aftermath. Good opportunity. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword. Han Feng did not hesitate to use the strongest explosive technique that he currently has, 30% of the power of the primordial spirit plus 55% of the holy essence plus 25% of the low-grade middle-level sanctuary technique and integrated the aurora Tsangyan. Thunder Black Dragon's body was shot through countless holes in the next moment. But the Thunder Black Dragon is not a living creature, but is purely formed by the condensation of white thunder, which consumes some of its own energy, and these holes that were shot through quickly recovered. Seeing this, Han Feng showed a faint smile instead. The strength of this Thunder Black Dragon is about the same as the power I used to use the Fen Tian Emperor's reverend finger, and it can't compete with the Tianyin Thousand Realms sword. Although these injuries have been recovered, then the Thunder Black Dragon itself also consumes a lot of energy. Energy wasted. It also means that the strength is reduced. As a White Thunder Beast condensed from the White Thunder Beast, there is no way to replenish its own energy. And I have the 9 flames and different fire art, which is better than consumption. Hee hee. Han Feng smiled in a low voice. Roar. Thunder Black Dragon rolled over and saw Han Feng rushing up again. The pitch-black thunderballs condensed. Han Feng stretched out a finger. Fen Tian Emperor respects the finger. Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. Han Feng continued to use the Fen Tian Emperor's esteemed fingers to fight against the Thunder Black Dragon, and the Thunder Black Dragon's consumption was increasing. Han Feng once again dropped the Fen Tian Emperor's esteemed finger, and the Thunder Black Dragon, who was already in a state of embarrassment, could no longer compete, and was crushed into scum by one finger. A fist-sized crystal shimmering with a strange purple-black color fell into Han Feng's hands. The crystal is close to the palm of the hand, and Han Feng can clearly feel the terrifying power of thunder contained in the crystal. This is the 13th level White Thunderball? It's really different from the ordinary White Thunderball. Is it because the thundercloud has changed? Ordinary white thunder beads, but they are all white. When the ordinary white thunder beasts condensed and formed, all the white thunder clouds flashed in the sky, but unlike the 13th level white thunder beasts, the entire thunder cloud was darkened. Han Feng grinned. The holy body can be tempered to its limit soon. The battle between Han Feng and the Thunder Black Dragon caused almost all the nearby areas to collapse. No matter how hard the ground here is, it is tattered and full of potholes under the bombardment that surpassed the peak and semi-holy level. On the messy ground, a figure came quickly. It was Luo Chao. Sir, congratulations. Luo Chao covered his shock and congratulated with a smile. The strength of Han Feng's victory over the Thunder Black Dragon deeply shocked Luo Chao. Of course, because the accumulation of the semi-sacred realm is deeper, the improvement after passing through the thunder will be greater, so many warriors will be willing to be promoted to the semi-sacred realm and accumulate as much as possible in the semi-sacred realm. But even so, there are still a few who can reach a high level. Most of the semi-sages are basically in the middle stage of the first layer after passing through the thunder, and there are very few who reach the later stage of the first layer. Han Feng's profound accumulation allowed Luo Chao to see a rising superpower in the future. Once Han Feng breaks through, he will be promoted to the realm of the fourth heaven. Such an existence, in the process of cultivation in the sanctuary, is really promising. On the other side, the young man with evil intentions listened to the reports of Elder Zhang and Elder Yu, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. 2 elders, how about this 13th level White Thunder Ball? It's just about 20%. With this White Thunder Orb, this young master's holy body can directly reach the 30% realm or even higher. When Elder Zhang heard the words, he persuaded, young sect master, this person has such a deep accumulation at a young age, and the forces behind him are by no means unusual. When the evil youth heard this, his face suddenly darkened. What if there are big forces behind us? As long as no one sees that we are shooting, those big forces can't help us. Could it be that those big forces would kill one by mistake instead of letting one go for the sake of one person? This will definitely cause common resistance in the nearby cities. Even the big forces won't feel good. The strong dragon does not suppress the local snakes. The forces near the White Thunder Wasteland are united, and those big forces should also be concerned about one or two. Seeing that the evil youth was so determined, Elder Zhang had to say, "That's fine, but when the time comes, the young sect master will hand over everything to the old man, and the old man will take action to solve it, and he will never let him leave any evidence pointing to us." "Okay, I'll bother Elder Zhang." The evil young man smiled. "Someone is here." Han Feng, who was about to practice with the 13th level White Thunder Ball, suddenly sensed something, and his face changed greatly. "This is a sanctuary powerhouse." Han Feng took a deep breath when he sensed the endless power of the primordial spirit that was like a vast ocean. "It's no wonder that I didn't perceive anything beforehand, and the one hidden in the dark turned out to be a strong sanctuary. First delivery. Ask for flowers." Damn, how could the strong sanctuary fly here? The White Thunder Wasteland should be useless to them. The spiritual power has transformed into the power of the primordial spirit, and Han Feng can clearly feel that the power of the primordial spirit is locked, indicating that this sanctuary powerhouse is indeed targeting him, and it is absolutely impossible to pass by chance. "Sir, what's the matter?" Seeing that Han Feng's face suddenly turned ugly, Luo Chao couldn't help asking. The next moment, a huge power of primordial spirit came, and Luo Chao's face turned pale immediately. At this time, he didn't need Han Feng to answer Luo Chao to understand what happened. Could it be that the other party is doing it for the 13th level White Thunder Orb? Even if the 13th level White Thunder Orb is precious, it's not worthy of a sanctuary powerhouse. Luo Chao felt the unfathomable power of the primordial spirit. Han Feng is even stronger. Luo Chao already knew that Han Feng's Yuanshan's power had reached a very high level, but it sounded like the gap between a stream and the sea. With such a big gap, the opponent can never be a semi-holy, only a real sanctuary powerhouse. It's really useless for the strong in the sanctuary, but it's different for some people. Han Feng seemed to have guessed something and narrowed his eyes slightly. This primordial spirit is indeed powerful, but Han Feng calmed down after the shock. Based on these two powerful primordial powers, Han Feng determined that one of them should be the middle stage of the first layer of the Holy Land, and the other should be the early stage of the first layer of heaven. With Faitian Yanshi and Phantom Leopard, Han Feng was not too worried about his own safety. Soon, three figures appeared in the sight of Han Feng and Luo Chao. Three people. Luo Chao's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't felt the third primordial spirit or spiritual power before. Han Feng said lightly, "It's normal, this third person should not have transformed his mental power. There are two strong people in the sanctuary who use the power of the primordial spirit to cover up. It's normal that we can't feel it." Sure enough, it's similar to what I guessed. It's not that the sanctuary powerhouse needs a 13-level White Thunderball, but that someone protected by a sanctuary powerhouse needs a 13th-level White Thunderball. Luo Chao immediately understood everything. The clothes of these three people. Luo Chao felt a little familiar, and suddenly Luo Chao said, "Ah, sir, I know who these three people are." Judging from the clothes, these three people should be the Saint Rank sect near the White Thunder Wasteland, the 8th rank sect Saint Luo sect. 8th rank? It seems that there are not many strong sanctuaries in this Saint Luo zone. Luo Chao said with a bitter face, "Sir, as an 8th rank sect, there are not many strong people in the sanctuary, but it is not something we can provoke resistance. The founder of the mountain is now a high-ranking realm of the 6th heaven of the sanctuary, and he is only one step away from the 7th heaven. If you guess right, the one who can be guarded by the two St. Luo sect sanctuary elders in person must be Xuanhuan, the son of the current St. Luo sect master and the young master of St. Luo sect. This is the grandson of the founder of St. Luo sect. He is extremely favored by that old ancestor, and if something goes wrong, that old ancestor will not sit idly by. It is said that there was once a ninth-rank holy level sect that was not weak, and the old ancestor personally shot down the sect, because he offended this Xuanhuan. Luo Chao never expected that the 13th level White Thunder Pearl would cause such a trouble. Maybe there is some big force behind Han Feng. But far water can't solve the near thirst, in case one is bad. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. The two sanctuary powerhouses, Han Feng, were not too afraid, but what Luo Chao said about the ancestor of the holy Luo Zong really made Han Feng afraid. This place is not far from the Saint Luo sect. Once the ancestor is disturbed, even with the protection of Xuanhuan and Xiaolei, the two sanctuary beasts, it is impossible to resist the Saint Luo sect ancestor. Whether it is the flying flame lion or the phantom thunder leopard, because of the innate advantages of warcraft, they can only compete with the ordinary two-level powerhouses without using their trump cards. Only by using his whole cards can he have the strength to kill a second-level celestial warrior, and he is still an ordinary second-level celestial warrior. When the two beasts unite, they can only contend against or kill ordinary mid to late warriors. In the face of the ancestor of the sanctuary who is only one step away from breaking through to the 7th level powerhouse, the difference is really too big. Could it be that the 13th level White Thunder orb that he had just obtained with great difficulty just gave up and gave it to the other party? Han Feng was extremely unwilling. I can't let Luo Chao lose his blood essence to summon Bai Lei. This time it was successful only 5 or 6 times, 6 or 7 times. What about the next time? Just when Han Feng's face became more and more dignified, Han Feng's face suddenly froze, and a surprise flashed quickly, and the next moment, Han Feng's face returned to calm. Looking at the 3 people who flew over, Han Feng no longer had so much fear in his eyes. Elder Zhang, Elder Yu, and Gu Hanzhan, the young master of Saint Luo Zong, descended. Gu Hanzhan looked greedily at the 13th level White Thunderball in Han Feng's hand. Boy, leave the White Thunderball in your hand, and I can spare your life. Sure enough, it was for Bai Lei Zhu. Luo Chao looked embarrassed. Han Feng was expressionless, and directly put away Bai Lei Zhu. This kind of behavior has clearly expressed what Han Feng meant, and Gu Hanzhan's face turned cold. Good boy, in the vicinity of the White Thunder Wasteland, no one really dares to give this young face so much. Elder Zhang, don't let this kid escape. Seeing that Han Feng is not afraid of his identity, Gu Hanzhan also believes that the power behind Han Feng is not ordinary, and immediately asks Elder Zhang to take action immediately. It is best to kill it directly. The other party then wipes them out, which will likely expose their tracks, and then they can leave with the 13th level White Thunderball. Kid to die. Elder Zhang did not hesitate, but he was also afraid that something would change if it was too late. For some disciples from major forces, I am afraid there will be a lot of life-saving means, and one carelessness will cause the other party to escape. Now that he has decided to help the young sect master to capture the White Thunder Pearl, he cannot let go of such a person, otherwise he will surely attract revenge from the great forces behind him. The field of ice quickly spread, covering Han Feng and Luo Chao in the blink of an eye. The extreme icy cold made Luo Chao's entire body almost frozen into ice cubes. Seeing that his domain enveloped the other party, Elder Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. For the sanctuary powerhouse, as long as the sanctuary is shrouded in the sanctuary, that is the fish on the chopping board, and only the remains are crushed. Even if it is a disciple from a great power, there are countless means. The domain of the sanctuary powerhouse is by no means something that can be contested under the sanctuary. It's a pity that Elder Zhang doesn't know that there is a perverted existence in front of him who can resist the suppression of the realm under the sanctuary. Boom! A surging silver-white flame shot up into the sky, and in the shocked gaze of Elder Zhang, the disciple who was probably from a major force moved. Second more. Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword. As soon as he was able to move, Han Feng immediately broke out the strongest blow. Hundreds of flaming swords shot out quickly, and then they came together, slamming towards Elder Zhang like a tornado. Elder Zhang could never have imagined that there would be a semi-sage who could still act under the suppression of his own domain, and he was caught off guard. But Elder Zhang is a mid-level powerhouse after all, and he decided to deal with Han Feng quickly at the beginning. Therefore, the state of his body can be said to be in full force, but he is not like the loose-surnamed Sanctuary who once fought with Han Feng. The strong were wounded like that. Elder Zhang only had time to wave his palm, and the surging Saint Yuan bombarded out. Boom! The flames were everywhere, and some of the ice and snow in the field of ice melted at this moment. The flames that spewed out were not frozen for a long time. Although Elder Zhang waved his hand to resist in time, he was still bombarded and retreated again and again, and his palms were burned into pitch black. Damn! Elder Zhang's expression was ugly, and a cold murderous intent appeared on his face. Elder Zhang was about to make a move, but at this moment, Han Feng took the time to summon the Flying Flame Lion. The Flying Flame Lion roared out, and the fire attribute domain immediately collided with Elder Zhang's ice attribute domain. Boom boom boom. The collision of the two fields was like two meteorites colliding, causing the world to turn upside down. The Flying Flame Lion is in the late stage of the first layer. With the innate advantages of beasts, the energy in the body far exceeds that of human warriors of the same level. Not to mention that the realm of Elder Zhang himself is only the realm of the middle stage of the first layer of heaven. The confrontation between the two domains did not last long, and the domain of the Flying Flame Lion immediately overwhelmed Elder Zhang and shattered Elder Zhang's domain of ice. The field of ice was broken, and Elder Zhang was also attacked, and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Under the suppression of the Flying Sky Flame and Lion Fire attribute, at least 1 or 2% of Elder Zhang's strength was suppressed. If Feitian Yanshi has a second level or even higher cultivation, the suppression will only be stronger and more powerful. Holy Sanctuary Warcraft. Luo Chao was stunned. At this time, Luo Chao Kai really understood why Han Feng did not show fear before. But even so, it can't compete with the ancestors of the Holy Luozong. Forget it, anyway, the white thunder beads I got these days are enough for me to practice. As soon as this matter is over, I will leave here like Han Feng. With the strange spiritual liquid presented by Han Feng, maybe my true essence will also be transformed into Saint Yuan. At that time, when I pass through the thunder, my cultivation will never be in the initial stage of the first layer, and it will also have a stronger development prospect than the sanctuary after the 12 stars of the sky pass through the thunder. One day, I will grow to shelter. The level of the family. Oops, it's a sanctuary monster. This kid actually has such a guardian monster. Elder Zhang is in danger. Beside Gu Hanshan, Elder Yu secretly shouted badly. Gu Hanshan didn't expect such a situation to happen, so he said with a gloomy face, Elder Yu, you go to help Elder Zhang. Since you have already made a grudge, you can't let this kid go. But what are you going to do, young sect master? That kid's strength is at the peak of the imperial court and semi-saint. Elder Yu was worried that Han Feng would take the opportunity to take Gu Hanshan away after he left. Gu Hanshan smiled grimly, this young master hopes that this kid will catch me. Then I'll let him know the consequences of angering me. Elder Yu understood, it must be the ancestor who left something to Gu Hanshan. Thinking of this, Elder Yu immediately entered the realm of fire. As soon as he entered the realm of fire, Elder Yu opened his realm of thunder. When Elder Zhang saw this, he also opened the realm of ice regardless of the internal injury caused by the destruction of the realm of ice. The realm of fire, the realm of ice, and the realm of thunder continued to collide. Elder Zhang and Elder Yu gathered the strength of two people to barely resist the realm of fire of the Flying Flame Lion. Just one middle stage of the first stage, one early stage of the first stage. Do you think that you can resist this, uncle? Feitian Yanshi said arrogantly. Humph, even if it's a sanctuary warcraft, it's just a beast, how can it be compared with us humans? Elder Zhang and Elder Yu snorted coldly, and Saint Yuan surged instantly. Ice eyes. Thunderbolt shatters the sky. Elder Zhang's forehead instantly cracked an ice blue light, and the next moment, an ice blue light with extremely terrifying power burst out. Elder Yu chopped down countless thunder powers. The lion roars in rage. The flying flame lion roared loudly. The powerful flame power seems to directly shatter the three domains. Low-grade, middle-grade sanctuary secret skills. The two elders felt the terrifying power of the roaring roar of the lion, and they were horrified. The two elders never imagined that the first-level realm in the Feitian Yanshi district would have already understood and mastered a low-grade middle-level sacred art. It looks top-notch. The low-grade and middle-level sacred secrets have a considerable increase in the realm of the 4th layer to the 6th layer, especially the most top-level existence, and it also has a great increase in the martial artist of the 6th layer of the peak. Mastering the low-grade and middle-grade sanctuary secret skills is undoubtedly a terrifying improvement for the warriors of the 1st layer realm. After the flaming lion's wrathful roar was displayed, the aura of the flying flaming lion reached an extremely terrifying level. Elder Zhang's icy blue light and Elder Yu's thunder were crushed by the roar of the lion and the flames. Do not. The two elders let out an unwilling roar, but they were completely reduced to ashes under the roar of the lion and the bombardment of the flames, not even letting go of the power of the primordial spirit. For the strong in the sanctuary, if the primordial spirit is not destroyed, even if it is damaged, it can remain as the body of the primordial spirit. As long as you find the right body, you will be able to take the squat. Of course, if you are in a hurry or the time is too late to find a suitable body, you can still win the house, but in this way, perhaps the eternal life will not reach the original highest level, and it is difficult to say whether you can even step into the sanctuary level. Therefore, there are very few strong people in the sanctuary who are hungry and want to eat. Kill, kill. Luo Chao opened his mouth wide, although he knew that this beast was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Han Feng, however, was extremely calm. Xiaoyan's comprehension of Yanshi Furious Tianshao is a low-grade and middle-level sanctuary, but he hasn't fully mastered it yet, but for that, he killed two that were slightly suppressed. It is not difficult to be a martial artist in the early and middle stages of the 1st level. After all, the explosive power of these two people is equivalent to the ordinary level of the early and middle stages of the 2nd level. And Xiaoyan's explosive power is already close to the peak of the 2nd level. The third one. Thanks to a 100940505 for the big tip. Amazed face, / This is still not fully grasped. When Xiaoyan has fully mastered the low-grade middle-level sacred art of Yanshi's Wrath of the Sky, he will exert 100% of its power. Xiaoyan's explosive power will be comparable to the ordinary triple heaven. A martial artist who is close to the peak level in the later stage. Thinking of this, Han Feng's eyes turned to Gu Hanzhan. Now, only Gu Hanzhan is left. Gu Hanzhan took a step back with a terrified expression. How is it possible? The two elders are united. This sacred beast is obviously only a level 1. Han Feng said indifferently, as the young sect master of the St. Luo sect, you didn't have any grudge against you before going down, but you shot Han because of greed. So, don't blame Han for the shot. Xiaoyan, come on. Hey, there's only a half-sage human in the area, and the young master has captured it. Feitian Yanshi laughed, fluttering his wings, and spewing out a flame of fire towards Gu Hanzhan. For the sanctuary, don't look at it as just a small mouthful of flame, its terrifying temperature, it is really impossible to take it if it is not a super-strong semi-sanctuary. But at this moment, a strange smile appeared on Gu Hanzhan's face. Just when the flames were about to devour Gu Hanzhan suddenly waved his sleeve robe, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth suddenly rioted. In the sky above Xuanhuan, a phantom of a white-haired old man appeared unconsciously. This white-haired old man has a dull gaze, and his appearance is sparse and ordinary, but he exudes powerful fluctuations that belong to the sanctuary level. Sanctuary idea. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. As soon as the sanctuary thought grabbed his hand, he grabbed the flames ejected by the flying flame lion and annihilated it in his hand. Ha ha ha, I have the will of the old ancestor of this young man, but he is just a little beast. How can I get this young master? Xuanhuan laughed arrogantly. The idea of the ancestors of the Holy Luozong. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking in his heart, the power of the sanctuary idea to the sanctuary powerhouse itself is really insignificant, and the original idea of the great sanctuary powerhouse was only a mere ordinary saint. Domain level, the level is not high. With the strength of the St. Luosek's ancestor at the 6th level of the sanctuary, this idea should only be at the initial level of the first level of the sanctuary, and even the accumulation is not as deep as the previous Elder Yu. However, as a mind, it should be able to master the sacred knowledge of the ancestors of the Holy Luo sect, and be able to exert 100% of the power. In this way, even if the cultivation base is lower, the strength is very terrifying. But thoughts are thoughts after all. Once the energy is exhausted, they will disappear completely. As long as you hold on to one move, the thoughts will probably dissipate. Han Feng sneered and summoned the phantom leopard. The powerful aura in the middle of the sanctuary first layer rose into the sky. Xuanhuan, who was still laughing arrogantly, froze instantly when he saw the second sanctuary warcraft appearing beside Han Feng. The lion roars in rage. Thunderhorn Euro Drill. Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Thunder Leopard jointly issued their strongest move. The two moves are comparable to the middle and late stages of the ordinary second layer, and the moves that are close to the peak power in the late stage are all slammed into the shadow of the ancestors of the Holy Luo Zone. Hurricane Holy Sword. The illusory shadow of the ancestor of the Holy Luo Zone flashed at this moment, and the next moment, the endless hurricane and hurricane gathered together to form a hurricane holy sword with a size of hundreds of feet and nearly 1,000 feet. At the moment when the hurricane holy sword condensed, the sky changed. Powerful coercion surged out. The hurricane holy sword swept across the flying flame lion and phantom thunder leopard. The flames and lightning were quickly defeated by the hurricane holy sword's bombardment, but the hurricane holy sword's power was greatly reduced. Bang bang. The two beasts were swept away by the weakened version of the hurricane holy sword, and they were immediately blown away, and their bodies were cut with deep blood, dripping with blood. If the two beasts were not beasts with thick skin and thick flesh, this sword would be enough to split the two beasts in half. So strong. Han Feng's pupils shrank. It is definitely not weaker than Yanshi Furious Tianxiao and Lei Jiao Euro Drill's low-grade middle-level sacred skills, and it is completely in control. To exert 100% of the power, even if the cultivation of this mind is only in the early stage of the first stage, the power that erupts is not weaker than the ordinary warriors in the early and middle stages of the third stage. Xiaoyan and Xiaolei were not unjustly defeated. Fortunately, the two beasts were united together, otherwise just now. A hint of happiness flashed on Han Feng's face. The phantom of the ancestors of the Holy Luo Zone disappeared without energy, and the two beasts were only slightly injured and did not suffer from life. Xuanhuan's face was really desperate at this time. The shadow of the ancestors has always been Xuanhuan's trump card, and it is also the source of Xuanhuan's confidence that he will not have an accident, but today. Your Excellency, spare your life, it's a little ghost who is fascinated. As long as you are willing to let it go, you are willing to hold a lot of spirit stones, even spirit stones to make amends. Xuanhuan first begged for mercy, and then threw the bait. Han Feng looked disdainful. Do you really think I'm an idiot? It's not good for me to let you go. Whether you let go or not, you will find someone to take revenge. In that case, it's better to end you from the beginning. Suddenly, a thunderstorm fell from the sky, smashing Xuanhuan into slag. It was the phantom thunder leopard who shot Saint Luozong's underground secret room. The white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes. Something happened to Han. A murderous aura swept out. I don't care who you are, I kill my grandson, I will let you pay for it. The white-haired old man broke out of the mountain and disappeared into the sky as a terrifying streamer. Luo Chao, Xuanhuan is dead, you should run for your life quickly. If you escape too far, even Saint Luozong will be out of reach. Han Feng turned his head and said to Luo Chao. Sir, do you want to? Luo Chao was taken aback. Han Feng nodded, yes, I'm staying here. It's not far from the Saint Luozong. With the strength of the ancestor of the Saint Luozong, he will come soon. There is no escape, and he can only fight with him. While I'm fighting against him, you can take the opportunity to leave as far away as possible. How about that? I must never abandon the adults and leave. Luo Chao was also struggling, but in the end, Luo Chao chose to fight with Han Feng. Han Feng shook his head. Your strength is too poor, it's useless to stay here, I said let you go, and you go. Don't feel ashamed of me, but stay here and drag me down, that's true. Well, let's go now, sir, you must escape successfully. Luo Chao did not think that Han Feng was really able to fight and kill the ancestor of the holy Luozong. In Luo Chao's view, it was likely that Han Feng had escaped. The means are not well exposed in front of him. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Luo Chao flew away. When Luo Chao flew far away, Han Feng released Zhu Tianyunk. As soon as Zhu Tianyunk came out, the sky rumbled instantly, the clouds were densely covered, and bursts of shocking thunder resounded through the sky. Boss, I'm finally going to cross the sky. Zhu Tianyunk made an excited voice. Han Feng also showed a smile. I really didn't expect you to pass the calamity so soon, hurry up, the ancestors of the holy Luozong will need you to contend. Zhu Tianyunk said to himself, don't worry, boss, the human beings in the 6th level sanctuary, I will solve them after the calamity. The reason why Han Feng is not nervous is because he has the trump card of Zhu Tianyunk. Just before Elder Zhang and several others came, Zhu Tianyunk had informed Han Feng through spiritual contact that it was about to cross the calamity. Fourth more. Thank you for the big reward of Wolfming number 1. Patriarch. Rumbling. The dark clouds in the sky are getting denser and denser, and from time to time a huge thunder dragon flashes through the dark clouds. Useless novel net, no pop-up window, M. A burst of suffocating pressure hit the ground. Before the thunder had descended, the ground of the White Thunder Wasteland had already begun to crack. I don't know how many rocks and boulders collapsed under this pressure. The bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk is extremely high, and the Tianlei that crosses is not an ordinary 9-layer Tianlei, but a 9981-layer Tianlei tribulation. Once the 9981th Heavenly Thunder tribulation has passed, Zhu Tianyunk will break through to the Holy Land 4th Heavenly Realm in a very short period of time after passing through the Heavenly Thunder, and the light of the Lei family will be extremely powerful. It can be said that once Zhu Tianyunk crosses the Tianlei, his strength will increase by 100 times and 1,000 times. This is Han Feng's confidence to stay here to solve the ancestor of Saint Luozong. Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Thunder Leopard looked at Zhu Tianyunk enviously. With Zhu Tianyunk's bloodline, even if it breaks through to the sanctuary, the subsequent improvement will definitely not be slow, and it may not take long to break through the 9th heaven and reach the 10th heaven, which is the level of the great sanctuary. And their bloodline is only the ground level. After the transformation of the Juyan Tianhua Tower, it has improved, and the physique has changed, but it can never be compared with the holy bloodline. When they reach the sanctuary, their cultivation speed will be extremely slow. How many sanctuary monsters have been trapped in a realm for hundreds of years and thousands of years before they can break through? Monsters are much stronger than humans in terms of lifespan. Ordinary sanctuary level, for human warriors, only 1,000 years of life, but for Warcraft, it has 10,000 years. Precisely because the lifespan exceeds that of human beings too much, the cultivation speed of Warcraft is not comparable to that of human beings. The world is fair. If you open a certain window, it must also close some other window. Just like when the Baidu Academy was selected, Hu Xiaodia's qualifications and test scores were second only to Zhang Fuyu, and were extremely powerful. But now, Hu Xiaodai has already been left behind by Han Feng, Zhang Fuyu, and Meng Yaqing, and is still far behind. This is not the fall of Hu Xiaodai. It is really that the cultivation speed of monsters is not as fast as that of human beings. In fact, with Hu Xiaodia's current strength, it is already extremely against the sky among the Warcraft family. Boom boom boom. Thunder flashed, and rumbling sounds continued to erupt. Suddenly, the first ray of thunder seemed to split the entire space and fell from the sky. Zhu Tianyunk's voice rose high, and flames surging all over his body. The flames soared into the sky, and the first thunder was directly blocked by Zhu Tianyunk. The bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk is extremely powerful. With such a powerful and high bloodline, even if it is only the realm of the 12 stars of the sky, the destructive power of Zhu Tianyunk has surpassed the peak and semi-sacred level. Even enough to be comparable to the real sanctuary powerhouse, only in the field is not comparable to the sanctuary powerhouse. One after another, the thunder was smashed, and it was also smashed by Zhu Tianyunk. 8, 9, 10, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54. Han Feng, one person and two beasts, looked at all this in shock. It was too strong. It is too strong. As of today, 54 thunders have been blasted down, but none of the thunder can cause damage to Zhu Tianyunk, and they were basically defeated by Zhu Tianyunk. 63rd. 72nd. At this time, the real destructive power of Tianlei has reached the level of the sanctuary, and Zhu Tianyunk felt the difficulty and became serious. Thunder and flames continue to spread to the earth, and the radius of tens of thousands of meters and even more has been in a mess, and it has become a ruin. With Han Feng's strength, he could no longer bear the pressure of the thunder, so he didn't dare to hide behind the two beasts carelessly. Only by relying on the two beasts to resist the coercion of the thunder, can Han Feng be able to hide nearby more easily. The 73rd, the 74th, the 75th. The closer to the 81 thunder, the more difficult it will be for Zhu Tianyunk to deal with. By the last three thunders, they had basically reached the limit of Zhu Tianyunk. Boom! Zhu Tianyunk's huge body was smashed to the ground, and a scream was made, and the flesh and blood of the bombed body was blurred. The blood of Zhu Tianyunk spilled out, like a flame that would jump, and it instantly burned when it fell to the ground. Soon, the ruins within a radius of 10,000 meters ignited a raging flame. Being here is like being in a sea of fire. There's still the last one left, keep at it. Han Feng silently cheered for Zhu Tianyunk in his heart. Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Leopard also watched all this anxiously. Although the three beasts often hurt each other, and see which one is unlucky, they will gloat over the misfortune, but in fact the three beasts have a deep affection for each other. In the anxiety of one person and two beasts, the last one, 81 thunderbolts crashed down. But at this moment, Zhu Tianyunk suddenly spit out a red light, and the instant the red light burst out, the whole world seemed to be in a world of fire. In front of this red light, the 81st ray of thunder was crushed like a smash. This is... One person and two beasts stared blankly at all this. Haha, I finally passed the thunder. Zhu Tianyunk shouted excitedly. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the light of thunder robbery poured down and fell on Zhu Tianyunk. The injuries on Zhu Tianyunk recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it almost recovered completely in the blink of an eye. Immediately, Zhu Tianyunk began to comprehend under the bath of the light of thunder tribulation. I don't know what secret skills this guy will comprehend. Han Feng stared at Zhu Tianyunk, who was bathed in the light of thunder. Seeing that Zhu Tianyunk passed through safely, the two beasts returned to their jealous state. This kid's bloodline is so advanced, it will definitely not be a simple secret. Phantom Thunder Leopard said sourly. What Zhu Tianyunk had passed was the 9981st Thunder Tribulation. The light of the Thunder Tribulation lasted for a long time. One person and two beasts suppressed their curiosity and waited. As time passed by, the light of Thunder Tribulation gradually weakened, but it did not disappear, and Zhu Tianyunk was still immersed in comprehension. But the ancestor of Saint Luozong flew here at this time. Before arriving, the ancestors of the Saint Luo sect had already discovered the light of Thunder Tribulation pouring down from the sky. Light of Thunder Tribulation? Could it be that the murderer who killed my grandson is crossing the Thunder Tribulation? Do you think that you can resist this old man by breaking through to the sanctuary level? As a master at the peak of the 6th layer of the sanctuary and only one step away from the 7th layer, the ancestor of the Holy Luozong did not pay attention to the sanctuary that had just broken through. At the speed of the ancestors of Xing Luozong, he came to the vicinity of Han Feng in almost a leap. The eyes of the ancestor of Xing Luozong shone brightly, and the next moment Han's voice resounded thousands of miles. Okay, I still have my grandson's grievances on me. Pay for my grandson's life. Xing Luozong old man Zhu suddenly shot. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Clouds and winds rage. The violent wind and cloud burst out, and the wind and cloud rolled. The terrifying force kills Han Feng. Big Heart. Feitian Yanshi and Phantom Thunder Leopard were shocked, and their attacks immediately erupted. The lion roars in rage. Thunderhorn Euro Drill. The flames roared and the spinning top of thunder and lightning came head-on. Although Yunfeng Nuxiao is not a powerful sacred art, it is still extremely terrifying when it is performed by the ancestor of the Holy Luozong himself. Don't forget, the ancestor of the Holy Luozong is the peak powerhouse of the 6th heaven of the sanctuary. Feng Yun is like a giant beast, opening its fangs to swallow flames and lightning. The gap between the two sides is really too big, and the combination of the two beasts is only able to compete with ordinary 3-level heavenly warriors. Even if the two beasts fully exerted the power of the flaming lion's wrath of the sky and the lightning Euro drill, if they were to die, they would be able to compete with ordinary 4th-level celestial warriors. The patriarch of the Holy Luozong is a peak powerhouse of the 6th heaven. Boom! The violent force slammed into the two beasts, and the two beasts vomited blood and flew out, their bodies dripping with blood. If the ancestors of Saint Luozong did not intend to show mercy, even if the skins of the two animals were thick and fleshy, they would have been killed in seconds. Most of the power of Fengyun's rage attack was resisted by the two beasts, but there was still some surplus. Flowing Flame Dragon Hood. Click, boom. At the moment when the rising flame dragon cover just condensed, the energy fluctuations that rippled through instantly hit the rising flame dragon cover. The flaming dragon hood is like shattered glass, and it shatters in an instant. What a mighty force. The gap is too big. Han Feng was bombarded by the aftermath, and his heart was full of horror. The gap is simply the difference between clouds and mud. The ancestor of Xing Luozong sneered, "If I killed my grandson, this ancestor will torture you for hundreds of years and thousands of years, and then let you die in order to comfort my grandson's spirit in the sky." The ancestor of Xing Luozong stretched out his palm and was about to grab Han Feng and the two beasts. Now Han Feng and the two beasts have long lost their ability to fight again. But at this moment, a powerful aura swept out like a tornado, straight into the sky. Huh? The ancestor of Xing Luozong's face condensed, and he looked at Zhu Tianyunk. This powerful breath was emitted by Zhu Tianyunk. The light of thunder has dissipated, and Zhu Tianyunk's breath has grown explosively. The middle stage of the first level of the holy domain, the late stage of the first level of the holy domain, the peak of the first level of the holy domain, the second level of the holy domain. What? The ancestor of Xing Luozong's eyes widened. He thought that this beast bird was only at the first level of the ordinary sanctuary after crossing the sky, but now it is. Xing Luozong did not see the situation of Zhu Tianyunk crossing the 9981th Thunder Tribulation, otherwise he would definitely not take action against Han Feng, but kill Zhu Tianyunk first. Zhu Tianyunk's aura and cultivation level are still skyrocketing, and in the blink of an eye, it has soared to the peak of the sanctuary triple heaven. How is it possible that it has grown so much after passing through the thunder? This beast is... Soon, the ancestor of Xing Luozong was shocked. This is Zhu Tianyunk. Damn, this ancestor didn't recognize it before. Immediately, the ancestor of Saint Luozong looked cold. It can't be allowed to grow any longer. The storm is raging. The surging wind and clouds rushed towards Zhu Tianyunk, and when it was close to Zhu Tianyunk suddenly opened his red pupils, and the flames that seemed to destroy the world burst into the surrounding. Zhu Tianyunk's cultivation has broken through again. The surging wind and clouds were directly blocked at this moment, unable to get close to the slightest, and even devoured by the flames. Impossible, even if this move is only a low-level holy domain secret, but I am at the peak of the sixth heaven, how can it be? The ancestor of the Holy Luo sect was full of shock, but he was even more determined to kill it. This vermilion skylark. It's so powerful just after passing through the thunder, will you still get it in the future? Old guy, you dare to hurt this uncle's boss, it's just courting death. Zhu Tianyunk's angry voice resounded for thousands of miles, and the flames around him burned even more violently and terrifyingly. The ancestor of Xing Luozong was stunned with killing intent. I just passed through the thunder. Even if the cultivation base has reached the realm of the fourth heaven, it is still 2 heavens away from this ancestor, and he is extremely arrogant. Want to kill this ancestor? You? Still a long way to go. The vortex is shattered. The ancestor of Saint Luozong opened his hands, and an amazing scene appeared. A huge vortex of wind condensed in front of the ancestor of the Holy Luozong, and the countless gravel lands in the vicinity were sucked by the vortex of wind, and then directly shattered. The entire sky was slightly twisted by the whirlpool. The mere low-grade and middle-level sacred skills. I dare to show off in front of this uncle. Zhu Tianyunk snorted coldly, and then said, let you, this old guy, experience the mastery that my uncle has realized. The end of the hurricane. A hurricane-like flame bloomed all over Zhu Tianyunk, and Zhu Tianyunk flew high into the sky, burning the earth and sky like the sun. The hurricane-like flames raged towards the vortex of wind. The terrifying flames shattered the space, and the face of the ancestor of Xing Luozong changed greatly, low-grade and high-grade holy domain skills. It has long been known that the legendary Zhu Tianyunk is powerful, but the ancestor of Xing Luozong never imagined that Zhu Tianyunk was so powerful. After passing through the sky thunder, the cultivation base directly soared to the 4th level realm, and it is not a problem, but he has realized the low-grade and high-grade sanctuary so quickly. The grandfather of the Saint Luozong, who was extremely knowledgeable, was extremely jealous. The end of the hurricane, the low-level and high-level sacred secrets, because it was just comprehended, Zhu Tianyunk did not grasp it too deeply, but this was the case. The terrifying increase also made Zhu Tianyunk's explosive power increased to the 6th level realm. If that's the case, that's all, but the flames that Zhu Tianyunk owns are not ordinary fires, but the fire of Zhu Tian belonging to Zhu Tianyunk. After Zhu Tianyunk broke through to the sanctuary, the flame that belonged to Zhu Tianyang's congenital control, the power was also raised to the level of holy fire power, which was still in the middle of the low-grade holy fire. The fire of Zhu Tian was integrated into the end of the hurricane. Its powerful destructive power caused the hurricane-like flames to stir into the vortex of wind, directly destroying the vortex of wind. Hurricane Holy Sword. Seeing this, the ancestor of Saint Luo had to use his strongest sanctuary technique. The low-grade middle-level sacred secret Hurricane Holy Sword. The Hurricane Holy Sword that the main body casts itself is fundamentally different from the previous mind display, and its power is even more different. The ancestor of the Holy Luo sect was originally at the pinnacle of the 6th heaven, and with this cut, the power was directly raised to the 7th heaven. The Hurricane Holy Sword pierced the hurricane flame, and when the hurricane flame was completely destroyed, it also broke the Hurricane Holy Sword. Only a small half of the Hurricane Holy Sword remained, and it still slashed towards the vermilion skylark without any hesitation. The Realm of Fire, unfold. With Zhu Tianyang as the center, a huge field of fire was immediately opened. The Hurricane Holy Sword slashed on the field of fire, and the field of fire was unstable and almost shattered. Break! Zhu Tianyang roared, and the field of fire burst into a majestic flame, completely destroying the Hurricane Holy Sword that had been greatly reduced in power. Don't think that only you, a beast, has a domain. The ancestor of Saint Luo Zong also opened his own domain of wind. The realm of fire and the realm of wind collided, and the flames and winds raged. The ancestor of Xingluozong sneered, "The beasts are really beasts, they can't do anything but arrogance. My domain power is the 6th realm, how can the mere 4th realm be compared with my domain?" As soon as the voice fell, the field of wind overwhelmed the field of fire, and then destroyed the field of fire, instantly shrouding Zhu Tianyang in the field of wind. Under the suppression of the domain of wind, Zhu Tianyang couldn't even control the flames around him. In the field of wind, strong winds continued to blast towards Zhu Tianyang, and in the blink of an eye, Zhu Tianyang suffered a lot of injuries. "Beast, how do you feel now?" The ancestor of Saint Luo Zong joked. Zhu Tianyang was furious, and the surging flames gushed out again like a tornado. This. The ancestor of the Holy Luo sect was horrified. He couldn't understand what was going on. He was obviously suppressed, and it seemed that he was about to reach the limit. Why suddenly? The flame tornado burned more and more vigorously, and the aura pressure became stronger and stronger. The domain of wind made a clicking sound at this moment, which was extremely unstable, and the flame tornado seemed to break through the domain of wind directly. Boom! Finally, the domain of wind could no longer support it and turned into pieces. In the horrified eyes of the ancestors of Xingluozong, the flame tornado dissipated, revealing the face of Zhu Tianyang at the moment. At this time, the Zhu Tian lark was more than 10 times larger, and it was 1,000 feet in size. The huge figure and terrifying coercion made the ancestors of the Holy Luo sect feel a bit of fear. Zhu Tianyang sneered, "Master, I have the blood of the Suzaku, and I can display the real power to release the real power, which is not comparable to the ordinary quadruple heaven. The strength of your old man really surprised me, Master. Originally, when I thought I didn't show my real body, I didn't expect. But since I have displayed my real body, sir, you are finished." At this moment, Zhu Tianyang's aura is not inferior to that of the ancestor of Saint Luo Zong. The end of the hurricane. Zhu Tianyang slapped his huge wings fiercely, and thousands of meters of hurricane flames rushed out, opening his fangs as if to swallow the ancestors of Xingluozong. With the realm of the 6th layer and the end of the hurricane, the explosive power of Zhu Tianyang at this time, even if it did not exceed the realm of the 7th layer, at least reached the peak of the 7th layer. Compared with the strongest eruption of the ancestors of the Holy Luo Zong, it is only equivalent to too much more than the early stage of the 7th heaven. The Hurricane Holy Sword was swallowed into the flame hurricane, and not even a splash of water floated out. No. The ancestor of Saint Luozong felt the threat to his life, and immediately turned around and fled quickly. Can you escape? A trace of disdain flashed in Zhu Tianyang's eyes. The hurricane flames closely followed the ancestor of the Saint Luozong, and easily caught up with the ancestor of the Saint Luozong, and then completely devoured it. Being swallowed into the flames that were enough to burn the powerhouses of the 7th-level peak sanctuary to death, the ancestors of the Saint Luo sect let out a burst of screams, and finally fell silent. The ancestor of Saint Luozong, fallen. After killing the ancestor of Xing Luozong, Zhu Tianyang quickly recovered to the size of an adult and flew happily towards Han Feng. Boss, I've killed that old guy. Zhu Tianyang was bouncing around beside Han Feng, with the expression of for praise written on his face. Han Feng smiled bitterly and patted Zhu Tianyang's head. Yes, it's really powerful. But I'm seriously injured now, let me recover first. When Zhu Tianyang heard this, he immediately guarded Han Feng. Han Feng exhaled a breath and began to practice to recover from the injury. At the same time, he also really understood the gap between himself and the strong in the sanctuary. It was just a trace of the aftermath, and he suffered heavy losses. If he faced the ancestor of the Saint Luo sect directly, the other party would be able to instantly kill him with a casual shot. The pride that once wounded the sanctuary powerhouse has now disappeared without a trace. The injured sanctuary powerhouse is nothing but the bottom of the sanctuary powerhouse. There is nothing to be proud of when such a bottom sanctuary is injured. Han Feng's injuries were not light, but with the help of the 9 flames and different fires and the spirit stone source liquid, Han Feng's injuries quickly recovered. Riding on Zhu Tianyang, one person and one beast quickly flew away from here. It was not until far away from the White Thunder Wasteland that Han Feng stopped flying and found a place to start practicing. Take out the 13-level White Thunderball, and Han Feng will break it. In an instant, endless thunder shot up into the sky, and the place where Han Feng practiced was covered by this terrifying thunder within a few hundred meters. The terrifying thunder exudes a powerful aura, which arouses the fear of countless monsters around. There are not many high-level monsters in this mountain range that Han Feng chose, and the most powerful ones are only the ground level. As soon as this terrifying breath came out, all the beasts rushed out uneasy. With the cultivation of Han Feng, the power of thunder is increasing, and the scope of the shroud is getting smaller and smaller. A few days later, only a few arcs remained on Han Feng's body, 40% of the holy body, and the holy body has finally reached its limit. Now only the power of the primordial spirit is left and 10% has not reached its limit. My current Saint Yuan and sanctuary skills have actually exceeded the limit that semi-sanctuary can master. Now even if the power of primordial spirit has not reached the limit, my overall strength is almost beyond semi-saint. If the heavenly fire battle body is used again, and the unique knowledge of the holy domain is also integrated into the Aurora Tsungyin, then. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he was very satisfied with his current strength. With this kind of deep accumulation, he would not be an ordinary sanctuary powerhouse after passing through the thunder in the future. Is it the 2nd level of the sanctuary? Or the 3rd level? Or the 4th level? It's time to make a breakthrough after the 5 government hegemony is over. Thinking of this, Han Feng summoned Zhu Tianyang and flew to Baidu University. At the current speed of Zhu Tianyang, Han Feng felt that everything below was blurred and flashed quickly. The inner courtyard of Baidu University. Returning to the academy, Han Feng immediately went to the Palace of Heavenly Punishment Elders. In addition to reporting some of the situation of his own cultivation, Han Feng also intends to reap some benefits. 3% of the power of the primordial spirit, 4% of the holy body, the holy primordial and sanctuary techniques that exceed the limit of half-sacredness. Han Feng, you really surprised the old man. On the same day, when Elder Xing learned about Han Feng's current cultivation situation, Rao was shocked because he was a peak powerhouse in the sanctuary. Although at the beginning, Elder Tianqing also had expectations for Han Feng, and hoped that Han Feng could achieve a good ranking in the competition for hegemony among the 5 palaces. But to be honest, what Elder Tianqing hoped for was only about 20 people, and he did not expect too much. After all, Han Feng's cultivation time was there. Compared with those on the 5 palaces and semi-saint list, Han Feng's cultivation time was still too short. But in the current situation of Han Feng, he has the strength to attack the top 8 of the 5 palaces for hegemony. How many years? How many times has the 5 palaces contest for hegemony not entered the top 8? Even the current Sword Emperor, the Sword Emperor most expected by the Baidu Academy, the elders of the entire Baidu Academy are not fully sure that the Sword Emperor can enter the top 8, and what is certain is that he will be able to enter the top 10. There are only 5 colleges in total, but even one of the top 8 is not necessarily able to break into it. Such a result has to be said to be a bit of a loss. Han Feng's current state can be said to have given Elder Tianqing a big surprise. Elder Tianqing stroked his beard and smiled. Your boy's current strength is enough to compete for the top 8. Originally, I planned to teach you the Holy Flame Tai Huang Fist after the 5 palaces compete for hegemony. Now it seems that I can teach it to you now. Already. The sanctuary of the highest grade and the lower grades is enough to support you until the later stage of the great sanctuary. If you can compete for a higher ranking this time, the old man will definitely report it to the palace master and give you a reward. After a while, it will be the day when the semi-sacred list and the semi-sacred list of the inner court will be re-ranked. At that time, the strong people on the semi-sacred list and the semi-sacred list will challenge each other. That day is also the day to determine the number of places to participate in the 5 government competition. The list stipulates that you must participate in the competition of the 5 palaces, while the manifesto list is voluntary. Your kid is now the 4th in the semi-sacred list. If you want to watch it, you can go and see. Those little guys in the semi-sacred list, you know, not a few, right? When the time comes to go to Zhongdu University, you need to unite together. It's okay to take advantage of this opportunity to exchange ideas. Han Feng nodded when he heard the words. Now, he only knew the God of War Emperor, Sword Emperor, Three-Wing Emperor, Guangwu Emperor, Lion Emperor, and Zhang Fuyu. There are 3 others who have only heard their names and have never seen them. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt sad about the 8th and 9th places on the original semi-sacred list. A good semi-sacred leader, because he and Zhang Fuyu were born, these 2 guys fell from the semi-sacred list to the 1st and 2nd on the manifested list. In terms of ranking, it sounds a lot better, and it is also the 1st and 2nd. The prestige of the manifested saint list and the semi-sacred list in the inner courtyard of Baidu University is completely different. For the strong on the semi-holy list, it is an insult to be reduced to the sacred list, no matter how high the ranking is. For now, the 3-winged emperor and the Lion King are unhappy with me. I don't know how the remaining 3 are. Han Feng thought secretly in his heart. Elder Tianqing saw Han Feng thinking, smiled slightly, and pointed to Han Feng. Xingyan Taiwanquan, a high-grade and low-grade holy domain, was passed on into Han Feng's spiritual sea of knowledge. Han Feng was caught off guard by Elder Tianqing's move, so he had to stop thinking and absorb the inheritance. After a long time, Han Feng opened his eyes and murmured, high-grade and low-level sacred arts. It is estimated that when I break through to the sacred, I may not be able to practice. At least I have to break through to the great sanctuary. Elder Tianqing snorted softly. How many sanctuary powerhouses hope to obtain high-level sanctuary skills? You are not even a half sanctuary, and you are still complaining here that the level of sanctuary skills is too high to practice, and be careful of being struck by lightning. Okay, your power of primordial spirit has not yet reached the limit, so let's go to temper the power of primordial spirit in the next days. The days of going to Zhongdu Academy are not long. Han Feng saw that Elder Tianqing wanted to thank the guests to continue practicing, and his face twisted. This, Elder Tianqing, What else? Elder Tianqing asked in surprise. Perhaps it was because the cultivation realm shown by Han Feng was very satisfactory to the Elder Tianqing, and the Elder Tianqing was full of patience with Han Feng. If it was someone else who didn't leave after Elder Tianqing put on the "you can go" face, they would have been blasted out by Elder Tianqing with a sleeve robe. Han Feng touched his head embarrassedly and said, "Elder, you also know that although my holy body has reached its limit, there is no holy domain that is suitable for the holy body. This is a waste of my tempered holy body, so I think ask the elders if there is any unique sanctuary technique that is suitable for the holy body to attack by the holy body?" Elder Tianqing suddenly said, "That's true, you basically rely on Saint Yuan, and rarely on Saint Body." I think about it. Elder Tianqing closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then opened his eyes and said, "According to your soul, this old man has a unique sanctuary technique that belongs to physical combat, and the fit with you should be about 50% or 60%. It should be enough to temporarily use it as your means against the enemy. This sanctuary secret technique is called Dopa Shaking Fist. You have accepted it." Elder Tianqing pointed at Han Feng again, and seeing that Han Feng entered the state of accepting inheritance, Elder Tianqing moved and disappeared directly in front of Han Feng. Han Feng was so immersed in the inheritance that he didn't notice the disappearance of Elder Tianqing. Dopa Vibration Fist, a low-grade and low-grade holy domain unique skill. So that's the case. It turns out that the Dopa Vibration Fist relies on the power of the body to activate the power of vibration to destroy the enemy's body. Each time it shakes, the more powerful it erupts. Shaking 9 times, the power of Dopa Shaking Fist is comparable to that of the most inferior, low-grade, middle-grade sanctuary. Unfortunately, the fit between me and Dopa Shaking Fist is only 50%. I can shake 4 or 5 times at most, and that's after breaking through to the sanctuary. When I break through to the sanctuary, it is estimated that this Dopa Shock Fist will not help me much, and it can even be said to be minimal. With my half-holy level and only 50% of the fit, it is impossible to master the Dopa Shock Fist. Beyond the semi-holy limit. That is to say, I shake 3 or 4 times at most. After accepting the inheritance, Han Feng came back to his senses and found that Elder Tianqing had disappeared. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched. As for it? I'm so afraid that I'll get the benefit of entanglement. Forget it, let's go back first and master the Dopa Vibration Fist to 40% of the realm. Patting his butt, Han Feng left the hall. When Han Feng left, Elder Tianqing whispered to himself in the hall, "Although Dopa Vibration Fist is only a low-grade sanctuary, it is extremely difficult to practice. I wonder if this kid will be so short. Cultivation to the semi-holy limit within the time limit. Fourth more. Thanks to Jen for the super awesome tip. Amazed face, / Sir, you are back. There is no pop-up window. When Han Feng came back, he was warmly welcomed by Xiaoqi. Guiding Xiaoqi as usual, Han Feng found that Xiaoqi's strength has greatly improved after not seeing him for a while. If this situation continues, within a few years or 10 years, Xiaoqi will become a heavenly rank. At that time, Xiaoqi will no longer be the servant of the Baidu Academy who takes care of these geniuses, but the deacon of the inner and outer courtyards. Become a deacon of the inner and outer courtyards, and you will also enjoy a lot of cultivation resources. Perhaps it is impossible to use it to break through the sanctuary, but it is still possible to cultivate to the middle and late stages of heaven. For a servant from a low background, being able to cultivate to this level is already a high incense. How many great power geniuses have fallen because of all kinds of cruel competition, and they may not even be able to enter the heavenly rank. After instructing, Han Feng wondered, that kid Zhang Fuyu hasn't come back yet? Xiao Qi said respectfully, yes, sir, Zhang Fuyu has not returned since the last time he left. Han Feng clicked his tongue. I guess where did he go to practice again? This kid is from the God of War family, and he knows that there are many good places to practice. Maybe when he comes back before the ranking battle, his strength has improved greatly. The semi-sacred list is ranked 9th. I don't know how many places will I rank this time? Xiao Qi, you step back. I'm going to retreat and practice these days. If there's no big deal, you don't need to call me. Yes. Xiao Qi respectfully stepped back until he left the house. A dodging Han Feng entered the House of Time in the Xuanhuan Tower and began to practice Dopa Shake Fist. During this period, some of Han Feng's friends also came to visit Han Feng, but they had no choice but to leave after learning that Han Feng was in retreat. This retreat led directly to the day when the ranking battle started. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed since the retreat. Within a month, Han Feng's mastery of Dopa Vibration Fist had reached 40% because he was cultivating in the time room. When practicing Dopa Vibration Fist, Han Feng discovered that although Dopa Vibration Fist is only a low-grade and low-grade sanctuary, it is definitely the most difficult to cultivate among all the low-grade and low-grade sanctuary skills. At least it is the most difficult to cultivate among the few low-grade and low-grade sanctuary secrets that Han Feng has mastered. But no matter how difficult it is to cultivate, it is not a problem in the House of Time. The rest of the time was used by Han Feng to temper the power of Yuanshan. Without the help of Gloomy Soul Fruit, even if there is primordial spirit tempering secret technique, Han Feng is only able to improve by 0.1%. The power of Yuanshan is limited, and Han Feng doesn't care. Looking at the maturity time of the ghost fruit, it only takes about 2 months. After the ranking battle, only the number of places to participate in the 5 palaces hegemony is determined, not the 5 palaces hegemony will start immediately. It will take some time after going to Zhongdu University. These times are added together, enough for the ghost fruit to mature. Today is the ranking battle. Let's take a look. I don't know what strength is the 2nd and 3rd of the semi-sacred list. What is the strength of the Sword Emperor now? Sir, do you want to participate in the ranking battle? Outside, Xiao Qi said excitedly. The first time Han Feng returned from a trip, he directly defeated the Lion King and became 7th in the semi-sacred list. The second time he returned, he defeated the 3 Wings Emperor and became the 4th in the semi-sacred list. Now that you are back from going out again, how many will you rank? 2nd or 3rd? As for the first, even if Xiao Qi is full of admiration and confidence in Han Feng, he did not think in this direction. The Sword Emperor has been occupying the first place for a long time, and the Sword Emperor is the number 1 in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy, and Xiao Qi is no exception. Well, I'll take a look. That guy Zhang Fuyu still hasn't returned? Han Feng nodded. Then asked. Yes. Xiao Qi's face flashed a trace of worry. Today is an extremely important ranking battle. If Fuyu doesn't come back in time, the ranking will be replaced. Such an important day has not returned, maybe. Han Feng also frowned. This guy, what is he doing? Worried, Han Feng went to the place where the ranking battle was held. The ranking battle can be said to be an extremely influential competition in the Baidu Academy, and it is very attractive to all the martial artists in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy. When Han Feng came to the ranking battlefield, many warriors had gathered here one after another. Some warriors had already recognized Han Feng, and immediately stepped aside with awe to make way for Han Feng. As expected of the Emperor of Fire, I don't even have the courage to look at him. The last time the Emperor of Fire defeated the 3-Winged Emperor and replaced the 3-Winged Emperor to become the 4th in the semi-sacred list. I wonder how much it will rank this time. The Heavenly Fire Emperor's cultivation speed is too abnormal. I think it is enough to rank third. More than that, I think it ranks second at least. Che, why don't you say that you are number one? One person said contemptuously. The first is the Sword Emperor, and the comprehensive strength is the first to reach the peak of the semi-sacred, and now the strength is bound to be stronger. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Fire Emperor is, he can't be the opponent of the Sword Emperor. Maybe there will be a miracle? Before the Three-Winged Emperor and the Lion Emperor provoked the Skyfire Emperor, who would have thought that the Skyfire Emperor would win? A group of warriors under the manifestation ranking were discussing a lot, and when it came to saying that Han Feng would be ranked first, there was a lot of debate. Han Feng glanced around boredly for a week, suddenly smiled, and walked towards a small group of people. Snapped. Han Feng patted someone on the shoulder. TSK, you have finally entered the inner courtyard. The person who was photographed was startled, but he didn't even feel the slightest breath approaching. When he heard the familiar voice and breath, the person who was patted on the shoulder laughed. I knew it was you. I really don't want to come to the inner courtyard. You know, when you came to the inner court, you found out that you actually made it to the semi-sacred list in the inner court. It is indeed a pervert. If it wasn't for the repeated assurances of Wan Chen and the fat and thin masters, I really couldn't believe it. With that said, the man who was tapped on the shoulder hugged Han Feng fiercely. This person is Wang Qingsong, who has been separated for a long time. Beside Wang Qingsong, there are two brothers, Lu Yuer, Jiang Feng, Jiang Da, and Lei Yuru. As well as Hao Meili, Zhen Shuai, Wan Chen and Hu Xiaodai and other friends who made good friends with Han Feng in the outer courtyard. At this time, Wang Qingsong was a 2-star cultivation base, Lu Yuer was a 1-star, Jiang Feng was also a 1-star, but Jiang Da surpassed his brother and was a 2-star. Given Jiang Da's age, this cultivation was extremely shocking. It is conceivable that Jiang Da will have a place in the semi-sacred list of Baidu academies before long. To Han Feng's surprise, Lei Yuru surpassed Wang Qingsong and others and reached the top 3 stars in the sky. The growth to this level in a short period of time surprised Han Feng, who knew the basics of Lei Yulu. In the records of the Lei family, Lei Yulu's aptitude was not high. The first. With Lei Yuyu's recorded aptitude, breaking through the heavenly rank should be extremely difficult. It seems that this guy Lei Yuru got a lot of adventures in the first place. But this is an opportunity that belongs to Lei Yuru, and I don't need to get to the bottom of it. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. These are the ones who have just joined the inner court for half a year. Hao Meili, who joined the inner courtyard earlier, has reached the 5-star level, and Zhen Shuai. Han Feng was very surprised. If it wasn't for the transformation of spiritual power into the power of Yuanshen, Han Feng really didn't know that Zhen Shuai had some kind of treasure to cover up his cultivation. On the surface, Zhen Shuai and Hao Meili are both 5 stars in the sky, but in fact, Zhen Shuai has reached 7 stars in the sky. As for Wan Chen, who was the second most famous in the inner court Tongtian ranking, but now he has only reached the peak of 3 stars in the sky. It can be seen that among Wang Qingsong's group, Wan Chen's aptitude is not high. In the end, Hu Xiaodia's aptitude is extraordinary, but after all, he is the body of a monster. Even if he takes the transformation pill and transforms into a human form, it is much faster than the training in the form of a monster, but it is still not as good as a human being. Therefore, Hu Xiaodai is also in the 3-star realm. But in terms of development prospects, Hu Xiaodia's body as a fox surpasses everyone present, and has the qualifications to aspire to the small perfection realm of the sanctuary or even higher. Since they separated in the inner courtyard, they finally reunited, and the conversation was very lively. The surrounding warriors saw Wang Qingsong and the others befriend Han Feng, their expressions changed, and a trace of fear flashed on their faces. During the conversation, Wang Qingsong and others also asked where Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu were. Regarding Meng Yaqing being a member of the Yan clan, Han Feng did not say it, and naturally, he would not say that Meng Yaqing went to the Yan clan, and made up an excuse to cover it up. As for why Zhan Fuyu didn't come, he naturally told the truth. Wang Qingsong and the others couldn't help but get worried. If they didn't show up in today's ranking battle, there would be a crisis in all likelihood. Han Feng said, "Don't worry, that guy can't easily get into trouble." Zhan Fuyu came from the God of War family, which Han Feng also didn't tell everyone. Whether it is Meng Yaqing's life experience or Zhan Fuyu's life experience, this is the secret of the two of them. Coming from the God of War family, not to mention that Zhan Fuyu is powerful in itself, there should be not many people who can get Zhan Fuyu under the sanctuary. Even if he encounters a strong enemy, Zhan Fuyu is from the God of War family, how could he not have a life-saving trump card? According to Zhan Fuyu, this God of War family is currently chasing the Yan family in strength. If the Yan clan continues to struggle and decline, the God of War clan will surpass the Yan clan and become the most powerful ancient clan in Beizhou continent. There are more and more powerhouses gathered in the ranking battlefield, and not long after, there are also many powerhouses on the manifesto list. Haha, Han Feng, I didn't expect you to defeat that guy from the Three Wings Emperor. A rough voice sounded, and it was King Yan Xinglei who came. King Yan also learned about this after returning to Baidu Academy after leaving the Ghost Realm. Although he was a little surprised, he was relieved when he thought about the powerful combat power Han Feng showed in the Ghost Realm. Han Feng smiled slightly, "Brother Xing, you got that inheritance, and now the ranking of the ranking battle is probably going to improve a lot." King Yan smiled, "Of course. This time my initial goal was to defeat the King of Wu, and the next goal was the half-holy list. However, the semi-sacred list is all masters. It is unlikely that I will squeeze into the semi-sacred list, but with that inheritance, I believe that I will achieve higher than some people in the semi-sacred list in the future. Unfortunately, the time for me to get the inheritance is too short, otherwise my strength should be stronger." King Yan was confident at first, and then said with some regret. Wang Qingsong and the others froze when they saw King Yan and other strong men beside them. Even if King Yan and Han Feng are on good terms, as a master at the top of the manifesto list, that kind of temperament still makes Wang Qingsong and others subconsciously keep vigilance. However, vigilance returned to vigilance, and Wang Qingsong and others did not show any signs of fear. It is true that King Yan is strong, but they are not weak. King Yan is only stronger than them in cultivation time. They believe that when their cultivation time is equal to that of King Yan, they will definitely not be weaker than King Yan. Huh? King Yan naturally found that the demeanor of Wang Qingsong and others was different from that of other inner court martial artists. TSK, Han Feng, it seems that you are not only extraordinary, but your friends are also extraordinary. King Yan praised. Hehe, Brother Xing, let me introduce you. Han Feng introduced Wang Qingsong and others to King Yan, and the group soon became acquainted. After a while, King Yan suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with joy. Brilliant! King Yan shouted loudly, waving at the same time. Yuan Yijin, who had just arrived, sighed dejectedly, but walked over anyway. Miss Yuan, congratulations on your breakthrough in your cultivation. Han Feng's current Yuanshan power, naturally, at a glance, Yuan Yijin has reached the peak of the 12 stars of the sky, and Saint Yuan has transformed. As expected of a super genius, Xiuwei, who was originally behind because of laziness, caught up so quickly after he got serious. Although it is impossible to use the power of the primordial spirit to explore whether Yuan Yijin has mastered the sanctuary, it can be confirmed after guessing that Yuan Yijin who has accepted the inheritance must have mastered the sanctuary. With the addition of Saint Yuan and the unique knowledge of the sanctuary, Yuan Yijin can be regarded as two ceremonies and half saints. Yuan Yijin said proudly, Han boy, look, I will surpass you sooner or later. When Yuan Yijing arrived, Han Feng had to introduce the two sides again. Surprisingly, Yuan Yijing's temper was very much in line with how Mimi's taste. This guy was strong taste and Yuan Yijing soon became close sisters. Looking at the two women talking and laughing, watching Yuan Yijing eat how Mimi's tofu from time to time, Han Feng couldn't help but turn his sympathetic gaze to Zhen Shuai, who wouldn't be cuckolded. Zhen Shuai suddenly felt cold. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng found that two eyes fell on him, quite hostile. Han Feng turned his head abruptly and saw the gazes that the two had withdrawn when they were in a hurry. From these two gazes, Han Feng felt a strong hostility. Resentment, jealousy, and jealousy. This is... Han Feng was a little puzzled. King Yan only had time to say a few words to Yuan Yijing before he was abandoned by Yuan Yijing. He was quite sad, and when he saw Han Feng's expression, he also looked over, and then smiled. Who am I talking about? It turned out to be Xingho. King and King Shuiyu. King Xingho and King Shuiyu. Han Feng's expression became strange. These two people used to have other titles, Starfire Emperor and Shuiyu Emperor. Second more. Thanks to 88.99 for the big reward. Holy Star Emperor. Emperor Xingho and Emperor Shuiyu, these two were once the 8th and 9th on the semi-sacred list. As a semi-sacred leader, even the weakest 8th and 9th, this is the supreme honor. However, the birth of Han Feng replaced the Lion King's original position of 7th in the semi-sacred list, causing the Lion Queen to retire and become the 8th. There are always only 9 people on the half-sacred list. With one more Han Feng, the original 9th Xuanhuan naturally retreated to the Manifested Saints list and became the first on the Manifested Saints list. Although it became the number 1, the glory of the Manifesto list and the semi-holy list in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy is very different. Afterwards, Zhang Fuyu was also born, and he defeated the Starfire Emperor, who had been reduced to 9th, and replaced him. Since then, Emperor Xingho has also been reduced to the first place on the list, and Emperor Shuiyu has once again stepped back and became 2nd. It is no wonder that the two of them looked at him with hostility and dissatisfaction. King Yan chuckled, "You don't have to take these two people to heart, dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction, they have absolutely no courage to provoke you. If you are still the 7th in the list of the Holy Manifestation, you may be provoked, but you are now the 4th. They are not stupid, and they can only endure when they know that the gap with you is huge. The main thing is that you are too young, which makes them a little jealous, and it will be fine after a long time." The original Sword Emperor also made many people angry. What about now? Except for the 2nd-ranked Dianming Emperor and the 3rd-ranked Purple Poison Emperor, no one in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy would dare to provoke the Sword Emperor. Speaking of Sword Emperor, King Yan also had a look of admiration. This is the impact of the Sword Emperor's long-term occupation of the first throne. Emperor Dianming and Emperor Purple Poison. Han Feng whispered these two names, 2nd and 3rd in the semi-sacred list. The combat power shown in the last ranking battle was a first-class semi-sacred level, and I don't know what it is now. To what extent? How is it compared to the Sword Emperor? Thinking of the strength of the Sword Emperor in the world of Douling, Han Feng shook his head slightly. I am afraid that he is still not the opponent of the Sword Emperor. At that time, the Sword Emperor was still under plot, and even Han Feng did not know the final strength of the Sword Emperor. But the highest is the semi-sacred strength at the top of the peak. If it is higher, Elder Tianxing will not say that it is unlikely that the Sword Emperor will enter the final top 8 in the 5 palaces for hegemony. With my current strength, Sword Emperor should not be my opponent. My opponent is the 1st or 2nd in the semi-sacred list of the other 4 palaces. Han Feng pondered in his heart. At this moment, King Yan suddenly patted Han Feng on the shoulder. Look, Emperor Dianming and Emperor Zidu are here. Han Feng suddenly woke up from his pondering, and subconsciously followed King Yan's expectations. I saw all the warriors respectfully make way for the two men. One of the men was wearing a gold-trimmed purple robe, with a jade face and red lips, and his face looked very white. But a pair of pupils is a strange purple. Looking at him, he seemed to be able to see a faint flash of purple light. The man just walked slowly, but the whole venue was filled with a strong coercion, like a terrifying thunder and lightning, making the people near the man feel slightly numb. This purple-robed man was the second-ranked Dianming Emperor on the half-saint list. It is said that the bloodline of the Dianming Emperor has reached the holy level, and it is the bloodline of thunder. As for why it is called Dianminghuang instead of Liminghuang, it is said that Dianminghuang thinks it is unpleasant and vulgar. Therefore, the original title of Thunder Emperor was changed to Dianming Emperor. For this, Han Feng had to complain that Dianming Huang's taste is really beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. No matter how you listen to it, the Thunder Emperor is more high-end than the Dianming Emperor. The other man was dressed in white, but his exposed skin was a strange purple-black color. A purple-black face with purple-black veins sticking out, looks extremely ferocious. This man was the third purple poison emperor on the half-saint list. This purple poison emperor was born with a body of purple poison, and all parts of his body, including blood, were filled with toxins. With the current state of the purple poison emperor, I heard that just a drop of poisonous blood can poison a weaker heavenly rank powerhouse. The inner court martial artist revered the purple poison emperor, not only because of the purple poison emperor's terrifying strength, but also because of the purple poison emperor's innate purple poison body. The purple poison emperor, except for a few people in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, almost no one would communicate with him, and he was afraid that he would accidentally get poisoned. When the Dianming Emperor and the purple poison emperor met, a needle-to-point atmosphere spread out, and the warriors seemed to feel the atmosphere of confrontation between the two sides. A whirlwind of momentum swept out, and soon Dianming Emperor and purple poison emperor were no longer occupied by warriors. Staying nearby, the pressure was too great, it was like a mountain pressing on the back, so heavy that people wanted to lie down immediately. After a long time, Emperor Dianming chuckled, "Emperor Purple Poison, long time no see." The Purple Poison Emperor said lightly, "It's been a long time indeed, this time, I won't lose to you like the last time." Haha, this emperor is not comparable to the combat power of the last time, this time, my target is the Sword Emperor. Emperor Dianming laughed, purple thunder burst out from his purple pupils, and a strong fighting spirit rose to the sky. Humph, just because you want to defeat the Sword Emperor? The Sword Emperor can only be defeated by the Emperor. The Purple Poison Emperor said coldly. Defeat the Sword Emperor? Let's defeat the Emperor first. Emperor Dianming pouted. The two also knew that it was not yet time to fight, and after releasing their fighting spirit and aura, the two of them stepped back. Han Feng did not use the power of Yuanshan to observe the two, whether it was Emperor Dianming or Emperor Zidu. I was afraid that the spiritual power had already transformed into the power of Yuanshan, and the level should not be low. Rushing to use the power of the primordial spirit to investigate, will inevitably let the two find out, and it will inevitably lead to dissatisfaction between the two. Tisk, these two guys still want to provoke the Sword Emperor as always, but unfortunately, it is impossible for the Sword Emperor to be defeated by these two. King Yan's words were full of confidence in the Sword Emperor. At this time, King Yan noticed a young man walking into the ranking battlefield. King Yan's pupils shrank. Brother Xing, this person. Seeing King Yan's performance, Han Feng knew that the man who walked in was unusual, and he should also be a master of the semi-sacred list. Otherwise, no martial artist will make way for it. And in the current semi-sacred list, there is only one he doesn't know, the Holy Star King who was the sixth in the original semi-sacred list. But now, because Han Feng replaced the Three Wings Emperor as the fourth, the Three Wings Emperor became the fifth, and the fifth Emperor Guanwu became the sixth. The original semi-holy list is sixth, and now it is naturally 7th. The current semi-sacred rankings are the first Sword Emperor, the second Jianming Emperor, the third Purple Poison Emperor, the fourth Han Feng Tian Fire Emperor, the fifth Three-Wing Emperor, the sixth Guangwu Emperor, the seventh Holy Star Emperor, and the eighth Emperor. The Lion King, the ninth Battle Fuyu, the God of War Emperor. The third one. It's a new month, and the last event after February is completely over. This month, I have to say that the brothers are very powerful. Whether it is flowers or rewards, Han Feng is very surprised. This is a result that the first two books have never achieved. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is flattered. But in the last few days, the cabbage didn't work hard, which made Han Feng feel a little guilty, but the plot finally reached the Battle of the Five Palaces. The general story progress is clarified, and there should be more words from tomorrow. Today is a break for the third watch. In March, the cabbage will maintain 4 or 5 updates every day, and try to keep each update at about 2,500 words to compensate for the ineffective updates these days. The update target for March is between 300,000 and 360,000 words. Saint Star Emperor, look at your face, brother, is this not simple? Han Feng said. Of course, don't look at the fact that the Holy Star Emperor was only 6th last time, and now he has fallen to 7th. But the Holy Star King, like your kid, has a short training time. In the last ranking battle, the Holy Star King was only 24 years old. That's it. At this age, he ranks 6th in the semi-sacred list, but he has the ability to reach the top before breaking through the sanctuary. Even the Sword Emperor once said that as long as the Holy Star Emperor is given time, he can reach the top half of the peak before breaking through the sanctuary. Holy is not impossible. But now there is a more perverted existence like you. Having said this, King Yan looked at Han Feng with a strange expression. If it is surprising that the Saint Star King became the 6th half-sacred list at the age of 24, then it is surprising that Han Feng became the 4th in the semi-sacred list before the age of 20. This is simply a monster. Based on the previous situation of Baidu University, basically those who can step into the semi-sacred list are at the age of 26 or 7. After 30 years, they can basically rank in the top 5 or even the top 3. So Han Feng, don't underestimate him, maybe this time, the Saint Star Emperor will be able to enter the top 3. King Yan said solemnly. Han Feng nodded, Brother Xing, don't worry, I won't underestimate the Saint Star Emperor. Regarding the matter of the Holy Star Emperor, the powerhouses in the inner courtyard of Baidu University obviously know more. Although Han Feng has been in the inner courtyard of Baidu University for a long time, most of them are outside. Not too concerned. It can be said that this Saint Star Emperor is almost a well-known thing, and there is really not much known. It's the Holy Star King. I don't know where the Holy Star King can rank this time. I heard that the bloodline of the Saint Star Emperor has completely declined. In the past 10,000 years, no one in the family has awakened the bloodline of the Saint Star, and not a family has even a strong sanctuary. But the Saint Star Emperor has awakened the bloodline of the Saint Star. It is still a very high-level Saint Star bloodline, it can be said to be from the bottom. Yeah, I was born at the bottom, and I only came to participate in the selection of Baidu Academy at the age of 18. It is said that the bloodline at that time was not stable, and the Holy Star Emperor was almost eliminated. After entering the inner courtyard, it was only after the bloodline was completely stabilized that it made rapid progress. It took only half a year. After breaking through to become the heavenly rank. After entering the inner courtyard, he was promoted from the heavenly rank 1 star to the semi-sacred in just 4 years, becoming the 6th master of the semi-sacred list. Who would have thought that the Saint Star Emperor, who was almost eliminated at the beginning, would have such an impressive achievement? This time, I think the Holy Star Emperor can enter the top 3. TSK, when it comes to the Holy Star Emperor, we have to talk about the Heavenly Fire Emperor. The Heavenly Fire Emperor just practiced a strange exercise, and he doesn't seem to have any blood, but he was ranked 4th in a short period of time. It's really terrifying. Compared with the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the difference between the Saint Star Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Emperor is really not a single star. The warriors were talking a lot. At the beginning, they were still guessing where the Saint Star Emperor would eventually rank, and then they began to discuss Han Feng and the Saint Star Emperor. It was because both of them were ranked very high on the semi-sacred list in a short period of time. Emperor Jianming narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid is stronger. It seems that this time there are 3 strong enemies of this emperor: the Sword Emperor, the Purple Poison Emperor, and the Holy Star Emperor. The Purple Poison Emperor's expression remained the same, and he was much more cautious in his heart. At the beginning, the Holy Star Emperor challenged all the way from the bottom of the manifesto list to the 6th in the semi-holy list. This situation left a deep impression on the Purple Poison Emperor's heart. The Saint Star Emperor walked all the way with an expressionless face, and suddenly, the Saint Star Emperor's eyes narrowed, and suddenly collided with Han Feng's eyes. Boom! Han Feng felt as if countless stars would tear his body into pieces. Attack with momentum? Han Feng was not afraid, and his momentum also changed suddenly. In an instant, Han Feng gave the impression that he had completely changed into the King of Flames. The raging flames and starlight mixed together, swallowing the starlight in an instant. The Saint Star Emperor's face became even more solemn. The so-called Flame King and Starlight are just an illusion caused by the collision between the two of them looking at each other. For outsiders, they just see the two staring at each other, coldly. But the momentum of the collision with each other still made many warriors breathless. King Yen quickly blocked Wang Qingcong and the others behind him to release his aura to resist the oppression, and cold sweat gradually appeared on his face. In the past, I only knew that Han Feng was terrible, but it was not until now that he really faced the breath leaked by Han Feng that King Yen deeply realized how terrible Han Feng was. It's so strong. This is only a part of the aura, if it's all. I'm afraid I can't even resist, so I surrender. King Yan's throat moved with difficulty. At this time, Wang Qingcong and others behind King Yan finally realized the huge gap between them and Han Feng and other top powerhouses in the inner courtyard. Is Han Feng's current strength? Han Feng is so terrifying now. It's so strong, but I won't admit defeat. I'll catch up one day. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Wang Qingcong and others' minds. Not only did they not feel depressed, but a strong fighting spirit ignited. King Yan felt the fighting intent behind him, and couldn't help but stunned for a moment, admiring in his heart, this group of guys I just met is really good, and they can be friends with Han Feng. They seem to be almost the same kind of people, maybe it won't be long before they become saints. The list and the semi-holy list are going to be replaced again. After this 5 government competition, these semi-holy list powerhouses will probably choose to break through Tianlei, and then the 9 people in the semi-holy list will be reselected. The momentum of the two only lasted for a moment. The Saint Star Emperor quickly put away the momentum, and Han Feng also restrained. Saint Star Emperor walked towards Han Feng. Skyfire Emperor? It's Han Feng said. Very good, I hope that the next ranking battle will not disappoint this emperor. The Saint Star Emperor said lightly, then turned and left. There is no doubt that the words that the Holy Star Emperor said are already challenging Han Feng, and it is still the kind of challenge that cannot be refused. Ranked battles are not allowed to refuse challenges from other warriors. Han Feng snorted softly. I also hope that your excellency will not disappoint Han. The Saint Star Emperor paused, turned his head and gave Han Feng a deep look, then turned and left, ignoring Han Feng again. For the two of them it was just a declaration of war, but it caused an uproar among the other warriors. The Holy Star Emperor actually declared war with the Heavenly Fire Emperor? Hey, The Fire Emperor is the 4th, and now the Saint Star Emperor has been reduced to the 7th. Isn't this looking for a beating? Idiot, in the last ranking battle, the Saint Star Emperor challenged all the way from more than 30 to 6th place on the manifesto list, but now he is just cultivating outside and staying in the academy for a long time. If the Saint Star Emperor challenged the first 5.5 during this period. Holy, the ranking has changed a long time ago. This time the Holy Star King challenged the Heavenly Fire King. Maybe it is really the Holy Star King who won. Needless to say, there is not much time left until the start of the ranking battle, and then we will naturally know who is stronger and who is weaker. Yes, this ranking battle has nothing to do with us ordinary students. It's good to watch the show. But no matter whoever loses, I'm afraid they both have the strength of the top 5. Strong. The Emperor of Fire? This is the guy who has been making a lot of noise in the school recently. The expressions of the Emperor Jianming and the Emperor of Purple Poison changed. It is said that the Saint Star Emperor's bloodline has a perception ability that can perceive the danger level of the opponent. The Saint Star Emperor is so arrogant that he took the initiative to declare war on the Emperor of Fire. It seems that this person is not simple. Emperor Jianming thought to himself. There is a Saint Star Emperor and a Fire Emperor. Could it be that the Baidu Academy will rise this year? Unfortunately, the time for both of them to cultivate is still short. It is impossible for me to wait in Baidu Academy now the opponents of the group of people who have practiced the longest. Although the Purple Poison Emperor was cautious in his heart, he didn't take it too seriously. Looking at Emperor Jianming, a purple fog flashed in the eyes of Emperor Purple Poison. Not long ago, I just got a great improvement in strength of adventure. This time my goal is to be number 1. Absolutely the Emperors. Of course, the last ranking battle Sword Emperor was the peak semi-sacred strength. But at the peak semi-holy level, it takes a very long time to advance every small step, and it is normal to be unable to advance an inch within a few years. If the peak and semi-sages were so easy to advance, the mainland would have long ago been a lot of super geniuses who have passed through the sky and become the 4th level holy realm. Because of this, the Purple Poison Emperor had the confidence to challenge the Sword Emperor. First delivery. Ask for flowers. The Saint Star Emperor is going to fight you, Han Feng, you have to be careful. King Yan said solemnly. Han Feng smiled, Brother Xing, don't worry, it's not that easy for the Holy Star Emperor to win me. King Yan thought for a while, and it was indeed the case. Han Feng's cultivation speed and strength progress are more terrifying than the Saint Star Emperor, and it is really still unknown who will kill the deer. The arrival of semi-sacred powerhouses such as Jianming Emperor, Purple Poison Emperor, and Saint Star Emperor has ignited the gossip heart of the entire ranking battlefield, and they are all talking about the new ranking after this ranking battle. And the remaining semi-sacred powerhouses are also slowly arriving. Emperor Guangwu came here to catch a glimpse of Han Feng and walked over. Emperor Guangwu, it seems that your strength has improved a lot. Han Feng glanced at Emperor Guangwu and said with a smile. There was a hint of joy on Emperor Guangwu's face, but he felt that Han Feng was even more unfathomable, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Your strength has become stronger again, and it is more unfathomable than what I felt last time. It seems that I am no matter what, I won't be able to shove you. Even if I have improved my strength now, I'm still too far behind this pervert like you. The Sword Emperor, Jianming Emperor, and Purple Poison Emperor are already powerful. If the Saint Star Emperor's cultivation speed remains unchanged, he is probably a super expert. In this ranking battle, I will be able to compete with the Three Wings Emperor. The battle is over. Emperor Guangwu shook his head. King Yan laughed and patted Emperor Guangwu on the shoulder. Don't compare yourself to these perverts, as long as we really grow in strength. That's right, compared to them, it's looking for guilt. Emperor Guangwu nodded in agreement. Han Feng. Suddenly, Han Feng said that the Lion King and the Three-Winged Emperor also came to the venue. The eyes of the two looking at Han Feng were full of resentment, but these resentments were mixed with helplessness and a few traces of fear. Han Feng chuckled lightly, his eyes just swept over the two of them and then took it back. Today, the Lion King and the Three-Winged King are no threat to him, especially the Lion King, who was almost incapable of improving his strength during the period of injury, which is like an ant to today's Han Feng. No difference. Whether or not the Lion King can keep the 8th place on the semi-sacred list is still one thing. At this time, 7 of the semi-sacred list had arrived, and only the last 2 were left. The Emperor of War fighting Fuyu. Sword Emperor Yan Yanheng. When Wang Qingsong and others saw that Zhang Fuyu had not returned at this time, they couldn't help but get anxious, and even Han Feng was not sure, did Zhang Fuyu really have an accident? But he didn't even know where he went to fight Fuyu, and he was completely powerless. Zhang Fuyu, don't tell me you really died young. Han Feng muttered in his heart. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the ranking battlefield. Han Feng and others looked curiously, and their pupils shrank. It's the Sword Emperor. King Yan and Emperor Guangwu were a little excited. The crowd was also constantly amazed, especially the new ones who joined in the past few years, but it was the first time they saw Sword Emperor Yan Yanheng. These newcomers are very curious about this famous Sword Emperor in the inner court. After a few years, I don't know what level the Sword Emperor is now. The last time the Sword Emperor was ranked at the peak and semi-sacred level. Only stronger now. Yes, the Sword Emperor will always be our number one. It is a dream for others to compete with the Sword Emperor. Even the Heavenly Fire Emperor and the Holy Star Emperor cannot be the opponents of the Sword Emperor. In the crowd, the fans of Sword Emperor shouted in their hearts. The Sword Emperor came from the crowd with a smile, and soon 2 figures stood in front of the Sword Emperor. It is the Emperor of Lightning and the Emperor of Purple Poison. The 2 of them did not hesitate to release their auras to test, but their auras were as if sinking into the sea, and there was no movement. Both of their faces were slightly stern. Obviously, the Sword Emperor did not fall into a bottleneck as they expected, but went further on the road to the peak of the semi-sacred. Sword Emperor, this time, we will not be easily defeated by you like the last time. Yes, Sword Emperor, you have to be careful. Today, the Emperor will take your place. Dianming Emperor and Purple Poison Emperor said one after another. The Sword Emperor had a smile on his face, but the 2 people who were familiar with the Sword Emperor could clearly see that there were no 2 of them in the Sword Emperor's eyes. Both their faces darkened. But the Sword Emperor said slowly at this time, you 2 are not opponents of this Emperor. In this ranking battle, this Emperor has only one opponent. Emperor Dianming laughed angrily. Sword Emperor, do you think I'm still me a few years ago? The Purple Poison Emperor was also very dissatisfied with the Sword Emperor's contempt. The 2 of them rushed towards the Sword Emperor in a turbulent manner, but the Sword Emperor still did not exude a shred of breath, and still walked forward slowly, as if a sharp sword had cut the momentum of the 2 of them. It's amazing, even though his aura doesn't represent his true strength, the Sword Emperor didn't even seem to have the aura to forcefully resist the auras of Emperor Dianming and Emperor Zidu. No, it's not a forceful resistance, but a disregard for it. It's more terrifying than taking it hard. As expected of the first Sword Emperor in our semi-sacred list, he is not comparable to the Emperor Dianming and the Emperor Zidu. The only opponent? The Sword Emperor actually said that there is one person here who can be his opponent. Who is it? Could it be the Holy Star Emperor? The martial artist was shocked by the performance of the Sword Emperor, and even more shocked that the Sword Emperor actually said that he had only one opponent. Who is this person? Sword Emperor, you said that someone is enough to be your opponent, who is it? The Purple Poison Emperor asked. The Purple Poison Emperor very much hoped that the Sword Emperor would say it was him. Although the Purple Poison Emperor was very resentful that the Sword Emperor took the first place, the Purple Poison Emperor also knew that in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy, the Sword Emperor was a well-deserved superpower. If it is recognized by the Sword Emperor, it is a very honorable thing. Even if the Purple Poison Emperor really wanted to replace the Sword Emperor, the evaluation of this only opponent was very hopeful. This time, the Sword Emperor ignored the Dianming Emperor and the Purple Poison Emperor, and continued to move forward slowly. When passing by the Saint Star King, everyone took a breath and stared at the Sword Emperor, and the Saint Star King couldn't help but get nervous. This man, could it be him? It is a pity that in the end, the Sword Emperor passed by the Saint Star King, and did not have the slightest conversation with the Saint Star King. The Saint Star Emperor's face sank, his fists clenched. This person is not him. Who is it? He was highly rated by the Sword Emperor in the last ranking battle, and now he is Han Feng, Sword Emperor Dynasty. We came here. King Yan saw the Sword Emperor walking towards them step by step. His palms and foreheads began to sweat. Emperor Guangwu also breathed heavily. No matter how wary Wan Qingcong and the others had the will to fight, they couldn't help lowering their arrogant heads in front of Sword Emperor. No matter what happens in the future, now, the Sword Emperor is indeed an unmatched super powerhouse to them. With the arrival of the Sword Emperor, everyone's eyes also converged here, and Han Feng and his party instantly became the center of everyone's attention. The eyes of the Dianming Emperor, the Purple Poison Emperor and the Holy Star Emperor were even more flickering. When he walked into Han Feng, the Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng suddenly burst into a big smile. This smile was not the superficial smile that seemed to be close, but was actually distant, but a genuine close smile. Brother Han, although I have already thanked you last time, I would like to thank you again for your life-saving grace here. I also hope that this time I can fight you with the most perfect posture. You are the only person in the semi-sacred list who is worthy of my full effort. Boom. Sword Emperor's 2 words, like a 10th magnitude earthquake, shocked everyone, dumbfounded and stunned. Han Feng actually saved the Sword Emperor's life. The only opponent of the Sword Emperor turned out to be the newly promoted semi-sacred leader, the Emperor of Fire. This is something no one expected. The eyes of the 3 people of Dianming Wang stabbed Han Feng like sharp swords in an instant, wishing to wear Han Feng's body into a hedgehog. The 3 of them never imagined that the only opponent in the Sword Emperor's mouth was the Heavenly Fire Emperor. They admit that the Heavenly Fire Emperor is very strong, and as a rookie, he is even more outrageously strong. No matter how strong he is also a rookie in the semi-saint ranking. How can he compare with the veterans of the semi-saint ranking? Second, ask for basic flowers. Although it only increased from 2,000 words to 2,500 words, only 500 words, but I was used to 2,000 words per chapter, and suddenly increased to 2,511 chapters. It felt very difficult to code. It takes longer to code the last 500 words than it takes to code more than 1,000 words. Almost every dozens of words must be read from beginning to end. Heavenly Fire Emperor, how could he have such a high evaluation? Sword Emperor's only opponent? Could it be that they are not worth the Sword Emperor's full effort? The mere newcomer, the Emperor of Fire, will have such a strong strength? Semi-saint is not the previous heaven rank. How can the realm be greatly improved so easily? There is no pop-up window, even if it is a Holy Star Emperor. After stepping into the semi-sacred, the realm cultivation is not slowed down. It must be related to the previous life-saving grace, it must be. They would never admit that the Heavenly Fire Emperor would be stronger than the veteran semi-sacred powerhouses like them. The Emperor Dianming sneered in his heart, the Emperor of Fire. I didn't take you seriously, but if you want to blame it, you can blame the Emperor Sword. The only opponent? Look at the expressions of the Sword Emperor and you. The Purple Poison Emperor's face was slightly ugly, and similar thoughts flashed in his heart. In a blink of an eye, the two powerhouses who had no feelings for Han Feng became hostile to Han Feng. Han Feng can expect that once the ranking battle begins, he will have a battle with these two powerhouses. Han Feng's heart is full of depression. To be honest, Han Feng doesn't care much about the ranking battle of Baidu University this time, and he has no idea of challenging it. Han Feng is very confident in his own strength, even if it is the Sword Emperor. Once he makes a full shot, he will easily defeat the Sword Emperor. At first, Han Feng just wanted to watch it and understand the strength of the other powerhouses on the half-saint list. Unlike the Dianming Emperor, who was full of unwillingness, the Sword Emperor had a very high reputation among the many warriors in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy. What the Sword Emperor said was probably correct. Since the Sword Emperor said that Han Feng was his only opponent, then Han Feng, the Emperor of Fire, would definitely not be weak. Of course, many warriors did not really think that Han Feng would be a character on the same level as the Sword Emperor, and like the three Dianming Emperor, they thought that this was because Han Feng had saved his life for the Sword Emperor, so the Sword Emperor looked at Han Feng highly. Reason. Although they don't know what this life-saving grace is about. In the hearts of many warriors, the Heavenly Fire Emperor is indeed powerful, but it must be said that compared with the semi-sacred Emperor Dianming, who is second only to the Sword Emperor, he is still a lot weaker. But now that the Sword Emperor said this, all the warriors immediately regarded Han Feng as a powerhouse on the same level as Emperor Dianming. Hehe, my younger brother is humble, how can he compare to Brother Yang? Han Fenggan replied with a smile, and at the same time, he said fiercely, Brother Yang, aren't you cheating on me? Look at the three of Emperor Dianming. The expression, I can't wait to swallow it. Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng patted Han Feng's shoulder, Brother, you underestimate you too much, brother believes in you. That expression was completely encouraging, but the sound transmission was completely different from what he said. Back in the Doling world your kid's strength is so terrifying, I'm afraid I'll be stronger after passing through the White Thunder Wasteland. How can I not let those guys go to the bottom of it, and probe the bottom to make me more confident of winning? Han Feng has a black line on his face, dare to be so shameless, or in front of the parties. And what? Han Feng immediately asked. Hehe, keep it a secret. Yang Yanheng blinked childishly and said through voice transmission. After slapping the shoulders, the Sword Emperor left with a relieved expression on his face. Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, but said in his heart, let's fight, anyway, he's not a powerful character. But the Sword Emperor cheated on me, am I going to grab the first one to play, think? Hey, Han Feng, please tell me. How did you know the Sword Emperor? What about the life-saving grace? After the Sword Emperor left, King Yan and the others immediately asked excitedly like a cauldron that had exploded. Han Feng waved his hand. Of course, the Sword Emperor was seriously injured and was chased and killed, but the Sword Emperor was really miserable at that time. Are you sure you want to listen? King Yan and the others froze for a while, and secretly glanced at the departing Sword Emperor. King Yan and the others finally shook their heads. They were chased and killed, and they were chased very badly. If they knew about the Sword Emperor, wouldn't they kill them in anger? Better not to listen. There are more and more warriors gathered in the ranking battlefield, and almost all the warriors in the inner courtyard have come. The ranking battle is a very important thing for the inner courtyard of Baidu University. Even the cultivator will not let go of the battle of the powerhouse who observes the semi-sacred manifesto. Perhaps through these battles, they will have some insight, and then find an opportunity to break through. When almost everyone gathered, four whirlpools suddenly rolled up on the high platform. In the awe-inspiring gaze of the warriors in the inner courtyard, four figures slowly emerged from the vortex. One of the figures, Han Feng, is very familiar. It is the elder Tian Xing, while the other three are relatively unfamiliar. But to be able to appear with elder Tian Xing, he must be the third of the four elders in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. The three remaining elders are the Heavenly Will Elder, the Heavenly Law Elder, and the Heavenly Punishment Elder. These four elders are the most senior elders of Baidu Academy, second only to the Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master of Baidu Academy. All the cultivation bases have reached the peak of the sanctuary, and it is the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary. Brother Guangwu, Brother Xing, which one are Elder Heavenly Will, Elder Heavenly Law, and Elder Heavenly Punishment? Han Feng could not help asking Emperor Guangwu and King Yen through voice transmission. The two were surprised at first, and then suddenly said, "Indeed, you haven't seen these three elders until now, so it's no wonder you don't know." Emperor Guangwu said through a voice transmission, "Do you see the one on the left of Elder Tianqing? It's that big fat man, and that is Elder Tianyi." Hearing this, Han Feng glanced at the big fat man. The first impression this Tianyi elder gave Han Feng was the big belly Maitreya Buddha, with a round belly, bare breasts, and a smile on his face. But it would be a big mistake to treat Elder Heavenly Will as a gentle person because of this. I heard that Elder Heavenly Will slaughtered a family when he was young. The whole process was full of smiles, without the slightest frown, as if the killing was not a human being, but tofu. Emperor Guangwu continued, "On the left of Elder Tianyi is Elder Tian Punishment." Han Feng looked at Elder Tian Punishment. Elder Tian Punishment is a thin old man, his face is as sharp as a blade, and he does not smile. Seeing Elder Punishment this day, it was like seeing a magic sword, with a fierce aura rising from the sky, about to slash down and split you in half. Han Feng's breath stagnated, and he hurriedly lowered his head, still in shock. Just looking at it, it seems to be in the sea of magic swords, which is really terrifying. As expected of the four elders, the Heavenly Punishment Elder was second only to the Heavenly Punishment Elder. Even if Elder Heaven Punishment's cultivation is not as good as the peak of the 27th heavenly domain of the sanctuary of Heavenly Punishment Elder, at least it is at the peak of the 26th heavenly layer or the early and middle stages of the 27th heavenly heaven. The four elders know three, and it goes without saying that the rest are the elders of heavenly law. Han Feng looked at the last of the four elders. Elder Tianfa was also a little blessed, but he was not as exposed as Elder Tianyi, and what made Han Feng want to laugh was that Elder Tianfa had no hair and was bald. Not only does she have no hair, she doesn't even have eyebrows. The whole face looks a little weird. The four elders appeared, and the terrifying aura spread to the surrounding like waves. Just by the breath of the appearance, the nearby space began to be unstable and distorted. The space may have reached its limit, faintly making a clicking sound, and facing the crisis of being broken at any time. Elder Tianxing suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, waved his sleeve robe, as if an invisible force swept out, and the space that was about to be shattered instantly stabilized. At this moment, the momentum like the waves also converged, as if it had been withdrawn into the body of the fourth elder. All the warriors, including Han Feng, breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away a cold sweat. It's too terrifying. This is the power of the sanctuary peak powerhouse? Just a little leaked breath is so terrifying. Han Feng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Without the terrifying momentum, a group of warriors finally set their sights on the four elders. The four elders looked at each other, and the elder Tianxing took a step and stood at the front. "Everyone, I won't say much nonsense. The 3-year ranking battle is coming again. What level you can rank this time depends on your own practice and efforts in the past 3 years. And you must also know that the 5 palaces will compete for hegemony soon. In addition to the semi-sacred list, those on the manifesto list need the consent of our 4 elders, so please behave well. The third is to ask for basic flowers. Thanks to 88.99 for the big reward. O___O fiction source, useless novel network, no pop-up window, end of this chapter. It is well known that Baidu University has never had any good results in the competition for hegemony in the 5 palaces. Useless novel net, no pop-up window, m. Not to mention the manifesto list, that is, the powerhouses on the semi-holy list. The Baidu Academy estimates that only the first few can be seen by the powerhouses of other colleges. The powerhouses on the Baidu Academy's manifestation list to participate in the Five Palaces contest are completely cannon fodder, and they may not even be able to pass the first level. But this is the case, there are still many strong people who want to participate in the Five Palaces for hegemony. Only by participating in the Five Palaces hegemony can we truly see the super geniuses of the Five Palaces and truly open our eyes. The broadened horizons will also be of great benefit to future cultivation, because there is always a goal to surpass in the heart. When you have a competitive goal and a goal to surpass, you will no longer be afraid of hardships in your practice. At the same time, watching the battles between super geniuses is also of great help to one's own understanding. But to participate in the Five Palaces hegemony, it requires the consent of the four elders. Even cannon fodder can't be too embarrassed. After the elder Tianxing finished speaking, he waved his sleeve robe, and a vertical light curtain appeared on the left and right sides of the sky. There are 9 names on the left, corresponding to the 9 semi-sages such as the Sword Emperor. On the right, there are 36 names, which correspond to the 36 masters of the manifested saint list. Elder Tianxing threw out another small tower and said, "Those who participated in the last ranking battle should know that this tower is a sacred artifact, the illusory tower. The next battles will be carried out in the Unreal Tower. In the Unreal Tower, whether you are injured or killed, you will be in an unreal state. Once you leave the Unreal Tower, it will return to its original state, which will ensure that each of your battles will maintain its heyday. It's impossible to want to get in while someone is spending a lot of money." There is such a holy artifact? Han Feng was very surprised. However, no one answered Han Feng's surprise, because Elder Tianxing had thrown the illusory tower into the sky. Elder Tianxing said solemnly, "Now the old man announces that the ranking battle has officially started. Those who want to hit the sacred manifestation ranking, those who want to rank higher on the sacred manifestation ranking, and those who want to hit the semi-sacred manifestation ranking, can all start their own battles. Here at Xuanhuan, challenge the myriad kings." Elder Tianxing had just announced the start of the ranking battle, and immediately a martial artist challenged the strongest on the manifesto list. TSK, it turned out to be Xuanhuan. No wonder he wants to challenge the king of Wanwo. I don't know who will win and who will lose this time. Last time it was Xuanhuan's carelessness, but this time it won't be so. When a warrior named Xuanhuan came on stage, many warriors were stunned, and looked at the man known as the King of Myriad Me as if they were watching a play. Wanwo Wang's face was embarrassed for a while, and then he snorted coldly, "The last time I was able to defeat you, this time is still the same." At this moment, the illusory tower shot out 2 rays of light that enveloped Xuanhuan and King Wanwo, and the next moment they were sucked into the illusory tower. Elder Tianxing pointed out at the same time, and a huge light curtain quickly appeared in the sky. On the light curtain is a clear blue sky, thousands of miles of clear sky, and strands of white clouds hang in the sky. The ground is green. It is an endless grassland. On the grassland, Xuanhuan and King Wanwo are in a confrontation. Do these two have any grudges? Han Feng also saw some problems. King Yan showed contempt. This Xuanhuan was also the 35th existence on the manifesto list at the beginning, known as the Big Bear King, and was considered a good friend with the Wanwo King at that time. However, this guy, the Wanwo King, had bad intentions with the Big Bear King, and on the bright side. He said that he wanted to discuss with Xuanhuan, but in fact, he secretly ate a colorless and tasteless venom in Xuanhuan's food, which made people unable to exert his full strength. 15 Masters. Being called the king of myself also means that everything is self-centered, which is completely derogatory. There are such despicable people. Han Feng frowned, full of contempt for this Xuanhuan. Emperor Guangwu said, the resources of the manifestation list, the half-holy list, and the ordinary inner court martial artist are very different. Everyone understands that this guy wants to become the manifestation list, but this method is too arrogant. But a real genius, but few of them rely on the fixed resources of the academy to become experts on the manifestation rankings and semi-holy rankings. Those resources are indeed rich for ordinary heavenly rank, but for the powerhouses on the semi-holy manifestation rankings, they can only be counted. Generally, if you rely on the resources regularly sent by the school, you can get a higher ranking on the manifesto list and half-holy list, and no one will perform the tasks of the students. Han Feng nodded. It's true, this Xuanhuan put all his hopes on the resources regularly sent by the inner courtyard of the school, and the results in the future will only be limited. That's right. This time, I am afraid that Xuanhuan will be driven down by Xuanli. Xuanli's strength is stronger than Xuanhuan, and he will not believe in Xuanhuan after he has learned a lesson. Xuanhuan will lose. King Yan clapped his hands. Emperor Guangwu thought for a while, and said, Xuanli has some aptitudes, and his blood is not weak, but his brain is a little naive. This time the matter of Xuanhuan can be regarded as a lesson for him. Throwing away the naivety, Xuanli's the strength will definitely improve greatly. This time Xuanli's strength is only afraid that he will enter the top 30 of the manifesto list, or even higher. The development of the matter is just like what King Yan and Emperor Guangwu said. After throwing away his innocence and trust in King Wanwo, Xuanli killed King Wanwo in almost no time. King Wanwo, who was seriously injured in the light curtain, returned to normal after leaving the illusory tower, which made Han Feng amazed at the effect of the illusory tower. As expected of the Baidu Academy, there are too many special sacred artifacts. At the moment when King Wanwo appeared, the second-to-last 3 characters of King Wanwo disappeared on the light curtain on the right, and were replaced by King Bear. After that, Xuanli really challenged many experts on the manifestation list, and finally lost to the 25th master on the manifestation list, and finally stopped at the 26th position. With the challenge of Xuanli, more and more warriors challenged. Some are close to the masters of the manifestation list, and they have to challenge the masters of the manifestation list to replace them. Some are masters of the manifestation ranking, and they are challenging for a higher ranking. And the masters who ranked higher on the manifesto list and semi-holy list are still indifferent to this day. Han Feng didn't know that while he was observing the battle of these people, Elder Tianyi, Elder Libra and Elder Tianfa were also observing Han Feng. Elder Tianxing, is this the little guy you said? Elder Tianyi raised his eyebrows. Yes, how is this little guy? Elder Tianxing said with a smile. Ha ha ha, very good, I really didn't expect such a student to appear in our school this time around. This time, we can't say that our Baidu school can achieve a good result, and those people will be wide-eyed by then. Son. Elder Tianyi laughed loudly and sound transmission, obviously satisfied with Han Feng's situation. As a peak powerhouse in the sanctuary, the power of Yuanshan is already extremely powerful, and it is natural to see how far Han Feng's powers of Yuanshan, Xingyuan and Holy Body have reached. What they don't know is that there is only one piece of the sanctuary. But they have long heard that Han Feng, this kid, has a very advanced mastery of the sanctuary, so they have a rough estimate of Han Feng's strength. I just don't know if this kid can use his strength to 100%. The strength is progressing so fast, there may be some sequelae. Elder Tian Punishment frowned. Elder Tianfa chuckled and said, that's why Elder Tianxing let this kid, Sword Emperor, trick Han Feng. Elder Tianxing was not ashamed, but instead said proudly, Yang Yanheng did a good job, at least now the 3 of Dianminghuang will definitely fight this boy, plus Yang Yanheng, enough for us to find out what this boy can do. How much power can you use? Even if you can't play 100%, you can gain a lot of control over your own combat power after 4 battles, which is good for this kid. The three elders of Tianfa nodded slightly in agreement, and suddenly the elders of Tianfa said, "This kid is the killer of our school. When we go to the Zhongdu Academy, we can seal the state of his body." The old guys were dumbfounded. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Starting today, Cabbage will try to reverse the day and night slowly back to normal. It is well known that Baidu University has never had any good results in the competition for hegemony in the Five Palaces. Useless novel net, no pop-up window, m. Not to mention the manifesto list, that is, the powerhouses on the semi-holy list. The Baidu Academy estimates that only the first few can be seen by the powerhouses of other colleges. The powerhouses on the Baidu Academy's manifestation list to participate in the Five Palaces contest are completely cannon fodder, and they may not even be able to pass the first level. But this is the case, there are still many strong people who want to participate in the Five Palaces for hegemony. Only by participating in the Five Palaces hegemony can we truly see the super geniuses of the Five Palaces and truly open our eyes. The broadened horizons will also be of great benefit to future cultivation, because there is always a goal to surpass in the heart. When you have a competitive goal and a goal to surpass, you will no longer be afraid of hardships in your practice. At the same time, watching the battles between super geniuses is also of great help to one's own understanding. But to participate in the Five Palaces hegemony, it requires the consent of the four elders. Even cannon fodder can't be too embarrassed. After the elder Tianxing finished speaking, he waved his sleeve robe, and a vertical light curtain appeared on the left and right sides of the sky. There are 9 names on the left, corresponding to the 9 semi-sages such as the Sword Emperor. On the right, there are 36 names, which correspond to the 36 masters of the manifested saint list. Elder Tianxing threw out another small tower and said, "Those who participated in the last ranking battle should know that this tower is a sacred artifact, the illusory tower. The next battles will be carried out in the Unreal Tower. In the Unreal Tower, whether you are injured or killed, you will be in an unreal state. Once you leave the Unreal Tower, it will return to its original state, which will ensure that each of your battles will maintain its heyday. It's impossible to want to get in while someone is spending a lot of money. There is such a holy artifact?" Han Feng was very surprised. However, no one answered Han Feng's surprise, because Elder Tianxing had thrown the illusory tower into the sky. Elder Tianxing said solemnly, "Now the old man announces that the ranking battle has officially started. Those who want to hit the sacred manifestation ranking, those who want to rank higher on the sacred manifestation ranking, and those who want to hit the semi-sacred manifestation ranking, can all start their own battles. Here at Xuanhuan, challenge the myriad kings." Elder Tianxing had just announced the start of the ranking battle, and immediately a martial artist challenged the strongest on the manifesto list. TSK, it turned out to be Xuanhuan. No wonder he wants to challenge the king of Wanwo. I don't know who will win and who will lose this time. Last time it was Xuanli's carelessness, but this time it won't be so. When a warrior named Xuanli came on stage, many warriors were stunned, and looked at the man known as the King of Myriad Me as if they were watching a play. Wanwo Wang's face was embarrassed for a while, and then he snorted coldly, "The last time I was able to defeat you, this time is still the same." At this moment, the illusory tower shot out 2 rays of light that enveloped Xuanli and King Wanwo, and the next moment they were sucked into the illusory tower. Elder Tianxing pointed out at the same time, and a huge light curtain quickly appeared in the sky. On the light curtain is a clear blue sky, thousands of miles of clear sky, and strands of white clouds hang in the sky. The ground is green. It is an endless grassland. On the grassland, Xuanli and King Wanwo are in a confrontation. Do these two have any grudges? Han Feng also saw some problems. King Yan showed contempt. This Xuanli was also the 35th existence on the manifesto list at the beginning, known as the Big Bear King, and was considered a good friend with the Wanwo king at that time. However, this guy, the Wanwo king, had bad intentions with the Big Bear king, and on the bright side. He said that he wanted to discuss with Xuanli, but in fact, he secretly ate a colorless and tasteless venom in Xuanli's food, which made people unable to exert his full strength. 15 Masters. Being called the king of myself also means that everything is self-centered, which is completely derogatory. There are such despicable people. Han Feng frowned, full of contempt for this King Wan. Emperor Guangwu said, the resources of the manifestation list, the half-holy list, and the ordinary inner court martial artist are very different. Everyone understands that this guy wants to become the manifestation list, but this method is too arrogant. But a real genius, but few of them rely on the fixed resources of the academy to become experts on the manifestation rankings and semi-holy rankings. Those resources are indeed rich for ordinary heavenly rank, but for the powerhouses on the semi-holy manifestation rankings, they can only be counted. Generally, if you rely on the resources regularly sent by the school, you can get a higher ranking on the manifesto list and half-holy list, and no one will perform the tasks of the students. Han Feng nodded. It's true, this King Wan put all his hopes on the resources regularly sent by the inner courtyard of the school, and the results in the future will only be limited. That's right. This time, I am afraid that King Wan will be driven down by Xuanli. Xuanli's strength is stronger than King Wan, and he will not believe in King Wan after he has learned a lesson. King Wan will lose. King Yan clapped his hands. Emperor Guangwu thought for a while, and said, Xuanli has some aptitudes, and his blood is not weak, but his brain is a little naive. This time the matter of King Wan can be regarded as a lesson for him. Throwing away the naivety, Xuanli's the strength will definitely improve greatly. This time Xuanli's strength is only afraid that he will enter the top 30 of the manifesto list, or even higher. The development of the matter is just like what King Yan and Emperor Guangwu said. After throwing away his innocence and trust in King Wanwo, Xuanli killed King Wanwo in almost no time. King Wanwo, who was seriously injured in the light curtain, returned to normal after leaving the illusory tower, which made Han Feng amazed at the effect of the illusory tower. As expected of the Baidu Academy, there are too many special sacred artifacts. At the moment when King Wanwo appeared, the second-to-last 3 characters of King Wanwo disappeared on the light curtain on the right, and were replaced by King Bear. After that, Xuanli really challenged many experts on the manifestation list, and finally lost to the 25th master on the manifestation list, and finally stopped at the 26th position. With the challenge of Xuanli, more and more warriors challenged. Some are close to the masters of the manifestation list, and they have to challenge the masters of the manifestation list to replace them. Some are masters of the manifestation ranking, and they are challenging for a higher ranking. And the masters who ranked higher on the manifesto list and semi-holy list are still indifferent to this day. Han Feng didn't know that while he was observing the battle of these people, Elder Channy, Elder Libra and Elder Tianfa were also observing Han Feng. Elder Tianxing, is this the little guy you said? Elder Channy raised his eyebrows. Yes, how is this little guy? Elder Tianxing said with a smile. Ha ha ha, very good, I really didn't expect such a student to appear in our school this time around. This time, we can't say that our Baidu school can achieve a good result, and those people will be wide-eyed by then. Son. Elder Channy laughed loudly and sound transmission, obviously satisfied with Han Feng's situation. As a peak powerhouse in the sanctuary, the power of Yuanshan is already extremely powerful, and it is natural to see how far Han Feng's powers of Yuanshan, Xingyuan and Holy Body have reached. What they don't know is that there is only one piece of the sanctuary. But they have long heard that Han Feng, this kid, has a very advanced mastery of the sanctuary, so they have a rough estimate of Han Feng's strength. I just don't know if this kid can use his strength to 100%. The strength is progressing so fast, there may be some sequelae. Elder Tian Punishment frowned. Elder Tianfa chuckled and said, "That's why Elder Tianxing let this kid, Sword Emperor, trick Han Feng." Elder Tianxing was not ashamed, but instead said proudly, "Yang Yanheng did a good job, at least now the three of Dianminghuang will definitely fight this boy, plus Yang Yanheng, enough for us to find out what this boy can do. How much power can you use? Even if you can't play 100%, you can gain a lot of control over your own combat power after 4 battles, which is good for this kid." The 3 elders of Tianfa nodded slightly in agreement, and suddenly the elders of Tianfa said, "This kid is the killer of our school. When we go to the Zhongdu Academy, we can seal the state of his body." The old guys were dumbfounded. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Starting today, Cabbage will try to reverse the day and night slowly back to normal. This reminds the old man. There is no pop-up window, although the old man is there at that time. Those old guys should not ignore these little guys with the power of the soul, but I will inevitably negligence. It's not time for this kid to be exposed to the eyes of those old guys. Suddenly, maybe this kid will rank higher at that time. After this ranking battle, I will set a seal on his body. Unless there are masters of Sanctuary Small Perfection and Sanctuary Great Perfection, no one should be able to see it through. Elder Tianxing stroked his beard. The conversation between the 4 elders was based on sound transmission. With the power of the powerful primordial spirit, no one present knew all of this. Due to the huge difference in the power of the primordial spirit, Han Feng did not sense that he was being observed by the primordial spirit power of the 4 elders inside and out. Comparing more than 30% of the power of the primordial spirit of the Sanctuary First Level Powerhouse with the primordial power of the Sanctuary Peak Powerhouse, it is like the gap between a drop of water and the vast ocean. Time passed slowly, and the ranking battle was still going on. Up to now, the ranking battle has almost entered a hot level, and the challenges one by one are very enjoyable. The inner court martial artist with a slightly lower cultivation base is even more addicted to watching it, and some people with high comprehension have begun to think deeply. Many battles have also caused the rankings on the manifestation list to change constantly, but most of them are at the bottom of the manifestation list and the top of the manifestation list, and their rankings have hardly changed. Of course, this is also related to the fact that most of the current battles are the top 10-star warriors who are at the back of the manifestation list and competing for the manifestation list. The previous Bear King, Xiongli, has now dropped to the 29th place. Emperor Guangwu looked at the rankings of the manifestation list and whispered, "The lower rankings of the manifestations list have basically been set, and they won't change much. After so many battles, it is basically clear who is stronger and who is weaker." King Yan agreed, "It's time for those at the top of the manifestation list to make a move. Even if they don't make a move, those who are in the middle of the manifestation list will challenge them. Hey, it's almost my turn." The King of Flame was also at the top of the list of saints. Han Feng saw a lot of familiar figures among the group of people on the manifestation list, such as Star Sea King, Snake King, Scorpion King, Sea King, and Wu Wang. Soon, there will be a strong man at the back of the list to challenge Star Sea King. Xingheiwang was originally the 16th place, but because King Xingho and King Shuiyu retired from the semi-sacred list, the rank of Xingheiwang also dropped 2 places and dropped to 18th. However, because Meng Yaqing left the Baidu Academy, the ranking also disappeared, and the Star Sea King rose again, and was at the level of 17th. Huh? This Star Sea King's strength has improved a lot. Han Feng observed this old acquaintance, Star Sea King, who was once defeated by himself, and soon found that Star Sea King's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. King Yan said, "Last time this guy was defeated in seconds in your hands, and the subsequent cultivation will naturally be more assiduous than before, and it is inevitable that the strength will increase greatly." In the end, Xinghaiwan challenged to the 13th place, and when he challenged the 12th place, he was narrowly defeated by the master of the 12th place. from the 17th to the 13th. Raised a full 4 places. Then came the Snake King. The Snake King was originally the 10th. At this time, with the addition of King Xingho and King Xueyu, as well as Meng Yaqing, the overall ranking was 11th. The Snake King also made great progress and finally ranked 7th. The Scorpion King used to be the 8th place, and now it's the 9th place, and finally succeeded in the 6th challenge and ranked 6th. During this period, King Yan also made a move. King Yan was originally 5th, but now he is 6th. After the challenge was successful, he ranked 4th. Only King Xingho, King Xueyu, and King Wu were left. If it wasn't for the fact that King Yan's ranking was also improved, King Scorpion would not be able to become 6th. Sea King was originally 4th, now 5th, and still 5th after the challenge. Whether it is King Wu or King Yan or even King Xingho and King Xueyu, none of the Sea Kings can compete. However, King Xingho and King Xueyu were originally semi-sacred powerhouses. If it weren't for these two existences, Sea King would be the 3rd. At this time, King Wu was ranked 3rd, and he was unfortunately defeated by King Xingho and King Xueyu. King Wu has also become a semi-sacred powerhouse at this time, and even his strength has soared due to the stimulation of Han Feng, not a first-time semi-sacred level. It's a pity that King Xingho and King Xueyu were originally strong in the semi-sacred list. After being squeezed out of the semi-sacred list, they also became angry and their strength increased greatly. King Wu finally failed to challenge. King Yan stretched his waist. It's time for me to take action again, King Wu, you have to be careful. King Wu snorted coldly, I heard that you had an adventure in the ghost realm, but this king wants to see what means you have now. The two jumped up and entered the illusory tower. Han Feng held his chin and said, the strength of this martial king has already caught up with the Lion King. During this time, the Lion King managed to heal the injury. It is impossible for his strength to improve. If he does not retreat, he will be against the sky. The injury, how could there be no sequelae? Maybe the Lion King won't be able to keep his position on the semi-sacred list this time. Perhaps? King Yan and King Wu already have the ability to defeat the current Lion King. Inside the Unreal Tower, King Wu instantly used the blood of King Wu and turned into the body of King Wu. Wu Wang Fist. Wu Wang urged the transformed Xuanhuan in his body, and punched the Yan Wang with a punch. This punch was powerful, and the Phantom Tower rumbled. The 3rd and 4th battles on the manifestation list have attracted the attention of countless people. The scene condensed in the illusory tower seems to be related to the warriors who enter it. The environment where King Wu and King Yan are located is similar to an arena, but the arena is surrounded by fire pillars that are hundreds of meters high. The sky is also covered with crimson fire clouds, as if endless fire rain will fall at any time. Bloodline of King Yan, congeal. Blazing fist of fire. King Yan shouted violently, his body suddenly increased, and he turned into a flame giant. Upon closer inspection, the flame giant transformed by King Yan was somewhat similar to Han Feng's heavenly fire-fighting body. The flame giant's right fist swept out surging flames and turned into a huge fist. The giant fist attacked, and the fire cloud in the sky seemed to be affected at this moment, and it rumbled and condensed. The power of this punch is extremely huge. The two fists collided, and a terrifying energy aftermath exploded in an instant. The ground rumbled, and with the position where the King Yan and King Wu collided, the dense cracks opened to the surrounding. Wu Wang Sword. Flame King Cone. King Wu Feng Tian Palm. Roar of flames. Rumbling. Boom boom boom. The endless flames overflowed, and the deafening roars continued one after another. The battle between King Yan and King Wu was obviously extremely exciting, and many powerhouses stared intently at the battle between the two. The two of them have not yet used the sacred art, but with their super bloodline and holy essence, the explosive power of the two at this time has indeed reached the semi-holy level. Haha, be happy, King Wu, King Wu. It seems that defeating the Heavenly Fire Emperor is very exciting to you. If you were still as strong as the last time you fought with the Heavenly Fire Emperor, you would have been killed by this king long ago. A battle can be described as fun dripping. Facing the strong will be abused, and it is meaningless to abuse the weak. Only such battles with similar strengths can make people fight happily. King Wu was full of fighting spirit, and his eyes shot out surging fighting spirit. King Yan, you must have mastered the unique skills of the sanctuary, so just use your last full blow to fight. King Wu roared. That's what I mean. King Yan said cheerfully. At the same time, the two of them burst out with a powerful momentum and Xuanhuan, and the momentum formed a powerful storm that rushed into the sky, and even the fire clouds in the sky were washed away at this moment. King Wu smashing slash. Yan Wu Lu Yun Dao. The two of them burst out in unison, and Xuanhuan surged in an instant, turning into a powerful sanctuary attack. King Wu's right arm turned into a giant sword, and the flickering cold light seemed to split the space. The Flame King's right arm was also wrapped in the swirling flames, and immediately burst out, condensing into a giant flame knife. The Yanwu Lu Yun Dao is the first style of the Yanwu Dao Ju inherited by the Yan King. A sword and a knife collided in the void. In an instant, the wind and clouds were surging, and the color of the world changed. The ground and the pillar of fire collapsed at this moment, and the endless sword energy and flames gushed out like the destruction of the world. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Boom boom boom. When King Xingho and King Shuiyu hadn't retired to the list of saints, King Wu ranked second, and King Yan only ranked fifth. The gap between the second and the fifth can be imagined. But now, King Yan is on a par with King Wu, even. A wave of energy fluctuation soared into the sky, as if to break through the space of the illusory tower. Puff puff. The energy shock continued to rage around, and the two vomited blood and flew out. The warriors outside were deeply shocked by the battle between King Yan and King Wu. Is this the power of the semi-sacred? The martial artist, who had already reached the semi-holy state, pouted slightly. Although this power is strong, it is still a third rate among the semi-sages, and even the second rate has not entered. When all the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, King Yan and King Si both knelt on one knee, panting and in a state of embarrassment. King Yan exhaled, after all, I have a deeper control over the sacred arts, and I won this battle. King Yan shook his body and got up with difficulty. Si King supported for a moment, but spit out another mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The phantom tower shot out two rays of light, and the figures of King Yan and King Wu disappeared in the phantom tower and flashed outside. King Yan and King Wu, who appeared outside, all their injuries disappeared. I lost. King Wu sighed. At this time, the light curtain on the right side changed. King Wu, who was originally ranked third, was replaced by King Yan, and the fourth became King Wu. King Yan did not continue to challenge, and above him were King Xingho and King Shuiyu. These two people had challenged King Wu before and lost in the end. Although King Yan had defeated King Wu, it was a narrow victory, and it was impossible to defeat King Xingho and King Shuiyu. If it was the former King Starfire and King Shuiyu, it might be possible, but now. Even King Wu and the others would be stimulated by Han Feng's defeat, and they would work hard to improve their strength, not to mention King Xingho and King Shuiyu. According to King Yan's guess, the strength of these two is probably stronger than that of the Lion King. King Yan and King Wu have decided the winner. I didn't expect King Yan to win. It didn't take much time for King Wu to defeat King Yan last time. It used to be before, and now it is now. I heard that King Yan got the opportunity and adventure when he went to the secret realm of ghosts. If King Wu hadn't lost to the Emperor of Fire, he would have been ashamed and then brave. Maybe he would have been left behind by King Yan by now, let alone lost. Yeah, although I lost, it was a tragic defeat. The two are basically at the same level of martial artist, who would dare to underestimate them? The top few on the manifestation list are basically determined, and it seems that the next battle will be the half-holy list. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Hey, I don't know what will happen to the semi-sacred list this time. The ranking of the manifesto list has undergone earth-shaking changes this time. I wonder if the same is true for the semi-sacred list. The inner court martial artist gradually shifted from the conversation between King Yan and King Wu to the top of the semi-sacred list. The semi-sacred list is the highest ranking list in the inner courtyard. It is indescribably attractive to all warriors. The semi-sacred list ranking battle is about to start. All the student martial artists in the inner courtyard could hardly wait to know the progress after that. After King Yan walked down, Wang Qingsong and others congratulated King Yan on his rise in the ranking. King Yan waved his hand and said modesty, but there was a hint of lust on his face. Han Feng looked at the people on the half-holy list. It's finally the half-holy list's turn. I don't know who will be the first to challenge. Will it be King Starfire and King Shuiyu? King Xingho and King Shuiyu definitely have the strength to return to the semi-sacred list. And the subsequent development is indeed like Han Feng's guess. The first challenge is the King of Spark. And Starfire King's challenge object is the Lion King. In the Unreal Tower. The Lion King's expression was cold. You are so brave. Do you really think that you can surpass this emperor during this period of time when this emperor was injured? King Xingho sneered, you are the one who is mad, now it's not what it used to be. What realm has this king's strength grown to? Lion King, you should have a good experience. Xingho blood, congeal. Starfire fingers. The blood of the holy emperor Yanshi, congeal. Flaming lion fist. Boom. The starlight all over the King of Starfire was used up, turned into raging flames, and finally condensed into the fingers of sparks. Puff. Under the stunned gaze of the Lion King, his entire body was knocked out, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. With just one move, the Lion King was injured. This scene shocked a group of warriors outside. It is true that the Lion King has not cultivated because of his healing these days, and his strength cannot be advanced. But the strength of the Starfire King has grown too terrifyingly, just one move. But some with good eyesight see the problem. Jianming Huang said indifferently, Lion Emperor seems to be unable to exert his strength due to injury, and Starfire King's control of bloodlines has also increased a lot. Lion Emperor treats Starfire King with the original standard, no wonder he will injured. Not only the Jianming Emperor, but the more powerful warriors have seen this situation. I see, no wonder. I just said how could the Lion King be defeated so quickly? Now the Lion King has to be serious, and then the Starfire King will not be so easy. The warriors discussed. Han Feng had a different idea in his heart. The strength of the Lion King cannot be fully exerted, and the Starfire King is different. As far as I know, the Starfire King was originally the lowest semi-sacred level, only the Saint Yuan has transformed a little, even the Saint I haven't mastered the absolute knowledge of the domain. Neither the power of the primordial spirit nor the body has changed. But now that the Starfire King's control over the bloodline has improved, everything is uncertain. If the Starfire King upgrades the original tricks to the sanctuary level, because of his control of the bloodline, his strength will skyrocket. For geniuses with special bloodline, the martial arts they master comes from the bloodline and cooperates with the bloodline, so once the martial arts mastered reaches the level of the sanctuary, they will master it very smoothly. Lion King Fist. After the Lion King was defeated by Han Feng, he had accumulated a lot of anger because of the great loss of prestige. At this moment, he was injured by the Starfire King, and the anger in his heart was completely ignited. The Starfire King pouted in disdain. Starfire fingers. Whether it is the Starfire King or the Lion King, the transformed Saint Yuan is integrated into the martial arts. The condensed energy giant lion was hit by the Starfire finger and collapsed instantly, and the Starfire finger was also swallowed by the collapse of the giant lion. This game was a draw. Lion King fist. The Lion King roared, not believing that the Starfire King, who was not in his eyes before, would have such a strong strength now. It's useless, unless you use the sanctuary. Spark whirlwind. The rich starlight turned into flames, and finally condensed a violent whirlwind of fire. The silver-white giant lion was swallowed by the whirlwind of fire and disappeared cleanly. Starfire King said lightly, "Have you not found it yet? The Saint Yuan that I transformed has faintly surpassed you. Although it is not much, you can't exert your full strength now, and you can't compete with me in terms of Saint Yuan. Furthermore, my control over the bloodline has deepened. After using the bloodline, my increase in cultivation has surpassed yours. So use your sanctuary skills, otherwise you won't be able to win against me." The Lion King's face turned blue and white. "Okay, since you are courting death, then don't blame the Emperor for being cruel." The Lion King grinned, not believing that the Starfire King would master the sanctuary in a short period of time, or that he could master the sanctuary. A very high level. How long has it been since the Starfire King was defeated by the God of War? The Starfire King, who was defeated at that time, did not master the unique skills of the sanctuary. In a short period of almost half a year, it is impossible to master the unique knowledge of the sanctuary to an extremely advanced level. Lion King's fury, the Lion King burst out. Boom! A powerful breath surged up, and the golden giant lion roared towards the Starfire King. Starfire King said with a triumphant smile, "I won." Starfire meteor fist. The endless starlight turned into flames, and then turned into thousands of meteors bursting out. Under the bombardment of thousands of meteor flames, the brave golden giant lion let out bursts of screams, and was bombarded to pieces or burned by flames. Second more. Thank you for the great rewards from the pure state-owned enterprise master and Sangqiong Fengshen. Oh, ___, oh. Congratulations to A1009405055 for being promoted to the head. Amazed face, / Beneath the sky-filled flaming meteors, these golden giant lions were bombarded and killed one after another like fragile ants. The flaming meteor not only killed the golden giant lion, but also the Lion Emperor. Boom! Puff! The Lion King spewed blood, flew out backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. King Xingho said regretfully, TSK, if you were in your prime, you might have to spend a lot of money to win, but now, it doesn't take much effort to defeat you. In the eyes of the Lion King, the Starfire King, who had been defeated so badly in his own hands, was not taken seriously by him at all, but now it is this guy who he did not take seriously when he said so, and the Lion King was so angry that he spewed blood again. With the victory of the Starfire King and the Lion King were both teleported out of the Unreal Tower. At this time, a change occurred on the light curtain of the semi-holy list on the left. The Lion King, who originally lived in the 8th place, was ranked 9th, and the 8th place was replaced by the Starfire King. No, it should be said that the Starfire King and the original 9th God of War Emperor fell to the 1st place on the list. If Xuanhuan was here, he might immediately take action to regain his position. Unfortunately, Xuanhuan has not returned yet, and he doesn't know what happened, which made the Lion Emperor heave a sigh of relief. Even if it falls to 9th, it is still on the semi-holy list, not the manifested list. However, at this time, King Xuanhuan also challenged the Lion King. The Lion King's face became extremely embarrassed at this moment, and his eyes were looking at King Xuanhuan with fire-breathing eyes. Water, you, king. The words of the Lion King jumped out of the three words, the king of water you, in a very cold tone. Lion King, don't look at me like this. If you want to blame it, you have provoked people you shouldn't have provoked. Otherwise, nearly a year has passed, and with your talent, you will never fail to make progress. Starfire King and I, no, Starfire King wants to, it's really impossible to defeat you. King Xuanhuan said lightly. King Xuanhuan said this, and everyone looked at Han Feng subconsciously. It was Han Feng who beat the Lion King very badly at the beginning, otherwise the Lion King would not have such a little strength now, and even the existing strength could not be fully utilized. Han Feng touched his nose, feeling the attention of everyone, and his face was expressionless. This makes many people more and more afraid of Han Feng. The Lion King clenched his teeth, and felt extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he go to Han Feng's trouble? The Lion King resented Han Feng. If it wasn't for Han Feng, he would not have ended up like this. However, Han Feng's current strength and the speed of his cultivation make the Lion King terrified. No matter how much he resents Han Feng, the Lion King does not dare to do anything to Han Feng now. A cavity of hatred can only be vented on King Xuanhuan. King Xuanhuan, this emperor will make you regret it. The Lion King gritted his teeth angrily. The Phantom Tower shot out two rays of light, and the Lion King and the Xuanhuan King appeared in the Phantom Tower. In the Unreal Tower. King Xuanhuan said indifferently, I directly use the strongest moves to decide the outcome. Those previous Lion King fists and Lion King fists are useless to me. The Lion King no longer dared to underestimate this defeated general who was once defeated by his own hands. The Lion King is furious. The golden giant lion condensed, and with the roar of the Lion Emperor, the golden giant lion roared and rushed towards the king of water you. Xuanhuan blood, coagulate. King Xuanhuan showed his blood. With the terrifying aura pervading, the Xuanhuan King was suspended in midair, with a small vortex of water condensed under his feet, and two ice-blue wings as thin as cicada wings spread out behind him. Xuanhuan space. The space where the Xuanhuan King and the Lion King were located was replaced by a vast ocean in a blink of an eye. In the vast ocean, there are constantly water currents rising into the sky, turning into water monsters, and rushing towards the golden giant lion. Hoo hoo hoo. The golden giant lion roared, constantly fighting the water demon. A water monster was quickly swallowed by the golden giant lion, but the water monsters seemed to be infinite one by one. Soon, the golden giant lion gradually became unsupported. The extremely cold water is broken. The dark blue water spout surged out and charged towards the golden giant lion and the Lion Emperor with extremely icy power. Under the impact of this icy water spout, the golden giant lion was quickly frozen into ice cubes, and even the Lion King was frozen. At this moment, the illusory tower directly judged that the Lion King lost, and the two were teleported out. On the half-holy list light curtain on the left, the ninth was replaced by King Xuanhuan, or Xuanhuan. The Lion King has now been reduced to the first place on the list of manifested saints, and the title has changed from the Lion King to the Lion King. The difference of one word caused the Lion King to spit out a mouthful of blood. This is in reality, spitting blood out of anger, and the Lion King suffered a lot of internal injuries. If he enters the illusory tower again in the future, he will be injured in the current state unless the Lion King recovers in time. A group of warriors were stunned. After losing twice in a row, he fell directly from the 8th in the semi-sacred list to the holy list. This was a straight drop, falling from the sky to the ground. A group of warriors did not expect that the Lion King would end up in such a state. Even if it is number 1 on the manifesto list, it can't hide that the 2-game losing streak was beaten down. This is a shame rather than an honor. It's incredible that the Lion King has become a Lion King. It can't be said to be unbelievable. The Lion King has been healing his injuries these days, and his strength has not improved. It is normal to be defeated by the Starfire Emperor and Xuanhuan, who are behind. Deserving it, who told this guy to find trouble with the Heavenly Fire Emperor? Some warriors gloated. Good guy, Han Feng, it's really bad luck to offend you. Fortunately, I didn't offend you. Emperor Guangwu said with lingering fears. Thinking of the trouble he wanted to find Han Feng before, Emperor Guangwu trembled, but fortunately he didn't act. Han Feng rolled his eyes. I just started a little harder. King Yan pouted, it's still a little harder. You can make the Lion King fall from the semi-sacred list directly. Taking advantage of this Lion King's internal injury, I have to take advantage of it to enter. King Yan was not ashamed at all, taking advantage of the fact that the Lion King was now internally injured by anger. He immediately challenged the Lion King. The Lion King had a ferocious face, but he couldn't refuse. Ranking battle, cannot refuse the challenge of others. In the Unreal Tower, you can completely maintain the strongest state. In the Unreal Tower. Yanwu Lu Yundao. The Lion King is furious. The sword light flashed, and the giant lion roared. King Yan did not have the strength of Emperor Xinghe and Emperor Shuiyu, and could not win with an overwhelming advantage. However, the Lion King was not able to exert his full strength. He suffered a slight internal injury due to his anger and attacked his heart, which caused his strength to decrease again. About 10 minutes later, King Yan won by a narrow margin. On the manifesto list on the right, King Yan jumped directly from 4th to 1st. The second is the Lion King, the third is the God of War, and the fourth is the King of Wu. Although King Wu said that King Yan's behavior was somewhat disrespectful, he was also tempted. After a while, he gritted his teeth. The Lion King was only slightly injured, and I'm not taking a big advantage. In the eyes of everyone watching the show, King Wu challenged the Lion King. The Lion Emperor felt that his blood was churning, as if he would spit out blood in the next moment. The Lion King was trembling all over, but he could only fight hard. He even pressed so hard that he couldn't vomit blood, otherwise the internal injury would only get worse. King Wu smashing slash. The Lion King is furious. The shocking giant sword slashed on the golden giant lion, and the sword light, like a storm, rushed out violently. King Wu finally won, but it was extremely difficult to win. Everyone could see that if it wasn't for the Lion King himself, he couldn't play 100% of his strength, and he had suffered a slight internal injury before, so it was basically impossible for King Wu to win. After that, no one challenged the Lion King again. Obviously, they did not have the strength at all. The light curtain on the right side of the manifesto list changed again. The second became the Martial King, the Lion King retreated to the third, and the God of War King was the fourth. From the fourth consecutive defeat on the semi-holy list to the third ranked on the manifestation list, this has become a joke. The Lion King couldn't bear the gazes of these people. He immediately vomited blood mist, fell to the ground with unwillingness, and fainted. Before falling into darkness, the Lion King had only one thought. Why did he go to Han Feng in the first place? Regret, deeply regret. Some of the people who were planning to take advantage of the emptiness of the manifesto saw the Lion King vomit blood again, and their eyes lit up, but they saw the Lion King fainted and sighed deeply. The Lion King is fainted, and they can't fight a fainted person if they want to take advantage of it. Han Feng, I'm going to challenge. Emperor Guangwu patted Han Feng on the shoulder at this time and stepped out. The third one. Thanks to 88.99 for the big reward. I ask the brothers for your strong support. I don't ask for a high ranking, just to be in the top 10. Now the ranking of the half-saint list is the first Sword Emperor, the second Dianming Emperor, the third Purple Poison Emperor, the 4th Heaven Fire Emperor Han Feng, the 5th Three-Wing Emperor, the 6th Guangwu Emperor, the 7th Holy Star Emperor, and the 8th Emperor. Starfire Emperor, 9th Water Yu Emperor. Both Xing and Xuanhuan have already challenged, and it seems that they have no plans to challenge again. Even though the Saint Star King was the 7th, he could train at the speed of the Saint Star King. Everyone believed that the Saint Star King was at least the same level as the Dianming Emperor and the Purple Poison Emperor. To challenge such a character, isn't it looking for abuse? Going up further, Emperor Guangwu, even the Emperor Guangwu before entering the secret realm of ghosts, they all think that they are not opponents, not to mention the Emperor Guangwu who has obtained a fortuitous encounter after passing through the secret realm of ghosts, and has greatly improved his strength. Not to mention the Three-Winged Emperor. Han Feng, even the Three-Wings Emperor was defeated, they didn't have the courage to challenge the Heavenly Fire Emperor. In this way, there are only a few people left in the ranking battle to this day. The Saint Star Emperor may be really powerful and is ready to wait for the finale to appear, so even if the ranking is only 7th, he has no plans to challenge for the time being. Then only Emperor Guangwu can take action, and Emperor Guangwu has this self-knowledge. Emperor Guangwu challenged the Three-Winged Emperor. In the Unreal Tower, the Three-Wings Emperor and Emperor Guangwu confronted each other and did not dare to be careless. The Three-Wings Emperor was also hit hard by Han Feng at that time, and it took a lot of time to recover. Now it is only slightly stronger than it was back then, and the growth in strength is limited. On the other hand, Emperor Guangwu had a fortuitous encounter, his strength increased greatly, and the Three-Winged Emperor really had no certainty of victory over Emperor Guangwu. Emperor Guangwu said, "I also watched the last time you fought with Han Feng. I know you well. You don't need to waste time with those little tricks. Let's fight with the strongest one." Okay. The Three-Winged Emperor took a deep breath, his move was rated as a small trick, and the Three-Winged Emperor was naturally a little angry. But at the realm of Emperor Guangwu and the Three-Winged Emperor, the Three-Winged Emperor also knew that, apart from the unique skills of the sanctuary, other moves would really not have any effect. Xuanyan Martial Emperor Palm. Shanshui Martial Emperor Palm. Fusion. The Three-Winged Emperor spread his blood, followed by 3 pairs of wings, and the 2 great skills of water and fire were combined. The power of Yuanshan and Xingyuan are integrated into it. A terrifying force rushed out. The stars shine in the sky. Emperor Guangwu took a deep breath, the blood of Guangwu expanded, and the power of Yuanshan and Xingyuan were integrated into the martial arts. A dazzling white light rose into the sky, flickering terrifyingly like the sun. It's like a sharp sword to pierce the sky. The giant palm after the fusion of water and fire collided with the bright white light like a star. Boom! The entire space is full of explosive power, and the entire light curtain is filled with white light, flames and ice, and no one knows what the final result will be. This light curtain came from the illusory tower, and the power of Han Feng and others could not observe the battle through the illusory tower. The illusory tower is a sacred artifact, and it is a sacred artifact with a high level. Even the ordinary sanctuary and the great sanctuary may not be able to invade the power of the primordial spirit into the illusory tower. In the light curtain, everything gradually subsided. The situation inside is also presented in the sight of everyone. It seems that the 2 of them are very bad, their clothes are ragged, and the Three-Winged Emperor is full of scorch marks that seem to be burned, and the flesh is churning. However, the wood attribute energy of the Three-Winged Emperor circulated, and the injury was still gradually recovering. And Emperor Guangwu also had scars all over his body, but it didn't seem that serious. Moreover, the light attribute of Emperor Guangwu also has a healing effect, and the effect is even stronger than that of the wood attribute. After a long time, the Three-Winged Emperor sighed, "I lost, in terms of the strongest explosive power, you are only better than me. However, in terms of recovery ability, you are several times stronger than me." If we continue to fight, I will definitely not win, nor go spend that time. Accepted. Emperor Guangwu cupped his hands. The illusory tower spurted out 2 rays of light, and Emperor Guangwu and the 3 Wings Emperor were sprayed out. The semi-sacred rankings on the left have changed. The 5th and 6th are reversed. The 5th is Emperor Guangwu, and the 6th is the Emperor of 3 Wings. Looking at his name, Emperor Guangwu couldn't help laughing and laughing. From the beginning, his ranking was 5th, and after going around, he was 5th. When the 3 Wings Emperor left, Emperor Guangwu challenged the Purple Poison Emperor with Han Feng in the midst of everyone's astonished eyes. The Purple Poison Emperor stood up indifferently and said indifferently, "You even skipped the Heavenly Fire Emperor. Do you think this Emperor is inferior to the Heavenly Fire Emperor?" "No, I don't think so." Emperor Guangwu shook his head, and then chuckled, "But the Emperor of Fire and I are friends after all, so it's not easy to challenge the Emperor of Fire, so I can only challenge your excellency." At the same time, Emperor Guangwu sent a voice transmission to Han Feng. "Han Feng, the Purple Poison Emperor will challenge you sooner or later. I will explore the way for you first." Han Feng was startled. He never thought that this was the purpose of Emperor Guangwu's challenge to the Purple Poison Emperor. "Brother Guangwu, why should you do this? You are not the opponent of the Purple Poison Emperor. If the Purple Poison Emperor wants to fight me, just fight with me." "I didn't take him to heart at all," Han Feng said quickly. However, Emperor Guangwu thought that Han Feng was lying. The Purple Poison Emperor was 3rd, and he was a powerhouse on the same level as the Dianming Emperor, far more powerful than the 3rd-ranked one. No matter how powerful Han Feng was, he wouldn't take the Purple Poison Emperor seriously. Therefore, the Purple Poison Emperor ignored Han Feng's persuasion. "This challenge is accepted by this Emperor, and this Emperor will defeat you with 1 move," the Purple Poison Emperor said lightly. This shocked everyone. Defeating Emperor Guangwu with 1 move, how strong self-confidence and strength it must be. The powerful strength of Emperor Guangwu was also obvious to everyone before, and he was almost a first-class semi-sage. Or it is not an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to a first-class semi-sage. But everyone did not think that the Purple Poison Emperor was arrogant. Because of the original ranking battle, the gap between the Purple Poison Emperor and the Guangwu Emperor was so big. The Purple Poison Emperor at the beginning had the strength comparable to the first-class semi-sage, or even stronger. What about now? Even if the semi-sacred realm becomes more difficult to practice, some people are likely to be trapped in the 3rd-rate semi-sacred realm before the sanctuary. But is the Purple Poison Emperor such an ordinary person? Anyone who can enter the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy is not a genius among geniuses, so before the sanctuary, they will pursue higher goals, such as first-class semi-holy or even peak semi-holy. Unless you really can't save it, you won't give up. Would a genius like the Purple Poison Emperor be trapped in a first-class semi-sacred realm? This is simply not possible. In the initial ranking, the 9 semi-sacred lists were divided into 4 grades. The Sword Emperor was the 1st grade, and the Emperor Dianming and the Purple Poison Emperor were 1 grade. The next 3-winged Emperor, Guangwu Emperor and Saint Star Emperor were barely on the same level. At that time, the 3-winged Emperor was still a lot stronger than Guangwu Emperor. Guangwu Emperor and Saint Star Emperor were indeed half a pound. If it weren't for the fact that the Saint Star Emperor at the time had no idea of continuing to challenge, this 5th would be Emperor Guangwu, or 2. However, the strength of the 3 Wings Emperor was higher than that of the Emperor Guangwu, and it did not reach the 2nd and 3rd grades, so the 3 talents were reluctantly classified as 1 grade. The last grade, which is the 4th grade, is the Lion King, the Starfire King and the Xuanhuan King. The situation of these 3 people is similar to that of the 3-winged Emperor, Emperor Guangwu, and Saint Star Emperor. But now, the Starfire Emperor and the Xuanhuan Emperor have surpassed the Lion Emperor. There are 4 grades, and the gap between each grade is huge. So now, when the Purple Poison Emperor said a move to defeat Emperor Guangwu, everyone, including Emperor Guangwu, did not think that the Purple Poison Emperor was talking big. If the gap between them is not narrowed, with the huge gap between the second grade and the third grade, this is entirely possible. Emperor Guangwu only hoped that he could show the Purple Poison Emperor a little bit to defeat him in seconds, so that Han Feng could know more information. In the Unreal Tower, the Purple Poison Emperor said lightly, "Go ahead, use your strongest move." Emperor Guangwu took a deep breath and his eyes sharpened. "Purple Poison Emperor, let's take it." The stars shine in the sky. A dazzling white light shot up into the sky. Such a white light, even through the light curtain, made people feel that the stabbed eyes hurt. But in the illusory tower, facing the Purple Poison Emperor with such a strong white light, he didn't even blink an eye. Innate Purple Poison, Fusion. Afterglow Poison Claw. The power of Yuanshan and Xing Yuan rushed in and merged into the Afterglow Poison Claws. The purple-black poisonous gas that is close to destroying the sky rises into the sky with the momentum of breaking through the sky. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Emperor. 848, Han Feng fights the Purple Poison Emperor. One more request for flowers. The power of Yuanshan and Xingyuan have reached the limit of 40%. Han Feng's eyes flashed. Through the light curtain, the power of the primordial spirit and Saint Yuan exposed by the Purple Poison Emperor at this time were clearly seen by everyone. The power of the primordial spirit and the holy essence erupted, and the poisonous gas of the Purple Poison Emperor's claws filled the sky with infinite power. This claw is not actually a sacred art. But the power of the Purple Poison Emperor's innate purple poison has been infinitely close to the holy rank, and it has been integrated into the martial arts that are infinitely close to the sanctuary. The purple poisonous gas turned into giant purple claws, tearing apart Emperor Guangwu's starry sky with ease, and even his poisonous claws bombarded Emperor Guangwu, instantly tearing Emperor Guangwu's clothes. The bare body was full of hideous scratches, and the flesh and blood were tossed out of the scratched places. And the scar is a strange purple-black color, and the purple-black color is still spreading rapidly. In terms of attack power, this afterglow poisonous claw is now equivalent to a first-class semi-sacred mid-level, but with the poison, it greatly increases the damage. Emperor Guangwu's entire body quickly turned purple and black. If Emperor Guangwu himself is already a first-class semi-sacred or peak semi-sacred, he may be able to resist the innate purple poison for a while or even completely suppress the innate purple poison, but he is just barely stepping into the first-class semi-sacred level, then it will not work. The congenital purple poison continued to invade the body of Emperor Guangwu, destroying the body of Emperor Guangwu. After a long while, Emperor Guangwu fell to the ground in pain. Hiss! Everyone outside took a deep breath when they saw the scene. The dignified Emperor Wu, who is now the 5th in the semi-sacred list, was defeated so easily. The gap between the 3rd and 5th in the semi-sacred list is so large. And the 4th Heavenly Fire Emperor, Han Feng, had just risen recently. Without Han Feng, Emperor Guangwu would have been ranked 4th on the semi-sacred list. 3rd and 4th, the gap is so big. The expressions of the Jianming Emperor and the Saint Star Emperor also became solemn. They don't see the explosive power of the first class, semi-sacred and middle level only, but the power of this innate purple poison makes them jealous. The original innate purple poison was not so powerful. Even if the explosive power is not as good as them, once the innate purple poison invades their bodies, they will definitely feel difficult with their current strength. What's more, it is unknown whether this explosive power is the strongest strength of the Purple Poison Emperor. The illusory tower shot out 2 rays of light, and the intact Emperor Guangwu and Emperor Purple Poison appeared in front of everyone. Emperor Guangwu smiled bitterly and stepped back. Han Feng, I'm sorry, I didn't expect the gap between the purple poison emperor and me to be so big. Han Feng sighed and said, actually, you don't need to test at all, but you can't say that your test is useless. I will be careful of this innate purple poison. However, Han Feng thought secretly, I don't know if my Aurora Song Yen can swallow this innate purple poison. If it can, this innate purple poison will basically be ineffective for me. Then this purple poison emperor, this trump card is also useless to me. Emperor Guangwu withdrew, but the purple poison emperor was still standing under the illusory tower. The purple poison emperor's cold eyes focused on the sword emperor. Sword emperor, dare to fight with me? The sword emperor spread his hands. This emperor said, you are not qualified to challenge this emperor, unless you can defeat the emperor of fire. At present, I can only admit that the emperor of fire is my opponent. Brother, I'm sorry, this is the order of the heavenly punishment elder. I think the purple poison emperor should have nothing to do with you. Sword emperor was arrogant, but his heart was wiped with sweat, hoping that Han Feng would not settle accounts after the fact. The purple poison emperor immediately set his eyes on Han Feng, and the cold light flickered. The emperor of fire, I don't know what you are capable of. But since the sword emperor said that, I'm sorry, let's fight this emperor. Also let this emperor see, what is your so-called first genius in Baidu Academy? When he was less than 20 years old, he entered the semi-sacred list and ranked high. Some good people called Han Feng the first genius of Baidu Academy. Such a title naturally made the purple poison emperor dissatisfied. It's just that the purple poison emperor's goals were the lightning emperor and the sword emperor, and he didn't intend to intervene in this matter. His next effort was to cross the thunder and achieve the sanctuary. And now? Han Feng said lightly, just right, I also want to see what the famous purple poison emperor has. With a flash of light, both of them were sucked into the illusory tower. The crowd erupted with great enthusiasm. Finally, it's the turn of the Emperor of Fire and the Emperor of Purple Poison to fight. This is really a battle that people are looking forward to. One is the long-established Purple Poison Emperor, and the other is the recently famous Skyfire Emperor, a super genius who cultivates extremely fast. I really don't know what sparks these two will collide with. I bet on the Purple Poison Emperor. I bet it's the Heavenly Fire Emperor. In the Unreal Tower. The Purple Poison Emperor instantly released the innate purple poison, and the entire scene was filled with a thick purple mist. The voice of the Purple Poison Emperor came out coldly from the purple mist, Emperor of Heaven, since you can rank fourth, you must have a strong means, that kind of tentative means is not necessary, this Emperor will also use thunder. The momentum will defeat you, I hope you will not disappoint the Emperor. Afterglow poison claws. The richness of purple surged, turning into giant purple claws, and falling from the sky, falling like a hill. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Aurora Tsongyan, fusion. Han Feng burst out, and silver-white flame swept out. Where the Aurora Tsongyan passed by, the purple poisonous fog instantly avoided it, as if avoiding some beast. Han Feng was overjoyed, his Aurora Tsongyan was indeed the nemesis of this innate purple poison. Tianyan Chankuan sword. More than 40 flaming swords floated out and shot at the giant purple claws, and 40% of the holy essence merged into it. Han Feng did not have the idea of using all his strength, but even so, with more than 40% of the power of the heavenly flame heaven and earth sword, 40% of the Holy Spirit and the cultivation base after the skyrocketing, Han Feng's explosive power is not weaker than the Purple Poison Emperor. What? The outbreak of Han Feng surprised the Purple Poison Emperor, but that was all. Emperor Guangwu's strength is comparable to that of a first-class semi-sage, and it is normal for Han Feng to have stronger strength. But the Purple Poison Emperor looked disdainful. Since the explosive power is equal, it is impossible to prevent this emperor's innate purple poison erosion, and this emperor has won. Boom! The flaming sword and the purple giant claws collided, and in an instant, the frightening energy fluctuations bombarded the surroundings as quickly as ripples. The flaming sword was directly shaken and turned into countless flames that fell into the sky. The purple giant claw was also shot through by the flaming sword and completely annihilated. However, some of them still turned into small purple poisonous arrows, which quickly attacked Han Feng's body under the cover of the purple poisonous fog, and turned into a poisonous fog to cover Han Feng when he was about to approach Han Feng. The purple poisonous gas surged like a cocoon, constantly eroding Han Feng's body. The purple poison emperor said lightly, "The purple poison gas that this purple poison arrow turns into contains the essence of the innate purple poison. Unlike the thin purple poisonous mist around you, you can't resist the emperor's innate purple poison." Oops, it's really bad all of a sudden. Emperor Guangwu, who had suffered from the congenital purple poison, clearly knew the horror of the congenital purple poison, and shook his head regretfully when he saw this scene. Emperor Jianming sneered, "This is the person the Sword Emperor values? It's really weak. It seems that the Sword Emperor's strength has not improved much over the years." The Holy Star Emperor thought that Han Feng had some means of resisting, but it turned out that Han Feng let these purple poisonous gas invade his body, and immediately lost much interest. Sure enough, his opponents are only the powerhouses, like Emperor Jianming and Emperor Sword. What? This is the end. The Skyfire Emperor is so weak. Oh, that's true, the people behind the Purple Poison Emperor and the Half-Saint ranking are too strong. Yeah, I can't say that the Skyfire Emperor is weak. Thinking about the age of the Skyfire Emperor, maybe the Skyfire Emperor will surpass the Purple Poison Emperor in a few years, but now, it can only be said that the Purple Poison Emperor is still much stronger than the Skyfire Emperor. The students and warriors did not lose their awe of Han Feng because of this. Anyway, Han Feng had such strength in his 20s, and he was enough to look down on the heroes. But in the end, they were still a little disappointed. You must know that before this, they were full of expectations for Han Feng. They thought there would be a wonderful battle, but it turned out to be like this. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward from the Peak of Star Saints. Oh, intersection. Oh. I'm behind a lot, I beg brothers for your support. Emperor. 849 Han Feng and the Emperor of Purple Poison, second update. There was no expression on the Sword Emperor's face, but he felt uneasy in his heart. Han Feng, this kid should have something behind him, how could he be defeated so easily? Back then, this kid killed a peak semi-sage in seconds. Although it is the lowest level of the peak semi-sage, it should not be underestimated. But after all, this is a congenital purple poison. If Han Feng has no means to deal with it, it is possible for the ship to capsize in the gutter. Just when everyone thought that Han Feng was bound to fail, and the Purple Poison Emperor also showed a winning smile, a terrifying silver-white flame blew out like a hurricane. The purple poisonous gas like a silkworm cocoon wrapped around Han Feng was blown away at this moment, and he didn't know where it went. The silver-white hurricane flame was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, raging, and soon, the purple poisonous mist that filled the entire space was swallowed up by the silver-white flame. How is this possible? The Purple Poison Emperor was stunned, unable to believe all this. The people outside were also dumbfounded at this moment. Han Feng, who thought he was bound to lose, turned around at this moment. Haha, as expected of the Heavenly Fire Emperor, it is not so easy to be defeated. The Emperor of Fire, do well. Maybe it's really going to be a tough fight. Emperor Jianming showed a playful smile. Oh? It's really a bit tricky, but just like that. The Saint Star Emperor's expression did not change. There is something wrong with this flame. A smile appeared in the Sword Emperor's eyes. Sure enough, you should trust this kid more. Maybe this kid's strength has reached the peak and semi-sacred limit now, unless this guy doesn't have any major breakthroughs in the White Thunder Wasteland. However, my luck is also very good. During this period, I made a breakthrough, and my strength has exceeded the limit of the peak and semi-sacred. Otherwise, the throne of number 1 will really be taken away today. In the Unreal Tower. The Purple Poison Emperor snorted, "It's useless to blow away the poisonous gas of this emperor. Those poisonous gas has already invaded your body." Han Feng laughed, "I'm sorry then, Han. Strange fire just restrains your innate purple poison. Your innate purple poison is useless to Han." "Impossible." The Purple Poison Emperor's expression changed slightly. Han Feng smiled and said, "It's true or false, you will know if you try it." Ghost Poison Curse. The power of the Purple Poison Emperor's primordial spirit immediately bombarded violently, and he was hit by his innate purple poison, so he couldn't exert his full strength at all. Whether it is true or false, you will know by looking at the response of the other party. The Ghost Curse is a spiritual attack. At the moment when the Purple Poison Emperor cast the ghostly poison curse, a soul force spread out. At this moment, Han Feng's senses changed immediately, and he immediately moved from the previous environment to a dark purple space. It is full of ghosts and dead souls. "Give my life back." Quack, what delicious food. What a beautiful soul, I want to eat it. A living person. A group of grievances and dead souls grimaced, and the overwhelming Korean wind rushed in. Court death. Emperor burning heaven's finger. Han Feng shouted angrily. The fiery flames broke through the sky from behind Han Feng and boiled in the entire purple space. In the blink of an eye, these wrathful and dead souls let out a scream. The giant flame finger quickly condensed and fell with a bang. "Do not. Don't want. Go away." Emperor Fentian respected this unique skill, but Han Feng was able to exert a power that exceeded 40% of the limit, which was 40% to 67%. With 40% of Saint Yuan and Han Feng's soaring cultivation, these grievances and dead souls are powerless to resist. Boom boom boom. Under the bombardment of Emperor Burning Heaven's esteemed finger, these unjust and dead souls were beheaded. After killing these undead souls and dead souls, the flame giant directly blasted towards the highest level of the purple space. Click. Boom. The purple space collapsed suddenly. The slightly pale face of the Purple Poison Emperor appeared in Han Feng's line of sight, and the purple space gradually disappeared. You. The Purple Poison Emperor looked at Han Feng in surprise. The opponent can easily burst into a stronger explosive power, it must not be affected by his innate purple poison. His innate purple poison actually has a nemesis. There was already an uproar outside. My God, the Emperor of Fire actually has the nemesis of the innate purple poison, and now the Emperor of Purple Poison will suffer. Without the innate purple poison, the Purple Poison Emperor's lethality to the Heavenly Fire Emperor would be greatly reduced. Maybe this battle. Emperor Jianming stood with his hands around his chest. So that's the case, can you restrain the flames of the innate purple poison? In this way, this kid is not very powerful. Emperor Jianming pouted. But if I'm not mistaken, the sanctuary that the kid just performed seems to have exceeded the limit of 40%, which should be worth my attention. But it's not too much, and it's not enough to make me vigilant. Jianming Huangrua thoughtful. The Saint Star Emperor was very interested in Han Feng's Aurora Tsang Yen, showing his scout eyes. King Yan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed and scolded. This kid has the ability to restrain the innate purple poison and didn't tell us anything. It really makes us worry. In the Unreal Tower. The Purple Poison Emperor took a deep breath, and his eyes became even colder. As of now, this emperor has to do his best. I really didn't expect to be brought down to such a point before fighting the Jianming Emperor and the Sword Emperor. Heavenly Fire Emperor, I have to admit that you are amazing. I hope that this emperor's next move will be easy for you to deal with. Mighty Poison Claw. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual power and the purple poisonous mist rioted, and a powerful breath blasted out like a tsunami. There is no doubt that the Netherian poison claw is a true sanctuary, and the previous ghost poison curse was also a sanctuary, but it was obvious that the purple poison emperor did not have a deep grasp of it. And this dark and poisonous claw has mastered it to a very advanced level. It has reached the limit of 40%. With 40% of the holy essence, 40% of the power of the primordial spirit and 40% of the sacred knowledge, the strength of the purple poison emperor has reached the peak semi-sacred level. Although such explosive power can only be regarded as inferior or at the bottom among the peak semi-sacred, but the original sword emperor was only comparable to the peak semi-sacred, and it was not as good as the current explosive power of the purple poison emperor. Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword. Han Feng shouted loudly. At this moment, more than 30% of the power of the primordial spirit was integrated into the Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword. More than 30% of the power of the primordial spirit, 25% to 26% of the Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword, plus 40% of the power of the primordial spirit and the increase in cultivation after the guarantee, Han Feng's blow also reached the peak of half-holy level. The Heavenly Flame Thousand Realms Sword is a low-grade, middle-grade, sanctuary, and the power of 25% is close to 26%. More than 200 flaming swords converged into a vortex tornado, slamming into the giant energy claws of the purple poison emperor. An earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the space. Boom boom boom. The surging energy overflowed, and the skyfire armor on Han Feng's body continued to show the aurora Tsangyan, resisting these overflowing energy fluctuations. But the purple poison emperor is not so good, like a wooden boat in the sea, crumbling. All energy fluctuations gradually subsided, and Han Feng took a breath to recover through the 9 flames and different fire art. However, the purple poison emperor was half knelt in the sky in an embarrassed form. In this case, it is clear who wins and who loses. Although the purple poison emperor still had the strength to fight, he would not be able to win if he continued to fight. Low-grade and middle-level sanctuary skills. You actually possess such skills. The purple poison emperor was shocked. Han Feng said lightly, "This is not a secret, there is no need to make such a fuss." When Han Feng was fighting against the Lion King, Jun Yan's unicorn arm had already been exposed. But the purple poison emperor didn't pay any attention to Han Feng, so naturally he didn't know about it, and he didn't know that the sanctuary skills exposed by Han Feng were completely different from the sanctuary skills he was using now. It's not that Han Feng doesn't want to use Junyan's unicorn arm, but he really doesn't have deep control over Junyan's unicorn arm. Han Feng's control of Junyan's unicorn arm is only 22% of the realm, which is equivalent to 44% of the low-grade sanctuary's mastery, very satisfied. But Han Feng also has Tianyan Qianquan's sword and Fentiandi's revered finger. These two sacred skills also exceed the limit of semi-holy. In particular, Emperor Fentian's venerable finger was controlled to a level of 40%, 67%, and in terms of power, the Zhenyan Qilan arm was not as good as the Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword. Second more. Sky. It is also a low-grade sanctuary secret. The power exerted by the Zhenyan Qilan arm is not as powerful as the Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword. Han Feng will naturally choose the Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword instead of the Zhenyan Qilan arm. In the case that the power of the holy body cannot be used, the use of Zhenyan Qilan arm may not necessarily win. Outside, Emperor Dianming's face became solemn. "I have been able to exert the limit of the semi-sanctuary's ability to master the sanctuary skills before, and now he has used the low-grade middle-level sanctuary skills. This kid's talent in the sanctuary skills is really terrifying." Still said, "This kid is very lucky, and the sanctuary secret knowledge obtained is very compatible with himself." The degree of fit also affects the speed and level of mastering the sanctuary. The Saint Star Emperor's face gradually showed fighting intent, this is worthy of being my opponent. The rest of the semi-sacred powerhouses looked at each other in dismay. They naturally knew that Han Feng possessed the low-grade and middle-grade sanctuary skills, but the low-grade middle-grade sanctuary skills they saw at the time was not like this. King Wu and the others looked strange. How many sanctuary techniques did this kid master? The mere half-sage has mastered so many sacred secrets, but the power is beyond the limit that the half-sanctuary can control. This is too perverted. Seeing this scene, the Three Wings Emperor gave a shudder. What a terrifying boy, mother, I will never be right with him again. This boy is a proper future sanctuary peak powerhouse, even higher. In the Unreal Tower. The Purple Poison Emperor looked unwilling. Even if it is a low-grade and middle-level sacred art, your comprehensive explosive power is only slightly stronger than mine. If you didn't have the special fire to restrain the Emperor's innate purple poison, you would have been defeated long ago. Han Feng sneered, you can't say that. If there is no strange fire, I will not stay in place and let your purple poisonous gas penetrate into my body. The Purple Poison Emperor was stagnant. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that what Han Feng said was right. After a long time, the Purple Poison Emperor sighed. No wonder the Sword Emperor gave you such a high rating. I lost. But I don't think your strength can be called the Sword Emperor's only opponent. I will continue to watch you. To what extent? With the Purple Poison Emperor admitting defeat, the illusory tower teleported the two out. As soon as they came out, the state of the two returned to their heyday. Han Feng sensed his physical condition and was amazed. The light curtain of the semi-holy list on the left has changed. The fourth heavenly fire emperor has risen a noun to third, and the color of the name has also changed, becoming pale gold. The third three characters of the Purple Poison Emperor fell to the fourth place, and the pale golden name also returned to normal, which was not different from the following names. The colors of the first three names on the half-saint list are different. The first Sword Emperor is bright gold, the second Jianming Emperor is a darker gold, and the third is only a light gold. At this time, Emperor Jianming jumped up and jumped to the opposite side of Han Feng. Emperor Jianming looked at Han Feng and smiled deeply. You are qualified to be this emperor's opponent. Is the Purple Poison Queen the Lightning Emperor? I agree to this battle. Immediately, the illusory tower shot out two rays of light, sucking the two into the illusory tower. When Han Feng and Emperor Jianming were about to fight, the four elders also discussed the previous battle between Han Feng and Emperor Zidu. This kid Han Feng is obviously useless. Elder Tianyi said with a smile. Well, that's true. What surprised the old man is that this kid seems to be able to exert his due strength, which reassures the old man. Elder Libra nodded. It seems that this kid has a lot of battles with the White Thunder Wasteland and Doling World, which explains the reason why this kid can fully grasp even if his combat power increases so quickly. Elder Tianxing said with satisfaction. At this time, the more Elder Tianxing looked at Han Feng, the more satisfied he became. At first, Elder Tianxing did not expect that Han Feng would come this far, which greatly exceeded the expectations of Elder Tianxing. Han Feng, needless to say, this kind of performance is enough to make us full of expectations for him. The Purple Poison Emperor is not bad. He was only able to reach the first-class semi-sacred level last time, and now he has reached the peak semi-sacred level. At least it is the peak of the sanctuary third heaven or the early fourth heaven. Elder Tianfa smiled and stroked his beard. Elder Libra sighed. The Purple Poison Emperor is really good, but unfortunately, with such strength, it is only at the bottom of the 45 comprehensive half-holy list of the 5 houses. The gap between our Baidu Academy and the other 4 houses is too great. The 4 elders were all silent for a while. In the other 4 universities, there are quite a few people who want to participate in the competition for the hegemony of the 5 palaces, because they have many young and powerful people, and there are many people who can take it. Especially the half-sacred list of Zhongdu University. Without the strength of the peak and the half-sacred, there is no qualification to attack the semi-sacred list, and they can only stay on the manifesto list. Yang Yanheng and Han Feng, perhaps this time the 5 palaces are fighting for hegemony. Our Baidu Academy's hope is only on these 2 people. Elder Tianqing said silently. In the Unreal Tower. As soon as Emperor Dianming appeared, he launched a stormy attack on Han Feng. Countless thunder and lightning were like dragons, roaring and killing Han Feng. Flowing Flame Dragon Hood. When these Flood Dragon Thunderbolts were about to hit Han Feng immediately used the unique technique of defending the sanctuary. The Flowing Flame Dragon had continued to rotate, and even the Lightning Flood Dragon that rushed over was also rotated and flew out, colliding with other Thunder and Lightning Flood Dragons. Boom, boom. Endless thunder and lightning cover the sky. Thunder blood, congeal. There was a sudden sound from the thunder that filled the sky. The next moment, the thunder that seemed to destroy the world gathered around the Dianming Emperor. A tyrannical breath permeated out. This breath, such coercion. This Dianming Emperor has been able to control his own bloodline, and has been able to exert the power that is infinitely close to the holy bloodline. Han Feng was greatly surprised. Even if Dianming Emperor's bloodline itself is a saint, this does not mean that Dianming Emperor can exert the power of a saint's bloodline. After all, Dianming Emperor is not yet a strong man in the sanctuary, but only a semi-holy. A golden circle appeared behind the Dianming Emperor, and the circles were covered with lightning that flickered incessantly. Lei Ling Wing Slash. Emperor Dianming roared, and his right arm suddenly swung down. When Emperor Dianming waved his right arm, the golden thunder terrifyingly condensed and turned into a golden giant sword of 1,000 meters. The strange thing was that this golden giant sword also spread its huge golden wings. Huh? Such explosive power doesn't seem to be the strength that Dianming Emperor should have. Han Feng flashed a doubt in his heart. This Lei Ling Wing Slash has obviously mastered 20% of the realm, and the power of Dianming Emperor Saint Yuan and Yuanshan is also 30%. Even if Dianming Emperor's cultivation base has been greatly increased due to his blood, the comprehensive explosive power is only first class and half. The Holy One is just high class. Feeling that something was wrong, Han Feng did not show a powerful trick. 40% of Xingyuan broke out. Tianyan Chankuan sword. More than 40 flaming swords gathered together to form a huge flaming giant sword, and the thunder giant sword with golden wings slashed away. Clang clang. Boom boom boom. The sword is full of energy, and the thunder and flames are filled. Just as the sword energy, thunder and flames were shooting in all directions, suddenly, in the surprised eyes of Han Feng, Emperor Dianming went through these energy fluctuations arrogantly, like an ancient beast, punching him. Emperor Dianming's body flashed with fluorescence, and Han Feng's pupils shrank, 40% of the holy body. Having experienced the transformation of his body into the holy body, Han Feng was very clear about the flashing fluorescence of Dianming Emperor's body at this moment. This is exactly what happens when the half-holy body is tempered to the limit of 40% of the holy body. The Emperor Dianming shouted loudly, "Boy, it was only by virtue of his body's strange fire that he defeated the Purple Poison Emperor. The Emperor will use his powerful strength to tell you that you are far from the Emperor. Eat this Emperor's punch." Thunder Beast shakes the sky. The violent golden thunder and lightning gathered on Dianming Emperor's body, and then condensed on Dianming Emperor's right fist. A slightly illusory golden thunder beast head was condensed around the body of the Emperor Dingming. However, the right fist of Emperor Dianming was condensed with the head of a thunder beast staring incomparably. The surging saint body power continued to gather in the right fist of the Dianming Emperor, and the Dianming Emperor threw a punch. This punch seemed to break the space, and the space hummed and trembled. And Han Feng also felt extremely amazing power coming. However, Han Feng showed a smile. "Don't think that you are the only one who can master the physical sanctuary, Thunder Beast shaking the sky." Just in time to try my new dopa shaking fist. The third one. The power of the oncoming punch was astonishing, and Han Feng judged in an instant that this was a super powerful explosion that combined the power of 30% Yuanshan, 40% Holy Body, 30% Xingyuan, and 30% Sanctuary. Its explosive power can be said to be comparable to the peak, semi-saint, middle and lower levels. Compared with the previous strength of the Purple Poison Emperor, which was at the bottom of the peak and semi-sacred, it can be said to be much stronger. When the Purple Poison Emperor outside saw this scene, he clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he could crush the Emperor Mingming and step on the Emperor Mingming's head. At this time, the Purple Poison Emperor felt that he was ridiculous. The peak semi-sacred at the bottom and the peak semi-sacred at the middle and lower levels seem to have a small difference, but in fact they are very different. If the two of them fought with the strongest burst, he would definitely lose, and it would be miserable. Not to mention, Dianming Emperor also used the Thunder Bloodline. The power is infinitely close to the bloodline of the Holy Grade, and the cultivation base of the Dianming Emperor's increase is extremely terrifying. Even if nothing has changed, the bloodline alone is comparable to the third-rate semi-holy level. Now that the explosive power is added to the cultivation base of the increase, the strongest power of Dianming Emperor's punch should be said to be a medium peak semi-sacred, and it is even slightly stronger. The mid-level peak semi-sacred explosive power, this kind of strength, is not weak for the masters on the 45 semi-sacred list of 5 universities. Elder Tianfa was a little surprised. 45 people in the 5 palaces and semi-saints list, most of them are the bottom and low-level peak semi-saints, and the mid-level peak semi-saints are already considered to be in the upper middle class. Several elders did not expect such a surprise. In the Unreal Tower, the power of Han Feng Xingyuan and Yuanshan surged wildly, and the Dopa Vibration Fist collided with Dianming Huang's punch. With more than 30% of the power of the Yuanshan, 40% of the Holy Yuan, and 40% of the Holy Body, the power that Han Feng burst out at this moment is equally terrifying. At this time, the Dopa Vibration Fist has just launched a shock, but it has already made Han Feng's explosive power reach the peak semi-sacred level. Boom! The two fists collided, and a terrifying force rushed out in a destructive manner, and all the scenes in the space collapsed at this moment and were completely destroyed. Humph, your strength is really nothing more than that. Now this emperor has the upper hand. The power, transmitted from Han Feng's fist, was indeed huge, but it did not reach his own height. Sensing this, the Emperor Dianming sneered. Voice. What about this time? Han Feng did not hesitate to break out a second shock. Immediately, a more terrifying force surged out from Han Feng's fist. What? The Dianming Emperor was shocked. This power was already very close to the power of the mid-peak semi-holy level. The Emperor Dianming had already sensed that his fist was receiving great resistance. A powerful energy storm swept out. Emperor Dianming laughed out loud. This time the power is indeed very strong, but this emperor is still stronger than you. Break it for me. Dianming Huang roared, using up all the energy in his body. But Han Feng's next sentence shocked the Emperor Dianming. Emperor Dianming, I can shake once or twice, isn't there a third time? The third shock, give me an explosion. Han Feng also burst into a drink, and the third shock gushed out, as if the ancient giant elephant had awakened, and the huge power instantly suppressed the Dianming Emperor. Unleashing the strongest power that the Dopa shaking fist can control, the explosive power of Han Feng's fist at this moment has officially reached the top-level semi-sacred level. With Han Feng's current strength, he can crush Emperor Ming without any pressure. Impossible, how can it be so strong? The Emperor Dianming roared in disbelief. The power of a giant elephant slammed into Dianming Emperor's body, and Dianming Emperor's fist was broken instantly, and the embarrassed vomiting blood flew out. Han Feng's punch finally fell to the ground, and the ground shattered instantly. The illusory tower instantly teleported the two out. Outside, there was silence all around. No matter whether it was Emperor Dianming or Han Feng's strength, they were deeply shocked. In the last ranking battle, Dianming Emperor could be said to have narrowly defeated the Purple Poison Emperor. This time, he thought it was the same. However, the power that Dianming Emperor finally burst out had reached the mid-peak semi-holy level. Compared with the peak semi-sacred at the bottom, the middle peak semi-sage undoubtedly has the strength to crush the former. Emperor Dianming burst out with such strength, and everyone thought that Han Feng was going to lose. Han Feng is just a newcomer who has been in the inner courtyard for a few years, let alone in his 20s. Being able to defeat the Purple Poison Emperor at such a young age, and reaching the third place on the semi-sacred list, was already respected by them. Even if they lost this battle, they would never underestimate Han Feng because of this. But in the end, it was Han Feng who won. Not only that, Han Feng also burst out with the explosive power of the first-class peak semi-sage, which is simply shocking to them. Such an achievement is simply unbelievable for a young man who is less than 20 years old. I won. I actually won, I'm not mistaken. A warrior muttered to himself, and he couldn't believe it. Oh my god, it's unbelievable that the Skyfire Emperor won. The first-class peak and semi-sacred, the Skyfire Emperor will soon reach the peak and semi-sacred limit. The future super powerhouse, the Skyfire Emperor must be one of the several giants in the Beizhou continent in the future. The students in the inner courtyard put their shocked eyes on Han Feng, and then they were deeply in awe. Han Feng's performance, as long as he is not a fool, he will understand that as long as Han Feng does not die, he will definitely be one of the giants in the North Continent, and even one of the giants in the 5 continents. Maybe even in the ancient family, it can occupy a place. Such a character came from the same Baidu Academy as them. Befriend. Must be handed in. The students in the inner courtyard looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. So, this guy didn't do his best when he was fighting with me? No wonder the Sword Emperor would say that this person is his only opponent. With such strength, I am afraid that only he can suppress it. The Purple Poison Emperor said somewhat disappointedly. Whether it was Emperor Dianming or Han Feng, he was hit hard. Especially for Dianming Emperor, I thought that I could crush Dianming Emperor with the great strength of the adventure, but it turned out that I was severely left behind by Dianming Emperor. The Saint Star Emperor showed a dignified face, and then laughed out loud. This kind of strength is qualified to let me make a full shot. But before I make a shot, those who stepped on my head in the past have to be stepped on by me. The Saint Star Emperor's gaze swiveled around Emperor Guangwu, the Three Wings Emperor, and the Purple Poison Emperor, and then fell on Emperor Dianming. The Emperor Dianming stared blankly at the front, his eyes falling on the empty place, without purpose. Emperor Dianming didn't expect that he still lost when he burst out with all his strength. After a long while, the Dianming Emperor took a deep breath, and the Dianming Emperor was not a dead-hearted person who could achieve such a state in the accumulation of semi-sages. Although he lost, he was defeated in a dignified manner, and he did not resent Han Feng. Instead, he thanked Han Feng for giving him another goal to pursue in the days to come. Exhaling a breath, Ding Ming Huang said, I lost. At this moment, the ranking on the semi-holy list light curtain changed again. Han Feng's title, Tianhuang, rose from 3rd to 2nd, and the second 3 characters of Dianming Huang fell to 3rd. Can you tell me what level the Sword Emperor has reached? Looking at the changes on the light curtain, Emperor Dianming suddenly became curious about what the Sword Emperor had reached, and immediately said, This? I don't know either. The last time I saw him, the Sword Emperor only burst into a middle-class peak semi-sacred strength, but at that time, the Sword Emperor was already injured. In the heyday, I don't know what the strength of the Sword Emperor is. And I don't know if the Sword Emperor has made breakthroughs in the past few months. Han Feng did not stingy with his own news. The Emperor Dianming took a deep breath, which was enough to show that the Sword Emperor was likely to have reached the peak of the semi-sacred, or the semi-sacred limit. It seems that I still think highly of myself. I really don't have the qualifications to be the opponent of the Sword Emperor. Emperor Dianming laughed at himself and walked down. Han Feng stood up, saw that no one challenged him, and walked down. At this time, the Saint Star Emperor jumped up and pointed at the Three-Winged Emperor. Three-Winged Emperor, take action. As soon as the Saint Star Emperor came on stage, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people, including Han Feng and the Purple Poison Emperor. They wanted to know whether this Saint Star Emperor, who was the most talented of the Baidu Academy before Han Feng appeared, has now achieved to what extent. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. 852 Saint Xingtian will arrow. One more request for flowers. The face of the Three-Winged Emperor changed, and the Three-Winged Emperor naturally knew that the current Saint Star Emperor was beyond his ability to compare. However, during the ranking battle, this challenge cannot be refused. And in terms of the ranking of the semi-holy list, he is currently 6th, the Saint Star Emperor is 7th, and the 7th challenge is 6th. In the Unreal Tower, the Holy Star Emperor Gujing Wubua looked at the Three-Winged Emperor with indifferent eyes. Let's go all out. The Three-Winged Emperor took a deep breath. Unfolding the bloodline, the Three-Winged Emperor burst out. Xianyan Martial Emperor Palm. Xianshui Martial Emperor Palm. Fusion. In the face of the attack of the Three-Winged Emperor, the Saint Star Emperor did not even use his bloodline. The stars are falling. The power of the primordial spirit and Saint Yuan surged out of the Holy Star Emperor's body, and the sky suddenly turned into a universe of stars, and countless stars fell. That scene was like the end of the world. With more than 30% of the power of the primordial spirit, 40% of the holy essence, and 20% of the sacred knowledge controlled by the holy domain, the explosive power of the Holy Star Emperor at the moment is also at the first-class semi-holy level. Everyone could see that the Saint Star Emperor didn't do his best at all. But against the Three-Winged Emperor, such an attack was enough. Countless stars fell, and the earth shook and shattered. The palm that was fused with water and fire naturally turned into annihilation under the attack of the falling stars. Boom! Puff puff! The Three-Winged Emperor was hit by a falling star and immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. The Three-Winged Emperor is defeated. Holy Star King wins. Outside the illusory tower, the Holy Star Emperor then challenged Emperor Guangwu. The strength of Emperor Guangwu is comparable to the first-class semi-sacred level, and Xingyao Xiangqiang, without exception, also lost to the Saint Star Emperor's Starfall Sanctuary. Today, the ranking of the half-saint list is the first Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng, the second Fire Emperor Han Feng, the third Dianming Emperor, the fourth Purple Poison Emperor, the fifth Saint Star Emperor, the sixth Guangwu Emperor, and the seventh Three-Wing Emperor. The eighth Star Fire Emperor, the ninth Water Secluded Emperor. Emperor Guangwu didn't know what to say. Before the ranking competition, he was 6th, and now he is 6th. The Three Wings Emperor's face is not good-looking. Before the ranking competition, he was still 4th, and after being defeated by Han Feng, he was also 5th, but now he is reduced to 7th. In the semi-holy list, this already belongs to the lower level. After defeating Emperor Guangwu, the Holy Star Emperor finally shifted his target to the Purple Poison Emperor. The Purple Poison Emperor's expression was solemn. Although the strength displayed by the Saint Star Emperor at present was only at the first-class semi-saint level, but looking at the extremely relaxed appearance of the Saint Star Emperor, one could see that the other party was not using all his strength at all. If you use all your strength, what strength will it be? In the Unreal Tower, the Holy Star Emperor is no longer gouging Wubua's face. The strength of the Purple Poison Emperor is enough for the Holy Star King to show enough respect for the Purple Poison Emperor. Innate Purple Poison, Fusion. Afterglow Poison Claws. It's a pity, The one who can restrain your congenital purple poison is not just the Emperor of Fire. The holy star shines. The white light swept out like a tornado. Under this dazzling white light, all the purple poisonous fog was annihilated, and the afterglow poisonous claws disappeared just before they even approached the holy star Emperor. Saint Star shining, as a sanctuary, has been mastered by the Saint Star King to the limit of 40%. At this time, the explosive power of the Saint Star Emperor is already comparable to the peak semi-holy level. Oops. Minging Poison Claw. The purple poison Emperor's expression changed. Use the strongest move immediately. Humph. The Saint Star Emperor snorted coldly, and the original 30% power of multiple gods instantly increased to 40% of the power of primordial spirits. The power of the holy star's shining sword. Boom. The space vibrated, and the terrifying airflow continuously impacted the space in the unreal tower. Completely comparable. Sure enough, the strength of the holy star Emperor has caught up with the purple poison Emperor. However, this kind of strength is not comparable to the Emperor Mingming and Emperor Tianhua. I wonder if the holy star Emperor has another move. Outside the illusory tower, watching the battle between the Saint Star Emperor and the purple poison Emperor in the light curtain, one by one discussion began to arise. No one noticed that there was a strange light in the eyes of the four elders. In the unreal tower, the purple poison Emperor's eyes became more solemn. Holy Star Emperor, you shouldn't just use this method, it doesn't match your confident look. The Saint Star Emperor smiled lightly, then the purple poison Emperor, you have to be careful next. Saint Star Bloodline, condense. The powerful airflow rose into the sky, and the purple poison Emperor suddenly realized that from the very beginning, the Saint Star Emperor had not used his holy bloodline. The Saint Star Emperor's aura continued to soar, and when he felt this aura, the purple poison Emperor's complexion changed greatly. You have already controlled your bloodline to the holy level. In other words, the Saint Star King's middle-grade bloodline can already exert a power comparable to that of the lowest-ranking bloodline at this time. Don't underestimate the power of the bloodline at the bottom of the holy rank. For the semi-sage, this kind of power is enough to make the Holy Star Emperor's bloodline alone rival the third-rate semi-sacred level. 40% of the power of the primordial spirit, 40% of the holy essence, and 40% of the mastery of the sanctuary. The Holy Star Emperor was originally only comparable to the explosive power of the peak semi-sacred, but at this moment, he has jumped to the middle and upper peak semi-sacred level. It is no worse than Dianming Emperor, even stronger. In the face of such explosive force, the purple poison Emperor's poisonous claws were smashed to the ground, and the dazzling white light filled the entire space. Boom boom boom. The space was shattered, and the illusory tower directly teleported the purple poison Emperor and the Holy Star Emperor. The purple poison Emperor looked terrified. Although he knew that nothing would happen in the illusory tower, the shattered space seemed to tear his entire body apart. Elder Tianxing frowned. Would you like to adjust the space in the illusory tower? The current space capacity is too poor. Elder Tianyi agreed. It's time to make a good adjustment. Let's upgrade to the third floor. It will not exceed the destructive power of the peak semi-sage, and it will not destroy the space on the third floor of the illusory tower. The illusory tower is a treasure of the Baidu Academy, and it is the top among the high-grade holy artifacts. The illusory tower is divided into 12 floors, and the bearing capacity of the third floor has reached the peak semi-holy level. The illusory tower space on the fourth floor is enough to withstand the attacks of the peak powerhouses of the sanctuary. And so on, the 12th floor is enough to withstand the attacks of the peak powerhouses of the 27th heaven of the sanctuary. Elder Tianxing, who is in control of the illusory tower, adjusted the space to the third floor, and said with relief, before adjusting to the second floor, I thought that no one except the Sword Emperor would improve their strength to this level. I didn't expect that this ranking battle would give us so many surprises. With the addition of the previous three guys, Sword Emperor, Han Feng and Dianming Emperor, who can now win glory for our school, we have added another Saint Star Emperor. Haha, the results of our Baidu colleges this time, those colleges will probably be surprised. Elder Libra also showed a smile. Jiandi's breakthrough at this time is also a surprise. Before the breakthrough, this kid was the foundation of the competition for the top 10, and now, the competition for the top 8 should be no problem. Maybe this time we are in the northern capital. The school's grades will still be at the bottom, but compared to the previous years, it is undoubtedly much stronger. I hope this is a good sign, and in the future, there will be more and more talents in our Baidu school, and they will become stronger and stronger. After defeating the Purple Poison Emperor, the Holy Star Emperor began to challenge the Dianming Emperor. However, Emperor Dianming directly conceded defeat. Ranked matches cannot be rejected, but you can voluntarily admit defeat. The Emperor Dianming spread his hands and said, "I still have some understanding of your character, those means may not be your strongest strength. Since you know you will lose, why should this Emperor go to abuse? And this Emperor really wants to know, you who is stronger than the Skyfire Emperor?" Saint Star Emperor sneered, but Dianming Emperor conceded defeat, and Saint Star Emperor had to skip Dianming Emperor and challenge Han Feng directly. In the Unreal Tower. The Saint Star Emperor looked enthusiastic. To be honest, this Emperor did not expect you to have such strength before, but only in this way, this Emperor will have the desire to defeat you. Come, let's take action, attack with all your strength. The Holy Star shines. The Holy Star Emperor burst into endless white light without saying a word. The entire space began to vibrate again, but this time it was the third floor of the illusory tower. The space was very stable. Although the attack of the Saint Star Emperor was strong, it could no longer break the space. Outside, there is also a lot of talk about the battle between Han Feng and the Holy Star Emperor. The Heavenly Fire Emperor is a top-notch semi-sage, and the winner must be the Heavenly Fire Emperor. This is not certain. Although the Skyfire Emperor is strong, the strength shown by the Holy Star Emperor before is not bad. Humph, the explosive power of the Holy Star Emperor is only medium and high. How could he be the opponent of the Skyfire Emperor? Who said that the explosion before the Holy Star Emperor was the strongest trick? Some inner court warriors fought for this, until the elder Tianqing shouted and calmed down. A pair of eyes fell on the light curtain, and the only way to find the answer was through the light curtain. In the illusory tower, facing the endless white light, Han Feng's whole body ignited the Aurora Tsongyan. Skyfire Battle Body, Congeal. Aurora Tsongyan, Fusion. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. The power of the primordial spirit and the holy essence surged out, and the giant flame finger seemed to be a king descending, blasting toward the Holy Star Emperor through the endless white light. Boom! It seems that the meteorite fell into the vortex, and the white light suddenly rioted. The flames and white light continued to rage, and waves of terrifying air currents and energy fluctuations swept out in a whirlwind. Saint Star Bloodline, condense! The Saint Star Emperor shouted loudly, and 2 pairs of 4 wings condensed in an instant, and the wings were dotted with stars. Saint Xingtian will arrow. The Queen of Saint Stars appeared wearing blue armor, and the starlight wings that were exactly the same as those of Saint Star King appeared behind this heavenly general. Xingtian will draw a giant bow, endless stars and stars gather, and a white star arrow hundreds of feet long condenses out. As this starlight arrow condensed out, a terrifying force locked the flame finger firmly. The next moment, the arrow of starlight burst out. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Khan, we are about to drop to the 15th place, let's all do our best. Thanks to the pure state-owned enterprise master for the big reward. Amazed face, /. Although this force did not directly lock Han Feng still felt the terrifying aura emanating from this starlight arrow. This arrow of starlight is definitely beyond the control of the semi-sanctuary. Han Feng's pupils shrank, and he instantly judged that the Saint Star Emperor's control over the Saint Xing Tianzhong's arrow, which is a unique technique in the sanctuary, definitely exceeded 40%. And Han Feng's judgment was not wrong. The Saint Xingtian's arrow was actually controlled by the Saint Xuanhuan to a realm of 45%. The terrifying aura emanating from the holy star and the arrows has reached the top level of the semi-holy level. The flame finger was hit by the arrow of starlight, or was shot from the middle, directly penetrating the flame finger. Penetrating the giant finger of flame, the lock of the starlight arrow immediately shrouded Han Feng. It wasn't until this moment that Han Feng really realized the terrifying oppression of this star arrow. But Han Feng's holy body power surged, and he shouted loudly, "Dopa shake fist." A shock. Boom. Han Feng's fist and the arrow of starlight collided. The next moment, Han Feng, who was oppressed by the terrifying force, kept flying back, and the vibration force on Han Feng's right fist had begun to crack. Second vibration. Han Feng roared, and the pressure of the starlight arrow was instantly resisted by the vibration force. 3 shocks. Break it for me. A powerful shock force burst out. A wave of vibration force spread to the arrow of starlight, and the arrow of starlight finally broke into several segments with the sound of clicking, and finally disappeared into starlight. Whoosh! Han Feng finally broke the starlight arrow and took a breath. Outside, everyone was stunned. It turned out that it was not only Han Feng who had mastered the ultimate sanctuary, but also the Saint Star Emperor. The explosive power is equivalent to the peak semi-sacred at the upper level. How to judge the victory? The Purple Poison Emperor smiled wryly and shook his head. These two. I won't be wrong. Emperor Dianming scratched his head. Fortunately, I conceded defeat, otherwise I will be ravaged again. This kind of torment is enough, I don't want to continue to be tormented a second time. King Yan, Emperor Guangwu, Wang Qingsong and others began to worry about Han Feng's situation. No matter how you look at it, Saint Star Emperor's current combat power is not weaker than Han Feng, and who knows if Saint Star Emperor has stronger means. Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng's eyes flashed. The strength of the Holy Star Emperor is really terrifying. It seems that Han Feng is not the only one who can be my opponent. This Holy Star Emperor is not bad. I don't know which of the two will win. If my judgment is correct, the Saint Star Emperor should still have a hand. But Han Feng didn't show the kind of ability he showed last time. Hehe, it's unclear who will kill the deer. In the Unreal Tower. The Saint Star Emperor snorted coldly. It's impossible to easily resist this time. Saint Xingtian will arrow. The arrow of starlight condensed again, but at this time, the Holy Star Emperor poured out a more majestic power of the primordial spirit. The power of the primordial spirit is beyond the limit. Han Feng's face changed slightly. Everyone outside was dumbfounded. They can still understand that the sanctuary is beyond the control limit, and it is not that no super genius has done it in ancient times. But Yuanshan, Xingyuan and Holy Body are almost impossible to exceed the limit, unless you encounter a heaven-defying opportunity. This kind of opportunity can be said to be extremely rare, and it must be possible with a huge amount of luck. This Saint Star Emperor actually got such an opportunity. In the future, once the heavenly thunder has become a sanctuary, the future development of the Saint Star Emperor will undoubtedly be promising. For a moment, everyone was no longer optimistic about Han Feng. The power of the primordial spirit has exceeded the limit. At this time, the terrifying coercion emanating from the starlight arrow of the Holy Star Emperor has reached the peak semi-holy level, and it is only one step away from the semi-holy limit. There is not much difference between it and the semi-holy limit. Emperor of Fire, you are defeated. But if you can force this emperor to use the strongest means, even if you are defeated, you will still be honored. The confident voice of the Saint Star Emperor resounded throughout the space. Defeat? That's not necessarily true. Han Feng's mouth curved, revealing a mysterious smile. At this point, do you still have the strength to resist? Xuanhuan snorted coldly. Xingtian locked the arrow firmly on Han Feng, and the arrow of starlight was like a shooting star, locking on Han Feng slammed away. Before Han Feng stared at the flying star, the power of the holy body surged, and every muscle, every cell, and every power in the body was poured out at this moment. Fighting and shaking fist. A shock. Second shock. 3 shakes. In a short period of time, Han Feng used the dope of vibrating fist to the best level he could control. The Saint Xingtian general's arrow that was able to resist this emperor before, was only because the power of the giant flame finger before the Saint Xingtian general's arrow passed by decreased. Now not only has it not decreased, but the power has increased greatly due to the increase in the power of this emperor's primordial spirit. It's impossible for a fist like yours to resist this emperor's arrows. Seeing that Han Feng was still trying to crush his arrows with dopa shock punches, the emperor showed a mocking smile. But in the next moment, the face of the Saint Star Emperor changed. I saw an extremely majestic and terrifying aura surging from Han Feng's body. Saint Yuan, like a king, soars into the sky. This Saint Yuan actually exceeds the Saint Yuan limit of semi-sacred transformation. The Saint Star Emperor was very surprised. To be able to break the limit of Saint Yuan, the other party must also get the opportunity against the sky. The opportunity to defy the sky can be called against the sky. Naturally, it is extremely rare, and it may not be available to anyone for thousands of years. But now there are 2 when they appear. 45% of the Saint Yuan was integrated into the body, and the power of the dopa shaking fist soared at this moment. Han Feng still retained a trace of means and did not pour all the Saint Yuan into it. With more than 30% of the power of the primordial spirit, 45% of the holy essence, 40% of the sacred knowledge and 40% of the holy body, Han Feng's explosive power at this time is already very close to the semi-holy limit, and even his cultivation level has soared because of the Skyfire fighting body. The real explosive power has truly reached the semi-holy limit. Even a little beyond. In other words, the power of Han Feng's eruption at this time has vaguely surpassed the semi-sage. Boom. The dopa vibration fist constantly fluctuated with terrifying power, and under this power, Xingtian's arrow was blocked in the sky before it even approached. With the vibration of the dopa vibrating fist getting stronger and stronger, Xingtian's arrow trembled slightly, making a crackling sound. Break it for me! Han Feng roared, and the power of the vibration increased again. Xingtian's arrows finally couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed completely under the vibrating force of the constant bombardment. Puff! The power of the vibration turned into a rapid spread of ripples, and the Saint Star Emperor was immediately affected, and blood spit out violently. Saint Star Emperor, you are the one who lost. Han Feng retracted his fist and said lightly. You. The Saint Star King's face changed, but the fact was in front of him, and the Saint Star King gritted his teeth and said, I lost. A group of people outside were silent. It was beyond their imagination that things had developed to such a level. For a long time, the ranking battlefield suddenly burst into a commotion. It's a wonderful battle, beyond the limit of the primordial spirit that the semi-sanctuary can transform, and beyond the limit of the holy essence that can be transformed by the semi-sanctuary. These 2 are people of heaven, and they are people of great luck. The strength of the Holy Star Emperor has reached the peak of the semi-sacred level. I didn't expect the Skyfire Emperor to be stronger, but it vaguely exceeds the semi-sacred limit. It's really terrifying. Haha, now our Baidu Academy may get a good ranking in this session of the 5 Palaces Hegemony. It's no wonder that the Sword Emperor would call the Heavenly Fire Emperor his only opponent. Could it be that the Sword Emperor already knew it? If the Heavenly Fire Emperor is so powerful, will the Sword Emperor prevail? The last time I was ranked, the Sword Emperor was already comparable to the peak and semi-sacred existence. Now it must be stronger, but compared with the Skyfire Emperor, it's really hard to say. That's right, unless the Sword Emperor can also have explosive power that surpasses the peak and half-sacred, and can surpass the peak and half-sacred, how can it be so easy to do? When the illusory tower sent Han Feng and the Holy Star Emperor out, everyone looked at the two with full of admiration, just as they were facing the Sword Emperor. It goes without saying that Han Feng won. Although the Holy Star Emperor lost, the battle power that erupted was still admired by many warriors. Second more. This guy. What adventure did he get? The transformed Saint Yuan actually. Emperor Guangwu, King Yan and Yuan Yijing didn't know what to say. Han Feng's strength was progressing so fast that they couldn't believe it. Wang Qingsong and the others only knew that Han Feng was strong and made a name for himself in the inner court, but at this moment, they clearly realized how powerful Han Feng was. For the first time, they had the idea that they might not be able to catch up with Han Feng in their entire lives. For a while, Wang Qingsong and others were a little melancholy. Sure enough, you have already defeated the Holy Star Emperor without using that trick. I wonder if I can force you to use that trick. Defeat Han Feng. But the Sword Emperor would not easily admit defeat. His eyes burst out with a frightening fighting intent. The Sword Emperor instantly pulled out the top-quality spirit sword from telemetry, and waved to Han Feng, "Brother Han, it's time for you and me to fight." It's gone. Boom. The crowd is boiling, the Sword Emperor is fighting the Heavenly Fire Emperor. If it was before, no one would be optimistic about Han Feng, but now it is different. The Sword Emperor is the number one in the hearts of everyone, and he has been the number one in the hearts of everyone for a long time. But now that the Emperor of Fire was born, everyone was shaken. After all, the Emperor of Fire had burst out with a strength that vaguely exceeded the limit of the semi-sacred. This strength was really terrifying. Han Feng smiled lightly, "Brother, my younger brother has long expected to fight with you. When you were injured, my younger brother did not want to take advantage of the danger of others to discuss with you who are injured. Now." The Sword Emperor laughed, "Brother Han, you have to do your best, and don't show mercy." Han Feng smiled and said nothing. The Phantom Tower shot out 2 rays of light, and Han Feng and Jiandi were instantly sucked into the Phantom Tower. Sword Emperor practiced swordsmanship, and the world of swords was condensed in the illusory tower, filled with swords everywhere. There are swords in the mountains, there are swords in the sea, and there are swords in the ground. The sky here is red, and the ground is full of volcanoes. In the illusory tower, the spirit sword in the Sword Emperor's hand pointed to Han Feng, "Brother Han, I've shot." Yuan shattering slash. Endless spiritual power gathered, Saint Yuan spewed out, and a shocking slash cut through the space and slashed towards Han Feng. As soon as he made his move, the Sword Emperor did not hold back at all. 40% of the power of the primordial spirit, 40% of the holy essence, 40% of the sanctuary mastery controlled by it, and 50% of the sword intent. This cut directly reached the middle and lower peak semi-holy level. Emperor Burning Heaven. Since the transcendence limit of Xing Yuan's transformation has been exposed, Han Feng will no longer hide it. With more than 30% of the power of the primordial spirit, 45% of the holy essence, 40% of the sacred knowledge of the control level, and the improvement of the cultivation base after the integration of the Skyfire fighting body with the Aurora Tsung Yen, Han Feng's explosive power has also reached the peak of half holy level. Compared with the outbreak of the Sword Emperor, it is even more so. Boom! The flaming giant finger collided with the sky-shaking giant sword, and the endless sword intent swept out, and the countless volcanoes on the ground were smashed into slag by the sword intent at this moment. And countless sharp swords were swallowed by flames at this moment, shattering the sky and destroying the virtual slash. The Sword Emperor roared, the spirit sword in his hand slashed again. Saint Yuan surged wildly, sword intent soaring to the sky. Under such blessings, the spirit sword in the Sword Emperor's hand was slightly unsupported. It is also a sacred art, but this sky-shattering extermination slash has surpassed the limit of 40% and directly reached 45%. And Xing Yuan has also increased to 40%. And Han Feng is still a trick of the Emperor burning heaven. The two strokes collided like two meteors colliding with each other. A terrifying explosion filled the entire space. Brother, your strength isn't that much, right? Han Feng stood steadily in the sky, letting these aftermath bombard him with all his might, but he couldn't make him take a step back. Sword intent filled the whole body of the Sword Emperor, and before these aftermaths approached, they were smashed into slag by sword intent. The Sword Emperor smiled slightly. Naturally it is impossible. Brother Han, you have seen that move before in the Douling world. The move didn't use all your strength, and the way to use it was wrong. It was just that you were injured and could only use the spirit sword to use it. Actually, that move really relies on physical strength. Brother, be careful. The power of the holy body flooded all over the body, and every trace of physical power rushed to the right arm of the Sword Emperor at this moment. The Sword Emperor dropped the spirit sword in his hand and raised his right arm high. In an instant, the sky seemed to have become a firmament, and countless stars gathered on the Sword Emperor's right arm. A terrible sword breath spewed out. Facing this terrifying aura, Han Feng's face became solemn. The sky is falling. The Sword Emperor exclaimed. This move, which the Sword Emperor used when he was seriously injured, killed the two peak semi-sages in one move with his severely injured body. 40% of the power of the primordial spirit, 40% of the holy body, 40% of the Saint Yuan, 45% of the sacred domain mastery controlled by it, and 50% of the sword intent. The terrifying power that surpassed the limit of the peak and semi-sacred gushing frantically. My God, this power is definitely beyond the limit of the semi-holy. Yes, not only has it exceeded the semi-holy limit, but it has exceeded a lot. Sure enough, the Sword Emperor is the Sword Emperor, and he will not disappoint us. The Sword Emperor will always be our number one, and the Heavenly Fire Emperor is now in danger. Vaguely exceeding the semi-holy limit is very different from exceeding the semi-holy limit. Emperor Tianhua seems to break out stronger tricks every time he falls into a desperate situation, and this time maybe it's the same. Some inner court warriors who had been loyal to Han Feng began to refute the warriors who believed that the Sword Emperor would win. A quarrel thus unfolded. The four elders stroked their beards and smiled with satisfaction. Elder Libra said slowly, the power beyond the limit of half-sage is almost a fifth-grade half-sacred. Yes, it's almost such an explosive force. It's been a long time since we called the semi-saint that way. Elder Tianxing sighed. Elder Tianfa gave a wry smile. That's because there hasn't been a student who has surpassed the half-sage level in our Baidu Academy for a long time. There are many titles of half-saints, such as 1 yuan and half-saints, 2 ceremonies and half-saints, etc. These refer to the levels of transformation, not the strength. For example, if the true essence is transformed, it is 1 yuan and a half-saint. If the true essence, spiritual power and body are transformed, it is 3 flowers and a half-saint. And third-rate half-sage, second-rate half-sacred, first-rate half-sacred, and peak half-sacred refer to strength. The peak of the semi-sage is already the peak that the semi-sage can reach, but there are too many geniuses in the world, and there will always be some geniuses who break this limit. Such geniuses also have special divisions to distinguish their strengths and weaknesses. It's just how difficult it is to break the limit of the semi-holy, so such a division is not widely circulated, and only a small number of high-level powers know such a division. In each session of the young generation, the 5 continents combined, there will be no more than 10 people who can break this limit, and the number of times that can exceed 10 is very limited. Plus not much in the dark. How many young people in the 5 continents combined? Countless. The division of surpassing the peak limit is divided into 10 grades, of which the 1st to 4th grades correspond to the 3rd-rate semi-sacred to the peak semi-sacred, and the 4th grade is beyond the peak semi-sacred. However, even if they surpass the semi-holy limit, there are still very few who can reach high grades. The 6th and 7th grades are considered super strong existences, and the 8th grade is almost the peak that the younger generation can reach. 10th rank, that is in the legend. According to legend, if a warrior can enter the 10th rank before the sanctuary, not only can he be promoted to the 5th level sanctuary after passing the thunder, but the light of the thunder will be unprecedented. Powerful, it will have a very amazing effect. But no one knows how strong it is and what effect it has, because no one in the Forgotten Continent has ever achieved it. Perhaps, only the genius of the continent of the gods can achieve it. And the division of these grades is also extremely vague. What kind of combat power is the 5th grade? What kind of combat power is rank 6? There is no precise division between the 7th rank, the 8th rank, the 9th rank, and even the 10th rank. Low grades can still be discussed, but high grades cannot. Therefore, even the high-level leaders of the great powers use this title less and less. Anyway, who is stronger or weaker, you will know after one fight. In the future, the 5 palaces will use this division to describe the strength and weakness, also to let everyone know some gaps. But these strong people are only vague guesses, not really able to judging. So in the future, when the cabbage will say how many products and how many products, it will be from the perspective of God, and these powerhouses will not know. The third one. The thinking is a little stuck, and today is the third watch, 8,000 words. Thank you for the big reward of 3 worlds for you. Oh, intersection. Oh. 855 defeat the Sword Emperor. One more request for flowers. In the Unreal Tower. Sword Emperor's super attack has been launched. With terrifying power, the falling star in the sky instantly slashed towards Han Feng. Han Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, Han Feng's Xuanhuan was no longer concealed, and 50% of his Xuanhuan burst out immediately. The surging Saint Yuan surged. Double shake fist. A shock. Second shock. 3 shakes. After 3 consecutive shocks, the Dopa vibration fist also exerted a power far exceeding the peak and semi-sacred level. It can be said that Han Feng's explosive power at this time is also in the 5th grade and half saint. However, the explosive power that is also a 5th grade semi-sacred is also strong and weak. Boom boom boom. The power of vibration exploded, and it collided with the Sword Emperor's sword move with terrifying sword intent. In an instant, the space trembled, as if a boulder smashed into the water, and the ripples oscillated. The space completely collapsed at this moment. Oops! Elder Tianxing and the other 4 were taken aback, and almost forgot that this illusory tower was only the 3rd floor, and could not bear the power beyond the peak of the semi-sacred. Immediately, Elder Tianxing adjusted the space of the illusory tower to the 4th floor. At this time, the space in the light curtain was completely stabilized. The 4th floor of the illusory tower can withstand a blow from the peak powerhouse of the ordinary sanctuary. Elder Tianxing said slowly, this time, no matter how much they destroy the space, it will not be destroyed. However, the space of the illusory tower is adjusted to the 4th floor, and these 2 little guys will feel great suppression. In the illusory tower, Han Feng and Sword Emperor really felt a huge oppression, and this oppression made them a little unstable in the original high altitude. The 2 immediately lowered a lot below. Boom boom boom. The aftermath was still oscillating, and Han Fengchao quickly flew back by several kilometers. Retracting his fist, Han Feng only felt that his right fist was full of pain, and even if he looked closely, he could still see some abrasions on his right fist. On the contrary, the Sword Emperor hovered in place steadily, without the slightest retreat, not even the slightest injury. The two judged. It's so strong, whether it's the Heavenly Fire Emperor or the Sword Emperor, they all have the strength far beyond the peak and half-sage. Yeah, Heavenly Fire Emperor is really perverted. Xuanhuan has transformed to such a degree. I really don't know what opportunity Heavenly Fire Emperor got. Unfortunately, after all, the Sword Emperor is stronger. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Fire Emperor retreated to such a point, but the Sword Emperor remained motionless. That's right, I really didn't expect the Sword Emperor to be so powerful, and he deserves to be the one who has dominated the semi-sacred list for a long time. However, considering the age, it cannot be said that the Heavenly Fire Emperor is defeated. Perhaps in the future, the Heavenly Fire Emperor will overtake the Sword Emperor. No one refuted this point, even some diehard fans of Sword Emperor's brains. Less than double 10 years old, this is really too young. The Purple Poison Emperor and the Jianming Emperor both looked at each other with a wry smile. It was a shame that they wanted to compete with the Sword Emperor and even defeat the Sword Emperor before. Thinking of the previous arrogance now, the two simply feel like a clown. Such strength, they may not be able to achieve before breaking through the sanctuary, compared with the strength of the Sword Emperor, they are too far behind. On the contrary, the Saint Star Emperor is full of fighting spirit. He is not far from surpassing the peak and semi-sage. What the Holy Star Emperor didn't expect was that Han Feng didn't use all his strength when he fought against him before. Han Feng and Sword Emperor in the Unreal Tower do not know what the outside world thinks of them. The Sword Emperor took a deep breath, and his fighting spirit became more and more intense. Brother Han, I know that you have a stronger whole card that you haven't used. Come on, use your strongest whole card to fight against me, just like in Do Ling back then. The world is like that. Han Feng also exhaled, since the elder brother said so. The younger brother is no longer hiding, the elder brother is careful. What? Heavenly Fire Emperor still has a whole card to use? Hearing what the Sword Emperor said, everyone was stunned. Gollum. I don't know who is swallowing a spit, and then there are people who do it one after another. What the Sword Emperor said really made them unable to believe that the Heavenly Fire Emperor had already exploded with such power, and it was not even the strongest move. Oh, it seems that the Sword Emperor and Tianhuang will win. It's still unknown. The Emperor Jianming laughed at himself. Tianyan Qiankuan Sword. Aurora Tsongyan, Fusion. Han Feng's cold drink resounded in the Unreal Tower. In an instant, more than 40 flaming swords flew out, and at the same time, Han Feng burst out with silver-white flames that merged into the flaming sword. The flaming sword burst out with terrifying power in an instant. Go! Han Feng directed these flaming swords, and the flaming swords gathered together to form a larger and more terrifying flaming sword, attacking the Sword Emperor with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The stars are falling from the sky. The Sword Emperor snorted coldly, the stars gathered, and the Sword Emperor swung out his right arm, turning his right arm into a sword. Sword intent explodes. The Sword Emperor still burst out with the explosive power of a 5th-rank semi-sage. However, the Tianyan Qiankuan sword integrated into the Aurora Tsongyan is incredibly powerful. At this time, the explosive power of Han Feng, it is not an exaggeration to say that it has reached the 6th-rank semi-sage. The flaming sword penetrated the Sword Emperor's slash, and still attacked the Sword Emperor unabated. It is foreseeable that once the Sword Emperor's moves are really broken, the Sword Emperor's entire right arm will be cut off. This is the danger of turning a sword into a sword with the right arm. However, Brother Han, since I already knew your trump card, do you think I would be unprepared? Let's see, my biggest breakthrough these days. 60% sword intent erupts. Boom. Buzz. Sword intent like a whirlwind rose into the sky, and the Sword Emperor fluttered with black hair at this moment, with supreme domineering. What? 60% sword intent. The Emperor Jianming screamed in horror, and even the four elders were moved. Sword intent is divided into 40%, of which 10% to 40% sword intent corresponds to the human level to the heaven level. 50% corresponds to a semi-holy. 60% to 100% correspond to the level of ordinary sanctuary to sanctuary dzogchen, respectively. 59% of the sword intent is equivalent to the increase in the power of the Sword Emperor's bloodline that is infinitely close to the holy grade. 60%, only the real sanctuary powerhouse can control it, and it is equivalent to the bloodline that the Sword Emperor has already controlled his own bloodline to the level of the holy bloodline. 60% of sword intent and 59%, even though there is only a small difference of 0.11%, but in fact the increase brought to the Sword Emperor is a world of difference. At this moment, the explosive power of the Sword Emperor also reached the 6th grade semi-sacred level, and it was even extremely high among the 6th grade semi-sacred level. This kid. I thought that Xuanhuan surpassed the limit, and that the control of the sacred art beyond the limit was his biggest breakthrough. I didn't expect that even the sword intent would have such a big breakthrough. It was hidden from us before. Elder Tianxing shook his head with a smile. This aspect of sword intent is not something that can be seen through the power of the primordial spirit at will. If the Sword Emperor does not take the initiative to inform, it is impossible for the Elder Tianxing to see it. Elder Libra looked frantic. If Yang Yanheng had the strength to hit the top 8 before, this time is enough to hit the top 5. The 4 elders are a little unbelievable. In the past, it would be good to have a semi-sacred leader with the ability to compete in the top 10. This time, there are 2 that are enough to hit the top 8. Could it be that the spring of their Baidu Academy is once again come? In the illusory tower, Han Feng's face became more and more solemn when he felt the powerful pressure from the Sword Emperor. The resistance of Tianyan Qiankuan's sword has become more and more difficult, and it may be broken at any time. As of now, I can only use my second biggest trick. Aurora Tsangyan, Fan Tian Emperor's esteemed finger. The silver-white flamed finger, as if an ancient god descended from the sky. The sky is falling. The Sword Emperor also roared. Boom. As if the scene of 2 superstars colliding was reproduced, one after another sword intent was raging towards the terrifying surrounding, and each sword intent was enough to kill an ordinary peak master. The silver-white flame is like a blooming flower tree, and countless flame petals fall, erupting endless flames. Puff. In the terrifying energy aftermath, the Sword Emperor vomited blood and flew out, and Han Feng was also shaky. Displaying the Fan Tian Emperor's respect finger, Han Feng's explosive power has already stood at the top of the 6th rank semi-sage, but it is only a narrow victory. I won. Han Feng said with difficulty as the Saint Yuan in his body was in a mess, running the 9 flames and different fires to suppress it. Outside, it was already silent. Han Feng's victory shocked them. Originally thought that the Sword Emperor displayed 60% of his sword intent, Han Feng was sure to lose, but he never thought that Han Feng would have a stronger trump card. A group of students gasped, how many trump cards did this guy hide? Sword Emperor spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again, and said in a sigh, I lost, and I still underestimate you. These days, your breakthrough is undoubtedly much greater than mine. However, my 60% sword intent is not perfect. Let's fight for the hegemony of the 5 palaces. Oh, my primordial spirit's power has not reached the limit, and I also have room for improvement. Let's fight again in the battle of the 5 palaces. Han Feng accepted the Sword Emperor's battle without hesitation. The illusory tower teleported the 2 out, and they were greeted by the fiery gazes of everyone. At this time, the only one who dared to look at the Sword Emperor and Han Feng with fighting intent was the Saint Star Emperor, even the Dianming Emperor and the Purple Poison Emperor, who looked at the Sword Emperor and Han Feng with a bit of awe. The gap is too big to reach the point where they have no confidence to catch up. A dazzling golden light emanated from the light curtain of the half-holy list, and 3 big characters were written in the golden light: Heavenly Fire Emperor. Starting today, the first place on the half-saint list is no longer the Sword Emperor, but the Heavenly Fire Emperor Han Feng. Now there are 9 rankings on the semi-sacred list: the first Fire Emperor, the second Sword Emperor, the third Holy Star Emperor, the fourth Dianming Emperor, the fifth Purple Poison Emperor, the sixth Guangwu Emperor, the seventh Three-Wing Emperor, the eighth Starfire Emperor, ninth Water Yu Emperor. Obviously, among the 9 people, 5 grades have been divided. Han Feng and Sword Emperor are in the first class, Saint Star Emperor by himself is in the second class, Dianming Emperor and Purple Poison Emperor are barely 1 class, Guangwu Emperor and Sanyi Emperor are barely 1 class, Xingho Emperor and Shuiyu Emperor are barely 1 class. A grade. First delivery. Ask for flowers. 865, The Return of Fuyu, 2nd. The latest version of the semi-sacred rankings appeared, and all the students in the inner courtyard were excitedly discussing. At this time, the 4 elders took a step forward, and the elder Tianqing said slowly, "The ranking competition has now ended," and the old man announced that all 9 members of the semi-sacred list can participate in the 5-house hegemony. On the Xianqing list, only Yan Wang, Wu Wang, and Lion King can participate in the 5 palaces hegemony. Originally, Elder Tianqing wanted to add the God of War King, but unfortunately, Zhang Fuyu has not appeared yet, and there is a 90% chance of an accident. Elder Tianqing also felt sorry for such a promising genius. Those who were not nominated on the manifestation list were extremely disappointed, but Elder Tianqing spoke in person, and they dared not object. Just when Elder Tianqing was about to wave his hand to let everyone disperse, a dazzling streamer suddenly flew from afar. Boom! The streamer landed suddenly, and a stream of air swept out. The crowd exclaimed. Han Feng's eyes suddenly condensed. This breath is Zhang Fuyu. A thick surprise flashed on Han Feng's face instantly. The God of War. No, it's the God of War. This guy is finally here, but the ranking battle is over. Unfortunately, it's too late. When the streamer dissipated, revealing the figure of Zhang Fuyu, the warriors in the inner courtyard shook their heads and sighed. Huh? Elder Tianqing frowned at all this. Zhang Fuyu raised his head calmly and said, "Elder, this junior is late. It stands to reason that since he is late, he can no longer participate in the ranking competition." Elder Tianqing was about to say this with a pity, but that day, Elder Xing's primordial spirit swept towards Zhang Fuyu, and he was suddenly stunned. The next moment, Elder Tianqing retracted what he wanted to say, and instead said, "Little guy, since it's late, what are you going to do?" "It's a challenge," Zhang Fuyu said lightly. "Oh? Did you know that the ranking competition is over, and the person you challenged can completely reject you?" "It's okay, I'll keep pestering him unless he fights me," Zhang Fuyu said nonchalantly. When everyone choked, Elder Tianqing also twitched the corners of his mouth, which is really a rogue and shameless approach. Elder Tianqing regained his expression and said, "Looking at your return in time, this old man will give you this opportunity. Who do you want to challenge?" Zhang Fuyu immediately looked at the semi-sacred list that had not completely dispersed in midair, and was stunned when he saw that the first place was Han Feng. The next moment, Zhang Fuyu gradually revealed a smile, and he really did not see Han Feng wrong. Turning to look at Elder Tianqing, Zhang Fuyu said loudly, "Junior challenges Han Feng." Hiss. The martial artist in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy took a deep breath, looking at Zhang Fuyu like a fool. Today's Heavenly Fire Emperor is number 1 on the semi-sacred list, not 4th before the battle, and his real combat power far exceeds the peak semi-sacred level. The mere god of war is now only 5th on the manifesto list, and only 9th before the ranking battle. To dare to directly challenge the first Emperor of Fire, he is very courageous, and he is too ignorant of Emperor Dianming and others. Facing the eyes of everyone, Zhang Fuyu remained expressionless, but he said extremely arrogant words, "Only Han Feng can fight me." What? The expressions of the Dianming Emperor, the Purple Poison Emperor, and the Saint Star Emperor immediately changed, and their gazes towards Zhang Fuyu were extremely bad. Even the Sword Emperor frowned slightly. This feeling of being overlooked and ignored is really uncomfortable. At this moment, the Sword Emperor somewhat understood why Dianming Emperor always had a distorted face after being ignored by him. Elder Tianxing had already swept over Zhang Fuyu with the power of his primordial spirit. Naturally, he knew that Zhang Fuyu was not easy, so he didn't say anything after frowning. Judging by the situation after he swept it, at least only the Saint Star Emperor and the Sword Emperor and Han Feng fought against him. Although it was a bit frantic, it really didn't make a big deal out of it. Geniuses always have their arrogant capital, but they still need to be suppressed. This suppression should be done by others. Elder Tianxing's gaze swept across Saint Star Emperor, Sword Emperor and Han Feng without a trace. It's really arrogant to challenge for the first place directly. Did you not take me seriously? Starfire Emperor, who was once defeated by Fuyu's men, said angrily. Hearing this, Zhang Fuyu just glanced at it lightly, and spit out 4 words, "My defeat." You. Xingho's face was flushed with anger, and he gritted his teeth and roared, "Do you think I am still the me half a year ago? My current strength is much stronger than half a year ago. I want to challenge you, do you dare to accept it? You can't." Zhang Fuyu continued to spit out 3 words neatly, without taking the Starfire Emperor in his eyes at all. Han Feng touched his nose. Zhang Fuyu was still as arrogant as ever. In the past, because of his low background, he would keep a low profile. Now that his strength has risen sharply, he is obviously not ready to keep a low profile. Xing pointed at Zhang Fuyu and was speechless. At this time, Zhang Fuyu suddenly glanced at the list of manifested saints, his eyes narrowed slightly. Han Feng, who is still familiar with Zhang Fuyu, knows that Zhang Fuyu is probably dissatisfied with knowing that his ranking has fallen to the 4th place on the list. Number 4 on the exalted list, I've already fallen to this point? Zhang Fuyu's voice became colder and colder. Gu Jingwubua's eyes swept over the Starfire Emperor and other powerhouses ranked above him. These powerhouses were watched by Zhang Fuyu with such eyes, and they all looked horrified. They were horrified to find that when Zhang Fuyu was watching, their bodies became cold, and an unprecedented sense of crisis rose from the bottom of their hearts. From the reaction of his body, he knew that Zhang Fuyu was indeed unusual, and the Starfire Emperor closed his mouth. Han Feng immediately said, "Fuyu, let's challenge from a low ranking, otherwise everyone's faces are not good looking, and you always feel that you look down on them. And I promise you, there are still a few masters here. You will never be disappointed." Han Feng also noticed that there was a dangerous aura from Zhang Fuyu's body. Zhang Fuyu's current strength will never be comparable to how far is he. Even the Sword Emperor did not give him such a strong sense of danger. Zhang Fuyu's expression changed, and a few people in the semi-sacred list, Zhang Fuyu only regarded Han Feng as his lifelong opponent, and Zhang Fuyu believed what Han Feng said. If there are really masters, then. Zhang Fuyu nodded slightly towards Han Feng, and immediately said to the Emperor Xingho, "I'll take your challenge." Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect Zhang Fuyu to compromise like this, and he didn't have to fight Han Feng. This made Emperor Dianming and the others ease their faces slightly. The Starfire Emperor immediately jumped up and was taken in by the illusory tower. Zhang Fuyu looked at the illusory tower in astonishment. Han Feng immediately explained the role of the Phantom Tower through voice transmission. Zhang Fuyu nodded, and jumped under the Phantom Tower, being sucked into it by the Phantom Tower. At this time, with good eyesight, he finally saw the small movements of Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu, and sighed in his heart that it was Han Feng's face. In the Unreal Tower. In the face of Zhang Fuyu, Xing did not dare to be careless, and used the strongest trick as soon as he came up. Xingho Blood, Congeal. Starfire Meteor Fist. Zhantian Fingers. Zhang Fuyu pointed out, it was useless to use the unique sanctuary. The power of Xuanhuan and Yuanshan surged out and merged into the martial arts that surpassed the heavenly rank and were close to the unique skills of the sanctuary. Whether it is Xuanhuan or Yuanshan's power, Zhang Fuyu has reached the limit of 40%. With a single blow, Zhang Fuyu has the combat power above the first-class semi-sage. Puff. The Zhantian finger easily passed through the meteor-like spark and lit on the Starfire Emperor. The Starfire Emperor immediately vomited blood and flew out. Hiss. The students in the inner courtyard took a deep breath. Han Feng had already expected this situation, and was not surprised. Outside, Zhang Fuyu pointed to the three-winged emperor, "You want to fight too? It doesn't take a bit of strength to have the strength of a first-class semi-sage, let alone get serious. What about you?" Zhang Fuyu looked at Emperor Guangwu again. "Second more. Finally broke 2 million, and I applauded myself. I remember that the last book was released in August 2012 and finished in mid-July 2013, with a total of 2.3 million words. This book was released in August in 2013, and it is estimated that it will reach more than 2.2 million words by the end of this month. To sum up, the progress of this book is almost 4 months faster than the previous book. Although the number of code words in Cabbage is still not comparable to that of the Great God, compared to the previous book, Cabbage can still be a little proud. Emperor Guangwu shook his head for a while. His strength was comparable to that of a first-class semi-sage, and he was obviously not a match for Zhang Fuyu. In addition, knowing that Han Feng and his gang had friendship with Zhang Fuyu, they conceded defeat. The Purple Poison Emperor stood up, "I'm here to fight you." In the Unreal Tower. Innate Purple Poison, Congeal. Afterglow Ghost Claw. The Purple Poison Emperor still used the same routine, first using the congenital purple poison to invade the opponent's body, so that the opponent's strength would be greatly reduced because of the congenital purple poison. God of War Blood, Congeal. But at this moment, Zhang Fuyu snorted coldly, and the terrifying aura shot straight into the sky. This kind of increase is no less than when the Sword Emperor used 60% of his sword intent. This is, the power of the bloodline has been brought into play to a level comparable to that of a saint. The warriors in the inner courtyard outside burst into an uproar. Based on this alone, Fuyu left Diaminghuang and the others far behind in this battle. Boom boom boom. The powerful aura continued to pour out like a tsunami, and Zhang Fuyu's entire body was completely wrapped by the huge god of war wearing golden armor. Hey, the ghosts and skeletons of the past have now fully grown into the armored god of war. Right now, Zhang Fuyu can really bring out the blood of the god of war. It is indeed the family of the god of war of the ancient family, and only when it reaches the holy rank can it be regarded as a complete display of the blood of the god of war. Power. The future growth will be even more terrifying. Han Feng was shocked. The purple poisonous fog spread, but after the golden god of war came, the golden god of war just swept away, and all the purple fog was instantly repelled. And the purple poison emperor bombarded the golden god of war with one claw, and the golden god of war was just a golden ray of light, bursting out with endless golden streamers that knocked the purple poison emperor upside down and vomited blood. The innate purple poison was wiped clean before it could penetrate into the golden god of war. So strong. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, the purple poison emperor was full of shock and bitterness. Why is there something abnormal in this ranking competition? The third place in the past is now difficult to keep the fifth place. Minging Poison Claw. Gritting his teeth, the purple poison emperor struck out again with one claw. The sword of the god of war. Zhang Fuyu shouted calmly, and the golden god of war also picked up the golden giant sword and slashed it out. The sword of the god of war is a skill derived from the bloodline. Now that Zhang Fuyu has exerted his bloodline to the extent that he can explode the power of the holy grade, the sword of the god of war is no longer comparable to a heavenly martial skill. However, Zhang Fuyu is not a real sanctuary powerhouse after all, so even if the sword of the god of war is exerting its maximum power now, it is equivalent to the level of 20% of the inferior sanctuary secret skills. With the power of the primordial spirit and the holy essence that have reached the limit of the semi-sage control, as well as the super bloodline, the explosive power has reached the peak semi-sacred level, and is still at the middle and lower level. The arc-shaped slash of the golden moon defeated the poisonous claws of the purple poison emperor, severely injuring the purple poison emperor in one fell swoop, and a bloody sword wound appeared on his body. If it wasn't for Zhang Fuyu's mercy at the last minute, the purple poison emperor might have been split in half. Fortunately, it was in the illusory tower. It was beheaded in the illusory tower, and it was safe when it was teleported out. These semi-sacred lists are the treasures of Baidu Academy. How could they be willing to let these treasures die? The illusory tower teleported the two out, and Emperor Dianming stood up with a solemn expression. I'll fight you. In the unreal tower. Thunder blood, congeal. Thunder beast shakes the sky. The Emperor Dianming burst into a drink, and his entire body approached the golden god of war like a meteor. Zhang Fuyu was wrapped in the golden god of war. If he wanted to really hit Zhang Fuyu, he had to defeat the golden god of war first. Seeing Emperor Dianming's powerful attack, Zhang Fuyu finally became interested. God of War Heavenly Sword. The golden slash that the golden god of war broke out was resisted by Dianming Huang. Boom boom boom. Emperor Dianming resisted the golden slash and fell to the ground, and slid directly on the ground for tens of thousands of meters before he was able to resist the golden slash. Hoo-hoo. Shaking his right fist that hurts and shoots out blood, Emperor Dianming smiled. It's not so good. If it's just this strength, I advise you not to challenge higher levels. Zhang Fuyu said lightly, I really underestimate you. After all, according to the information I know, you are only a first-class semi-sacred level. It seems that your strength growth is not bad. Then take my next sword. God of War slashes the sky. The golden god of war raised the golden giant sword in his hand and swung it down suddenly. This time, the golden slash, whether it is coercion or the terrifying power contained in it, is far more than before. God of War Qing Tian slash. Now that the bloodline of God of War has increased greatly, even if it is limited by Zhang Fuyu's cultivation base, it is completely equivalent to the power of 40% of the low-rank and inferior sanctuary. At this moment, Zhang Fuyu's explosive power has reached the top-notch semi-sacred level. Puff. The Dianming Emperor's attack was undoubtedly broken, and even the right fist with the Dianming Emperor was cut off. What? Emperor Dianming let out a scream, and was teleported out by the illusory tower the next moment. Hoo. Even if it was teleported, Emperor Dianming could still clearly feel the pain at the moment when his right arm was chopped off. You are qualified to challenge the top 3. Emperor Dianming raised his head and said, and left under the illusory tower with lingering fears. As soon as the figure moved, the Saint Star Emperor couldn't wait to come to the opposite side of Zhang Fuyu. Haha, come, let this emperor see if you have the strength to surpass the peak and half-saint. To be honest, judging from the situation of your bloodline, you shouldn't be good at any Eucharistic level attack. You are short in this regard. In other words, even if your body is transformed into the Eucharist, the power of the Eucharist will not be used by your attack method. In this way, you want to beyond the peak and semi-sacred, the level of transformation must go beyond the limit. If not, you may not win. The Saint Star Emperor licked his lips. Han Feng stared at Zhang Fuyu. Even if Zhang Fuyu had the bloodline of the god of war, it would not be so easy to break the limits of Xuanhuan and other transformations. Otherwise, wouldn't the god of war family break through and become the super genius of the fourth level of the sanctuary? If so, the god of war family would have already surpassed the Yin family and crushed the Yin family. Not only the Yin clan, but perhaps the ancient clans of the 5 continents were trampled under the feet of the God of War clan. In the Unreal Tower, the Saint Star Emperor may be trying to force the true strength of Fuyu to fight, and the first shot is also a super killer move. Saint Star Bloodline, condense. Saint Xingtian will arrow. The battle strength of the top peak and semi-sage, as Han Feng said, there are many who are qualified to be my opponents. I underestimate the world. But that's all. Zhang Fuyu showed a faint smile. God of War slashes. It was still God of War Qing Tian slash, but Zhang Fuyu burst out with even more powerful Saint Yuan and Yuanshan power. There was an uproar among the many warriors outside. The power of the Saint Yuan and Yuanshan that this guy transformed has also exceeded the limit. Oh my god, both of them have reached 50%. This god of war is so perverted. Our Baidu Academy is about to rise. The Emperor of Fire, the Emperor of Swords, and the current god of war, all have strengths that surpass the peak and half-sage. The initial disdain of many warriors towards the god of war turned into a frenzy at this moment. That's right, after the power of 50% Xingyuan and 50% Yuanshan broke out, the power of Zhang Fuyu's cut has surpassed the peak semi-sacred level. The reason why he can surpass the peak and semi-sage is not only the power of 50% of the holy essence and 50% of the primordial spirit, but also the ability to exert a bloodline comparable to the power of the holy bloodline. Just like the Sword Emperor's 60% sword intent. The Saint Star Emperor was defeated, and he was defeated by the outbreak of surpassing the peak semi-sacred strength. The Emperor of War jumped to the 3rd place on the semi-sacred list. Sturdy, really sturdy, bursting all the way to 3rd, just like the Holy Star Emperor burst all the way to 6th. Already ranked 3rd, I wonder if the War God Emperor will fight the Sword Emperor. Of course, don't forget that this guy's original goal is the Emperor of Fire. If even the Sword Emperor can't win, there is no need to fight the Emperor of Fire. The Sword Emperor was also full of fighting spirit at this time, and looked at Zhang Fuyu with fiery eyes. Before you appeared, the Emperor said that only Han Feng can be my opponent. And now you are enough to be this Emperor's opponent. Bindi and Han Feng lost the battle, but I have a battle with you. You will still lose. Zhang Fuyu looked at the Sword Emperor calmly. Han Feng looked at the two of them and spread his hands helplessly. With his eyesight, it was not clear who would win in the end. The third one. The corner of the Sword Emperor's mouth twitched. This emperor will lose? Your tone is too arrogant. Let's see the real chapter under your hand. The illusory tower instantly received Sword Emperor and Zhang Fuyu into the illusory tower. Inside the unreal tower, the Sword Emperor's face was solemn, and his opponent was also in existence that surpassed the peak and semi-sacred strength, so don't be careless. A star falls in the sky. 40% of the power of the primordial spirit, 40% of the holy body, 40% of the holy essence, and 40% of the mastery of the sanctuary, and 50% of the sword intent erupted immediately. A terrifying whirlwind rolled up in a radius of hundreds of miles and thousands of miles. What is frightening is that this whirlwind was actually condensed by the sword intent, not the wind element. Being involved in such a whirlwind of sword intent, I am afraid that it will be worn into a sieve in an instant. So strong. Zhang Fuyu was full of fighting spirit. Fortunately, I listened to Han Feng's words, otherwise this wonderful battle will be lost. This kind of strength is enough for me to use my real strength. War God Heaven slash. Boom. The dazzling golden light swept away like a hurricane. The golden god of war raised the golden long sword in his hand and slashed down suddenly. 5% of the sanctuary is under control. The people outside were horrified. Not only the power of Xuanhuan and Yuanshan surpassed the limit, but also the unique knowledge of the Holy Land. The luck of this battle against Fuyu is equally astonishing. But Han Feng, who has heard Zhang Fuyu say some of the blood of the god of war, knows that the power of Xuanhuan and Yuanshan may indeed break the limit by a great opportunity. But this is not the case with the Holy Heavenly Slash. It is purely because Zhang Fuyu has controlled the blood of the god of war to a very deep level. If Zhang Fuyu's bloodline control is the same as that of Dianming Emperor, but it can only exert the power that is infinitely close to the bloodline of the Holy Grade, this battle of the Holy Heavenly Slash, I am afraid that it is the limit level of 40%. The sky-shattering golden slash collided fiercely with the Sword Emperor's falling star in the sky. The golden slash opened its teeth and claws like a giant beast, roaring and tearing apart the falling star in the sky of the Sword Emperor. Those terrifying sword intents could not affect the golden slash at all. The Sword Emperor took a deep breath. Although the gap between 50% and 90% of the realm and 60% of the realm is only 0.1%, it is actually a huge difference. With only 50% of the sword intent, I'm afraid it won't be able to sway the opponent. When did the newcomer become so perverted? It's not enough to have a Han Feng, and now there is another one. Rao is the Sword Emperor, and some want to curse. 60% sword intent, explode. Boom. The sword intent erupted as dazzlingly as the sun, and the violent sword intent immediately overwhelmed the golden slash. Zhang Fuyu's eyes narrowed. 60% of the sword intent is so powerful. I wanted to keep a little strength to fight against Han Feng, but now it seems. War God Heaven Slash. The power of the golden slash suddenly increased, and the control of 50% instantly reached 60%. No. Han Feng quickly found out that it was wrong. This is not the control of 60% of the low-grade and low-grade sanctuary secrets, but the control of 30% of the low-grade middle-grade sanctuary. Its power is enough to be equivalent to 60% of the inferior, or even stronger. After Zhang Xingtianzhan was urged by Zhang Fuyu with all his strength, the feeling immediately changed dramatically. That kind of greater and qualitative coercion was definitely not possessed by low-grade and inferior sanctuary techniques. So it is. If Zhang Fuyu has now broken through to become a sanctuary powerhouse, I am afraid that the level of this move will directly reach the low-rank medium. And because it is a martial skill derived from blood, the fit is as high as 10%, so it is easy to surpass the limit that ordinary semi-sanctuaries can control. With all his strength bursting out, he fought against Fuyu again to overwhelm the Sword Emperor, and in the end the Sword Emperor could only reluctantly admit defeat. The Sword Emperor's admission of defeat was like a boulder thrown into the pond, causing an uproar. What? The Sword Emperor actually lost. This battle with Fuyu is so terrifying. The last time I only narrowly defeated the Starfire Emperor, but now. Fuyu is another Heavenly Fire Emperor in this battle. I don't know who is stronger or weaker to fight with the Emperor of Fire. It's hard to say, these two are perverts. The Starfire Emperor had a bitter look on his face. No wonder this guy dared to challenge the first place directly when he came up. It turned out that he really had this strength, but he thought the other party was arrogant. I'm not reconciled. Obviously I wasn't much stronger than me half a year ago, but now I'm so much better than me. The Dianming Emperor and the Purple Poison Emperor looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This time, the newcomers are really fiercer and more perverted. Han Feng, it's finally our turn to fight. Zhang Fuyu stared at Han Feng with both eyes, extremely fiery, and his undisguised fighting intent shocked everyone. Han Feng laughed lightly, jumped up, and fell to the opposite of Zhang Fuyu. It seems that we have agreed to fight well a long time ago, but it has never been achieved. Now here, it's time to fulfill this promise. The illusory tower released 2 rays of light, and the 2 were included in the illusory tower. In the unreal tower. Tianyan Qianquan sword. God of War Heavenly Sword. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. God of War Heavenly Sword. Dopa Shake Fist. 1 shake. 2 shakes. 3 shakes. God of War slashes. Boom boom boom. Endless flame explosions and sword energy filled the entire space. Haha happy, the warm-up is over, let's make a move. Han Feng was fighting happily. Zhang Fuyu shouted, eat my sword. War God Heaven slash. 50% exploded. Aurora Tsangyan, Fentian Emperor's esteemed finger. Bang. A circle of terrifying power forms ripples and spreads, and Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu are not feeling well in the fluctuation of ripples. However, the 2 of them did not suffer too much damage from these shocks because of the high defensive power of the Skyfire armor and the God of War. Zhang Xingtian Zhan. Finally, Zhang Fuyu burst out with all his strength. The golden slash easily cut off the silver-white flamed finger. Han Feng's expression remained the same, Aurora Tsangyan, Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword. More than 200 flaming swords gathered together, and the silver-white flames covered the sky and the sun. Boom. Boom. The scene like the apocalypse erupted, the 2 tricks collided, and they turned out to be completely comparable. The 2 strokes collided, and the endless astonishing aftermath directly swept the potholes and cracks on the ground, forming countless abyss. Puff. Puff. Being in such a shock and fluctuation, Han Feng's Skyfire armor collapsed instantly, and Zhang Fuyu's golden body of the God of War also collapsed and separated at this moment. The 2 of them both vomited blood and fell to the ground, embedded in the ground with a bang. Everyone outside looked at each other in dismay. Who was winning and who was losing? Either way, it's a loser. This. Let's look at the judgment of the illusory tower. One of the students said dryly. In an instant, many eyes condensed on the illusory tower. Sword Emperor's eyes were bright. Han Feng, this kid, he didn't use all his strength when fighting against me. Emperor Jianming and Emperor Zidu smiled bitterly again. Today, they don't know how many times they smiled bitterly. Especially in the face of Han Feng. How many trump cards does this guy have? Is the move that broke out just now Han Feng's last trump card? The 2 were deeply suspicious. The 4 elders were also stunned by this phenomenon. Elder Tianqing took a deep breath. The old man can only check the transformation of Yuanshan and other aspects. Zhang Fuyu's Yuanshan has transformed to 50%, Xingyuan has transformed to 50%, and his body has also transformed by 2 or 3. If the domain's unique knowledge has developed well, it will also compete with the Holy Star Emperor, or win, and have a battle with the Sword Emperor. I really didn't expect this guy's holy body to be useless, but his own bloodline is controlled to such a point, and the mastery of the holy domain is even more. God bless my Baidu Academy. Elder Tianfa couldn't help but be ecstatic. Haha, 3 geniuses who surpassed the peak and semi-sacred, they are not bad compared to Zhongdu Academy, maybe even stronger. In the past 5 palaces competing for hegemony, the Northern Capital Academy has rarely produced geniuses that surpassed the peak semi-sacred strength. This is also why Dianming Emperor, Purple Poison Emperor and Saint Star Emperor were so confident in their own strength before, and they were confident to compete for the first place. Because the first place in the Northern Capital Academy in the past is almost between the lower peak semi-sacred to the top peak semi-sacred, and rarely exceeds the peak semi-sacred level. But this time, there was a super strong existence like the Sword Emperor and 2 super dark horses, Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu, not only surpassed the peak of the semi-sacred, but also overwhelmed the Sword Emperor in one fell swoop and won the first place. And second. As for the other 4 universities in the past, only the Central Capital Academy would have 2 or even 3. The Eastern Capital Academy, the Western Capital Academy, and the Southern Capital Academy were basically 1, and sometimes 2 when luck broke out. The 4 colleges add up to about 6, 7, or 8. When there are fewer semi-sages surpassing the peak of the 4 colleges, Bai Cai College may hit the top 8. If there are more talents surpassing the peak and semi-sacred in the 4 colleges, Bai Cai College will also hit the top 10, and sometimes even the top 10. Don't go. However, this time, there were 3. How can this not make the 4 elders ecstatic? If the elders of the other 4 academies knew about this, they would be shocked and stunned, and the salted fish would turn around. Unfortunately, the number has gone up, but to say the strongest explosive force, I'm afraid it is not comparable to those top existences in the Central Capital Academy. Elder Tianyi said with a pity. Okay, it's enough to be able to appear 3 transcendent half-sages this time, so be content. Elder Tianqing shook his head and said. In the illusory tower, there was still a tremor, the smoke filled the air, and Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu were nowhere to be seen. After a long time, the smoke and dust disappeared, revealing 2 big pits, and Han Feng staggered and climbed out first. Seeing this, everyone knew the outcome. The latest ranking list has also been completely settled. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to 88.99 for the big reward. With the appearance of victory and defeat, the 9 rankings on the light curtain on the left half of the holy list have undergone tremendous changes. The first place is still Han Feng, the second is not the Sword Emperor but the God of War Emperor, and the third is the Sword Emperor. The 4th Sacred Star Emperor, the 5th Dianming Emperor, the 6th Purple Poison Emperor, the 7th Guangwu Emperor, the 8th Three-Wing Emperor, and the 9th Star Fire Emperor. The poor Xuanhuan king finally re-entered the semi-sacred list, but unfortunately he was excluded again. Down. But many students did not underestimate King Xuanhuan because of this. It is really too strong on the half-sacred list this time. The strength of the top 6 has reached the peak semi-sacred level. This level may not be comparable to that of Zhongdu University, but compared to other institutions, the gap is not too big. Among the 5 universities, only the half-sacred rankings of the Central Capital universities can be ranked in the top half-sacred list, and the other universities are around 5 or 6, 7 or 8. In the past, there were only 1 or 2 universities in Baidu, or even only 1. Because King Xuanhuan was squeezed out of the semi-sacred list, he could only temporarily occupy the first place on the list of manifested saints, followed by King Yan, King Wu, and King Lion. These 4 people also have the qualifications to participate in the 5 palaces hegemony. In the illusory tower, Han Feng staggered towards Zhang Fuyu, and with the continuous operation of the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng's pale complexion gradually returned to rosy. Hey, I won this time. Han Feng pulled Zhang Fuyu out of the pit. Zhang Fuyu's chest rose and fell violently, panting hard. It's all, you recover faster, otherwise. In this battle, the 2 of them are actually half a caddy and 82, and their strongest explosive power is similar, but Han Feng's recovery is much faster because of the 9 flames and different fire art, so the Unreal Tower judges that the winner belongs to Han Feng. 2 rays of light enveloped the 2 of them, and the illusory tower teleported them out. The battle between Han Feng and Fuyu came to an end, and the ranking competition came to an end. Elder Tianxing's voice resounded in everyone's ears. The ranking competition is over, let's go. Han Feng, Zhang Fuyu, and Yang Yanheng stay. Han Feng, who was also about to leave, was startled and had to stay. Wang Qingsong, Yan Wang and the others could only nod and say hello to Han Feng and leave. You 3 come with me and wait for the elders. Elder Tianxing took the 3 to the elder hall, and Elder Tianfa and the other 3 also followed. In the Hall of Elders, the elder Tianqing showed a big smile to the three of Han Feng. You three little guys, do you know what we old guys called you to do? The three Han Feng shook their heads. Han Feng cupped his hands and said, Elder, don't betray you. Elder Tianqing smiled and said, Actually, it's not a big deal, it's just to set a seal on you to stop other powerhouses from investigating the power of the primordial spirit. Domain powerhouses are comparable. If those old guys want to investigate, they can easily find out your details. Except for the sacred arts, bloodline, and sword intent that you control, you can't easily see through. The performance of the three of you has greatly exceeded the expectations of our old guys, and it has exceeded the previous number one on the semi-sacred list. It can be said to be amazing. But because of this, it is necessary to set up a sealing force within your body. After all, our Baidu University has been at the bottom for a long time, and those guys are used to our Baidu University being at the bottom. Once they know the true strength of the three of you, those geniuses will definitely stumble you. Although the three of you are powerful, it's disgusting that someone always trips you up. As long as the three of you keep a low profile until the Holy Venerable Hall opens, it won't matter at that time. The three Han Feng were stunned and nodded immediately. Although I am not afraid of any stumbling, it would be good if there were less disgusting things. But, Elder, what is the Holy Hall? Han Feng asked. Elder Tianqing said with a smile, the Hall of the Holy Venerable is the place where the Zhongdu Academy is competing for hegemony among the 5 palaces. It is divided into 7 floors, and the first 6 floors are used to prepare for your competition. The 7th floor is connected to the secret realm of the Cemetery of the Saint. In the Cemetery of the Saint, it is the long-term resting place of the strong men of the Central Capital Academy after the fall, and even after his death, he left a sacred secret in his tombstone. The top 8 in the final competition can enter the Cemetery of the Holy Venerable and choose the inheritance of the sanctuary. You must know that there is no such sanctuary secret knowledge anymore, so only the top 8 who participated in the competition of the 5 palaces can enter the Holy Cemetery, and even the peak elders of the sanctuary are not qualified to enter. Perhaps only the palace master of the Capital Academy, only those who are super strong in the great perfection of the sanctuary are eligible to enter. There is the true heritage of the Central Capital Academy, and it is not easy to open it. Inheritance of the sacred arts. Han Feng's expressions all froze, but Zhang Fuyu quickly returned to normal. He has the bloodline of the god of war, and the inheritance of the sacred arts is not necessary for him. Of course, it would be nice to be able to get a very high-level sanctuary in a low-level realm. Han Feng and Sword Emperor are different, especially Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor does not have any super bloodline, and he must comprehend all the unique skills of the sanctuary. If he obtains a high-level sanctuary, it will have an immeasurable effect, whether in terms of strength or as a reference to comprehend his own sanctuary. And Han Feng is also a little itchy, but Han Feng has obtained a lot of sanctuary secrets so far, especially the 9th level of Emperor Burning Heaven's esteemed finger is equivalent to high-grade sanctuary secrets, which are already extremely advanced. Naturally, Han Feng's demand has been greatly reduced, especially after breaking through to the sanctuary. Perhaps the Light of Thunder Tribulation can also break through the upgraded version of the Skyfire battle body together. The unique sanctuary of the sanctuary, the fit is as high as 100%. All in all, the demand for the sanctuary in the Cemetery of the Holy Venerable is greater than that of Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu. Han Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. Elder, it doesn't seem right. There are all the strong rules of the Central Capital Academy buried in the Cemetery of the Holy Venerable. There must be a peak of the sanctuary and even a small perfection in the sanctuary. I believe that such a master, even the Central Capital Academy. Not much. The inheritance of such a strong person, will Zhongdu Academy be generous to 8 people? Elder Tianqing sneered, how is that possible? Of course, all 8 people can enter the Holy Venerable Cemetery, but only the first can enter the core of the Holy Venerable Cemetery, where there is the inheritance of the sanctuary small perfection realm. The second and third place only being able to enter the inner circle. These are just the inheritance of the peak sanctuary powerhouses, but they are also the top ones at the same level as the sanctuary peak. The 4th to 8th places are on the periphery of the cemetery of the Holy Venerable, where the top and weaker peak masters of the Great Sanctuary are buried there. As for under the Great Sanctuary and above the Sanctuary Small Perfection, it is in another place. In the past 5 palaces competing for hegemony, the first must be the Zhongdu University, the second and the third basically every time there will be a Zhongdu University. Every time the strongest inheritance is basically obtained by Zhongdu University, there is nothing that Zhongdu University can't be generous. There was a flash of surprise in Han Feng's eyes, and sure enough, Zhongdu Academy could not be so generous to the other 4 universities. Zhongdu University is the headquarters of all universities, and the other 4 universities are branches of Zhongdu University. But after so many years, the branch has already become independent, and even thinking about seizing the dominance of Zhongdu University among the 5 academies, how could Zhongdu University still generously pass on the advanced level to the other 4 universities? Okay, no more gossip, I will leave a seal on your body. You can take advantage of the last period of time to cultivate well and improve your strength as much as possible. After half a month, you will use the teleportation array to teleport to the central continent. Inside the Zhongdu Academy. Elder Tianqing waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to say any more, so he would leave a seal on the body of Han Feng and the 3 of them. But at this moment, Elder Libra suddenly interrupted excitedly, "Wait. Libra, you are..." Elder Tianqing frowned slightly. The Elder Libra was overjoyed. Just now, this old man passed the situation of this ranking competition to the deputy government advocate Wu Linzhang, and the Lord said that he will come and set the seal in person. What? All 3 Han Feng exclaimed. Deputy Palace Master, this is the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Such a realm is almost an invincible existence in the North Continent. And this kind of existence, now is too. Second more. The vice president is actually. Elder Tianqing was extremely surprised. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe suddenly appeared in the area between the 3 elders and Han Feng. No one noticed how the middle-aged man appeared. The 3 of Han Feng were subconsciously retreating and vigilant. However, the 4 elders of Tianqing immediately respectfully said, "See the Deputy Palace Master." Vice Palace Master. The 3 of Han Feng carefully looked at the Deputy Palace Master Wu Linzhang. Looking carefully, the Deputy Palace Master seemed to be extremely ordinary. But in the blink of an eye, it was as if he saw a handsome and elegant scholar. I blinked again, but it was blurry, and I couldn't see it accurately. Hiss. All 3 of Han Feng gasped. Ha ha ha. The 4 elders of Tianqing looked at each other when they saw the situation of the 3 of Han Feng, and they all laughed. Elder Tianqing said, "This is related to the unique knowledge that the Deputy Palace Master has learned. Don't be so surprised. Lord, these 3 little guys are Han Feng, Zhang Fuyu, and Yang Yanheng." Zhang Wulin smiled and said, "This seat already knows." Having said that, Zhang Wulin looked at the 3 of Han Feng, and the 3 of Han Feng still could not see through the true face of Zhang Wulin. Zhang Wulin smiled lightly, "I have seen the recorded video of your battle, which is really good. Whether this time the 5 palaces compete for hegemony can win glory for our Baidu Academy, it is up to you. Don't worry, my lord, we must do our best." The 3 of Han Feng immediately said solemnly. Zhang Wulin nodded and said, "The Central Capital Academy is the strongest among the 5 palaces, and there are no less than 10 in the sanctuary small perfection realm. Just the seal of the heavenly punishment is not enough, so let this seat perform it." The sanctuary great perfection powerhouses of the Zhongdu Academy are all practicing in seclusion, and they don't care about things like the 5 palaces, competing for hegemony. There is less than 1% chance that you will be detected by the seals cast by this seat. Without waiting for the 3 of Han Feng to say thank you, Zhang Wulin stretched out his finger and clicked a few times, and the 3 of Han Feng felt an invisible force pouring into their bodies. This feeling appeared quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if the previous feeling was an illusion. But the 3 of Han Feng knew that it was by no means an illusion, but when they swept into their bodies with the power of their primordial spirits, they couldn't find anything. Zhang Wulin laughed aloud. This seat is a master of the small perfection in the sanctuary, and the cultivation level is as high as the 28th level of the sanctuary. If even the 3 of you who are not in the sanctuary are discovered by the juniors, wouldn't this seat be in vain? I have practiced for thousands of years. The 3 Han Feng smiled shyly. Only then did Zhang Wulin seriously look at the 3 of them. After a long time, a strange smile appeared on Zhang Wulin's face. Do you 3 want to go further? What? The 3 of Han Feng were shocked, but Zhang Wulin continued, I have to say that the 3 of you are very lucky, and I happen to have something in my hand that can make your strength further, but it depends on how far you can achieve it. Yourselves. Zhang Wulin looked at Zhang Fuyu and said, your kid is actually from the God of War family, but it seems that your background should not be high, otherwise, with your talent and bloodline, it is impossible to come to Baidu Academy to cultivate. Those of the God of War family are indeed a group of unreasonable people. This guy, if it goes on like this, sooner or later, it will be detached. This seat once fought with a certain master of the God of War family. And won, so he got a drop of blood from the master of the God of War family. This drop of blood essence will be given to you. In fact, based on the concentration of your God of War bloodline, this drop of blood essence should not have much effect. It is impossible to make your bloodline more concentrated, but it will allow you to control the bloodline of God of War even further. Now that you are in control of the bloodline of the God of War, it is not complete to exert the power of the holy bloodline at the bottom level. After refining this drop of blood essence, you should be able to exert more. As for how much you can exert, it is up to you. Myself. Throwing a drop of blood essence to Zhang Fuyu, Zhang Wulin looked at Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng. I once got a fragment of a holy sword when I traveled to the secret realm. The owner of the holy sword should have been a master swordsman before his death. The sword intent is at least 80 or 90%. Although it's only a fragment of the holy sword, there is still a trace of the sword's will that the holder had comprehended during his lifetime. Don't look at only a trace. To comprehend with your previous 59% of the sword's will, it's very likely that your sword's seed will be broken. Sword intent has been wiped out. It's like the bloodline inheritor has been swept away from the bloodline power. Fortunately, you have now comprehended 60% of sword intent, even if it is not stable yet. You are qualified enough to explore and comprehend the sword intent left on the fragments of the holy sword. We'll go further. The Sword Emperor's eyes suddenly became furious. As a sword cultivator, he is extremely fanatical about sword intent. Now there is a fragment of the holy sword, and there is still a trace of sword intent on it, which is really attractive to the sword cultivator. Thank you, sir. The Sword Emperor respectfully took the fragment of the holy sword. Now, only Han Feng is left. Zhang Wulin said, Kid Han Feng, if I guessed correctly, you are practicing dope a vibrating fist, relying on the power of vibration. The full version of dope a vibrating fist is to vibrate 9 times, but? Yes, sir, this dope a shaking fist was taught to the boy by Elder Tian Xing. Han Feng replied respectfully. Zhang Wulin immediately looked at Elder Tianxing with a half-smile, but not a smile. You old fellow, shouldn't you have looked at the thing in this seat from the very beginning? But that thing is really useless to this seat, so I will take it out for this boy today. Bar. Elder Tianxing was embarrassed. However, Han Feng was at a loss for Zhang Er. Listening to the meaning of the palace master, what was the implied meaning of the dope shaking fist taught by the elder Tianxing to him? Zhang Wulin took out a stone. The stone was simple and unadorned, as if it was a stone that can be seen everywhere on the roadside, but this was a stone taken out by Zhang Wulin, a master of the small perfection realm in the sanctuary. How could it be simple? Han Feng looked at Zhang Wulin suspiciously, hoping that the adult could explain it. However, Zhang Wulin smiled strangely and threw the stone directly at Han Feng. Go on, kid. Han Feng didn't dare to reach out to pick it up carelessly, but when he touched the stone, a vibrational force burst out. Han Feng's hand was instantly smashed by the vibrational force, the stone fell to the ground, and the grumble rolled. This is... Han Feng's pupils shrank, disbelief and surprise flashed in his eyes. Hee, I don't know what this stone is called, this seat, but it was obtained by accident, because it contains a very special vibration force. I used to think that through this vibrational power, I would comprehend the super sacred secret technique of using the vibrational power to fight the enemy. Unfortunately, the vibrational power on this stone is too weak and too rare, and I finally gave up. Without comprehending the slightest clue, this stone really becomes an ordinary stone. I'm very glad that I didn't use it at the beginning, and now it's just to improve your strength. The dope of vibrating fist you practice relies on the power of vibration. If your kid can comprehend a little these days, maybe you can break the limit of the dope of vibrating fist to the semi-sage, and then shake the fourth or even the fifth vibration power, then the power will definitely increase greatly. Han Feng swallowed and spit. He originally thought that the power he could increase was the power of Yuanshan, but he didn't expect to have another direction now. Picking up the stone carefully, Han Feng immediately put it into the storage space, and then thanked him. Sword Emperor and Zhang Fuyu also bowed again to thank them. Zhang Wulin sighed and said, maybe it is really God's will, if the top 3 of the semi-sacred list are not the 3 of you this time, this seat will not be able to make the rest of you go further. Whether it's the drop of blood essence, the holy sword fragment, or the mysterious stone, it seems that it was specially made for you. Hee. The 3 of Han Feng scratched their heads and smirked. Humph, don't laugh so happily. Do you think this seat will give you these things without pay? Zhang Wulin snorted coldly. The 3 of them looked solemn and said solemnly, I don't know what your lord ordered. Zhang Wulin sneered, this seat requires you to break into the top 8. If you don't have Jia, the things in this seat are not so easy to swallow. Zhang Wulin swept towards the 3 of them with a strange smile, and the 3 of them felt cold. The third one. Zhang Wulin was a super expert in the 28th heaven of the sanctuary. Han Feng and the 3 of them were laughed at by such strong men, and their hearts instantly rose up with infinite fear. Ha, I'm joking with you guys, I'm going to frighten you. Suddenly, Zhang Wulin laughed out loud, and the 4 elders of Tianqing flashed helplessness on their faces. The 3 of Han Feng were stunned for a while. Elder Tianxing explained helplessly, the deputy palace master likes to be scary. You 3 don't have to take the previous threat of the deputy palace master to heart. It can still be like this. Han Feng's heart was dumbfounded. Zhang Wulin snorted in dissatisfaction, don't take it to heart. Looking at the 3 of Han Feng, Zhang Wulin said, before this seat did have a joke to scare you, as long as you can win glory for Baidu Academy, those things will be given away for nothing. You will not have any dissatisfaction or regret in this seat, I just wish you could be directly improved dozens of times. It's only true that I hope you can reach the top 8. If you can greatly improve through what you just gave you within a limited time, it's not impossible to break into the top 8 or even higher names. The younger generation will definitely not live up to the expectations of adults. Han Feng and the 3 shouted firmly again. Well, it's just to use this kind of energy. Zhang Wulin was very satisfied, and then said, well, since I've already helped you, it's okay to give you some more help. Apart from Yang Yanheng, Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu, you 2 don't know yet. The palace masters and vice presidents of our 5 major palaces will have a conversation every time the ranking competition is held, and the discussion is about the geniuses who appeared in the ranking competition. So even though our 5 universities are on 5 continents and are far apart, the information between them has not been cut off. This is why this guy Yang Yanheng knows the geniuses of other universities. Similarly, the geniuses of other universities should have a lot of knowledge about Yang Yanheng. Silk understands. Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu's expressions changed. Doesn't this mean that their information has been exposed to the eyes of other school heads or vice presidents? So what's the point of this so-called seal? Seeing the changes in the faces of the two, Zhang Wulin smiled and said, "Don't worry, because this ranking match is very close to the 5 palaces contest. The palace master of Zhongdu Academy has already sent a message, and this time there is no need for the ranking match. Let's communicate with each other again, and everything will be revealed in the competition of the 5 palaces for hegemony. The news of the 2 of you will not be leaked, not only the 2 of you, but also Yang Yanheng." During the last communication, Yang Yanheng was comparable to the peak semi-sacred level. At that time I was laughed at. This time but let's see what kind of faces those people will show when they see the true strength of the 3 of you. Zhang Wulin showed a cheerful smile. This time Baidu Academy can finally rise to prominence. In turn, Zhang Wulin pouted again. The reason why there is no need to communicate in this ranking competition is because the old guys from Zhongdu University think that they will still occupy the top 8 and 1/2 as always. They are really confident. Waiting for them to be slapped in the face. Now, I'm here to tell you about the famous characters from the other 4 palaces in the last ranking competition. Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu immediately appeared to be attentive. Although the Sword Emperor had known for a long time, he was also serious at this time. Zhang Wulin's voice sounded, "Let's talk about this Nandu University first." During the last exchange, the top-ranked semi-sacred list of Nandu University was a genius called the Red-Winged Demon Emperor, who was the peak of the middle and upper half-sacred at that time. Strength. Probably stronger than the current Jianming Emperor, and weaker than the Saint Star Emperor. After a few years, even Yang Yanheng has gone from being comparable to the peak semi-sacred strength to now surpassing the peak semi-sacred strength. Obviously, the guy from the Red-Winged Demon Emperor should not be underestimated. The last time the Western Capital Academy ranked first in the semi-sacred list was a genius called the Ice Crystal Emperor. This Ice Crystal Emperor has the bloodline of an ice crystal giant. Once he turns into an ice crystal giant, he not only has infinite power, but also can control the extreme. Han Feng is extremely powerful. A few years ago, he was already at the top of the peak, and he must be stronger now. Let's talk about Dongdu Academy. The last semi-sacred ranking battle was a genius called the White Dragon Emperor. He has the blood of a silver steel dragon, and if he uses his blood, he will turn into a silver-white steel dragon, and his strength is stronger than that of the ice crystal giant. Nothing less than that. In the previous session, this son was also at the top peak and semi-sacred level, and now he is only stronger or weaker than the Ice Crystal Emperor. Finally, there is Zhongdu University. There are 2 Zhongdu University that deserve your attention. Among them, the first in the semi-sacred list is called the Purple Elephant Emperor, who has the blood of a purple gold giant elephant. Attribute, and is also a master swordsman. At the beginning, this son's sword intent has reached 59%, and now he may have reached 60%. Yang Yanheng, this guy may be your enemy. The Sword Emperor's eyes instantly burst out with infinite fighting intent. Jianshou versus Jianshou. This is exactly what he expected. If you want to improve your sword intent, it is not just a simple comprehension. Fighting against a sword cultivator with more powerful sword intent is also a major way to improve. Zhang Wulin continued, the last demon sword emperor was close to the limit of semi-sacredness, and the purple elephant emperor even surpassed the peak and semi-sacred. Now, I can't imagine how powerful they will be. If they had to participate in the competition for the hegemony of the 5 palaces, these people would have been able to cross the heavenly thunder and become the sanctuary. After all, whether it is a peak semi-sacred or a transcendental semi-sacred, after passing through the sky thunder, it is the 4th level of the holy realm, especially reaching the peak semi-sacred level. After passing through the sky thunder, it is in the later stage of the 4th heaven. Beyond the peak and semi-sacred, at this time there is not much meaning. At most, the light of thunder tribulation will be bathed in more, and the time to comprehend will be more. It is possible that geniuses who can reach this level have great powers behind them. They have various means to enable these geniuses to comprehend and improve their unique sanctuary skills. The light of thunder tribulation is just the icing on the cake. Unless you reach the legendary 9th rank semi-sage, it is possible to reach the 5th heaven in one fell swoop, and bathe in the unprecedented light of thunder. Zhang Wulin swallowed this sentence and did not say it. The so-called 9th rank semi-sage is only based on historical records, and the forgotten continent has never appeared, even in the ancient family. Since it has never appeared, why say it? Purple Elephant Emperor, Demon Sword Emperor, Red Winged Demon Emperor, Ice Crystal Emperor, White Dragon Emperor. Are these people my opponents? Han Feng's eyes shone brightly, and Fighting Fuyu was also burning with fighting intent. Zhang Wulin laughed. Yes, what you want is your fighting spirit. Now that a few years have passed, maybe their strength has improved far beyond yours, or maybe not as good as you. In short, you should be careful with these 5 people. Besides, not only these 5 people, everyone else, you must be careful too. Since Han Feng and Zhan Fuyu will suddenly appear in our Baidu Academy, you 2 big dark horses, what is impossible for other academies? If you were only careful with these 5 people and ignore the others, you might also capsize in the gutter. Yes. Han Feng's faces became more and more solemn, and if they wanted to enter the top 8, they might have to go through some competition. Okay, let's go and practice. I hope you can improve in the past few days. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Wulin disappeared in front of everyone. After the 3 of Han Feng said goodbye to Elder Tianqing and other elders, they couldn't wait to go to their residence to start retreating. After Han Feng retreated, he immediately entered the House of Time in the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. This stone has the mystery of the vibrational power. By studying this vibrational power, my control of the dope of vibrating fist will definitely exceed the limit that the half-sanctuary can control, and the strength will be greatly increased. But although my comprehension is not bad, it definitely can't reach the excellent level of defying the sky. It is impossible for me to comprehend too much in just a few days, but it will be different in the house during this time. Help, my comprehension will reach incredible levels in an instant. Thinking of this, Han Feng took out the stone and began to study it. Feeling the vibration force, Han Feng was not allowed to enter the door at first. He just sensed the fluctuation of the vibration force and could not comprehend the essence and mysteries at all. But gradually, after the arrival of the power of the day, everything changed. A wave of vibrating power was displayed, and under the observation of Han Feng's Yuanshan, an earth-shaking transformation began to take place. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Originally it was just a simple vibration force, but Han Feng's eyesight turned into a little mystery. So this is the essence of the vibration force? It turns out that I didn't even think of this. Such a mystery is indeed a shocking force. Han Feng's Yuanshan continued to exclaim, gradually sinking into his comprehension. Time passed by minute, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. 30 days in the House of Time, not even half a day outside. With the time difference in the current time house, 1 day outside, the time house can reach up to 100 days. Of course, the consumption of spirit stones is also huge, but Han Feng has already decided that after the 5 government hegemony is over, the heavenly thunder will become a sanctuary. At that time, there will be almost no use of spirit stones, so it is better to use them in time than to keep them. So now even though there are not many spirit stones left, Han Feng is not at all distressed. What are the spirit stones used for? Isn't it used to serve the purpose of improving strength? Do you have a huge spiritual stone that you don't need to watch? Han Feng didn't know that there were some warriors in this world who hoarded a lot of spirit stones just to watch, and to look at them every day to satisfy their desire. Another 30 days have passed, and a total of 60 days have passed. Suddenly, Han Feng's expression froze, and he withdrew from the state of heaven and man. I finally realized that a qualitative change has been achieved. With my current strength, I can already perform the fourth shock, which is almost equivalent to more than 40% of the control. But it's not enough. There is still some vibrational power, and my understanding has not reached the limit. Another month passed, Han Feng exhaled, and the stone in his hand turned into dust. The vibration power is exhausted. Unfortunately, I haven't fully realized the fifth vibration. If the first 4 shocks can explode with full power, then this fifth shock can only explode 60 to 70% of the power it should have. With the fifth shock of my current dopa vibration fist, the power is roughly equivalent to a little more than 50% of the low-grade sanctuary's unique skills. In general, the strength has improved a lot. Suddenly, Han Feng found that his Super Saint Flame art was about to move. What's going on? Is it going to break through again? It's going to break through to the late 7th stage so soon? When entering the state of heaven and man, Han Feng Chaoxing Yan Ju also operates involuntarily. Since the Super Holy Flame art has broken through to the 7th realm, the progress has been extremely slow. Even if Han Feng took the initiative to cultivate, it was as slow as a turtle. But now, the transcendent Holy Flame art, which has reached the 7th level mid-stage state, is showing signs of breaking through again. Very good. If the Super Holy Flame art breaks through to the late 7th stage, my Super Holy Flame body is not too bad among the primary holy grade qualifications. Once it breaks through to the 8th stage, especially the late 8th stage, then my Super Holy Flame body will be close to the high-level holy quality. A deep surprise flashed across Han Feng's face. The Super Saint Flame art is about to break through to the late 7th stage, and Han Feng simply stayed in the time room and did not leave. Boom! Han Feng's body was shocked, and he only felt that the cells of the body had undergone earth-shaking changes, and the body's senses to the outside world were more sensitive. With the breakthrough of the Super Holy Flame art, Han Feng's Super Holy Flame body began to change, and now Han Feng's Super Holy Flame body is no less than the highest level among the primary holy qualifiers. The Super Holy Flame body itself is a fire attribute nature, which may be a breakthrough of the Super Holy Flame art, and it is even a step further with the 9 flames and different fire art. The silver-white color, auroric Xuanhuan, swept out and slowly condensed into a huge flower lotus. Han Feng quietly sat cross-legged on the flaming flower lotus, like a fairy child. The improvement of the 9 flames and different fire art is definitely a big surprise for Han Feng. Although the 9 flames and different fire art is still at the initial level of the 5th floor, there is no doubt that it has begun to gradually approach the initial limit level. In the early stage of the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, auroric Xuanhuan was not weaker than the low-grade holy fire in essence. Especially the previous improvement of the 9 flame different fire art directly led to the fact that auroric Xuanhuan had already thrown off the low-grade and medium-grade holy flames. Level. Infinitely close to the high-grade holy flame. It's a pity that due to Han Feng's current cultivation, auroric Xuanhuan is too rare in quantity, which makes auroric Xuanhuan's power drop greatly after the combination. Just like the same ice block, how about an ice block about the size of a human head is compared with an ice block like a small mountain? It is estimated that it will shatter directly when it hits it, and it will not affect the ice giant mountain in the slightest. But Han Feng smiled slightly, Although the combined power cannot be compared with the real low-grade high-grade holy fire, it is almost equivalent to the lowest level low-grade holy fire. Incorporating into the Skyfire battle body, the increase for me is almost equivalent to Yang Yanheng's 60% increase in sword intent and Zhang Fuyu's war god's bloodline increase. Moreover, the power of Aurora Xuanhuan has greatly increased, and the integration of the Fen Tian Emperor's revered fingers and other sacred arts will inevitably increase the power of the sacred arts. With these two increases, my overall strength has skyrocketed again. I really didn't expect that at the last moment, my strength would increase by such a large margin. Presumably, Elder Tianqing, the deputy palace master, and Zhang Fuyu will be shocked and their jaws will drop. Han Feng blew out of a happy look. The breakthrough of the super holy flame art has also increased my closeness to the fire attribute sex sanctuary, and the compatibility of various sanctuary has improved. The lower the degree of fit, the higher the improvement. Like with such a high degree of fit with Emperor Fengchen's esteemed finger, it has almost no effect. With such a high degree of fit as Emperor Fengchen's esteemed finger, it is estimated that only when the transcendent holy flame art has broken through to the 9th level, can the degree of fit be improved. Emperor Burning Heaven's venerable finger is further improved, but it will be close to a 10% fit. I have a feeling that now I seem to be able to cultivate the second realm of Emperor Fen Tian's respect finger. The second level of Emperor Fen Tian's respect is equivalent to the low-grade middle-level sanctuary. The sword is even higher. In other words, if I cultivate the second realm of the Burning Heaven Emperor's respect finger, the mastery level I will eventually reach will definitely exceed the Tianyan Thousand Realms sword. At that time, my strongest unique skill will not be the Tianyan Thousand Realms sword, but the Fengchen Emperor's revered finger. Han Feng's face showed a fiery color. There is still a few days before departure. Han Feng continued to calm down and practice. The second level of Emperor Burning's esteem refers to that which is comparable to the top low-grade middle-level sacred arts. Originally, such sacred arts should be extremely difficult to master, even if Han Feng had the help of heaven and man. However, Han Feng and Emperor Fen Tian's esteemed fingers are very well matched. Second, Han Feng has also practiced the low-grade and middle-level sacred skills such as the Zhenyan Qilin arm and the Tianyan Thousand World sword, and has enough experience. Therefore, Han Feng's final control of the second level of Emperor Fen Tian's venerable finger was unprecedentedly easy. The day before the departure, Han Feng had already cultivated the Fen Tian Emperor's revered finger to 30%, and Han Feng still had a feeling that this had not reached his limit. As long as he continued to practice, his control over the second level of Emperor Fen Tian's venerable finger could continue to improve. We're leaving tomorrow. Quan Dang relaxes on the last night. The practice is loose and tight. After staying in the House of Time for so long, it's time to take a break. Leaving the time house, Han Feng rarely slept on the bed and spent a wonderful night. That night, Han Feng slept soundly and soundly. In the early morning of the next day, Han Feng was ready to go. Emperor Fen Tian has mastered 30% of the second level realm, which is almost equivalent to 60% of the power of the low-grade sanctuary, or even better. Once the Aurora Xuanhuan is integrated, the power will be, it is beyond the level that a low-grade and low-grade sanctuary can achieve. With my current strength, I will fight against Fuyu and Yang Yanheng again, and I am sure to defeat them in seconds. In front of the Tianqing Elder Palace, the three Han Feng arrived at the same time. Clap clap clap. The eyes of the three people collided in the air, colliding with endless fire flowers. The three of them were full of fighting spirit. It seems that in addition to this emperor, the two of them have improved a lot. The Sword Emperor smiled and was extremely shocked. Fighting Fuyu was better and could sense danger, but now Han Feng felt like an ordinary person without any threat. Will Han Feng be a threat? Is it possible? This feeling only shows one situation: Han Feng has improved too much, the gap has widened, and it is already unfathomable. How is this possible? How can it improve so much in just a few days? It must be my illusion. Zhang Fuyu took a deep look at Han Feng. How could he not find out what the Sword Emperor had discovered? One after another, the semi-sacred powerhouses such as the Dianming Emperor, the Saint Star Emperor, and the Purple Poison Emperor also flew in quickly, and the three immediately restrained their momentum. At this point, it is almost impossible to sense anything if you want to sense it. Several people only made eye contact, but did not talk. This is the palace of the Elders of Heavenly Punishment. It is a little disrespectful to the Elders of Heavenly Punishment to chat casually in front of this palace. After a while, the 9 members of the Semi-Holy List and the 4 members of the Manifestation List, a total of 13 people arrived. Elder Tianqing also walked out slowly at this moment. See Elder Heavenly Punishment. Led by Han Feng, the 13 people said respectfully. This time, it is the Deputy Palace Master who will lead you there. Come with this old man. Elder Tianqing said slowly, and flew away first. Vice Palace Master. The expressions of Emperor Dianming and the others changed drastically, flashes of shock and surprise. The shock is because this time the 5 palaces are led by the Deputy Palace Master. After all, they were led by elders such as Tianqing or Tianfa in the past. The surprise is to be able to meet such a level of master as the Deputy Palace Master. Sanctuary small perfection, even the strongest Tier 1 empire does not have such a powerhouse. On the bright side of Beizhou continent, such a powerhouse is already invincible. If you want to find someone who can compete with the Sanctuary small perfection realm, you must find some hidden forces, or generally unknown forces, such as Douling men. Or, find it in the ancient family. In the ancient clan, there are generally more Sanctuary small perfection, which is not even comparable to the Central Capital Academy. The weaker ancient clans have dozens of small perfection realms in the Sanctuary, and the stronger ones may have hundreds of them. But how many ancient families are there in the entire Beizhou continent? How many continents add up? Even if all the ancient clans joined the WDO, Sanctuary Xiaocheng was still an extremely high-level expert. How can Dianming Huang and others who are not yet in the Sanctuary not be surprised when they meet such a strong man? You must know that many brothers from Baidu Academy have never seen the 2 deputy and main palace masters. Perhaps this is the first time in their lives to see the small perfectionists in the Sanctuary. On the contrary, the 3 of Han Feng knew that the leader of the team was Wu Lin, the vice president, a few days ago, so they were not surprised. Haha, don't use it to find this seat, go directly to the space to teleport the Great Formation. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from all directions. Elder Tianqing, Han Feng and the others immediately said respectfully, see the vice president. In a flash of space ahead, Zhang Wulin has appeared in front of everyone. Emperor Dianming and others secretly looked at the legendary Deputy Palace Lord, and also showed the same expression as the 3 Han Feng at the beginning. Seeing such an expression, Han Feng finally understood how stupid their expressions were that day. Go to Shengwangtai. Without saying a word, Zhang Wulin rolled up the crowd and disappeared in place. Only Elder Tianqing sighed, I hope these little guys can get good results. Han Feng and others only felt that it was dark in front of them. When the light was restored again, they had come to a high platform. The high platform was dotted with stars, and there were hundreds of steps down. The highest platform is 100 feet square, and in the center is accompanied by the condensation of starlight, and an incomparably huge mysterious rune formation emerges. These mysterious runes shone with mysterious light and aura, and Han Feng felt a little dizzy just by looking at them. Han Feng's Yuanshan power has reached more than 30%, and Han Feng is like this, not to mention others, except for a few who are similar to Han Feng's Yuanshan's power or even surpass Han Feng's power, and have not shown ugly. At present, the weakest Lion King is already retching. Zhang Wulin said with a smile, this is a large space teleportation array, which can be teleported across 5 continents. Its structure is naturally extremely complicated. Without the power of the primordial spirit of the real sanctuary powerhouse, it is impossible to observe it smoothly. With a flick of his hand, an invisible force enveloped Han Feng and everyone felt a lot better. Zhang Wulin turned his head and sighed. As a large-scale space teleportation array, the price of teleportation once is not small. Zhang Wulin threw out tens of thousands of rays of light with some pain. 9 supergrade holy stones, 99 top-grade holy stones, 999 high-grade holy stones, and 9,999 middle-grade holy stones. This is also a lot of money for our Baidu University. Expenses. Zhang Wulin felt even more pain. The low-grade and middle-grade holy stones are good to say, there is actually no shortage of Baidu colleges, but the top grade is a bit precious, not to mention the top grade and supergrade. The value of a supergrade holy stone is equivalent to 100 top-grade holy stones, equivalent to 10,000 high-grade holy stones, equivalent to 1 million mid-grade holy stones, and equivalent to 100 million low-grade holy stones. 9 supergrade holy stones are 900 million low-grade holy stones. At the realm of Zhang Wulin, there is almost no way to improve low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade holy stones. If you want to improve, you can only rely on top-grade holy stones and supergrade holy stones. But even a super expert like Zhang Wulin doesn't have many top-quality holy stones in his hands, let alone no super-quality holy stones. These top-quality holy stones and super-quality holy stones are all taken from Baidu University's inventory. This made Zhang Wulin, who did not have a super-quality holy stone, extremely entangled. If he can, he really wants to cut it down for himself to practice, but if you want to cross continents, you must have super-quality holy stones. Boom! 9 supergrade holy stones, 99 top-grade holy stones, 999 high-grade holy stones, and 9,999 middle-grade holy stones all landed on the teleportation array, and the teleportation array suddenly erupted. The dazzling light, the light soars into the sky, straight into the sky. The teleportation formation has officially started, hurry in. If you don't achieve good results this time, be careful of this seat's punishment. Zhang Wulin snorted coldly. The 9 super-quality holy stones were gone. Zhang Wulin felt distressed and frightened a group of little guys to vent their anger. Sure enough, Emperor Dianming and the others were frightened, and their faces turned pale. The anger of a small perfectionist in the sanctuary is terrifying to think about. The weakest people were about to cry. If they knew it earlier, it would be better not to participate in the 5 palaces' hegemony. The 3 of Han Feng looked at each other and smiled unkindly. They were also frightened a few days ago. However, the 3 of them were not so kind to remind Emperor Dianming and others that the deputy palace lord is obviously in a bad mood now, so let these guys become the targets of the deputy palace lord to vent. The white light was like a whirlwind that involved everyone. The next moment, the white light seemed to cover the entire Baidu Academy, and the next moment, the white light suddenly disappeared. On the Xuanhuan platform, there is no Han Feng and others. Nandu Academy, Shengwangtai. A silver-haired old woman said lightly, everything is ready, we are going to start teleportation. Behind the silver-haired old woman were no less than 30 young geniuses, led by a strong man with strong arms and waist. Behind the strong man, a young man with red hair looked at the strong man unwillingly. In the past, there was his own position. Behind the two, a group of young people whispered. The Red-Winged Demon Emperor has occupied the first place on the semi-sacred list for so many years, but it was replaced by the dark horse of the newcomer, the Emperor of the Ape, which is really unexpected. Indeed, the Emperor of the Apes has only been on the semi-sacred list in the past year. This time the ranking competition has directly picked the top 8, which is really scary. The bloodline of the 8-armed God Ape, the God Ape Emperor has such a bloodline, it is really shocking, such a bloodline in the entire Nanzhou continent, except the ancient family, is also a middle and upper class. The God Ape Emperor's family was lucky and fell. Such a genius suddenly appeared in a long-standing family. It is conceivable that after hundreds of years and thousands of years, there will be a Dingjian family that is no less than the first-rank imperial power in our Nanzhou continent. The Scarlet-Winged Demon Emperor must be very unwilling, but the strength of the Scarlet-Winged Demon Emperor is also very terrifying, far exceeding the peak of the semi-sacred, and the third place in our semi-sacred list can only reach the semi-sacred limit. He was instantly killed by a strong move. This time, our Southern Metropolis Academy will definitely teach Zhongdu University a lesson. It is not only the Central Capital Academy that will have more than one genius who surpasses the peak semi-sacred strength in each session. The third one. During the activation of the teleportation array, the strong man God Ape Emperor with the blood of the eight-armed god remained silent. But at the moment when the teleportation array burst into light, the Emperor Ape suddenly opened his eyes, and all the light flashed away. 5 palaces are fighting for hegemony. This emperor is here. The red-winged demon emperor also shot high fighting intent in his eyes. According to the deputy palace master, what is worth noting in the Zhongdu Academy is the purple elephant emperor and the demon sword emperor, but this emperor should take a look. This legend has always dominated 5. How strong are the first and second in the semi-sacred list of the Zhongdu Academies competing for the first place? The light enveloped everyone in it, and soon everyone disappeared on the holy light platform. Shidu Academy, Shengguangtai. The fat man in the blood robe waved and spilled countless holy stones. Rao is that the Western Capital University is richer than the Northern Capital University, and the man in the blood robe is also very painful. But when the blood-robed man swept his gaze to the 2 behind him, the blood-robed man hid the pain. I really didn't expect that there will be 2 semi-sacred beings that surpass the peak of the peak in my Shidu Academy this time. The Ice Crystal Emperor, who is far ahead of the rest of the semi-sacred list, and the Burning Emperor, who is a rising star. Emperor Fentian is not as good as the Ice Crystal Emperor, but he also possesses strength far beyond the peak and semi-sage. This time, my Western Capital Academy will definitely shine. The teleportation formation surged, covering a group of people from the Western Capital Academy in it. Zhongdu University. The sword-backed man said coldly, "Listen, you two, both of you are stronger than the peak and half-sage, especially the White Dragon Emperor. You have a strength far beyond the peak and the half-sage. There is no problem in ranking the top 5 or even the top 4 in terms of strength, and even capable of competing for the top 3. Don't be disappointed in this seat." "Yes," the white-haired youth replied calmly. And beside the white-haired man, the woman in the exposed red dress covered her mouth and giggled. "Sir, the strength of this junior is not bad." The man with the sword on his back snorted coldly, "If you can participate in the 5 government hegemony, especially which one who has the ability to compete in the top 8 is not a strong-willed person, let's forget the charm of your Firefox. You can also bully your strength and willpower. Unstable people." The woman in the red dress is a little dissatisfied, but the man carrying the sword is the deputy palace master of the sanctuary Small Perfection realm, and the woman in the red dress just needs to swallow the unwillingness in her heart, but in her heart, she decides to make good use of her Firefox charm ability. I don't believe that no one has the slightest sense of fun like Emperor Bailong and the deputy palace lord who uses swords. Zhongdu University. In the mansion of the vice president. The old man wearing a brocade robe said to one of the following 3 people, "Purple Elephant Emperor, the young talents from the other 4 palaces are about to arrive. After these young talents have arranged their accommodation, the future reception will be handled by you. If there is any fight, if it doesn't involve our school, you will fight with the mud. If it involves our school, you will take action. The dignity of our Zhongdu Academy does not allow provocation. Yes, don't worry, master, if someone dares to provoke my Central Capital Academy, the disciple will definitely take action to suppress it." Presumably the elders of the four houses would not dare to take action against the disciple. Humph, they dare. The old man in Jinpao looked contemptuous. The elders at the peak of the sanctuary, there are more than 100 or nearly 200 in their middle school, and they are not worth much at all. In the eyes of the small perfection masters in the sanctuary, they are like children. The existence of the peak of the sanctuary dares to take action against the juniors in the Zhongdu Academy. That is courting death. After instructing the Emperor Zixuan, the old man in the brocade robe said with a smile to the youngest young man among the three, Emperor Dragon, my teacher is full of confidence in you, and I must win the first place. The young man known as Emperor Dragon Emperor looked proud and said, Master, don't worry, even the Purple Elephant Emperor and the Demon Sword Emperor were defeated by the disciples. What are the fears of the other four palaces? Master, my disciple has realized something recently, so I'll take a step away. After speaking, without waiting for the old man in Jinpao to reply, he left arrogantly. Purple Elephant Emperor's angry face was distorted. As a sword cultivator, the Demon Sword Emperor was usually very cold and angry at this moment. Master, what do you think of his attitude? Xiangwang said angrily. The old man in Jinpao sighed, who told him to come from the ancient sacred dragon family. The ancient sacred dragon family has the thin blood of the Emperor Sacred Dragon and is extremely powerful. And this kid's talent is indeed extraordinary, otherwise he will not defeat you. It's a pity, this kid's Xinqing is still not good. If no one has defeated him all the time, it will be fine, but if someone beats him, his Xinqing will definitely fall into a narrow state of mind and cannot escape. At that time, this kid's future will be abolished. Lanner, don't be angry because of this kid's attitude. From the point of view of the teacher, your future achievements are much farther than his. With his character, at most stay in the sanctuary. Great perfection realm, and you are the realm of hopeful true God. The old man in Jinpao was also dissatisfied with Emperor Dragon Emperor's attitude. Even at the beginning, this son was dissatisfied because his master did not reach the great perfection of the sanctuary. He wanted to find another teacher. In the end, the Xuanhuan family sent someone to talk about it. It didn't continue. If it wasn't for the scruples of the Xuanhuan family, the Jinpao old man would have driven the Emperor Dragon away long ago. On the surface, the incomparable preferential treatment and kindness towards the Emperor Dragon is just to paralyze the Emperor Dragon Emperor. What the Jinpao old man really cared about was his two disciples. The Purple Elephant Emperor and the Demon Sword Emperor. The Demon Sword Emperor snorted coldly, with a look of contempt, what bullshit holy dragon family, it's just a declining ancient family, and now there is no real god realm. The skinny camel is bigger than the horse. No matter how the Xuanhuan family is in decline, there are now 3 masters of the great perfection in the Holy Land, and there are 10 masters in the small perfection of the sanctuary. This kind of strength cannot be underestimated by our central capital academy. Be patient, this son came to my school, just for the blood of an ancestor, in the secret territory of the cemetery of the Holy Venerable. For this reason, the Holy Dragon family has also paid a lot, and our Zhongdu school has also gained a lot of benefits. Otherwise, how could a teacher be so tolerant? Everything is because of the exchange between the palace lord and the Xuanhuan family. The old man in Jinpao comforted his 2 disciples. In the days when the Xuanhuan family was still extremely prosperous, a sideline of the Xuanhuan family was expelled from the Xuanhuan family. This sideline eventually came to Baidu University and became a member of Baidu University. As a result, this sideline, who was judged to have little success in the future, achieved the small perfection realm of the sanctuary in the future, only to finally hit the sanctuary of the great perfection and the Holy Yuan riot and go into the Devil's Fall. As a member of the Deputy Palace Lord of Zhongdu Academy, this Deputy Palace Lord was buried in the secret realm of Xingzuan Cemetery. It's ridiculous. At the beginning, this ancestor was expelled from the family, and now he is still thinking of relying on this ancestor's blood to enhance the family's blood. He is really thick-skinned. People who were judged to have low bloodlines at the beginning have now become the hope for the rise of the Xinglong family. The deputy palace lord of the Xinglong family has existed for too long. In the original Xinglong family, the bloodline was not high, but in the current Xinglong family, it is extremely high level and top-notch. If he hadn't gone crazy, the deputy palace owner of the Xinglong family at the time was at least a superpower in the 33rd heaven of the sanctuary. Presumably the palace lord is not willing to let the deputy palace lord of the Holy Dragon still be involved with the Holy Dragon family after so many years. At the beginning, the deputy palace lord of the Holy Dragon hated the Holy Dragon family to death. It's a pity that the Holy Dragon family is now compared with the Central Capital Academy. His strength is still not weak, and the palace lord can only agree to the transaction. However, the palace lord put forward conditions for the Emperor Dragon Emperor to seize the first place in the 5 palaces and enter the secret realm of the cemetery of the Holy Venerable according to the rules. It's not that the palace master opens it by himself, but it can be regarded as a way of blocking. It's just that I didn't expect that the Xinglong family has fallen to the present, and a genius has really emerged. Is it true that God wants the deputy palace lord of the Holy Dragon to still contribute to the Holy Dragon family after so many years? Jin Pao, old man, I sighed in my heart. After a long while, the topic finally turned away from Emperor Dragon Emperor and returned to the issue of the 4 houses. This time the 5 palaces are competing for hegemony. The first one seems to be impossible, the second and third, the 2 of you must win it. Hee, although I hate that kid of Emperor Dragon Emperor, but if the 5 palaces compete for hegemony, our Central Capital Academy will occupy the top 3, and it will be an unprecedented honor for our Central Capital Academy. The old man in Jinpao looked at his 2 disciples with relief. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Flowers are far behind. Master, rest assured, the second and third must be captured by me and the Demon Sword Emperor. The other 4 palaces, the Red-Winged Demon Emperor of Nandu Academy won the first place in the last ranking competition. He was only a middle-class peak and a half-sage. Back then, his disciple was already beyond the peak and half-sage, so this child is not to be afraid of. And the Ice Crystal Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor of the Western Capital Academy were comparable in strength to the Demon Sword Emperor a few years ago, only a little weaker, so the Demon Sword Emperor should be more careful. As for the Baidu Academy, there have never been any masters. The First Sword Emperor is only comparable to the peak of the Semi-Sage, which is really weak. The Purple Elephant Emperor was very confident in his own strength, but he was a little worried about the Demon Sword Emperor. The Demon Sword Emperor snorted softly, my sword intent has reached 60%, don't underestimate me. The old man in Jinpao nodded, indeed, 61% of the sword intent is very terrifying, and it greatly increases the strength of the athlete. It should be no problem to win the 3rd place. For the Sanctuary Powerhouse only, the sword intent that only increases by 0.1% is not much improved. But for sword cultivators who are not strong in the Sanctuary, even a slight improvement in sword intent above 60% has a huge improvement in overall strength. Zhongdu University, Shengguangtai. A one-eyed middle-aged man stood here lazily, with a lazy attitude. Suddenly, a dazzling light swept out, and more than a dozen figures appeared in the holy light platform. Just a dozen or so breaths? It looks like it's coming from Baidu Academy. The one-eyed middle-aged man became even more lazy, as if he didn't take it seriously. Baidu Academy has always been at the bottom of the 5 palaces for hegemony, and the one-eyed middle-aged man exists as the pinnacle of the sanctuary, so naturally he will not pay much attention to it. However, the one-eyed middle-aged man was a little surprised by the dozen or so people. Over the past years, the Baidu Academy has basically had a fixed 9 people, and sometimes there are not even 9 people. Could it be that this year's Baidu University is a lot better than the previous ones? But even so, the gap with the other 3 universities is still not small, and it's far from my middle capital university. The one-eyed middle-aged man sneered. Road. The light gradually dissipated, and Han Feng and others could finally see what the situation in Zhongdu Academy was like. At this time, the one-eyed middle-aged man's lazy voice sounded. It turned out to be all of you from Baidu University. People from Shidu University, Nandu University, and Dongdu University have not arrived yet, so please bear with me and wait. Zhang Wulin, Han Feng and others looked at them, and Han Feng and others stared. Although this person doesn't feel as good as Elder Heaven Punishment, I have seen some great sanctuary powerhouses, but they are not as good as this person. I'm afraid this person is also a peak sanctuary powerhouse, but at the peak of the sanctuary. It shouldn't be the best among them. Han Feng has also been in contact with a lot of sanctuary powerhouses, and quickly estimated the general cultivation of the one-eyed middle-aged man. Zhang Wulin's face suddenly sank. In the early days of the 19th layer? This is the way of hospitality of Zhongdu Academy? Zhang Wulin was furious in his heart. Isn't this Zhongdu University too arrogant to let a person who has just stepped into the peak of the sanctuary come to entertain the 4 universities? Don't you know that the 4 universities used to lead the team to the sanctuary? Peak exists? To use the 19th heaven to entertain the 27th heaven, it would be too ignorant of the 4 houses. The one-eyed middle-aged man didn't take Zhang Wulin's anger to heart at all, and still said lazily, everyone is at the peak level of the sanctuary. Is there anything wrong with you coming down to entertain you? Having said that, wasn't the one who came to the last session, Elder Tianxing? Who is your excellency? Although the deputy palace masters and even the palace masters of the 5 major palaces will communicate with each other, and sometimes they will meet and discuss, but these are not the ordinary peaks of the sanctuary can see. At the very least, elders of the rank of heavenly punishment are qualified to meet the deputy palace lords and even the palace lords of other academies. The one-eyed middle-aged man has only recently broken through from the great sanctuary level to the sanctuary peak level. He has never seen the deputy palace masters and palace masters of the other 4 palaces. It is the super powerhouse of the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Sanctuary peak and sanctuary small perfection, even if they look at the gap between the first layer of heaven, they are actually vastly different. It is precisely because the 9-fold heaven to the 10th-fold heaven, the 18th-fold heaven to the 19th-fold heaven, the 27th-fold heaven to the 28th-fold heaven, and the 30-fold heaven to the 31st-fold heaven will have this qualitative and huge improvement. We'll use this as the dividing line to divide the ordinary sanctuary, the great sanctuary, the peak of the sanctuary, the small perfection of the sanctuary and the great perfection of the sanctuary. Therefore, the peak of the sanctuary, even the top 27th level peak, and the weakest early stage 28th level, are very different. The same as the peak of the sanctuary? Then you can widen your dog's eyes to see clearly, what level is the seat. Zhang Wulin smiled coldly, and the super aura of the 28th heaven of the sanctuary blasted out like the sea. Boom! A violent sea-like breath enveloped the one-eyed middle-aged man, and the one-eyed middle-aged man was instantly oppressed with a pale and horrified face. Sanctuary small perfection. How is that possible? The one-eyed middle-aged man looked horrified. God, this person is actually the deputy palace lord of Baidu Academy, but he is just fighting for hegemony among the 5 palaces. Do you need to dispatch a master of the level of the deputy palace lord? If he had known that this person was the deputy palace master, he would never have been so scornful. Even in the Central Capital Academy, there are only about 10 people in the sanctuary small perfection realm, and the sanctuary small perfection is definitely the highest level in the Central Capital Academy. The cold sweat of the one-eyed middle-aged man swept down. But at this moment, the other 2 teleportation formations of Zhongdu Academy burst out with dazzling rays of light. After the rays of light dissipated, the silver-haired old woman and the blood-robed man each led 30 or 40 people to appear in the sight of everyone. Huh? What is Deputy Palace Master Zhang doing? The silver-haired old woman said in a slightly surprised voice. The man in the blood-robed robe exclaimed in shock, Vice Palace Master Zhang? Grandma Yinhua's Deputy Palace Master? You guys are here. The silver-haired old woman said dissatisfiedly, You have come here with all your blood, why can't the old lady come? The one-eyed middle-aged man's eyes widened when he heard the words, and he was the two deputy palace masters. What happened this year? Not only the Northern Capital University, but also the Southern Capital University and the Western Capital University are actually the team leader of the Deputy Master of the Sanctuary Small Perfection. Wasn't the previous years the peak of the sanctuary? Seeing the arrival of the two sanctuaries of the Small Perfection realm, Zhang Wulin is not good to continue the attack, so as not to be run on and narrow-minded. At this time, the Deputy Palace Master Xuanhuan and Grandma Yinhua also discovered that the one-eyed middle-aged man was only at the early stage of the 19th layer, and he had obviously just broken through. Immediately, both of their faces turned cold. Okay, is Zhongdu Academy going to entertain us like this year? Yinhua's grandmother, the Deputy Palace Master, said angrily. The blood-robed man had a bad look on his face. The two stared at the one-eyed middle-aged man with cold eyes, and the latter was about to urinate. The light of the last teleportation array lit up, giving the one-eyed middle-aged man a chance to save. The one-eyed middle-aged man wiped his cold sweat and said quickly, Everyone, this junior is wrong, and the junior will inform Deputy Palace Master Yun. After saying that, the one-eyed middle-aged man flew away quickly, as if there was something fierce behind him. The beast is chasing him. The one-eyed middle-aged man left, only in exchange for a cold snort from the Deputy Palace Lord Yinhua's grandmother, and then, Zhang Wulin's third Deputy Palace Lord's eyes were on the teleportation array that finally lit up. The man with the sword on his back appeared in the sight of the three of them. The three of them stared at each other. Deputy Palace Master Xianjian. It turned out to be Deputy Palace Master Zhang, Grandma Yinhua, and Deputy Palace Master Xuanhuan. The man carrying the sword, the Deputy Palace Master Xianjian, was also surprised when he saw the three of them. All four looked at each other with meaningful smiles. Needless to say, they were all able to guess. Because of this, all four were surprised. It turns out that this year, it's not just that there are outstanding talents in my own school. The four Deputy Palace Lords began to greet each other on the surface, and Han Feng found that the three Deputy Palace Lords seemed to be rather apprehensive about the Deputy Palace Lord Xianjian. It seems that among the four, the Deputy Master of Xianjian from Dongdu Academy is the strongest. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. In fact it is. Zhang Wulin was in the middle stage of the 28th layer, while Yinhua Grandma and Xuanhuan were both in the late 28th layer. Even though the Deputy Palace Master Xianjian was in the middle stage of the 28th heaven, his swordsmanship and sword intent had reached an extremely advanced level. When he really fought, the Deputy Palace Master Xianjian was the strongest among the four. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to 88.99 for the big reward. When Zhang Wulin and the four were chatting, the geniuses of the four universities also looked at each other, flashing or dignified or wary or disdainful from time to time. TSK, Baidu Academy is still the least visited, only 13, but we have nearly 40 here, 3 times as many as them. Hey, 13 is not bad. I remember that there were only 9 in the last session. According to the books I read, it was recorded that there was one time when the Baidu Academy didn't even have 9 people. 9 people haven't gotten together yet? That is to say, there are less than 9 students in the semi-sacred realm of the Baidu Academy. Don't pay attention to Baidu University, it's just a bunch of rubbish, let's pay more attention to the geniuses of other universities. See, that red-haired man from Nandu University, I heard that he is very strong. The students of Baidu Academy were angry one by one. When they reached their realm, their hearing ability was extraordinary. These people were not sound transmission, so they could hear clearly. Humph, saying I'm a waste, I want to see how capable you are. A trace of cruelty flashed in the eyes of the Saint Star Emperor. Han Feng and the three of them had received Zhang Wulin's order long ago, and tried to keep a low profile before entering the Holy Venerable Hall, but there was not much reaction at this time. The Red-Winged Demon Emperor, the God Ape Emperor, the Ice Crystal Emperor, and the White Dragon Emperor were all standing at the front of their respective queues, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong among them. As for Baidu University, because of its poor performance in the past, there are not many strong people. Even if there are 3 people in the forefront, they have been ignored by them. Could it be that there will be 3 Baidu academies that have reached their level? Just kidding. The residence of the deputy head of the Zhongdu Academy. The old man in Jin Pao wanted to say something to the Purple Elephant Emperor and the Demon Sword Emperor, but was suddenly interrupted by the one-eyed middle-aged man who broke in. The old man in Jin Pao looked dissatisfied. Elder Jin Shan, why are you so flustered? Didn't you go to receive the elders of the 4 houses? Elder Jin Shan smiled bitterly and said, Vice Palace Master Yun, the people from the 4 houses are very dissatisfied with the low strength of the subordinates, so the subordinates have no choice but to come to you, the Deputy Palace Lord. The Purple Elephant Emperor frowned and said, it's also the peak of the sanctuary. What are they dissatisfied with? Our Zhongdu Academy is the number 1 of the 5 universities, and it is also the headquarters of the university. Even if your strength is lower than those of the 4 elders, your status are equal. And what does it mean to come to the master? Do you want the master to receive them in person? Are they qualified? Wouldn't my master surrender his status like that? Elder Jin Shan gave a wry smile again, and only then did he realize that he did not focus on the key points, and was really frightened. Vice Palace Master Yun, Emperor Zixiang, you don't know anything. But the vice presidents of the 4 palaces, the masters of the small perfection realm of the sanctuary are here. What? Purple Elephant Emperor, Demon Sword Emperor, and Deputy Palace Master Yun were greatly surprised. This time, the Purple Elephant Emperor and the Demon Sword Emperor couldn't say anything. Let the mere 19th heaven go to receive the 4 masters of the sanctuary small perfection, and they can't say anything of equal status. The sanctuary small perfection is also of noble status in the Central Capital Academy. Letting the Jinshan elders receive the sanctuary small perfection of the 4 palaces is not only a slap in the face of the 4 palaces, but even the face of the sanctuary small perfection strong in the Central Capital Academy of this government will not look good. Strange, I used to be the leader of the sanctuary peak and the 26th and 7th level realm of the sanctuary. Why this time? The Jin Pao old man, Deputy Palace Master Yun, frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple. But now is not the time to think about it. Since the other party came to be the Deputy Palace Master of the Sanctuary Small Perfection realm, he could only receive it in person. Thinking of this, Deputy Palace Master Yun said, Elder Jin Shan, you should step back, this old man has taken over this matter. Lanner, you go to rearrange the residence, since the leader of the team is at the level of the Deputy Palace Master of Sanctuary Small Perfection. Previously arranged, the residence is not eligible. Yes. Purple Elephant Emperor said respectfully. Vice President Yun turned into a cloud and flew out. Haha, it turned out to be Deputy Palace Master Xianjian, Grandma Yinhua, Deputy Palace Master Shuiguang, and Deputy Palace Master Zhang. I really didn't expect you to lead the team this time. Deputy Palace Master Yun flew over quickly. Landed on the platform of Holy Light. While chatting with the 4, Deputy Palace Master Yun observed the geniuses of the 4 academies without a trace. Judging from the number, it is a lot more than the previous session, and there are 4 more people in Baidu University. But is this the reason why the team led by the 4 universities changed from the peak of the sanctuary to the Deputy Palace Master of the small perfection in the sanctuary? Deputy Palace Master Yun didn't quite believe it, so why? Vice President Yun also wanted to use the power of Yuanshan to investigate these geniuses, but Vice President Zhang and others were all there, and they were both at the 28th level, so he would definitely not escape the investigation of the power of Yuanshan. Deputy Palace Master Zhang has 4 people. Aroused the alertness of the 4 people, and only needed to open up the power of the primordial spirit to block his observation of the power of the primordial spirit. The 5 people chatted for a while, and after receiving the news from the Purple Elephant Emperor, Deputy Palace Master Yun led the 4 and the geniuses of the 4 palaces to fly to the place arranged by the Purple Elephant Emperor. Deputy Palace Master Yun was friendly and harmonious along the way, which made Vice Palace Master Zhang and others unable to vent their dissatisfaction. Moreover, Deputy Palace Master Yun used to be a very proud person, and now it is very good to be able to do this. After arranging the accommodation, Deputy Palace Master Yun said with a smile, "The 4 of you can rest for a while. In half a month, the Holy Venerable Hall will open. During this period, we can also let the little guys from our 5 houses get closer to each other. I won't bother the 4 of you anymore." After Deputy Palace Master Yun left, Zhang Wulin and Han Feng lived in a pavilion according to their respective arrangements. Zhang Wulin's face became solemn at this time. You also noticed that not only our Baidu University, but also Nandu University, Western Capital University and Dongdu University have also sent the deputy head of the school to lead the team. You know what that means? Xing and others shook their heads, but Han Feng and others were thoughtful. Seeing Han Feng's expression, Zhang Wulin smiled and said, "Han Feng, do you know why?" Han Feng replied, "The Deputy Palace Master came here to prevent the situation with Sword Emperor and Zhan Fuyu from being detected by the Sanctuary Small Perfection Masters of the Central Capital Academy. After all, the strength of our Northern Capital Academy was too poor in the past, and it was suddenly exposed. A powerful force will inevitably be dissatisfied and crowded out by the rest of the 4 palaces. In their opinion, our Baidu University is at the bottom, and they are used to our Baidu University being at the bottom. The top 4 of the 5 universities are already in their hands. If we suddenly reveal our powerful strength and let them realize that one of them is likely to be at the bottom, they will definitely not be willing. The other 3 palaces are also the deputy palace lords. I guess your actions should be similar to that of Mr. Zhang. It is also to prevent the leakage of information about the geniuses of their academies. In this way, that means that the geniuses of their 3 houses are much more powerful than the previous ones, and they can even compete with the previous Zhongdu academies, which is why they are afraid that the information will be known to the Zhongdu academies." Hiss. It turned out to be so. When Han Feng finished talking about his guess, Xing and the others took a deep breath. Zhang Wulin's face became more and more solemn. "Well, you guessed right. If this is the case, the 3 of you should be careful. Maybe this time the competition for the top 8 will be more intense than before. Now, my requirement for you is not the top 8, but the top 10. I really didn't expect that our Baidu University's grades would be better, but the same is true for other institutions." Zhang Wulin was a little depressed. Okay, there are still some days before the opening of the Holy Venerable Hall. Next, if you want to practice, you can practice. If you want to go to Zhongdu Academy, just go to Zhongdu Academy. But Han Feng, the 3 of you had better not leave, lest those old guys from Zhongdu Academy take the opportunity to find out your cultivation realm. Yes. In another pavilion, the people living here temporarily are the people of Nandu Academy. Yinhua's grandmother, the deputy palace lord, also informed everyone about today's situation. God Ape King, Red Wing Demon King, it seems that the Western Capital Academy, the Eastern Capital Academy and the Baidu Academy are stronger than the previous ones this time. You two have to be careful. It's not just the 2 of you, it's the same for the rest of the people. Grandma Yinhua's gaze fell on the other geniuses of Nandu Academy, behind them. The Scarlet-Winged Demon Emperor smiled softly. The Western Capital Academy and the Eastern Capital Academy do need to be more vigilant, but the Northern Capital Academy is fine. Second more. The Emperor of the Ape frowned slightly and did not speak. He wondered if it was his illusion. In the Baidu Academy, he always felt that there was a person who felt very dangerous. Because of this feeling, the God Ape King did not agree with the Red-Winged Demon Sovereign. On the contrary, Yinhua's grandmother nodded in agreement. Yes, Baidu Academy has never had any top talents, but you have to be careful with the Ice Crystal Emperor of Shidu Academy and the White Dragon Emperor of Dongdu Academy. Yes. The Red-Winged Demon Emperor and the remaining students of Nandu Academy nodded. People from Shidu Academy. Deputy Palace Master Xuanhuan said, Emperor Fentian, tell me what you think. Fentian chuckled, I think other colleges and universities should be similar to ours. It seems that this time the competition between the 5 colleges will be stronger than the previous ones, but this is exactly what I hoped. What's the point of not being fiercely competitive? The Ice Crystal Emperor opened his icy blue pupils. Emperor Fentian, you are too contemptuous of others. I wonder if you have noticed that there is another person standing next to him in the Red-Winged Demon Emperor of Nandu Academy. This shows that Nandu, the other person in the academy, at least has the strength not weaker than the Red-Winged Demon Sovereign, so it should not be underestimated. I think there are also a few of the Baidu Academy that are not bad. The White Dragon Emperor of Dongdu Academy is also a master. Emperor Fentian snorted softly. I naturally noticed that person, and I won't underestimate the White Dragon Emperor, but what kind of thing are those people in Baidu Academy? I'm afraid there are not even half-sacred warriors. Xuanhuan Deputy Palace Master laughed. What the Emperor Fentian said is true, and Baidu Academy doesn't need to be too concerned. But you all remember, you can underestimate the geniuses of Baidu Academy, but you must be respectful to that Deputy Palace Master Zhang. Holy Yu Xiaqing's dignity is not something you can provoke. At the end of the sentence, the Vice Palace Master Xuanhuan had become stern. It is Zhongdu University that despised the other 4 universities, but it couldn't be the case with the Vice President of the Sanctuary Little Perfection of the 4 universities. Vice President Yun, who didn't like the Central Capital Academy, heard that it was the Vice President of the 4 universities who came, so he immediately came to greet him in person. It should be noted that the cultivation of Deputy Palace Master Yun has reached the peak of the 28th layer, which is only 1 step away from the 29th layer, and is stronger than that of the 4 Deputy Palace Masters. The expressions of Emperor Fentian and the others instantly turned awe-inspiring. Don't worry, my lord, we won't provoke that Lord Zhang Wulin. Dongdu University. Deputy Palace Master Shanjian put his hands behind his back and looked at the White Dragon Emperor and the Firefox Emperor sternly. You two mustn't be careless this time. If I guessed correctly, the competition between the 5 palaces will be the most fierce competition in the last 10 years. The strength of the 2 of you may have the ability to compete for the top 8 and the last competition. The top 3, but it's hard to say in this session. This seat doesn't have any strict requirements on you. I only hope that you will do your best. Even if you lose, you will be inferior to others, and you will have no regrets. The expressions of the White Dragon Emperor and the Fire Fox Emperor became solemn, and they still believed in the words of the Deputy Palace Master Shanjian. The 2 immediately put away the contempt in their hearts. The residence of the Deputy Head of the Zhongdu Academy. Deputy Palace Master Yun said indifferently, what do you 2 have to say about the leader of the 4 universities from the peak of the Sanctuary Peak to the Deputy Palace Master of the Sanctuary Small Perfection? The Demon Sword Emperor shook his head. Can't you guess why? On the contrary, the Purple Elephant Emperor had a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing this, Deputy Palace Master Yun asked curiously, Lanner, but what did you think of Emperor Zhixiang said, Master, there is only one possibility that my disciple can think of, and that is that the geniuses of these 4 universities are much more powerful than the previous ones, and those deputy palace masters are just to prevent them. The details of the genius were perceived by the existence of the master before he came in person. The same as a small perfection in the sanctuary, these adults can completely block the master's perception of your primordial spirit. Vice President Yun said with satisfaction, Yes, I think the same way as a teacher. It seems that this time the 4 palaces are stronger than before. The demon sword emperor snorted softly, if that's the case, they're going to make a wrong turn. Compared with the first and second places in the half-life rankings of the previous Central Capital Academy, I and the Purple Elephant Emperor are much stronger. That kid from the Emperor Dragon Emperor. Although I don't like it, it's a fact that the kid is stronger than the Purple Elephant Emperor. With the 3 of us here, even if the talents of the other 4 universities are stronger than the previous ones, it is impossible for them to have the ability to compete for the top 3. I hope so. Deputy Palace Master Yun sighed. Residents of Baidu University. Han Feng, Sword Emperor, and Zhan Fuyu had already started retreating, while Saint Xuanhuan and others went to test the geniuses and intelligence of the other 4 palaces in advance. In a closed place. Han Feng has entered the time house in the Jiuyantianhua Tower. With the help of the power of heaven and human, Han Feng's control over Emperor Fan Tian's revered fingers is still gradually increasing. Unconsciously, with the passage of time, Han Feng finally mastered the 2nd level of Emperor Fan Tian's respect finger to the limit that his realm could achieve. 35 control. This is probably equivalent to the 70% power of Emperor Burning Heaven's revered finger first layer, or even stronger. The power of my current Aurorat Sangyan is also greatly increased. Aurorat Sangyan is integrated into the 2nd level of Fan Tiandi's esteemed finger, and the power is only about 60%. At that time, the 2nd level of Fan Tiandi's esteemed finger will be activated. Beyond the power of the inferior sanctuary secret skills. This is my strongest trump card and trick at the moment. Han Feng couldn't hide his joy when the 2nd power of Emperor Burning Heaven's respected finger increased. I don't know how the geniuses of the other 4 universities are, but my goal is to be in the top 3. No matter how strong they are, I will work hard to reach the top 3. Han Feng clenched his fist firmly. If you enter the top 3, you will be able to inherit the legacy of the stronger in the secret realm of the cemetery of the Holy Venerable, and you will be able to get rich rewards from the Central Capital Academy. The first place in the 5 Palaces tournament will receive 10,000 low-grade holy stones, 100 middle-grade holy stones, a middle-grade low-grade holy artifact, an earth holy pill, and a holy-grade attribute spirit fruit. The second place in the 5 Palaces tournament will receive 5,000 low-grade holy stones, 50 middle-grade holy stones, a handful of low-grade high-grade holy artifacts, and a holy-grade attribute spirit fruit. The third place in the 5 Palaces tournament will receive 3,000 low-grade holy stones, 30 middle-grade holy stones, a low-grade medium holy artifact, and a holy-grade attribute spirit fruit. Although the above 3 can obtain the attribute spiritual fruit of the holy level, but the level must be different. The first-ranked holy grade spiritual fruit must be the very top among the lower holy grades. The second-ranked holy type spiritual fruit is estimated to be middle-high, and the third-ranked is likely to be middle-low. It is almost impossible to be inferior, and to be able to become the top 3 existences. Basically, once you have passed the Tianlei, you will exist in the late 4th stage or the peak. In addition, if the top 3 are not geniuses from the Central Capital Academy, then geniuses from other universities can still visit the Central Capital Academy's martial arts tower, and even acquire one of the exercises or martial arts. Such additions are equal to none. Those who can enter the top 3 basically have to reach the sanctuary. The martial arts towers published by every academy are basically the martial arts and martial arts of the heaven rank or below. What use is such a rank for a genius, like the top three? It's just to let the geniuses of other colleges see how profound the accumulation of Zhongdu College is to express their admiration. But such an addition is what Han Feng needs. Han Feng's current method of spiritual body cultivation, at most, allows Lin Qingshan to cultivate to the peak of the late stage of the earth. However, I heard that Zhongdu Academy has a very high-level spiritual body cultivation secret method. Such a secret cultivation method is enough to allow Lin Qingshan to make rapid progress in her cultivation after breaking through the heavenly rank in the future, and even hope for the existence of that sanctuary. The power of the primordial spirit was put into a separate area of the soul search space, and Lin Qingshan's spiritual body was cultivating hard. Han Feng sighed. If Lin Qingshan's cultivation base broke through one after another and narrowed the gap with him, maybe this kind of hardship, the situation of cultivation, will be much better. Han Feng knew that this was because Lin Qingshan wanted to catch up with him, and that would be the case if he didn't drag him back, but no matter how he cultivated, the gap between the two was still increasing. It has even reached an unbelievable level. I also heard that there are spirit clans in the central continent. After the five-house hegemony is over, return to the family to settle the matter of the Holy Palace, and then come to the central continent again to solve the problems of Sister Lin's cultivation in the future. Maybe go to the spirit clan meeting. Helped. Han Feng has plans for the future. The power of the primordial spirit swept across the major spaces of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, and Han Feng smiled. The ghost fruit of the planting space has matured again, and it is time to continue to improve the power of the primordial spirit. As the power of the primordial spirit increases, my overall strength will be stronger. The top three are just my initial goals. If possible, I will compete for the top spot in the 5 palaces. Han Feng secretly said. The middle-grade holy artifact is still second. As long as you break through to the sanctuary, you can let the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife unseal to reach the holy artifact level by killing the strong man in the sanctuary. It is only a matter of time before reaching the middle-grade holy artifact. Therefore, the reward of the middle-grade holy artifact is not very attractive to Han Feng. But the amount of holy stones is what Han Feng needs. There are too few holy stones in the Forgotten Continent, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are rare, and only the major forces will have some. The holy grade spirit fruit can be planted in the planting space, which is also of great benefit to Han Feng's future cultivation. There is also the holy pill of the earth, but it is a rare holy medicine pill that can make ordinary sanctuary powerhouses directly advance to the first-level powerhouses. It is extremely precious, and it is also what Han Feng needs. With the ambition to win the first place, Han Feng refined the ghost fruit as the source liquid, and began to run the spiritual refining secret method to enhance the power of the primordial spirit. Before that, Han Feng had never given up on the tempering of the power of the primordial spirit. At this time the power of the primordial spirit had reached the realm of 32%. The distance from the limit of 40% is only 0.8%. First delivery. Ask for flowers. The source liquid transformed from a dozen ghost fruits is enough to increase 0.8%. Han Feng's eyes flashed with a light. Gloomy soul fruit origin liquid entered the abdomen, running the primordial spirit tempering secret technique donated by the 6 fire saints, and Han Feng's spiritual consciousness began to gradually set off a storm. More and more spiritual thought power is transformed into the power of Yuanshan, and the core of Yuanshan is getting bigger and bigger, suspended above the sea of spiritual consciousness. 3 to 3, 3 to 4, 3 to 5. The core of Yuanshan exudes more and more powerful pressure of Yuanshan. Time passed quietly, and I don't know how long it took. Han Feng Yuanshan was shocked, and a majestic Yuanshan power swept out. Fortunately, Han Feng is now cultivating in the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, otherwise this violent Yuanshan power would be enough to turn everything around him upside down. Haha, finally reached the limit of 40%. Han Feng let out a ha-ha laugh. Now, even if I don't use the Skyfire fighting body, I don't integrate Aurora Sangyan into it, and I don't integrate Aurora Sangyan into the sacred art, my overall strength is beyond the peak of the semi-sacred. Han Feng doesn't know that there are 10 grades of semi-sages. In fact, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has almost reached the 6th grade semi-sacred level without using the Skyfire fighting body or integrating Aurora Sangyan into the sanctuary. Even among the 6th rank semi-sages, it is considered to be upper middle. If you use the Skyfire battle body that integrates with Aurora Sangyan, and also use the 2nd level of Fen Tiandi Respect Finger, the strongest unique skill, and integrate Aurora Sangyan, even Han Feng himself can't tell what extent the strongest explosive force can reach. The strength has reached the limit, and there is no one aspect that can continue to improve. It should have been a few days outside, and it is estimated that it will not be many days before the opening of the Holy Venerable Hall. Han Feng got up and left the retreat, came outside, and soon found that the Holy Star Emperor and others were gathered together, saying something to Zhang Fuyu and Sword Emperor. Haha, Brother Han, you are out of the customs. The Sword Emperor first discovered Han Feng, laughed and greeted Han Feng. Brother Yang, what are you doing? Han Feng walked over curiously. As he got closer, the Sword Emperor clearly felt the pressure of Han Feng's Xuanhuan. Brother Han, you. The Sword Emperor looked at Han Feng in surprise, and even brought Saint Star Emperor and others to watch. Han Feng smiled lightly. I was lucky to have a breakthrough. Breakthrough, break. The Sword Emperor's voice suddenly increased on the word break, and his eyes widened. What? You have made a breakthrough again. King Yan and the others who had a good relationship with Han Feng were stunned. This is about to start the competition of the 5 palaces, and it is too perverted to have improved in just a few days. The Sword Emperor sighed, you kid. I'm afraid you've already left me far away now. But, it's just right to break through. When the time comes, let those schools see the strength of our Baidu school. The Sword Emperor let out a sneer. It was the first time that Han Feng noticed the cold expression of the Sword Emperor, and he couldn't help but be amazed. The Holy Star Emperor angrily said, the Emperor of Fire, you don't know what people outside say about our Baidu Academy. You just treat the people of our Baidu Academy as trash. If it wasn't for the fact that the Deputy Palace Master had already given an order, I really wanted to tell the perverts of the 3 of you, looking at their aloof appearances. I'm sick of it. King Yan also said angrily, that's right, these people look down on people too much. Emperor Dianming sighed, but those people are right. If our Baidu Academy does not have the Heavenly Fire Emperor and the Holy Star Emperor, we are really nothing. King Yan, who was still about to say something, was momentarily stagnant, bowing his head in dejection. King Wu and the others all smiled wryly. In Baidu Academy, although they are not the most powerful, they are also at the top of the manifesto list, and they are also considered as masters. But after the 5 geniuses gathered together, they discovered that the gap between them and the other 4 geniuses was too great. A third-rate semi-sage like them is at the bottom of the group of geniuses, and a second-rate and semi-sacred is only reluctant, and a first-rate semi-sage is considered qualified. Peak semi-saints are really high class. Their Baidu Academy is not the 3 of Han Feng, and only Saint Star Emperor, Dianming Emperor and Purple Poison Emperor are at the peak and semi-sacred level, but the Purple Poison Emperor is only at the bottom, Dianming Emperor is slightly better, and only Saint Star Emperor is at the peak and half of the crowd. The number 1 in the rank of St. The Purple Poison Emperor said with a smile, thanks to the Saint Star Emperor, our Northern Capital Academy has not been demoted to the end, and many of the top half-sages of the Academy have fallen into the hands of the Saint Star Emperor. The Holy Star Emperor also seemed to have thought of something funny. Now people outside say that I am the number 1 expert of Baidu Academy, completely ignoring the 3 of you, and there is no stronger aspect than me at all. Think about it. Perhaps in their cognition, it is already firmly believed that our Baidu Academy cannot have a master above the peak and semi-sage. Zhang Fuyu snorted coldly. When the holy venerable hall opens, there is no need to hide it any longer. Han Feng held his chin and thought for a while, and said to the Saint Star Emperor, Saint Star Emperor, it seems that you have learned a lot from geniuses from other colleges during this time, but what's the problem? The Saint Star Emperor nodded and said, this is what I will tell the Sword Emperor and the God of War Emperor next, but you are here before I can say it, which is just right. Now I'll talk about the existence of other universities that deserve to be vigilant. Central Capital Academy, according to my observation, there should be a supermaster of Emperor Dragon Emperor who is not under the Purple Elephant Emperor and Demon Sword Emperor. This person has an arrogant temperament and has only appeared in front of everyone once. I also see the other geniuses in Central Capital Academy. The look in Xian Di Xinglong's eyes is no different from looking at the Purple Elephant Emperor and the Demon Sword Emperor. In addition to these three masters, Zhongdu Academy of course has many powerful existences, but for the three of you, it should be nothing, so I won't talk about them one by one. In addition to the Ice Crystal Emperor that we already know about in the Western Capital Academy, there should be another existence called Xuanhuan that deserves the three of you to be vigilant. This guy made a shot once and defeated several peak semi-sacred geniuses of the Southern Capital Academy in seconds. He should have surpassed the peak semi-holy limit. Besides the White Dragon Emperor, Dongdu Academy also has a woman from the Firefox Emperor. She is also the only woman who has surpassed the peak and semi-sacred level. This woman has the natural charm of Firefox, and there have been several colleges in the past few days. The students were seduced by it and were then deprived of a lot of information. In addition to the Scarlet Winged Demon Emperor, there is also a God Ape King who is extremely powerful. According to the news that the Firefox Emperor has taken away, this God Ape King seems to be stronger than the Scarlet Winged Demon King. Besides that, there is another Purple Illusionary Emperor in Nandu Academy that deserves our vigilance. This person's comprehensive strength may not exceed the peak semi-sacred, maybe not even the peak semi-sage. But this person seems to have some kind of innate supernatural powers, and he still belongs to the God pupil. They are good at the spirit, that is, the attack of the primordial spirit. Even if the comprehensive strength is not strong, the destructive power in the primordial spirit is super strong, and many strong people with comprehensive strength at the peak and semi-sacred have fallen down in the hands of the Purple Illusionary Emperor. If there is no means of attacking or resisting the primordial spirit, even the powerhouses who surpass the peak and semi-sage will have to do it. In a battle a few days ago, Emperor Fentian suffered a sinful loss. God Ape Emperor, Purple Magic Emperor, Fentian Emperor, Fire Fox Emperor, and Emperor Dragon Emperor. Han Feng thought thoughtfully. Thank you for letting me know. After coming back to his senses, Han Feng surrendered to the Holy Star Emperor. The Saint Star Emperor smiled bitterly and said, if you really want to thank you, please make sure to enter the top 8, and get a high ranking, and slap other schools in the face. Don't worry, I will do my best. Han Feng said solemnly. A few days later, Zhang Wulin reappeared in front of everyone. Prepare well, tomorrow is the opening day of the Holy Venerable Hall. Give me all the effort, failure is not a problem. I am afraid that you will fail for no reason, and you will fail before you exert your full strength. Well, that's the real pity. A day later, Zhang Wulin took Han Feng and his party to the Hall of Saints. In the square outside the Hall of Saints, the other 4 universities have already gathered here. There is a strong smell of gunpowder among the top talents of the 4 universities. The arrival of geniuses from Baidu Academy did not attract much of their attention. Although the strength of the Saint Star Emperor these days is not bad, he is not in the eyes of geniuses such as the Red-Winged Demon Emperor. Second more. In the eyes of these geniuses, the Saint Star Emperor is definitely the number 1 in Baidu Academy. As for the Northern Capital Academy, there will be someone stronger than the Saint Star Emperor, they subconsciously do not want to believe it. It has always been a soft sheep, who would want to believe that the soft sheep suddenly became a fierce wolf. Vice Palace Master Zhang, you are finally here. Vice Palace Master Yun said with a smile. Grandma Yinhua and others also greeted Zhang Wulin. Zhang Wulin didn't say much nonsense. Everyone is here, Deputy Palace Master Yun, it's time to open the Holy Venerable Hall. Deputy Palace Master Yun smiled. Indeed, these little guys are also in a hurry. Deputy Palace Master Yun immediately pinched a magic formula with both hands, and the Holy Venerable Hall rumbled from the ground, blooming with endless purple streamers. Bright purple light radiated in the sky, and the sky was about to turn purple. Students of the Academy, please stand under the Holy Venerable Hall, and the Holy Venerable Hall will suck you into it. Vice President Yun's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all flew under the Holy Venerable Hall. Seeing this, Vice President Yun didn't care anymore. The Holy Venerable Hall has already gathered wisdom. This seat is only responsible for awakening the wisdom of the Holy Venerable Hall, and everything after that will be controlled by the wisdom generated by the Holy Venerable Hall itself. Holy Venerable Hall has produced wisdom. Zhang Wulin and others were shocked. This was something they had not expected before. Vice President Yun said proudly, not bad. The four great sanctuaries' small perfectionist sighed, and said regretfully for a long time, it's a pity, this is the forgotten continent, not the continent of the gods, otherwise the Holy Venerable Hall would have a great chance of being promoted to a divine weapon. Hearing this, Vice President Yun also had a pity on his face. A holy artifact, even a semi-divine artifact, would not necessarily produce wisdom. It did not produce wisdom. I don't know how long it will take to be promoted to an artifact. Even if it is promoted to an artifact, it is the lowest level artifact without an artifact. However, if a holy artifact produces an artifact spirit, even if it is the lowest and most preliminary artifact spirit, it will open a door to a divine artifact. And it does not need to be difficult to become a divine artifact. It's just a pity that there is no higher level energy in Forgotten Continent, and there is no way for the Holy Venerable Hall to complete the promotion. The Deputy Palace Master Xuanhuan suddenly doubted, since the Holy Venerable Hall has produced wisdom and condensed the spirit of the artifact, I am afraid that it will favor the students of your Zhongdu Academy. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Grandma Yinhua and Shanjian turned ugly. Zhang Wulin stared at Deputy Palace Master Yun, hoping that Deputy Palace Master Yun could explain. Deputy Palace Master Yun smiled softly, since you know that the Holy Venerable Hall cannot be promoted to divine weapons, you should know what kind of artifact spirits will be produced. It is just wisdom. Condense the spirit of the tool, then it is no different from ordinary people. It has its own joys, sorrows, and maybe it will really favor my Zhongdu Academy. But the problem is that the Holy Venerable Temple only produces wisdom, and does not produce artifact spirits. That is to say, the current Holy Venerable Temple is equivalent to a machine without joy, sorrow, and joy. In its heart, the rules in the Holy Venerable Temple are the most important. I won't favor or deceive anyone based on my own emotions. Only then did the Vice President Xuanhuan and the others withdraw their suspicious gazes, and the Vice President Xuanhuan even apologized. Vice President Yun didn't care either. When he said that the Holy Venerable Hall had produced some wisdom, he expected to face such doubts. It has been a few years since the Holy Venerable Hall produced wisdom. Perhaps after decades, hundreds of years or even thousands of years, even if the artifact spirit cannot be condensed, it will subconsciously favor my Zhongdu Academy. At that time, it is estimated that the 5 palaces will need to change for hegemony. It's a form. Deputy Palace Master Yun secretly said. Everyone, let's quietly wait for the opening of the 5th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall. After speaking, Deputy Palace Master Yun sat in his seat safely. The battle in the Holy Venerable Hall will only show a light curtain after the 5th floor is opened, so that people outside can see the situation inside. All of this is because the test on the first 4 floors of the Holy Venerable Hall is different each time, but the 5th and 6th floors are the same as always. Inside the Holy Hall. Every time the purple streamer wrapped one person disappeared under the Holy Venerable Hall and entered the first floor of the Holy Venerable Hall. Soon, more than 100 people appeared on the first floor of the Holy Venerable Hall. After everyone entered the Holy Venerable Hall, there was a sudden sound like a machine in the Holy Venerable Hall, with no emotional vitality. The battle for hegemony in the 5 palaces is about to begin. Statistics, a total of 178 people. The first floor assessment of the Holy Venerable Hall begins, passing through the endless astral Chi Wind realm. The top 100 can pass the first floor, and the rest will be eliminated. The mechanical sound disappeared, and a terrifying whirlwind, hurricane. These whirlwinds and hurricanes are all condensed from terrifying astral Chi, and their power is extremely terrifying. Before entering this endless astral Chi Wind realm, some people's expressions changed. This voice. The first thing Han Feng paid attention to was the mechanical voice. The Purple Elephant Emperor stood up and said with a smile, "Everyone, this is the intellectual spirit that has just been produced in the Holy Venerable Hall in recent years. You can rest assured that this intellectual spirit has just been born. It is just when there is no desire, and it will not treat me in the Central Capital Academy." Favoritism. As Jieling said, the assessment of the first level has already begun. "Everyone, this emperor will take the first step." Suddenly, the Purple Elephant Emperor took a step and entered the endless astral Chi Wind domain, and flew to the opposite side like a meteor. The endless astral Chi hurricane was like a ferocious beast that was about to devour the Purple Elephant Emperor. However, the Purple Elephant Emperor is the body of the Holy Yuan rushing out, punching out, "Break it for me." The terrifying power surged out like a storm, and the hurricane that hit the Purple Elephant Emperor was instantly defeated. A distance in front of the Purple Elephant Emperor was also blasted into the air, and the Purple Elephant Emperor flew directly and quickly for a while. Distance. When the Purple Elephant Emperor took that kick, everyone came to their senses one after another, scrambling to step into the endless astral wind realm. Han Feng and others looked at each other and stepped in one after another. It wasn't until he stepped into the endless Gang Chi wind realm that Han Feng felt the power of these Gang Chi hurricanes. The general semi-sacred, "I'm afraid that he won't be able to go far." Han Feng also poured out the holy essence, and he didn't even use his martial arts, and directly wrapped his body with the vibrational power he had realized. Perhaps such a vibrational force could not defeat a powerful enemy, but it could be used to resist the hurricane of astral Chi. Whenever a hurricane of astral Chi strikes, it is directly defeated by the vibration force around Han Feng, so in the endless astral Chi wind domain, Han Feng is no different from flying in the sky on a normal day. Even if Han Feng has no power to fly, the process is not slow and maintains a moderate level. The Sword Emperor burst out his sword intent, and the sword intent raged out one after another, smashing the hurricane of astral Chi that had not yet struck. However, Zhang Fuyu used some kind of speed secret technique, and the speed was extremely fast. Sometimes when a hurricane hit, Zhang Fuyu would dodge in a flash. Emperor Dragon Emperor, Demon Sword Emperor, Red Wing Demon Emperor, God Ape Emperor, Ice Crystal Emperor, Burning Emperor, White Dragon Emperor, Firefox Emperor. As the leading figures of the Academy, the means of the 8 people are even more strange and powerful, and they always remain at the forefront of the crowd. The elites of the various universities are also the 8 immortals crossing the sea to show their magical powers, and various means are displayed in the endless astral Chi wind realm. At this time, the endless astral Chi wind domain formed obvious polarization. Powerful existence, these hurricanes are like tickles, they can't pose a threat to them at all, their speed is extremely fast, and they fly a long distance in no time. And some weak, but it is difficult to walk. Every hurricane of astral chi must be handled carefully, and it won't take long to completely fall behind and break away from the main force. The third one. I apologize to everyone, there have been fewer updates in recent days, mainly because Cabbage wants to change the day and night reversal schedule, but the effect is not great, so I just slept in the early morning after 2 changes yesterday, and did not continue to code the remaining 2 chapters. I woke up a little earlier than usual today, and my spirits were much better, so before 12 o'clock, I wrote almost 3 and 8,000 words. Since it's effective, I don't plan to continue yarding after 12 o'clock today. Maybe tomorrow I'll be in better spirits, and sooner or later, my work and rest will return to normal. When the work and rest are normal, the Cabbage will try to update the stable, 4 or 5. In short, the update target of Cabbage this month is more than 300,000 words, and this will not change. 871, past the first floor, the second one. Brush. A sound of breaking the air sounded, and Zhan Fuyu rushed to Han Feng's side in an instant. Do you want to keep a low profile? Zhan Fuyu turned his head and said to Han Feng. Han Feng then transmitted a voice, I didn't mean to be low-key. To be honest, my speed is not top-notch, and dodging is not subtle. It is too difficult to avoid the hurricane and catch up with the front troops by relying on speed and subtle dodging methods. Of course, naturally, there is a way to catch up with the leading troops, but it must be a hard fight against the hurricane, and even if it does catch up with the leading troops, some means will be exposed. Anyway, you only need the first 100 to arrive, and you don't need to expose these means. Zhan Fuyu nodded clearly, that's right, fast speed doesn't mean strong overall strength. It just so happens that I have some subtle tricks to dodge, so I'll go ahead. Please. Han Feng smiled slightly. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line, so don't be too slow. Immediately, Zhan Fuyu speed soared again, using extremely delicate dodging methods to avoid the attacks of one after another hurricane, and kept moving forward. The Sword Emperor also caught up with Han Feng by relying on his sword intent. Just like Han Feng, the Sword Emperor's single attack is based on sword intent. He cannot be said to be weak in speed and dodge, but it is not enough to be specialized. Under these dense hurricanes, Sword Emperor couldn't move forward as easily as Zhan Fuyu. What surprised the Sword Emperor was that the Saint Star Emperor had some means. Although he couldn't compare with Zhan Fuyu, he was much faster than Han Feng and the Sword Emperor. Of course, this is also because neither the Sword Emperor nor Han Feng did their best. Just like Han Feng thought, the Sword Emperor also thought that he only needed to arrive in the first 100, and there was no need to compete for the level during this period. The first to arrive is to pass, and the 100th to arrive is to pass. Haha, Han Feng, it looks like we are going to move forward together. Sword Emperor laughed. Han Feng smiled lightly, just to relieve the troubles along the way. The two of them resisted the hurricane with a little ease, while they continued to talk through voice transmission, and from time to time, they commented on the abilities of the talented students around. Although the progress of the two is not as good as that of the vanguard, they are not bad as a whole. In the back, King Shuiyu and King Xingho had become more difficult to resist. The strength of the two can't be said to be poor, but just as Vice Palace Master Yun had guessed before, if you want to pass the endless astral wind realm safely, you must at least rank in the middle of the second-rate semi-sage. Although the strength of the two is not bad, it is absolutely impossible to say that they are ranked among the second-rate and semi-sacred. The overall strength of the Three Wings Emperor is barely reaching the level. As for Emperor Guangwu, he was already comparable to a first-class semi-sacred, or at the bottom of the first-class semi-sacred level, but such a cultivation level is enough to pass through the endless astral wind realm. It's just that Emperor Guangwu also knew that he wouldn't be very high in the top 100. Maybe he was very low. Maybe he was eliminated in the second floor, and he was lucky to reach the third floor. But Emperor Guangwu had already made up his mind that even if he was to be eliminated, he would have to use all his strengths before he was eliminated, and there would be no regrets. The extremely cold water is broken. Starfire Meteor Fist. Puff. Puff. King Xuanhuan and King Starfire finally reached their limit. Both of them were severely injured and then were teleported out. Outside, King Xuanhuan and King Xinghe looked frustrated. However, Zhang Wulin smiled with satisfaction. Don't be disappointed, you have already surprised me by being able to reach this point. From the end of the first floor. You are very close. After being praised by Zhang Wulin, King Xuanhuan and King Xinghe looked at each other in surprise. Grandma Yinhua and the others looked at each other and saw each other's surprise. In the past, only 2 or 3 people, or about 3 or 4 people, would be eliminated from the Baidu Academy in the first level assessment. And now, there are only 8 people left. It seems that there are indeed many outstanding talents in Baidu Academy this year. Unfortunately, it's still a lot worse than me. Maybe the second level assessment will be eliminated. Although it's a lot better than before, the results are still not high. Thanks to Zhang Wulin's smile, he is so satisfied. After a long time at the bottom, even the requirements have been greatly reduced. Several deputy palace masters thought strangely in their hearts. In the first floor of the Holy Hall. At the end of the endless astral wind domain, many geniuses have arrived one after another. Emperor Dragon Emperor was the first to arrive, followed by Purple Elephant Emperor and Demon Sword Emperor. Then came the Ice Crystal Emperor and the Burning Emperor. The White Dragon Emperor, the Fire Fox Emperor, the Red Winged Demon Emperor, and the God Ape Emperor followed closely. When Emperor Fentian saw that he was actually the 5th one to arrive, he was overjoyed and couldn't help conveying a voice to the Ice Crystal Emperor. I see. This session is nothing special, it's extremely easy for this emperor to enter the top 8. The Ice Crystal Emperor didn't change his face and said, don't be careless. It's just the first level assessment, most of which are hidden strengths and not fully displayed. Although you are the 5th to arrive, your comprehensive strength does not mean that it's the 5th, and it still takes a fierce battle to always enter the top 8. If you are so careless, maybe you will miss the top 8 if you're not careful. Don't mention the few people who arrive now, they are arriving one after another. Maybe there are some difficult characters. Emperor Fen was complacent about his 5th arrival. How could he bear the teachings of the Ice Crystal Emperor? In Emperor Fen's heart, the Ice Crystal Emperor would be replaced by him sooner or later. However, because the Ice Crystal Emperor was still the first on the Western Capital Academy's semi-sacred list, Emperor Fentian didn't refute it, he just didn't reply with a sullen face. In this scene, the Ice Crystal Emperor naturally knew what was going on, and he sighed secretly in his heart, saying what he had to say. If Emperor Fentian was really careless and didn't make it into the top 8 in the future, it would be his due. Anyway, he did his due diligence. It's not Fen Tianhuang's brother or elder. If it weren't for the fact that he was still the leader of the half-sage of the Western Capital Academy, he wouldn't even bother to say this. The few people who arrived first either closed their eyes and meditated, or stood by with their arms crossed and waited silently for the students who arrived next. Emperor Bailong opened his eyes, this person. The next person to arrive was Zhan Fuyu. This person is actually a student of Baidu Academy. I didn't expect that the Baidu Academy would follow us. The strongest person in Baidu Academy should be the guy named Saint Star King. This person must be good at speed and dodge. For a time, several years flashed in the minds of the first few people. After that, more and more people arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, 30 or 40 people gathered at the finish line. The Saint Star Emperor arrived at this time, and when he saw Zhan Fuyu, he stood beside Zhan Fuyu. When the number reached 50 or 60, Han Feng and Sword Emperor both arrived and gathered with Zhan Fuyu. It's really late. Zhan Fuyu couldn't help humming. Hey, it's past anyway, What's the difference between coming late and coming early? Han Feng didn't care. It didn't take long for the Purple Poison Emperor and the Dianming Emperor to arrive. When the number of people was about to reach 100, Emperor Guangwu arrived, but he was quite embarrassed and sweating profusely. The three-winged emperor also staggered to the end, but unfortunately it was after the 100. Han Feng patted the three-winged emperor on the shoulder. You have tried your best. The three-wings emperor smiled bitterly. Yeah, I've done my best. If the customs clearance is just to reach the end, then I can go to the second floor to see how good it is. The sword emperor smiled. If this is the case, there will be more than 120 people who have cleared the first level. The competition for hegemony among the 5 palaces has always been cruel, and it would be a lot of face to cut off half of the first level. Being able to reach the end point, it's more face-saving to go out. Hearing this, the three-winged emperor's face became much better. At this time, the unwavering mechanical sound of the Holy Spirit Hall's intellectual spirit sounded again at the end. The assessment on the first floor of the Holy Venerable Hall is over. A total of 124 people have arrived. The first 100 who have arrived have passed the assessment. The remaining 24 will be eliminated. An irresistible force descended on the 24 people who followed, and the three-winged emperor was among them, and the 24 people disappeared at the end in the blink of an eye. There are a total of 100 people in the 5 universities. On average, there are 20 people in each university, but in fact, there are only 7 people in the Baidu University. The remaining 4 universities are also high and low, of which the number of Zhongdu universities is obviously the largest. Second more. 872, the second floor of the Holy Hall, third. Although there were only 7 people in Baidu University, it still surprised the other 4 universities. Because in the eyes of the 4 universities, it would be good for the Baidu universities to keep 4 or 5. Now not only has the number exceeded their estimates, but one of them has followed the leader to the finish line. It can be said that there are 100 people among the top. Regardless of whether it is based on speed or what, it should not be underestimated. And there are 2 people in Baidu Academy who are closely behind the Saint Star Emperor. The Saint Star Emperor is now well known among several universities. Although he is not as good as those who have surpassed the peak and semi-sages, they are ranked very high among the peak and semi-sages. How many of each institution surpassed the peak and semi-sacred? The strength of the Saint Star Emperor cannot be said to be weak in every institution, and he is one of the strongest after the leader of the institution. Following the Saint Star King, even if the strength is not as good as the Saint Star King, how much worse can it be? And one of them is obviously the Sword Emperor in the records. According to the news, this Sword Emperor was the first in the semi-sacred list of the last Baidu Academy. I think that even if it is weaker than the Holy Star Emperor, it is not much weaker. To be able to arrive with the Sword Emperor, this person who is called the Emperor of Heaven and Fire by the Northern Capital Academy is probably not a simple person. The people from several universities looked at each other, and it seemed that although the first Baidu University had been eliminated a lot, the remaining ones were basically elites. Then, in the next few layers of assessment, perhaps the Baidu Academy can no longer be eliminated too much. For a while, there were a lot more eyes on Han Feng and Jiandi, and there were also more fearful eyes. But the leaders of several universities still did not take Han Feng and Sword Emperor too seriously. The mechanical voice sounded again at this time. Next, the second, third, and fourth layers will be assessed. Statistics. Now there are 100 people. Every 5 people are divided into one group. A total of 20 groups. 20 groups will enter the next assessment together. The 4th level statistical score. Each group will eliminate 2 people. There are 3 people in each group. A total of 60 people can enter the 5th level assessment. What? After the 3rd level assessment, the scores will be eliminated. When the voice of the Holy Venerable Hall Jilin finished, many students were shocked. I have never heard of such an examination before. However, thinking that each assessment is different, this time the Holy Venerable Hall has opened the wisdom spirit again, and everyone is relieved. There are also some people who are secretly happy, including Emperor Guangwu. Emperor Guangwu still has some awareness of his own strength. The bottom of the first-class semi-sages can be said to be extremely low among 100 people. If people are to be eliminated after the second-level assessment, he must be one of them. But now, we have to go through the second, third and third-level assessment before we can be eliminated, which means that even if we are eliminated, we will still see the process of the third-level assessment, which will not only make people big eye-opening, it is more likely that after 3 assessments, it will make itself further in the realm of the semi-sacred. If it really breaks through, even if it is eliminated, it will be worth it. Excuse me, how to count the scores? Someone asked loudly at this moment. Holy Venerable Hall Jilin mechanically said, the realm of the second floor assessment, the Endless God's Needle realm. The realm of the third-level assessment center, the Endless Green Thunder field. The realm of the fourth floor assessment, the Corner Demon guards the gate. In the Endless Divine Needle domain, only the power of the primordial spirit is allowed to be activated in this area, and the sanctuary of the primordial spirit attribute can also be used. The top 3 who reach the end of the Endless Divine Needle domain will receive 3 points, 2 points, and 1 point, respectively. 4th and 5th place 0 points. Endless Azure Thunder Territory. In this field, only relying on the holy body to resist the bombardment of Qinglei is allowed, and it is also possible to use the sacred knowledge of the holy body attribute. 4th and 5th place 0 points. The Horned Demon guards the gate. In this area, only Saint Yuan is allowed to resist the Horned Demon, and you can also use the Holy Spirit's unique sanctuary skills. The longer you resist the Horned Demon, the higher the ranking. The top 3 get 3 points and 2 points and 0 points for 4th and 5th. The 2 people with the lowest final statistical scores are eliminated. If there are people with the same score, they can fight, and the loser is eliminated. Endless Divine Needle Realm. Endless Azure Thunder Realm. Horned Demon guards the gate. Is this the assessment of the second, third and fourth floors? Han Feng's eyes flashed. My primordial spirit power. Although I have reached the limit of 40%, I haven't practiced the sanctuary secret skills related to the power of the primordial spirit. I am at a disadvantage on the second floor. If I don't meet a master, that's all. If I meet a master, then. On the contrary, the third and fourth floors are very beneficial to me. Maybe on the third and fourth floors, I can fight for the first place. In short, I should be able to enter the 5th floor. Han Feng estimated the possibility of his passing. The rest of the people also thought about it in their hearts. The leaders of several universities are all confident, and obviously do not take these 3-level assessments in their eyes. Saint Star Emperor said, I hope we won't be divided so much. Han Feng said with a smile, we only have 7 people, but we have to be divided into 20 groups. The probability of us being grouped together is too small. On the contrary, the probability of being grouped together by the rest of the universities, especially the Zhongdu University, is too high. We have to compete with each other. In the end, Han Feng seemed to gloat at the misfortune. Emperor Jianming and the others laughed quizzically. It seems that there are advantages to having a small number of people. Sure enough, after considering the high possibility of the same institution colliding with each other, the leaders of the several universities looked embarrassed. At this time, they secretly scolded the Baidu University. If the number of people who passed the Baidu University was more, they would not be able to. We'll end up in this situation. But no matter how embarrassed their faces were and how secretly they scolded in their hearts, the Holy Venerable Hall's intellectual spirits had already begun to be randomly assigned. A total of 100 rays of light fell, and the next moment everyone was transported to the second floor. The second floor of the Holy Venerable Hall, one of the 20 endless God needle fields. 5 rays of light fell. The emotionless voice of the Spirit of the Holy Spirit resounded. Second floor number 15 Endless Divine Needle Domain, Examiners Fire Fox Emperor, Purple Magic Emperor, Skyfire Emperor, Magic Light Emperor, Ice Devourer King. Assessment begins. The voice of the Holy Venerable Hall disappeared, but none of the 5 people moved, and they were all looking at each other. The King of Magic Light and the King of Ice Devourer secretly complained, "How many of the 5 universities currently know of surpassing the peak in semi-sacred? There are only 9, not even 10. Of the 20 groups, the chances of encountering a semi-sage beyond the peak are less than half." But such a probability was met by them. The Firefox Emperor is nothing, but there is actually a very difficult Purple Phantom Emperor. This comprehensive strength is not comparable to the powerhouse who surpasses the peak in half-sage, but he is also the powerhouse that makes the existence of the transcendent half-sage suffer. Not to be underestimated. With these 2, there is only a third left to fight for. There were only 2 less places for nothing, which filled the hearts of the Xuanhuan Emperor and the Ice Devourer King with bitterness. Fortunately, there is a waste of Baidu University, which lacks a competitiveness, in other words. The Phantom Light Emperor and the Ice Eater King looked at each other, coldly with a depressed look, and thirdly, it will inevitably arise among them. The Xuanhuan Emperor has the title of Emperor, which means that the Xuanhuan Emperor is a strong person on the semi-sacred list, and the Ice Eater King is only the title of King, which is obviously only an existence on the manifesto list. However, Emperor Xuanhuan came from Dongdu Academy. Although Dongdu Academy was not at the bottom, his grades were either 3rd or 4th each time. The ranking was not high, and he had not yet won the 2nd place. The Ice Eater King came from the strongest Central Capital Academy, so what if he was on the Hall of Fame? Therefore, the Ice Eater King does not think that he is worse than the Magic Light Emperor. The Firefox Emperor looked at the punch, and did not find any opponents that were too noteworthy, so the Purple Phantom Emperor could be jealous, and the Firefox Emperor immediately laughed with satisfaction. "Giggle, all of you are big men, and when the time comes, you have to let a little girl." The Firefox Emperor used Firefox Charm. Although he hasn't used his bloodline yet, with his super strong cultivation, it is enough to charm a few people a little. Sure enough, the eyes of the Phantom King and the Ice Devouring King have changed a bit. The third one. There is one last update, today is 10,000 words. 873 Endless Divine Needle Domain. For more flowers. Firefox's allure unfolds, coupled with the shy and affectionate look on the Firefox Emperor's own face, the lethality is not covered. The Phantom Light Emperor and the Ice Devourer King no longer aimed at each other. They both looked at the Firefox Emperor with fiery eyes, and their throats moved subconsciously. Looking more closely, both of them have slightly raised a large piece between their legs. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan's primordial spirit is extremely high, and it was not greatly affected by the fact that the Firefox Emperor did not fully display Firefox charm. But Emperor Xuanhuan himself is a man, or a very arrogant man. Even if there is no Firefox charm, Xuanhuan is a bit interesting to the Firefox Emperor. I just heard Emperor Xuanhuan chuckle. Firefox Emperor, this first stage is to test the power of Yuanshan. The power of Yuanshan of this emperor is extremely superb, and Firefox Emperor must be very clear about this. If the Firefox Emperor is willing to get close to you, you can help the Firefox Emperor resist the attack of the primordial spirit God Needle in the endless God Needle domain. Firefox Emperor's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Purple Phantom Emperor patted his chest and assured. That little girl can ask the Emperor Xuanhuan. The Emperor Firefox smiled and said yen yen, walking gracefully into the arms of the Emperor Firefox. Firefox Emperor's eyes were fiery and he held Firefox Emperor in his arms, smelling the fragrance of Firefox Emperor's body, Xuanhuan's whole body was going to be crisp, and the little brother who belonged to a man was eager to move. The Firefox Emperor smiled more charmingly, and a pair of jade hands kept stroking on the Purple Magic Emperor's body, bypassing the Purple Magic Emperor's lower abdomen from time to time, making the Purple Magic Emperor's lower abdomen more tense. If it wasn't for the wrong time, Emperor Xuanhuan would have liked to have the Firefox Emperor run here right now. The Firefox Emperor also thought that he was not tempted enough, and kept blowing hot air towards Xuanhuan's ears and neck, and the Xuanhuan gasped. As long as the Purple Magic Emperor lets the little girl take the first place, what's the matter with the little girl and the Purple Magic Emperor? The Firefox Emperor said with a seductive smile. As a firefox, with charming attributes, the Firefox Emperor has no concept of female virginity. As long as the other party is an excellent man, there is no psychological obstacle to doing that kind of thing. On the contrary, because of double cultivation, his cultivation will go further. The Emperor Xuanhuan was not only good-looking, but was barely considered an outstanding genius. The Emperor Firefox didn't mind taking such a shot at the Holy Venerable Hall and the Emperor Xuanhuan. Hearing Firefox Emperor's request, Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes became clearer in an instant, and he said with a smirk, "Haha. It's too late, Firefox Emperor, let's hurry up and go." After saying that, the Purple Magic Emperor even let go of the Firefox Emperor and stepped into the endless Divine Needle realm. A hint of surprise flashed on the Firefox Emperor's face. When the Purple Phantom Emperor disappeared, the Firefox Emperor sighed inwardly, "I underestimate these geniuses. It seems that I don't use the Firefox bloodline, and rely on my own charm and power to be too weak. Humph, when the end is near, this emperor will display the real Firefox charm, and the first must be this emperor's. Maybe you can try to bring the seeds of charm to the psychological side of this Purple Illusion Emperor, and then you will be in the Holy Venerable Hall. This Purple Illusionary Emperor is the male slave of this emperor." After speaking, the Firefox Emperor also stepped into the endless Divine Needle realm. As for the remaining three Han Feng, they were directly ignored by the Firefox Emperor. Fortunately, this was the case, otherwise, the Firefox Emperor would have discovered that among the four people present, one of them had a clear look in his eyes from beginning to end. Han Feng muttered to himself in his heart, "It seems that he is equipped with the Juyan Tianhua Tower. These charms may have an impact on me at first, but then the negative impact will be eliminated by the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. It's a pity, if Juyan Tianhua Pagoda can help me resist these primordial spirit needles, I will definitely be able to win the first place, unfortunately." The only shortcoming of Han Feng now is that there is no means of resistance in the Yuanshan. The reason for this is that whenever the power of the Yuanshan falls into a crisis, the Juyan Tianhua Tower will flow out a clear stream to eliminate the crisis. But the primordial spirit needle in the endless divine needle domain will not cause fatal damage to the power of the primordial spirit, or even if it causes damage, it will recover completely after leaving the Holy Venerable Hall. Because of this, the Juyan Tianhua Pagoda will not help Han Feng resist these primordial spirit needles. The reason why he can resist the charm of the Firefox Emperor is because the seeds of the Firefox Emperor's charm are planted inside the human body. This person will always love the Firefox Emperor deeply in the future and become the male slave of the Firefox Emperor. As long as he meets the Firefox Emperor, he will put the interests of the Firefox Emperor first. This is something that can't be eliminated even if you leave the Holy Venerable Temple, or in other words, it can only eliminate more than half of it. After leaving the Holy Hall, you will still be affected by a few traces. That's why Juyan Tianhua Tower will take action. Having owned the Juyan Tianhua Pagoda for so many days, Han Feng has probably figured out the Juyan Tianhua Pagoda. Especially this time, seeing that the Holy Reverend Hall has a wisdom spirit, Han Feng is more certain of his guess. As early as a long time ago, Han Feng guessed that the Juyan Tianhua Tower would also have its own artifact spirit, which may be unable to congeal for some reason. But the inability to condense does not mean that this artifact does not pay attention to Han Feng. When Han Feng wanted to come, every time he fell into a spiritual crisis, the clear stream was probably caused by the spirit of the Jianshan fire tower that had not yet condensed. As long as one's own spirit is attacked, and there is a real crisis, the clear flow will appear. If there is no crisis, then it will not appear, even if the spirit will suffer some damage. Perhaps in the view of the tool spirit, a certain amount of damage will temper the transformation of the power of the primordial spirit. The Phantom Light Emperor and the Ice Devourer King gradually got out of their charmed state. At this time, they also realized what happened just now, and they immediately looked scared and dripped with cold sweat. It's too terrifying. The Fire Fox Emperor has not yet displayed his true charm with his bloodline, and they have been tricked. Seeing that the Firefox Emperor and the Purple Phantom Emperor were getting farther and farther away, the two set off one after another. The endless divine needle domain looks like a purple-black space, with no end in sight. But when stepping into the endless divine needle realm, it was like entering the sea of divine needles. The endless power of Xuanhuan turned into needles and penetrated into the depths of the spiritual consciousness of the 5 Han Feng people. The entire space was filled with an invisible force that rumbled. In the depths of Han Feng's spiritual consciousness, a needle condensed by the power of the primordial spirit pierced the core of the primordial spirit. At this moment, the core of the primordial spirit also rumbled, spinning violently, and the power of the primordial spirit surged out, causing the needles to collapse directly. Initially stepping into the endless God Needle domain, the power of the God Needle is not strong, and all 5 people can easily resist it. Especially the Purple Magic Emperor and the Fire Fox Emperor. One has the divine pupil of the primordial spirit, the other has the charm, and the power of the primordial spirit has exceeded the limit of 40%. In this endless divine needle realm, the two of them walked like a leisurely garden, relaxed and comfortable. Xuanhuan Emperor has an illusion, which is naturally related to illusions. In fact, Xuanhuan Emperor's own primordial power has reached the limit of 40%. Therefore, Xuanhuan Emperor is relatively easy in the first half of the journey, but in the latter part of the journey, then it's a little hard. As for the Ice Eater King, before reaching the middle stage, he was already struggling. Damn, my primordial spirit power has not reached 40%, but only 30%. Could it be that I can't even get into the top 3 in this second layer endless God Needle realm assessment? The first 3 are so cheap, that Phantom Emperor? Huh? At this time, the Xuanhuan Emperor suddenly discovered that the students from the Baidu Academy, who were called the Emperor of Fire, not far away, were flying with a little ease. How is that possible? Aren't the Baidu schools all waste? The Fire Emperor's performance seems to be easier than mine. This guy must be specializing in refining the power of the primordial spirit, for sure. Forget it, if this guy surpasses me, he will surpass me. The 4th and 5th are both 0 points. Even if this guy reaches 4th, it has no effect on me. Wait until the 3rd and 4th floors, and it's time for me to show off my power. Not only will I step on this kid from Baidu Academy, but even the Xuanhuan Emperor will be stepped on by me. It's just 2 semi-sages who specialize in the power of the primordial spirit, and their transformation in other aspects is definitely not as good as mine. Even the Purple Illusory Emperor and the Fire Fox Emperor, the transformation of the holy body may not be stronger than me. My ice-devouring bloodline will turn into a huge giant when it is exerted, and the physical strength will be greatly increased. The number 1 on the 2nd floor may be me. The ice-devouring king's eyes flickered, with a little fanaticism. At this time, the Xuanhuan Emperor also set his sights on Han Feng. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. 873 Endless Divine Needle Domain. For more flowers. Firefox's allure unfolds, coupled with the shy and affectionate look on the Firefox Emperor's own face, the lethality is not covered. The Phantom Light Emperor and the Ice Devourer King no longer aimed at each other. They both looked at the Fire Fox Emperor with fiery eyes, and their throats moved subconsciously. Looking more closely, both of them have slightly raised a large piece between their legs. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan's primordial spirit is extremely high, and it was not greatly affected by the fact that the Firefox Emperor did not fully display Firefox charm. But Emperor Xuanhuan himself is a man, or a very arrogant man. Even if there is no Firefox charm, Xuanhuan is a bit interesting to the Firefox Emperor. I just heard Emperor Xuanhuan chuckle. Firefox Emperor, this first stage is to test the power of Yuanshan. The power of Yuanshan of this emperor is extremely superb, and Firefox Emperor must be very clear about this. If the Firefox Emperor is willing to get close to you, you can help the Firefox Emperor resist the attack of the primordial spirit God Needle in the endless God Needle domain. Firefox Emperor's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Purple Phantom Emperor patted his chest and assured. That little girl can ask the Emperor Xuanhuan. The Emperor Firefox smiled and said yen yen, walking gracefully into the arms of the Emperor Firefox. Firefox Emperor's eyes were fiery and he held Firefox Emperor in his arms, smelling the fragrance of Firefox Emperor's body. Xuanhuan's whole body was going to be crisp, and the little brother who belonged to a man was eager to move. The Firefox Emperor smiled more charmingly, and a pair of jade hands kept stroking on the Purple Magic Emperor's body, bypassing the Purple Magic Emperor's lower abdomen from time to time, making the Purple Magic Emperor's lower abdomen more tense. If it wasn't for the wrong time, Emperor Xuanhuan would have liked to have the Firefox Emperor run here right now. The Firefox Emperor also thought that he was not tempted enough, and kept blowing hot air towards Xuanhuan's ears and neck, and the Xuanhuan gasped. As long as the Purple Magic Emperor lets the little girl take the first place, what's the matter with the little girl and the Purple Magic Emperor? The Firefox Emperor said with a seductive smile. As a firefox with charming attributes, the Firefox Emperor has no concept of female virginity. As long as the other party is an excellent man, there is no psychological obstacle to doing that kind of thing. On the contrary, because of double cultivation, his cultivation will go further. The Emperor Xuanhuan was not only good-looking, but was barely considered an outstanding genius. The Emperor Firefox didn't mind taking such a shot at the holy venerable hall and the Emperor Xuanhuan. Hearing Firefox Emperor's request, Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes became clearer in an instant, and he said with a smirk, haha. It's too late, Firefox Emperor, let's hurry up and go. After saying that, the Purple Magic Emperor even let go of the Firefox Emperor and stepped into the endless Divine Needle realm. A hint of surprise flashed on the Firefox Emperor's face. When the Purple Phantom Emperor disappeared, the Firefox Emperor sighed inwardly, I underestimate these geniuses. It seems that I don't use the Firefox bloodline, and rely on my own charm and power to be too weak. Humph, when the end is near, this emperor will display the real Firefox charm, and the first must be this emperor's. Maybe you can try to bring the seeds of charm to the psychological side of this purple illusion emperor, and then you will be in the holy venerable hall. This purple illusionary emperor is the male slave of this emperor. After speaking, the Firefox Emperor also stepped into the endless Divine Needle realm. As for the remaining three Han Feng, they were directly ignored by the Firefox Emperor. Fortunately, this was the case, otherwise, the Firefox Emperor would have discovered that among the four people present, one of them had a clear look in his eyes from beginning to end. Han Feng muttered to himself in his heart, it seems that he is equipped with the Juyan Tianhua Tower. These charms may have an impact on me at first, but then the negative impact will be eliminated by the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. It's a pity. If Juyan Tianhua Pagoda can help me resist these primordial spirit needles, I will definitely be able to win the first place, unfortunately. The only shortcoming of Han Feng now is that there is no means of resistance in the Yuanshan. The reason for this is that whenever the power of the Yuanshan falls into a crisis, the Juyan Tianhua Tower will flow out a clear stream to eliminate the crisis. But the primordial spirit needle in the endless divine needle domain will not cause fatal damage to the power of the primordial spirit, or even if it causes damage, it will recover completely after leaving the holy venerable hall. Because of this, the Jirian Tianhua Pagoda will not help Han Feng resist these primordial spirit needles. The reason why he can resist the charm of the Firefox Emperor is because the seeds of the Firefox Emperor's charm are planted inside the human body. This person will always love the Firefox Emperor deeply in the future and become the male slave of the Firefox Emperor. As long as he meets the Firefox Emperor, he will put the interests of the Firefox Emperor first. This is something that can't be eliminated even if you leave the holy venerable temple, or in other words, it can only eliminate more than half of it. After leaving the holy hall, you will still be affected by a few traces. That's why Jirian Tianhua Tower will take action. Having owned the Jirian Tianhua Pagoda for so many days, Han Feng has probably figured out the Jirian Tianhua Pagoda. Especially this time, seeing that the Holy Reverend Hall has a wisdom spirit, Han Feng is more certain of his guess. As early as a long time ago, Han Feng guessed that the Jirian Tianhua Tower would also have its own artifact spirit, which may be unable to congeal for some reason. But the inability to condense does not mean that this artifact does not pay attention to Han Feng. When Han Feng wanted to come, every time he fell into a spiritual crisis, the clear stream was probably caused by the spirit of the Jianshan fire tower that had not yet condensed. As long as one's own spirit is attacked, and there is a real crisis, the clear flow will appear. If there is no crisis, then it will not appear, even if the spirit will suffer some damage. Perhaps in the view of the tool spirit, a certain amount of damage will temper the transformation of the power of the primordial spirit. The Phantom Light Emperor and the Ice Devourer King gradually got out of their charmed state. At this time, they also realized what happened just now, and they immediately looked scared and dripped with cold sweat. It's too terrifying. The Fire Fox Emperor has not yet displayed his true charm with his bloodline, and they have been tricked. Seeing that the Firefox Emperor and the Purple Phantom Emperor were getting farther and farther away, the two set off one after another. The endless divine needle domain looks like a purple-black space, with no end in sight. But when stepping into the endless divine needle realm, it was like entering the sea of divine needles. The endless power of Yuanshan turned into needles and penetrated into the depths of the spiritual consciousness of the 5 Han Feng people. The entire space was filled with an invisible force that rumbled. In the depths of Han Feng's spiritual consciousness, a needle condensed by the power of the primordial spirit pierced the core of the primordial spirit. At this moment, the core of the primordial spirit also rumbled, spinning violently, and the power of the primordial spirit surged out, causing the needles to collapse directly. Initially stepping into the endless God Needle domain, the power of the God Needle is not strong, and all 5 people can easily resist it. Especially the Purple Magic Emperor and the Fire Fox Emperor. One has the divine pupil of the primordial spirit, the other has the charm, and the power of the primordial spirit has exceeded the limit of 40%. In this endless divine needle realm, the two of them walked like a leisurely garden, relaxed and comfortable. The Phantom Emperor has an illusion, which is naturally related to illusion. In fact, the power of the Phantom Emperor's own primordial spirit has reached the limit of 40%. Therefore, the Phantom Emperor is also relatively easy in the first half of the journey, but in the latter part of the journey, then it's a little hard. As for the Ice Eater King, before reaching the middle stage, he was already struggling. Damn, my primordial spirit power has not reached 40%, but only 30%. Could it be that I can't even get into the top 3 in this second layer Endless God Needle Realm assessment? The first 3 are so cheap, that Phantom Emperor? Huh? At this time, the Huangguang Emperor suddenly discovered that the students from the Baidu Academy, who were called the Emperor of Fire, not far away, were flying with a little ease. How is that possible? Aren't the Baidu schools all waste? The Fire Emperor's performance seems to be easier than mine. This guy must be specializing in refining the power of the primordial spirit, for sure. Forget it, if this guy surpasses me, he will surpass me. The 4th and 5th are both 0 points. Even if this guy reaches 4th, it has no effect on me. Wait until the 3rd and 4th floors, and it's time for me to show off my power. Not only will I step on this kid from Baidu Academy, but even the Xuanhuan Emperor will be stepped on by me. It's just 2 semi-sages who specialize in the power of the primordial spirit, and their transformation in other aspects is definitely not as good as mine. Even the Purple Illusory Emperor and the Fire Fox Emperor, the transformation of the holy body may not be stronger than me. My ice-devouring bloodline will turn into a huge giant when it is exerted, and the physical strength will be greatly increased. The number 1 on the 2nd floor may be me. The ice-devouring king's eyes flickered, with a little fanaticism. At this time, the Xuanhuan Emperor also set his sights on Han Feng. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. This guy actually followed me closely. The Xuanhuan Emperor's face became solemn. I remember that this guy followed the Saint Star Emperor to the finish line in the assessment of the first layer of endless astral chi. It seems that this guy's tempering of the primordial spirit is no less than mine. Thinking that I only regard the Ice Eater King as an opponent, but ignore this person. Perhaps this person is useless in terms of comprehensive strength and cannot stand on the stage, but he is extremely strong in terms of primordial spirit. No, I can't let go in the 3rd place and fall to the 4th place, even if my ranking surpasses the Ice Eater King, still won't get the slightest score. What's the use of being more than the Ice Eater King? I also know about this Ice Eater King. As the 3rd place in the Central Capital Academy's manifesto list, there is not much of a gap between the 2 in front of me, and the overall strength should be on par with me. He is weaker than me in terms of primordial spirit, so he must be stronger than me in other aspects. Considering his ice-devouring bloodline, the tempering of the holy body should be extremely strong. Whether it is the Purple Illusory Emperor or the Firefox Emperor, they all focus on the primordial spirit. They should not be very good at the holy body. On the 3rd floor, they will likely become the world of the Ice Eater King. If I want to win the Ice Eater King, I can only take advantage of the 1st place in the Endless Needle realm to get a point, and then try to widen the gap in the 4th layer of the Corner Demon Guard Zone, so that I can be possible. He surpassed the Ice Eater King, became the top 3 and entered the 5th floor assessment. If I fail in this 2nd layer of Endless Divine Needle domain, then I will be doomed to be eliminated. Thinking of this, there was a hint of coldness in the eyes of the Phantom Emperor looking at Han Feng. If this guy keeps chasing him like this, don't blame me for taking the shot. Han Feng didn't know what the Xuanhuan Emperor was thinking at this time. For Han Feng, he also felt the oppression of Yuanchen Shenzhen at this time. His face gradually turned pale, and Han Feng was covered in cold sweat. It's more than half of the way forward. The power of the primordial spirit needle has gradually increased, but my primordial spirit strength has been gradually depleted in the resistance. It's very difficult for me to cope with this change. If I don't think of a way, I really won't be able to enter the top 3. Damn, luck is really bad, whether it's the Purple Phantom Emperor, the Fire Fox Emperor, or the Phantom Light Emperor, in the transformation of the power of the primordial spirit. They all have their own unique characteristics. If I were to change to 3 people in the semi-sacred list of other universities, I wouldn't be so far behind. What should I do? Han Feng thought hard. While Han Feng was thinking hard, the Xuanhuan Emperor had already opened the gap with Han Feng. As the Xuanhuan Emperor, who mainly uses the power of the primordial spirit to display his unique skills, he not only has the means to attack the primordial spirit, but also has a good means to resist the power of the primordial spirit. This is also the reason why Xuanhuan Emperor Mingming, like Han Feng, is the power of Yuanchen, who has transformed 40% of the limit, but he can go farther and resist more easily than Han Feng. The Purple Magic Emperor and the Firefox Emperor, before the Magic Light Emperor, are about to reach the end. Whether it is the Purple Illusory Emperor or the Firefox Emperor, the transformation of their primordial spirit power has exceeded the limit of 40%. It's almost the end, it's time. The Firefox Emperor's eyes changed. Suddenly, the Firefox Emperor was enveloped in fiery red energy, and as the fire-red energy gradually disappeared, a pink pattern like a plum blossom appeared on the Firefox Emperor's forehead. And the ears of the Firefox Emperor have become lovely red fox ears. The fluffy fiery red tail flicked slightly behind, and the terrifying power of the primordial spirit quickly enveloped the Purple Phantom Emperor. Firefox charms start. With the Firefox bloodline displayed, the charm of the Firefox Emperor reached its highest point at this moment. Emperor Xuanhuan let out a groan, as if he was in a paradise of beautiful women, and all kinds of beauties gathered around Xuanhuan with a smile. As a man, Emperor Xuanhuan suddenly stopped breathing when he saw this scene. The beauty's body fragrance poured into Emperor Xuanhuan's nose, and her body was completely soft to mud. Just when the Emperor Xuanhuan was about to rush into a group of beauties, many beauties suddenly retreated, revealing a path. A half-naked beauty with a charming body twisted her waist and slowly came, accompanied by a woman's silver bell-like laughter. The laughter spread into the ears of the Purple Magic Emperor, and the Purple Magic Emperor looked up even more, as if to break through the sky. "Young master, is the slave family beautiful?" The beautiful jade hand rested on the shoulders of the Purple Phantom Emperor, spitting out the air of a secluded orchid, and asked with a charm in her weak tone. Emperor Xuanhuan swallowed and spit, and said, "Beauty, beautiful, beautiful." The beauty smiled even more satisfied, and her delicate face burst into an alluring smile. The Purple Phantom Emperor's face became even more insane. This beauty is the Firefox Emperor. Under the fiery gaze of Emperor Xuanhuan, Emperor Firefox's jade hand slowly fell from his chest, rubbing his skin, and soon landed on his lower abdomen. However, Emperor Firefox just turned around his lower abdomen before withdrawing his hand. The Purple Phantom Emperor's breathing stagnated again, the little brother swelled even more, and the pants were no longer able to support. Emperor Xuanhuan suddenly grabbed the shoulders of the Firefox Emperor with both hands. His face was thick and red, and his forehead was poised to invite in and shout, "I want you." The silver bell-like voice of the Firefox Emperor sounded. This time, the jade hand really touched a little brother in the lower abdomen of the Purple Magic Emperor. The Firefox Emperor smiled with satisfaction, and the size was okay. Although the Firefox Emperor doesn't have any restraints in such a thing, he doesn't want the whole thing to be unpleasant. But before that, you must first plant the seductive seeds of this emperor and become the emperor's male favorite. Thinking like this, the Firefox Emperor smiled and pointed to the Firefox Emperor's forehead. However, at this moment, the power of the primordial spirit, which was as high as 70%, sensed danger, and immediately reminded the Purple Illusionary Emperor. Like pouring a pot of cold water, the Purple Magic Emperor suddenly woke up most of the time at this moment, and the enchanting seeds of the Firefox Emperor had been planted for most of them. "Damn it, bitch." Xuanhuang's face was twisted and angry, and now Xuanhuang doesn't know what happened. Although the charm of the Firefox Emperor is strong, it is not only because of the power of the Yuanshan, so in terms of the realm of the power of the Yuanshan, the Firefox Emperor is not as good as the Purple Magic Emperor. If the comprehensive strength can be exerted here, the Firefox Emperor must be stronger than the Purple Illusionary Emperor, but in this endless divine needle realm, only the power of the primordial spirit can be exerted, then the Firefox Emperor will suffer. The power of the primordial spirit of the Purple Phantom Emperor blasted into the depths of the Firefox Emperor's spiritual consciousness like a storm, setting off a stormy sea. "What?" The Firefox Emperor let out a scream, his face immediately turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. "Charm seed, open!" At the same time as flying out, the Firefox Emperor let out a coquettish shout. The seductive seeds that have been implanted in the body of the purple illusionary emperor break through the ground at this moment and sprout and grow. After all, only a small part of it was implanted, and the seed of charm did not reach the level of flowering and fruiting. For this reason, the complexion of the purple phantom emperor also distorted and changed. On the one hand, it is the influence of the germination of the seed of enchantment, which makes Emperor Xuanhuan constantly want to submit to the jade feet of the Firefox Emperor. Sensing that the sprouted charm seeds were in danger, the Firefox Emperor's face sank, and he sneered, as expected of the purple illusionary emperor, if it wasn't for the emperor's charm, which prevented you from using your divine pupils in time, this emperor is really not sure. You can implant this emperor's charm seed. And after implantation, you can break free at a critical moment, give this emperor a heavy blow, and now you have to destroy this emperor's charm seed. I have to say, it is indeed an existence that can make the transcendent peak semi-saint suffer. If you are given time, with your superb primordial spirit power, maybe you can really remove this emperor's seductive seed. It's just a pity, this emperor will not let you use all your primordial spirit power to remove this emperor's charm. The seductive seed of the emperor. Immediately, the power of the primordial spirit, which surpassed the limit of the power of the half-sacred primordial spirit, was swept into the sea of knowledge of the Firefox Emperor like a gust of wind. What? The purple illusory emperor screamed and had to use most of the power of the primordial spirit to resist. The sprouted charm seeds hit Xuanhuan at this moment and invaded directly. Not long after, Emperor Xuanhuan's hideous face gradually disappeared, and his gaze towards the Firefox Emperor was full of admiration and fanaticism. The slave sees her lady queen. Emperor Xuanhuan knelt down and shouted. First delivery. Ask for flowers. The Firefox Emperor covered his mouth and smiled, and the icy expression suddenly disappeared without a trace at this moment. No matter how strong your primordial spirit of Emperor Xuanhuan is, isn't it a slave to this emperor now? Also, you want to be the queen, not the queen. The Firefox Emperor smiled very proudly. Yes, the slave sees her lady queen. Emperor Xuanhuan didn't seem to think that the slave under his feet was an insult at all, but felt honored. The Firefox Emperor rubbed his head, but his head was still slightly painful, and the previous primordial spirit attack of the purple phantom emperor was not blown out. Damn, this emperor has suffered such a trauma. The pain in his head made the Firefox Emperor annoyed again, kicked the purple magic emperor to the ground with one foot, and his jade feet stomped on the purple magic emperor's legs. Ow! The purple phantom emperor made an extremely miserable cry, but the scream soon turned into asterisk, ah 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 ah. The Firefox Emperor vented a lot better, and said contemptuously, humph, if you become this emperor's male slave, you can only lie at the feet of this emperor. While speaking, the Firefox Emperor stepped on it a few times. However, Emperor Xuanhuan is really like a male slave, constantly cooperating, without a trace of anger and dissatisfaction, but when Huahu Emperor Yuzu left, he looked resentful and dissatisfied. Han Feng and the others looked cold from the back, but they only felt that the crotch was cold, and it hurt for a while. At the current state of Han Feng and others, the distance of tens of thousands of meters is completely clear. Okay, so miserable. When I leave the holy venerable hall, I'm afraid that the purple illusory emperor will have no face to see after he reacts. Fortunately, I have the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. It is estimated that the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda will not allow me to leave the seeds of charm in my body. This Firefox Emperor is really serious. Han Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even the Phantom Light Emperor and the Ice Eater King were dripping with cold sweat at this time. At this time, the two of them are very glad that they were not put in the eyes of the Firefox Emperor, otherwise the current fate of the Purple Phantom Emperor would be a lesson from the past. The Ice Eater King's expression tightened. Oops, this king will not be targeted in the assessment of the third layer of endless green thunder. It's not that the Ice Eater King is arrogant, but transformed to 40% as a holy body, using the bloodline saint the existence of the body can also be enhanced, and the Ice Eater King is confident that he is the top among the 5 in terms of the holy body. Why is the Purple Phantom Emperor being targeted? Isn't it that the power of the primordial spirit is the strongest among the 5? Thinking of this, the Ice Eater King felt that he was getting worse and worse. However, since the 3rd floor is an assessment of the holy body, it should only be able to use the holy body. If the power of the primordial spirit cannot be used, the charm effect of the Fire Fox Emperor is greatly reduced. I should be able to carry it. Wang was uncertain. The Emperor Xuanhuan was subdued by the Emperor Firefox, and the two quickly reached the finish line. The Emperor Firefox was naturally the first, scoring 3 points, while the Emperor Xuanhuan scored 2 points. In the endless divine needle domain, only Han Feng and the 3 are still struggling to move forward. Outside the Hall of Saints, Zhang Wulin and the others could not sit still. It is very strange that no one has been eliminated from the 2nd level assessment until now. Could it be that there is something wrong in the Holy Reverence Temple? According to the previous situation, about 2/3 of the 2nd level assessment should have been carried out now, and at least a dozen people will be eliminated. If the assessment conducted by the Holy Spirit Hall was severe this time, more people should be eliminated. But no one has been sent out. Zhang Wulin and Grandma Yinhua, the 4 deputy palace masters, became more and more uneasy, and Grandma Yinhua said in a bad tone, "Vice Palace Lord Yun, what is going on?" "This? I don't know." Deputy Palace Master Yun smiled bitterly and continued, "Holy Venerable Hall has only opened Wisdom Spirit in recent years. What will be the assessment? To be honest, even the Palace Master of Zhongdu Academy of Me, the great perfection experts in the domain, also don't know. The old man promises that the Holy Venerable Hall will never let these little guys have accidents. I can only say that the assessment this time is probably a little different." "Humph, I hope so." Grandma Yinhua snorted heavily. The 4 of them also knew that, as the headquarters of the Central Capital Academy, although they would despise the other 4 palaces, they would not do anything to let the Holy Venerable Hall plot against the students of the 4 palaces. Otherwise, the 4 houses will be annoyed. If the 4 houses are united, their strength will not be inferior to the Central Capital Academy. The masters of the 5 great sacred domains were staring closely at the Hall of Holy Venerable, as if they were about to see a flower. Holy Venerable Hall, in the endless divine needle domain on the 16th. Han Feng has fallen behind a lot. As for the Ice Eater King, he probably really gave up. Damn, what should I do? Should I give up? Han Feng thought hard in his heart. Wait. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes lit up. The reason why my primordial spirit can increase so quickly is not only the gloomy soul fruit origin liquid, but also the primordial spirit tempering secret technique taught by the 6 fire saints. I am now using the primordial spirit tempering secret technique. Can I refine these primordial spirit needles to enhance the primordial spirit's power? Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't sit still, and immediately tried it. The Yuanshan tempering secret method was cast out, as if a big hand in the void grabbed the Yuanshan needle, and then sent it all to Han Feng's mouth. Han Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, it can be refined, and even my Yuanshan power has been improved. Could it be that my Yuanshan power can directly break through to the limit here? Each of these Yuanshan needles has the power of the Yuanshan, no less than 10% of the total energy of the Yuanshan's power. One is nothing, but there is more than one here. The more refining, the power of my primordial spirit will definitely exceed the limit. And the closer it is to the end point, the greater the power of the primordial spirit needle, and the denser it becomes. The effect of my tempering will definitely be better. Han Feng kept running the primordial spirit quenching secret technique, and the primordial spirit needles turned into strands of primordial spirit power, which was suppressed and absorbed by Han Feng. The power of Han Feng's Yuanshan fluctuated at this moment. Along with refining, Han Feng's resistance ability has been greatly enhanced. These are no longer troubles to prevent Han Feng from advancing, but a source of promoting cultivation. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps, 10 steps. Han Feng walked faster and faster, and each time he leaped, the pace became more and more. Han Feng's eyes were tightly closed, and he unconsciously crossed a longer and longer distance. In just a short while, he was about to catch up with the Phantom Light Emperor, leaving the Ice-Eater King far behind. What? The Ice-Eater King stared at this scene in a stunned manner. Such a speed may not be comparable to that of the Purple Phantom Emperor, but it is chasing the Firefox Emperor. What the hell happened to the Fire Emperor? Why did it suddenly break out now? Could it be that they were hiding things before? Isn't it nonsense to break out now instead of taking advantage of it at the very beginning? The higher the ranking, the higher the score, but the ability to compete for second place is given up. This? Could it be that? The Ice-Eater King looked at the Firefox Emperor, thinking that he had an explanation, thinking that this was Han Feng's method to avoid the Firefox Emperor's attention. It's so cunning. After seeing the end of the Purple Illusory Emperor, the Ice-Eater King cursed Han Feng's methods. Oh? It turns out that there is such a talent in hiding, but the Emperor ignored it. The Firefox Emperor looked at Han Feng in surprise, and immediately smiled, but it's the waste of Baidu Academy, I'm afraid this is already what this guy can achieve. The limit is reached, and the endless King Liu and horned demons will be the last two, and they are not worthy of attention. The Emperor Xuanhuan on the side flattered, how can such a waste deserve the attention of her Lady Queen? If her Lady Queen finds him unpleasant, this slave is willing to take action for her Lady Queen. The Firefox Emperor waved his hand, no need, I finally got a little bit of interest. I also want to know how far this son can get in the end, although I'm not optimistic. Hearing this, Emperor Xuanhuan flattered and withdrew, but the moment he lowered his head, there was a flash of sternness. Under the influence of the seed of charm, any existence that is valued by the Firefox Emperor or attracted to the Firefox Emperor is an enemy of life and death for the Purple Magic Emperor. Damn, this guy is getting closer, no, he's about to surpass me soon. Since that's the case, don't blame the Emperor for his actions. Illusory Sword Shadow. Where would the Xuanhuan Emperor allow Han Feng to surpass him to get the third place, and immediately perform the sanctuary of the primordial spirit attribute? The power of Yuanshan turned into invisible sword shadows, and shot Han Feng overwhelmingly. The fierce murderous intention instantly woke Han Feng up. Second more. Han Feng, who was immersed in Yuanshan's tempering Yuanshan needle, was locked by a fierce murderous intent and woke up, and his face changed immediately. Oops. The surging power of the primordial spirit surged out like a tidal wave. But Han Feng is only the pure power of Yuanshan, but the opponent is the unique sanctuary of the sanctuary exerted by the power of Yuanshan. How can Han Feng resist? Boom. The power of the primordial spirit confronted, as if a gust of wind raged out. Puff. Han Feng's face turned pale, and his body was shaky. Humph, the trash should have the cognition of trash, and thirdly, how can trash like you be able to compete in the Northern Capital University? Originally, the Emperor would not be held accountable for your backwardness, but now you want to surpass the Emperor. Dream. I don't even dare to compete with this Emperor even if I don't even have the secret knowledge of the Yuan sacred domain. I don't know whether to live or die. Seeing that Han Feng was hit hard by himself, the Xuanhuan Emperor's face showed a touch of disdain. I thought it was a formidable opponent, but that was it. You. Han Feng was very annoyed, and he finally immersed himself in that inexplicable realm. Just when he was about to attack the 40% realm, he was not only blocked by the fierce murderous intent, but was also injured by the opponent using the Yuan sacred realm's unique skills. Han Feng's eyes also shot out endless killing intent. The Xuanhuan Emperor didn't care about Han Feng's killing intent, and sneered. Han Feng took a deep breath and restrained the killing intent. I haven't practiced the sanctuary skills related to the primordial spirit rune. I can only use the power of primordial spirit in this endless god needle field. Both the power of the holy body and the holy essence are imprisoned. I have no way to deal with this person. If I hadn't entered that inexplicable state, I wouldn't have been caught off guard. Even if this person has the unique skills of the primordial sacred domain, I have reached the limit of 40%, and I won't be hit hard so easily. I'll endure it this time, but wait until the next level. Han Feng sneered in his heart. Laugh, you can laugh now. Seeing Han Feng keep his mouth shut, Xuanhuan Emperor thought that Han Feng had retreated despite the difficulty, and even more disdain, he didn't even have the courage to resist. With a pouting, the Phantom Emperor quickly ran to the finish line. However, Han Feng sat directly on the spot and began to refine the primordial spirit needle to refine the power of the primordial spirit. This guy. The Firefox Emperor frowned slightly. Even if he was severely injured, he only needed to pass the next level to naturally recover completely, so why should he recover now? When Xuanhuan Emperor saw this, his heart became even more contemptuous. This guy should not be afraid, he is really a coward. Sure enough, there are no powerful elites in the Central Capital Academy. In the entire Northern Capital Academy, only the Saint Star Emperor is still a character. Han Feng tempered the power of the primordial spirit, but helplessly found that the inexplicable realm before can no longer be entered. The speed of tempering the primordial spirit has been greatly reduced, and it is completely incomparable to the previous one. But fortunately, the most difficult limit to cross has been broken, and even if the speed is reduced, the transformation of the power of the primordial spirit is steadily improving. If he had not entered that inexplicable realm before, according to the current breakthrough, it is estimated that he would not be able to break the limit after practicing for a long time. At that time, even if Han Feng knew that cultivating here would improve the power of the metamorphosis, he would not cultivate here. But now that the limit has been broken, that's different. Half a day, or even a day of training, is enough to improve the power of the primordial spirit a lot. The primordial spirit needles here are simply too many, endless. Simply a natural treasure trove. In the practice, even the Ice Eater King surpassed Han Feng, and now Han Feng has fallen to the end. The four of the Firefox Emperor were all waiting for Han Feng to reach the end and then went to the third floor for the assessment, but found that Han Feng showed no signs of moving, and the four Firefox Emperor gradually became impatient. But at this moment, the power of Han Feng Yuanshan suddenly made a breakthrough, reaching the realm of 40%. An invisible whirlwind of primordial spirit surged out. This is... Firefox Emperor's pupils shrank. The Purple Magic Emperor and the Magic Light Emperor were also shocked. How is it possible? This guy is actually tempering the power of the primordial spirit. What? The Ice Eater King immediately screamed strangely when he heard the words. At this time, the Ice Eater King finally understood that the previous outbreak of Han Feng was not a hidden thing. I was afraid that the power of the primordial spirit had been broken through, or a method to temper the power of the primordial spirit was discovered here. The Xuanhuan Emperor and the Purple Immortal Emperor, including the Firefox Emperor, have extremely hot eyes. This guy can actually temper the power of Yuanshan here. How did he do it? If they hadn't reached the end, they couldn't go back and couldn't make a move. The three of the Firefox Emperor could not wait to rush over to grab Han Feng and torture him. In the blink of an eye, half a day has passed, and Han Feng has been tempered for half a day. In half a day, Han Feng's primordial spirit's power can be said to increase at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. The Firefox Emperor and others are no longer hot-eyed, it is naked jealousy. Neither the Emperor nor the Emperor Xuanhuan have found a way to temper the power of the primordial spirit here, but this guy from Baidu University has discovered it. This guy is not simple, and he is definitely not comparable to the waste of previous Baidu University. Such an idea flashed in the mind of the Firefox Emperor. The purple magic emperor was implanted with the seeds of charm, and he could also feel a little bit of the mood of the Firefox Emperor. Naturally, it was felt that the Firefox Emperor's attitude towards Han Feng became special. Vicious light flashed on the face of Emperor Xuanhuan, and his killing intent was boiling. The Phantom Emperor gradually became uneasy. This guy. Could it be that it's really not easy? Oops, I used the illusory sword shadow to shadow him before, then wouldn't it be? Xuanhuan Emperor thought worriedly, and suddenly saw the fierce light on Xuanhuan's face, and his expression immediately slowed down. What are you afraid of? Seeing the appearance of Xuanhuan, who has planted the seeds of charm now, I am afraid that he also has a very strong feeling for this Fire Emperor. Great killing intent. And it seems that the Fire Fox Emperor is also thinking about this Heavenly Fire Emperor. Maybe he wants to plant the seeds of charm in this Heavenly Fire Emperor to become her male pet. The big deal is that when the time comes, the Purple Magic Emperor will help the Fire Fox Emperor to plant the seeds of charm in the body of the Fire Emperor. At that time, there is an order from the Fire Fox Emperor, and the Fire Emperor can't help me. As the Xuanhuan Emperor said, the Firefox Emperor is really interested in Han Feng now. Interesting, the Heavenly Fire Emperor has a lot of secrets. Looking at it carefully, this kid is quite handsome, and his body is quite predictable, but I don't know what the size is. Wait until the next level to take this guy. The seductive seeds of this emperor are planted in the body and become the emperor's male favorite. When the time comes, what secrets this guy has, you can find out by asking. At this time, the Firefox Emperor and others didn't know it yet, and the geniuses in the other 19 endless divine needle fields were all scolded. Damn it, in which area, the endless divine needle domain, has not passed yet? It's so slow that even the waste has passed. It turns out that all 20 areas can be passed through to enter the next floor. Do you want to be so foolish? Holy Venerable Hall, can't we let us enter the next floor earlier? No matter how these people scolded and discussed with the Holy Venerable Hall, the Holy Venerable Hall did not respond in the slightest. Outside the Holy Venerable Hall, seeing that the third floor of the Holy Venerable Hall did not light up for a long time, the expressions of Grandma Yinhua and others became increasingly unsightly. Even the Vice President Yun was uneasy all of a sudden. Could there really be a problem? For a while, Vice Palace Master Yun was left with cold sweat on his forehead. If this is the case, then even as the deputy head of the Central Capital Academy and a master of the Sanctuary Small Perfection, he would not be able to bear such trouble. Inside the Holy Venerable Hall, the 16th Endless Divine Needle Domain. After a total of more than half a day of practice, Han Feng finally woke up slowly. I have reached the limit, and I can no longer make an inch. In the final analysis, although there are many Yuanshan needles, the energy of a single one is still too bad. However, raising the power of the primordial spirit to 45% will greatly improve my overall strength. Han Feng smiled slightly and was very satisfied with this achievement. Such an achievement was completely unexpected by Han Feng before. It has only been half a day. It is like a rocket, and the speed is too fast. Looking at the 4 people who were staring at him, Han Feng didn't care and smiled. His disadvantage was on the 2nd floor, but it was different on the 3rd and 4th floors. Han Feng was not worried about these people's shots. If it is really shot, who is the unlucky one? The power of the primordial spirit sword, and the secret method of quenching the primordial spirit was running, and Han Feng easily reached the end. Boy, how did you improve? Tell this emperor. Emperor Xuanhuan immediately stepped forward and asked. The 3rd one. The Phantom Emperor showed a look of watching a good show. Your Excellency is too lenient. What does it matter to you how to temper it? Han Feng said lightly, without taking the question of Emperor Xuanhuan to heart at all. Now it is at the end, and no one can make a shot. Arrogant, do you think that this emperor can't help you here? Xuanhuan was once underestimated. Han Feng's expression angered Xuanhuan. Then you can do it. Han Feng looked directly at the purple phantom emperor with disdain. You. Emperor Xuanhuan's breath was stagnant, and now his primordial spirit power, holy body power and Saint Yuan are all imprisoned. How can he make a move? Hand-to-hand combat? Thinking of this, Emperor Xuanhuan's face turned blue and white, and said bitterly, you wait, until the next level, the emperor will not let you go. Hey, this emperor is willing to help your excellency. The Huangguang emperor interjected. Han Feng's eyes suddenly became cold, and he glanced coldly at the Huangguang emperor. Huang, you remembered your sneak attack on this emperor. This emperor is not a big-hearted person, and the third floor is endless. King Liu, this emperor will not let you enter the top 3. Whether the emperor can enter the top 3, you can control it, you should be careful about yourself. The Huangguang emperor sneered. But at this moment, the voice of the Holy Spirit Hall's intellectual machine sounded. 20 groups of assessments are over. The 16th Endless Divine Needle Domain Assessment results. The first Fire Fox Emperor gets 3 points. The second Purple Illusory Emperor wins 2 points. The third Magic Light Emperor wins 1. The fourth Ice Eater King has no results. The fifth Day Fire Emperor has no results. Start the Endless Azure Lightning Territory Teleportation. Teleportation begins. Teleportation ends. Huh? The third floor is lit up. The voice of the Bloodlight Deputy Palace Master suddenly sounded. At the same time, the eyes of the 5 Deputy Palace Masters were all on the 3rd floor of the Holy Venerable Hall. For a long time, the 5 looked at each other. They have already entered the 3rd floor and no one has been eliminated. What is the situation? Could it be that all of them entered the 3rd floor, but when did the assessment of the Holy Venerable Hall become so simple? No one was eliminated. If someone gets knocked out, where are those knocked out people? Is it safe or? The 4 of Yinhua's grandmother did not get an answer after discussing for a long time, so they couldn't help but set their eyes on Deputy Palace Master Yun. Vice President Yun gave a wry smile. I really don't know about it. Forget it, if someone disappears or perishes, I will bear all the responsibilities. When the 4 of Yinhua's grandma saw this, they could only say, I hope we can learn everything from the light curtain during the 5th floor assessment. Holy Venerable Hall, 3rd floor number 16 Endless Azure Thunder Field. Boom. At the starting point, the 5 of them looked at the rumbling on the road and the dense green thunder that kept falling from the sky. The expressions of the 3 of them changed slightly. The Firefox Emperor's face turned pale, and he suddenly remembered the ice-devouring king's ice-devouring body. His eyes lit up. At this moment, the Ice Eater King shouted, the Ice Eater bloodline, congeal. Endless ice blue cold air rushed in, wrapping the Ice Eater King in it. The next moment, the Ice Eater King turned into an ice blue giant with a height of 7 or 8 feet. The ice-devouring king's own holy body has been tempered to the limit of 40%, and now with the ice-devouring body condensed from the ice-devouring bloodline. Holy body tempering is completely equivalent to more than 50% of the strong. And the Ice Eater King has not yet used any Saint Body Saint Domain secret skills. Once it is used, the Ice Eater King's explosive power will be even more terrifying. Ha ha ha, everyone, this king is one step ahead. The ice blue giant transformed by the Ice Eater King stepped out and stepped hundreds of meters in one step. The Ice Eater King knew that if he didn't leave in time, he might be charmed by the Firefox Emperor. Although the power of the primordial spirit cannot be used in this endless Qinglei domain, the charm of the Firefox Emperor is greatly reduced, but who can guarantee that they can resist the weakened version of the charm? Rather than being charmed and even becoming the male slave of the Firefox Emperor, it is better to leave as soon as possible. Anyway, with his holy body, in the Endless Azure Thunder region, the Fire Fox Emperor couldn't catch up anyway. Without the power of the primordial spirit, the Firefox Emperor would not even try to charm the opponent at a distance. At the moment when the Ice Eater King stepped out, countless cyan thunders snaked down like thunder snakes, with extremely terrifying power. Every thunderbolt, I am afraid that it will be able to hit the semi-holy who has initially tempered the holy body into a heavy blow. With so many cyan thunders gathered together, those who have not transformed to more than 10% are afraid that it will be difficult to move forward, or it will be difficult to move forward. If you want to move forward easily, at least the Eucharist must be transformed to half or close to 20%. This is still the first half of the road. When you get to the middle, you must reach at least 20% of the Eucharist in order to move forward more easily. In the second half, at least 30% of the Eucharist can be reached in order to reach the finish line without much injury. Under the blast of these cyan thunders, the Ice Eater King just laughed, and the ice fist turned into an afterimage in the sky. The cyan thunder snakes that came down were directly frozen by the power of Bing Han when the ice fist was about to hit, and then they were smashed into slag by the power of the ice fist. After punching, the Ice Eater King took another step forward, and in the blink of an eye, the Ice Eater King surpassed the starting point by more than 1,000 meters. The remaining four finally reacted to pursue. The holy body tempering level of the Xuanhuan Emperor is not high, but no matter how high it is, as a strong person on the semi-holy list of the Western Capital Academy, the Xuanhuan Emperor will not be much worse, and has almost been tempered to 20% of the holy body. Such a realm cannot be easily crossed in the second half, but in the first part, it will not be a big problem. The cyan thunder snake landed, and the Xuanhuan Emperor relied on his body to resist one, and then a few Xuanhuan Emperors punched or kicked, or dodged directly, and they rushed past. In a blink of an eye, the Magic Light Emperor had already stepped out for hundreds of meters. At this time, Han Feng's cold shout came from behind the Xuanhuan Emperor, Huang, as I said, this endless King Liu assessment will never let you win points, not only that, but also let you have to pay a huge price to get through. I'm not ashamed to say it. The Xuanhuan Emperor sneered and turned around to throw a punch from Han Feng. With this punch, the Xuanhuan Emperor has exhausted all the power of the holy body, 20%. The Emperor of Magic Light does not have the sanctuary of the holy body. The power of the mere 20% of the Eucharist also wants to hurt me, and it is beyond its own power. Han Feng sneered. Boom. Han Feng also waved his fist, and the fist collided, and the next moment an irresistible force slammed into the Xuanhuan Emperor. Puff. What? The hideousness on the face of the Xuanhuan Emperor turned into panic, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he was blasted out with a scream. Han Feng's figure moved, but he didn't let the Emperor Xuanhuan go, and he was ready to punch again. The Xuanhuan Emperor was even more frightened. He personally punched Han Feng, and the Xuanhuan Emperor really felt the terrifying power contained in Han Feng's punch. The Xuanhuan Emperor's heart was full of disbelief. Impossible. How is this possible? This guy has transformed to the limit in terms of the power of Yuanshan, and how can he be so refined in terms of the holy body? Could it be that the overall strength of this guy is that the peak semi-sage cannot be achieved? It is impossible. Aren't there only 3 peak semi-sages in Baidu Academy? Suddenly, the Xuanhuan Emperor saw a figure rushing towards Han Feng's side. His eyes lit up with hope for help. Han Feng turned around with no expression on his face. I knew for a long time that you would shoot. It was the Purple Magic Emperor who was going to sneak attack behind Han Feng. Boom. Puff. With the same punch, the Purple Phantom Emperor was also easily knocked out and vomited blood. The holy body is 20%, exactly the same as the Magic Light Emperor. With just one punch, Han Feng judged that the holy body tempering of the Purple Magic Emperor was at the same level as the Magic Light Emperor. Take this opportunity to escape. The Xuanhuan Emperor immediately got up and ran away when Han Feng's fist swung towards the Purple Xuanhuan. The Phantom Emperor believes that after they are separated by a certain distance, even if Han Feng wants to resist the countless Qinglei chasing him, he must consider whether it is worth it. It is not a blow for these Qinglei to gather together. Humph, naive. Han Feng sneered, strode towards the Xuanhuan Emperor, and was about to slap another punch. At this time, a lot of Qinglei had gathered behind Han Feng. The Xuanhuan Emperor sensed that his Qi machine was locked by Han Feng's punch, and immediately shouted, "Bastard, there are already Qinglei gatherings behind you and they are about to come down. Don't you want to hurt me so much that you won't even hurt yourself? Do you care? As long as you let me go, I promise not to be hostile to you in the future." For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Lubing fist. Han Feng turned a deaf ear, and didn't take what the Xuanhuan Emperor said to his heart at all. Damn it. The Xuanhuan Emperor roared angrily, and waved his unwilling fist to resist. Click. A shattering sound rang out, and the Xuanhuan Emperor let out an earth-shattering scream, and the entire arm was interrupted by Han Feng's punch. Qinglei behind Han Feng also banged on Han Feng's back one after another. In the unbelievable gaze of the Xuanhuan Emperor, Han Feng did not move at all, not even a trace of his expression changed, as if it was not Qinglei but a phantom that was blasting down behind him. This. Even if the pain from the broken arm made the Xuanhuan Emperor twist, the Xuanhuan Emperor was still shocked and spoke intermittently. Han Feng said indifferently, "Just threatening Qinglei, who is just entering the holy body, can't threaten my 40% holy body. Han Feng's holy body has been tempered to the limit of 40%. These green thunders in the front part of the endless green thunder field are like tickles to Han Feng, without the slightest threat. 40%. The Xuanhuan Emperor said these two words with difficulty, and he was lost for a while. However, Han Feng ignored the Xuanhuan Emperor and turned directly to the purple Xuanhuan. One arm of the Xuanhuan Emperor was broken, and his body was severely injured by Han Feng's two fists. To pass through this endless Qinglei domain, he was only afraid that he would have to experience pain like 1,000 knives before he could reach the end. Han Feng has no guilt for making the Xuanhuan Emperor so miserable. First, the Xuanhuan Emperor sneaked up on him first, and secondly, he left the holy venerable hall or left the 4th floor and teleported to the 4th floor, all injured. Naturally, it can recover completely. Now Han Feng has to deal with the purple Phantom Emperor. "You, don't come here!" the purple Phantom Emperor shouted. Han Feng smiled and said, "Didn't your excellency say you want me to look good? Now?" The purple magic emperor's face was blue and white, and the anger in his chest was about to condense into reality. But thinking that Han Feng was so terrifying in the holy body tempering, Emperor Xuanhuan had to swallow his anger. "It's the emperor's fault, I hope your lord will spare me a lot." Han Feng paused and smiled contemptuously, "I believe you are a ghost. As long as you have the chance, you will definitely take action against the falling well." Emperor Xuanhuan was said by Han Feng, and his face became more and more ugly. However, Han Feng really did not continue to shoot. The previous punch had already injured the purple Phantom Emperor, perhaps not as good as the Phantom Emperor, but there was no way to easily break through the endless Azure Thunder territory. To cross the endless Azure Thunder territory, one must experience a lot of pain, which is enough to punish the purple illusionary emperor. "I have already avenged the revenge that was plotted before. It is time to catch up with the Ice Eater King, otherwise the first place will be taken away by the Ice Eater King." Thinking of this, Han Feng turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." The Firefox Emperor immediately stopped in front of Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you want to take action too?" The Firefox Emperor smiled slightly. "How is it possible? Your Excellency's 40% transformation of the limit of the holy body is not something that a little girl can contend with. The little girl is tender and delicate. Is your Excellency just watching the little girl being bombarded by green thunder?" the Fire Fox Emperor said pitifully, and at the same time, Fire Fox charm had already begun to activate. Han Feng lost his mind for a while, but soon Han Feng regained clarity. Although it is impossible to use the power of Xuanhuan to attack in this endless green thunder field, but the primordial spirit has not disappeared, so it is still possible to resist the charm. The Firefox Emperor didn't even use the Firefox bloodline. How could this kind of charm Han Feng? It should be noted that the power of Han Feng's Xuanhuan has reached 45%. Seeing that Han Feng's eyes quickly regained clarity, the Firefox Emperor flashed a trace of unwillingness, and directly displayed the Firefox bloodline. Humph! Han Feng's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and he snorted coldly. After exerting the bloodline, the power of charm is indeed greatly increased. Even the power of 45% of the primordial spirit is difficult to stop, but after seeing the end of the Purple Phantom Emperor, Han Feng's vigilance has reached the extreme, and he experienced it again before. Charm and vigilance are so high. In this way, the charm of the Firefox Emperor's bloodline has still not caused the slightest charm to Han Feng, and Han Feng's eyes are still clear. Go away. Han Feng didn't have the slightest liking for a woman like Firefox Emperor. What? You told me to get out. The Firefox Emperor looked at Han Feng angrily, but he was just a dirty man who dared to let her get out. Court death. The Firefox Emperor slammed towards Han Feng, his hands turned into fox claws and ripped apart towards Han Feng. Han Feng slapped him directly. But when Han Feng's palm collided with Firefox Emperor's fox claws, a hint of surprise flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Boom! The body of the Firefox Emperor was swept away, but the palm of Han Feng's palm was also caught with a few traces of blood. I really underestimate you. I didn't expect that your holy body has been tempered to the early 30%. After using the bloodline, you are leaning on the fox's claws. This physical attack is close to the limit of 40% of the holy body. Han Feng was surprised. The Firefox Emperor was only fanned away, and did not suffer substantial damage. Deep in the fox claws, the claws flickered with a cold light, and the Firefox Emperor had a cold face. Stinky man, you are the first person who dared to let this emperor go. Just rush to this point, and this emperor will not let you go easily. Go to hell. The Firefox Emperor screamed, and his body turned into a fiery red and rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng smiled lightly and swung a punch, but this punch used the power of vibration. Although it was not as powerful as the dope of vibration fist, it was much stronger than a normal punch, and its power definitely exceeded the 40% limit of the holy body. What kind of power is this? The Firefox Emperor was surprised. The fox claws were directly broken, the Firefox Emperor screamed and was knocked flying again, but this time the Firefox Emperor suffered serious injuries. There's no time, see you in the next level. Han Feng saw that the Ice Eater King was getting closer to the end, and he was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the Firefox Emperor, and immediately ran after the Ice Eater King. With the holy body reaching the limit of 40%, coupled with the vibrational power surrounding Han Feng, all the green thunders basically cannot harm Han Feng. In this endless green thunder domain, Han Feng feels that there is no way outside. What a difference. Because of this, Han Feng's speed was even faster than the Ice Eater King, and in a blink of an eye, he was getting closer. The sky, the fire, the emperor, and the emperor will not let you go. Staring at Han Feng's younger generation, the Huahu Emperor gritted his teeth word by word with a look of resentment. This guy. The Ice Eater King felt the breath of the fast chasing behind, and his pupils shrank. When did such a pervert appeared in Baidu Academy? The power of the primordial spirit surpassed the limit, and even the holy body was so strong. What is even more terrifying is that this guy has been very low-key before this, before the 5 palaces competed for hegemony, before entering the Holy Venerable. The hall had never heard of him before. No, if it goes on like this, it will definitely be overtaken, then. The ice-devouring king turned around and roared and punched when Han Feng came quickly. Mysterious crystal ice fist. The power of ice cold surged in the body of the Ice-Eater King, and at this moment, the power of the huge ice-blue giant body gathered into the right fist and burst out. The ice-cold power enveloped the Ice-Eater King, and the Ice-Eater King punched directly at Han Feng. Is it a sacred art? Just right. Try to see how far my dope shaking fist is now? Double shake fist. An explosion. Second explosion. First delivery. Ask for flowers. I had a bad stomach today, and my stomach was uncomfortable and tight. In addition, there were some jams, and it was only about 3 hours. Baidu search the title of the book, plus pirates see the fastest update rumbling. At this moment, the fists of the two collided like two meteors, and a violent breath centered on the collision of the fists of the two surging towards the surroundings. The violent power made both of them retreat. You can actually resist this King's Shanjing ice fist, and you have been able to master nearly 30% of your sanctuary. The ice-devouring king's expression changed. Humph, your excellency is not bad either. Han Feng shook his slightly numb fist and said. The Ice-Eater King said solemnly, I have to admit that this king, no, everyone underestimates your Baidu University. If this king's guess is correct, the Saint Star Emperor may not be the strongest in your Baidu University, maybe it's your Baidu University. The shield that came out. Han Feng smiled and said nothing, which is the default. The ice-devouring king's eyes gleamed, but even though your excellency is strong, this time the first king is determined. Thousand Ice Hammer. The Ice-Eater King roared again, clenching his fists together and raising them high. At this moment, the Ice-Eater King seemed to have raised a giant hammer, and the amazing Chi machine locked Han Feng. Emperor Skyfire, defeat. The Ice-Eater King clenched his fists together and slammed it down, like a giant hammer, smashing towards Han Feng with terrifying power. Beyond the 40% limit, it is worthy of being a Central Capital University. Even the strong ones on the sacred manifestation list have such a powerful offensive power, and even exert the 40% limit that surpasses the semi-sanctuary's ability to master the sacred knowledge of the sanctuary. The Thousand Ice Hammer Sanctuary peculiarity that the Ice-Eater King erupted at this moment has surpassed 40% and reached 45%. It can be said that without the power of the primordial spirit and the assistance of the Holy Primordial, the explosive power of the ice-devouring king's blow has already reached the first class and semi-sacred lower level. With the help of Yuanshan and Xuanhuan, God knows what realm the ice-devouring king can reach. But dope a shaking fist. A shake. Second shock. 3 shakes. 4 shakes. 5 shakes. 5 consecutive bursts of shock power. Han Feng's punch also reached an unbelievable level. Such power shocked the Ice-Eater King, who was full of confidence in himself. This day, the Fire Emperor not only surpassed the limit in the power of the primordial spirit, but also reached the limit in the power of the holy body, and even surpassed the limit in the absolute study of the sanctuary. What does that mean? This means that as long as the opponent's Xuanhuan is not too bad, the overall strength is completely beyond the peak of the semi-sacred existence. A person who has reached a very high level of achievement in the power of the primordial spirit, the holy body, and the unique learning of the sanctuary, will he be weak in the holy primordial? The Ice-Eater King has already overestimated Han Feng, but how could he have underestimated Han Feng's power beyond the Ice-Eater King's imagination? Such a power, such a strong man has appeared in the Baidu University, After Han Feng's dope a shock fist exploded with all his strength, it has far surpassed Ice-Eater King's Thousand Ice Blast Hammer. It can be said that it broke the Ice-Eater King's attack with a devastating blow, and slammed into Ice-Eater King's body ferociously. The Ice-Eater King vomited blood again and flew out, the ice-blue ice armor on his body also shattered. In a blink of an eye, the Ice Eater King regained his human form, but he was beaten by Han Feng and lost control of his bloodline. I'm sorry, the first one is mine. Retracting his fist, Han Feng laughed and rushed to the finish line quickly. The ice-devouring king stood up with a bitter expression on his face. In terms of the holy body, the ice-devouring king has always been extremely confident. Even in the Baidu Academy, the ice-devouring king also believes that he is no less than the strong ones on the semi-holy list, and even surpasses them. Even the demon sword emperor, the ice-devourer king would dare to say a word, only using the power of the holy body. The demon sword emperor is not as good as him. Only the purple elephant emperor and the emperor dragon emperor are stronger than his Eucharist. But now, there is someone who has beaten him in his most confident aspect, and the Ice Eater King feels a little confused, especially since this person is from the Baidu University, which has never been an elite and only produces waste. But the ice-devouring king is worthy of being a genius, and soon came back to his senses. No matter what, now take the second place first. The Ice Eater King got up and ran wildly, and finally the second one reached the finish line. Emperor Skyfire, I admit that you are very powerful, but you have to be careful. The Purple Elephant Emperor and Emperor Dragon Emperor of my Central Capital University are not bad at all. I hope you don't lose too badly. Ice Eater said coldly. However, Han Feng smiled slightly, and it seemed that he showed great strength. The Ice Eater King was no longer as arrogant as he used to be, and he was still someone who could befriend. As for the Purple Elephant Emperor and Emperor Dragon Emperor reminded by the Ice Eater, Han Feng smiled lightly. When I play against these two people, I guess there will be no restrictions. Then how can I only use the power of the holy body? The ice-devouring king's pupils shrank, and just one sentence showed that Han Feng's transformation on Xuanhuan was not bad at all, at least reaching the limit of 40%, or even higher. After that, the two stopped talking and waited for the last three. The Fire Fox Emperor hid his strength. After the explosion of the Holy Sacrament, the Fire Fox Emperor did not take much time to reach the finish line and won the third place. On the contrary, the Magic Light Emperor and the Purple Magic Emperor reached the finish line after suffering a lot, and even the Ice-Devouring King couldn't bear to watch any more. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the intellectual spirit of the Holy Venerable Hall rang out. The 20th group assessment is over. The 16th Endless Azure Lightning Territory Assessment result. The Fire King got 3 points on the first day. The second Ice Eater got 2 points. The third Fire Fox King got 1 point. The 4 Purple Phantom Emperor has no results. The 5th Phantom Emperor has no results. Now the ranking of the 16 groups. The first Fire Fox Emperor has a total of 4 points. The second day Fire Emperor has a total of 3 points. The third and fourth are tied with the Ice Eater King and the Purple Magic Emperor with a total of 2 points. The fifth Magic Light Emperor 1 point in total. Starting the Endless Blue Thunder Territory teleportation, the teleportation begins, the teleportation ends. When the 5 people reacted, they had already been transported to the 4th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall, the horned demon guarding the gate. In the outside world, when the 5 sanctuary Xuanhuan deputy palace masters saw that the 4th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall was lit up, but still no one was sent out, more and more uneasiness permeated. The Lion King and others who have been eliminated are even more worried. Vice President Yan's face was pale with tension. If something really happened, he would be finished. Not only the other 4 palaces will ask him to settle accounts, but even the Central Metropolitan University of this prefecture is the same. He has been in charge of the Holy Reverend Temple for thousands of years. If the Holy Reverend Temple really does something, he can't get rid of it at all. On the 4th floor of the Hall of Saints, the 16th Horned Demon guards the gate. Purple Magic Emperor, Firefox Emperor, and Magic Light Emperor have solemn expressions on their faces. Now they are the last 3. If they can't make a comeback at the last level, then it will end here. Boom. Suddenly, in front of the 5 people, stone pillars rose up. The stone pillars were extremely wide, and the diameter alone was hundreds of meters. In the end, the 5 stone pillars stopped after rising to 100 meters. The voice of the Spirit of Wisdom in the Hall of Holy Reverence reached the ears of the 5 people. Please fly to the guard post to resist the horned demons. Every time you resist an attack by the horned demon, the guard post will be raised 10 meters for a time limit of 2 hours. If you can't resist and persist, you can give up. In the end, the ranking will be based on the rank of the stone pillars. Start now. Han Feng and the 5 people jumped to the 5 stone pillars after a few swipes. At the same time, each of the 5 stone pillars opened a semicircular barrier, and a message was passed into the sea of consciousness of the 5 people. Without the consent of the contestants inside the stone pillars, outsiders cannot enter at all. Second more. Isn't it possible to enter without the consent of the contestants? Then doesn't it mean that, with the consent of the contestants, 2 or more people can resist the horned demon together? But since then, it means that those who came to help give up their own assessments. If there are no exceptions, no one will do so, but... Han Feng looked at the Emperor Xuanhuan. The Emperor Xuanhuan has already been planted by the Emperor Firefox. If the Emperor Firefox speaks in person, the Emperor Xuanhuan might be. Han Feng is not the only one who is smart, other people obviously also thought of this. The Firefox Emperor's face was overjoyed. Forget it, my strength is not bad, try it for yourself first. My Saint Yuan transformation has reached the limit of 40%, and then there is the unique knowledge of the sanctuary. The strength is stronger than the Ice Eater King in the 2nd level. It's really impossible to let the slave, Xuanhuan, come to help. Although Emperor Xuanhuan also thought of this, unfortunately because of the seeds of charm, Emperor Xuanhuan was not only not dissatisfied, but eager to try. As a result, seeing that the Firefox Emperor did not say a word, the Xuanhuan instead showed a regretful and pitiful expression. This made Han Feng look cold. The effect of this charm seed is too strong. This is related to the test results, whether it is possible to pass the 4th floor to the 5th floor for the 5th floor assessment. If you say give up, give up. This is still an incomplete seed of enchantment. If it is complete, then the Firefox Emperor will let these recruited people die. Didn't these people commit suicide without resistance at all? Terrible. Han Feng shuddered a little. With Firefox Emperor's current performance, even if he didn't make it to the top 3, it is estimated that he will definitely enter the 5th floor. At that time, I'm afraid I will have a fight with him, which is different from the endless Azure Thunder territory. No matter what limitations there are, the Firefox Emperor will explode with real strength, and the power of charm will far exceed the time when the endless Azure Thunder territory casts it on me, so don't be careless. Han Feng was even more cautious. The Phantom Light Emperor and the Ice Devourer King have no idea. On the contrary, they are eager to do so. If the Purple Phantom Emperor gives up, it means that their competitiveness will be greatly weakened. Boom! Suddenly, the 5 stone pillars vibrated in 4 directions, and 5 small hills several meters high rose from the ground. The hill cracked open, and a monster with a single purple horn roared and climbed out. It's the Horned Devil. The assessment has begun. Han Feng's face froze immediately, and the Saint Yuan surged in his body. In the endless divine needle domain, the restrictions are on the holy body and the Holy Spirit, and there is no limit to the power of the primordial spirit. In the endless Azure Thunder territory, the power of the primordial spirit and the holy essence are limited, and there is no limit to the holy body. But now that the corner demon guards the gate, the restrictions have become the power of the primordial spirit and the holy body, but there are no restrictions on the holy primordial. This test is not only about the degree of transformation of Xingyuan and the strength of the unique knowledge of Xingyuan's sanctuary, but also the speed of recovery of Xingyuan. I have mastered so many sacred secrets, and Xuanhuan has transformed to 50%. In terms of attack power, I am the strongest among the 5. The 9 flames and different fires have reached the 5th level, even at the level of the most recent initial limit. Another small step has been made, and my recovery ability is extremely strong, not inferior to ordinary sanctuary first-layer powerhouses. Such recovery ability is enough to keep me fighting for longer. This level is extremely beneficial to me. Think of this. A smile appeared on Han Feng's mouth. Hoo-hoo. The horned demons poured out more and more, and the Korean wind rushed towards him. Tianyan Chankuan sword. Han Feng snorted in a low voice, and 40% of Saint Yuan broke out. More than 40 flaming swords spun around the stone pillar, and all the horned demons that poured out were penetrated at this moment, falling to the ground and dying. The horned demon in the first level is too weak. It is only equivalent to the semi-sacred half-sacred metamorphosis. I can kill it with no effort at all. The horned demons were all beheaded, and the stone pillar where Han Feng was located immediately rose 10 meters, and now it is 110 meters. The Firefox Emperor waved his palm, true flame technique. The surging flames shot out in all directions, and the horned demons screamed and fell to the ground one by one, being burned to ashes by the flames. Firefox not only has a natural charm ability, but also a natural fire attribute expert. With the transformation of 40% of the holy essence, the Firefox Emperor didn't even use the sanctuary secret skills that he was really good at, so he wiped out the horned demon cleanly. The speed at which the Firefox Emperor eliminated the horned demon was almost as fast as that of Han Feng, and it was raised to a stone pillar of 110 meters. In this regard, the expression of the Firefox Emperor did not change in the slightest. The strength of the horned demon in this first level is so weak, not to mention Han Feng, even the Xuanhuan Emperor and others can easily solve it. Sure enough, after the Firefox Emperor and Han Feng's stone pillars were raised to 110 meters, the Purple Magic Emperor, the Magic Light Emperor, and the Ice Devourer King were almost equal to the height of 110 meters. The Purple Magic Emperor has not changed much in terms of Saint Yuan, but it is also full of 30%. The sanctuary mastery is not high, but it is not weak, it is considered to be medium. Destroying these horned demons is simply too easy. The transformation of the Phantom Emperor Xuanhuan is even worse, including the Ice Eater King. The Ice Eater King is extremely powerful in terms of the holy body, which makes the Ice Eater King's achievements in other aspects mediocre. In terms of the transformation of Xuanhuan, the Ice Eater King has only reached a mere 10%, and he has only one mastery of the Saint Yuan Sanctuary, and his control has reached a mere 20%, which is completely incomparable with the Xianjing Ice Fist. This is not because the Ice Eater King has no talent in the transformation of Saint Yuan, but because he has no time. Whether it is the power of the primordial spirit, the holy body, or the holy primordial, it is extremely difficult and time-consuming to transform. The Ice Eater King is still very young, just 26, and still has a lot of time to practice. If the Ice Eater King is given a few more years, the Ice Eater King's transformation in the aspect of Saint Yuan will inevitably reach a very high level. At that time, the Ice Eater King will not only become an extremely powerful peak semi-saint, it is not impossible to surpass the peak semi-saint. It is a pity that the 5 palaces hegemony will not be postponed because of this. Although the Ice Eater King is a little depressed because of this, he has to participate. Damn, my life is too bad. It would be great if the 5 government struggle for hegemony could be postponed for a few years. No, even a year would do. The Ice Eater King cursed inwardly. The stone pillar continued to rise, and the strength of the horned demon became stronger and stronger. Now that the stone pillars of Han Feng and Firefox Emperor have been raised to a height of more than 200 meters, the strength of each of the horned demons they face is no less than the semi-sacred who has transformed into 20% of the holy essence. Not only does the strength of the horned devils increase, but the number of horned devils in each level also increases. In the first level, the number of horned demons was only more than 20, otherwise they would not have been killed by Han Feng's dozens of flaming swords. But now the number of horned demons has exceeded the 200 mark. Under the condition that only Xuanhuan can be used, more than 200 horned demons have brought some pressure to Han Feng. Every time you make a shot, you must use more Saint Yuan to exert the stronger power of the Tianyin Qianquan sword. Fortunately, with the super recovery of the 9 flames and different fire art, the pressure is only a little bit, not enough for Han Feng to deal with it with all his strength. However, the Fire Fox Emperor is different. The Fire Fox Emperor's face is ugly, and the consumption of Xuanhuan is nothing. At present, the strength of the horned demon is not enough to make her recovery lower than the output, but every time Han Feng rises, it is pressed on her head. While making the Firefox Emperor unhappy, he was also secretly anxious. The goal of the Fire Fox Emperor is the number 1, and it is only in the endless Qinglei territory. Could it be that she has to lose to this heavenly Fire Emperor in this corner of the Demon Guard territory? The third one. This guy, why is he so perverted? I'm afraid I can't compare to my overall strength. When will Baidu Academy be able to train such masters? The anger in the heart of the Firefox Emperor continued to burn, growing stronger and stronger. Thinking of Han Feng's merciless punch, the Fire Fox Emperor clenched his silver teeth secretly. This bastard man has no pity at all. She is a woman, so can't she be more modest to women? If you don't teach this heavenly Fire Emperor a lesson, this emperor will not be reconciled. I don't believe this emperor. How much Saint Yuan can this guy have when he rises so fast? I'm afraid he's almost exhausted, Except for Firefox Emperor and Han Feng, the rest are not so easy. The Purple Magic Emperor has only reached the level of 160 meters now, and the Magic Light Emperor is close behind at 150 meters. The Ice Eater King is about the same, reaching 140 meters. But the Ice Eater King has almost reached his limit. 70 or 80 half-sacred horned demons, equivalent to 10% of Saint Yuan, were united so that the Ice Eater King had to avoid their edge. Only the transformation of more than 10% of Saint Yuan made the Ice Eater King, after several battles, almost consumed. Hoo. Damn, is this my limit? Fifth. Hee, I can't even reach a score. I'm afraid I will be eliminated. No, I can't give up. The Ice Eater King gritted his teeth, with a hideous look on his face. But the consumption of the Ice King is too great. The research on Xuanhuan, the Ice King has just begun, and the recovery of Xuanhuan is not very good. When he passed the 5th level of the corner demon, the Ice King has already, when the limit is reached, there is not much Saint Yuan left in the body. The Ice Eater King gave a wry smile and helplessly shouted the word, "Give up." Immediately, the stone pillar on which the Ice Eater King stood was lifted to 150 meters and stopped, and it did not rise at all. The Phantom Emperor saw that the Ice Eater King gave up, and his face immediately became happy. Having lost a competitor, he is one step closer to his goal of the top 3. The Phantom Emperor took a deep breath, no longer pursuing speed, but playing steadily. Looking at the competition between the Fire Fox Emperor and the Skyfire Emperor, it is estimated that it will not be long before the Purple Phantom Emperor will come to help. Once the Purple Phantom Emperor gives up his stone pillar, then the stone pillar will stagnate. My goal is not to catch up, nor to pursue the Fire Fox Emperor and the Skyfire Emperor. Currently, the gap between the Purple Illusory Emperor and me is not big. As long as I stabilize, I will surpass the Purple Illusory Emperor's stone pillar sooner or later. Thinking of this, the speed of the Magic Light Emperor's shot has slowed down, and he is mainly dodging. In this way, although the speed of destroying the Horn Demon is reduced a lot, it can also allow the body to be recovered while dodging. Another half an hour passed, and the Firefox Emperor's face became completely embarrassed. During this period of time, the strength of the horned demons did not continue to improve, but the number was increasing. It's really hot. The Firefox Emperor swung out countless fireballs containing terrifying fire energy and smashed into the horned demon group. With the explosion of the fireball, a large number of horned demons were blown to ashes. Damn, how could that heavenly fire emperor be able to raise the stone pillar before me? Is his Saint Yuan unlimited? The Firefox Emperor cursed in his heart. The stone pillar where Han Feng is located, with the 5th floor of the 9 flames and different fire art, although Han Feng is not easy now, he can maintain a balance between output and recovery. Now that Han Feng's Xing Yuan has exceeded the limit of 40%, it is because of this that Han Feng can continue to easily solve such a large number of horned demons. Almost an hour has passed, and in another hour, the assessment on the 4th floor will be over. After killing a large group of horned demons around, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Turning his head and seeing the stone pillar not under him through the enchantment, a strange color flashed in Han Feng's eyes. This Firefox Emperor is not weak when he can only use Xing Yuan. Fortunately, my recovery speed is not weak. Otherwise, I really can't guarantee that I will be the first. At this moment, the stone pillar where Han Feng was located rose 10 meters, and a new round of horned demons poured out. Immediately, Han Feng stopped paying attention to the Firefox Emperor, and concentrated on resisting and eliminating this new round of horned demons. Impossible. Passed so quickly? The Firefox Emperor saw that Han Feng's stone pillar rose 10 meters again, and finally couldn't sit still. Before that, she was able to follow, but now she can't. This guy has already risen 10 meters and passed another horned demon, but I have only eliminated a third of it now, and the gap is already widening. How can this be done? The Firefox Emperor endured, and finally couldn't hold back, and began to call the Purple Phantom Emperor through the charm seed. The Purple Magic Emperor gave up the stone pillar he was guarding with a look of joy, and broke into the stone pillar guarded by the Firefox Emperor. When the Purple Magic Emperor can only use Saint Yuan, the strength is naturally not comparable to the Firefox Emperor, and it can even be said to be far lower than the Firefox Emperor. But for the horned demon, the Purple Phantom Emperor still has the advantage. In general, the addition of the Purple Magic Emperor has finally greatly reduced the pressure on the Firefox Emperor. Great, the Purple Magic Emperor was finally called away. The Magic Light Emperor laughed. Now the gap between Xuanhuan Emperor and Xuanhuan is more than 40 meters, but there is still an hour left. An hour, even if you play steadily, you can almost pass the 4 or 5 levels. For the Phantom Emperor, the third is in sight. Huh? Han Feng obviously noticed that the speed of the Firefox Emperor's elimination of the horned demon was accelerating, and after a glance, he suddenly realized, that's the case, I really called the Purple Magic Emperor over, the seed of charm is really scary. I don't know what will happen to Emperor Xuanhuan after he leaves the Holy Venerable Hall. If he completely wakes up, I am afraid that he will completely hate the Firefox Emperor in the future, but it is hard to say. The Purple Magic Emperor will never be able to get rid of the Firefox Emperor in the future. Han Feng was once again glad that he didn't get hit. The speed of the Firefox Emperor's elimination of the horned demon increased, and Han Feng finally became serious. The consumed Saint Yuan gradually exceeded the replenished Saint Yuan, and in the unbelievable gaze of the Firefox Emperor, Han Feng's stone pillars rose again and again. Impossible. What's going on? The Firefox Emperor was about to go crazy. In a blink of an eye, an hour has passed, and the assessment on the 4th floor is over. The 5 stone pillars stopped growing at this moment. The Firefox Emperor had an ugly face, and in the end, she did not catch up with Han Feng, and the gap was even widening. The voice of Zhiling of the Holy Venerable Hall sounded, 20 groups of assessments are over. The results of the 16th Horned Demon Guard are as follows. 3 points for the Fire Emperor on the first day, 2 points for the second Firefox Emperor. The third Magic Light Emperor 1 point. The fourth Purple Illusionary Emperor has no results. The fifth Ice Eater King has no results. Total points. The first and second tied for the Emperor of Fire and Fox, a total of 6 points. The third, fourth, and fifth tied for the Purple Phantom Emperor, the Phantom Light Emperor, and the Ice Eater King for a total of 2 points. Please invite the Purple Magic Emperor, the Magic Light Emperor, and the Ice Devouring King to have a decisive battle. The winner can enter the 5th floor assessment. The complexion of the King of Magic Light and the King of Ice Devourer changed, and they turned out to be side by side. Before they were all focused on how to pass the assessment, they did not calculate the scores of others at all. If that's the case, that's fine, but there is the Purple Magic Emperor alongside them. First delivery. Ask for flowers. 882, under the 5th floor of the Holy Hall, 2nd. The Purple Illusory Emperor is undoubtedly one of the most difficult powerhouses to transcend the peak and semi-sacred. The superpower of the primordial spirit will be even more powerful if it is combined with the Purple Illusory Pupil of the Divine Pupil. To fight with someone like this. The faces of the Phantom King and the Ice Devouring King became more and more ugly. The Purple Magic Emperor snorted coldly, "If you want to fight, you will fight. What do you do with this appearance?" The Xuanhuan Emperor looked at each other and silently formed an alliance, first united to defeat the Purple Xuanhuan. Illusory Sword Shadow. Destroy the Ice Blood, coagulate. Thousand Ice Hammer. Today's discussions can already use real strength, and there will be no restrictions. Madness. Purple Illusory Eye, open. Light of Disillusionment. The power of the primordial spirit surged out, and through the pupil of the purple illusion, it seemed that the energy that destroyed the world burst out. This devastating attack of the primordial spirit descended from the sky like 2 giant mountains. Puff. Puff. The Xuanhuan Emperor and the Ice Eater King screamed and both vomited blood and fell to the ground. The King of Magic Light was backlashed by the primordial spirit, his body twitched, and the Ice-Devouring King could no longer maintain his image of an ice-blue giant, returning to his human form while falling to the ground. Hey! Han Feng gasped, this Purple Phantom Emperor's attack on the primordial spirit was so powerful. Emperor of Magic Light and King of Ice Devourer are defeated, and Emperor Xuanhuan has passed the assessment. The 16 groups passed the members. Skyfire Emperor, Fire Fox Emperor, Purple Magic Emperor. Start the teleportation now, the teleportation is over. The voice of Zhiling of the Holy Venerable Hall sounded coldly, and the 3 of Han Feng were transported to the 5th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall. At the same time, the 40 people who were eliminated were sent to the outside of the Holy Venerable Hall. So far, a total of 60 people have entered the 5th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall. Outside the Holy Venerable Hall, the 5 deputy palace masters watched in surprise as 40 rays of light fell. Come out. Deputy Palace Master Yun stood up first in surprise. He was under too much pressure. Now that these people came out intact, how could Vice Palace Master Yun not be happy? At this time, Grandma Yinhua and the others couldn't care about Deputy Palace Master Yun, and they hurried to see who was eliminated from their academy. In the end, Grandma Yinhua and others were shocked. Because of the 40 people who were eliminated, only the one called Emperor Guangwu came from Baidu Academy. In other words, a total of 6 people from Baidu Academy entered the 5th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall. This is nothing short of a miracle. In the past, it was an extraordinary achievement for Baidu Academy to have 2 or 3 breaking into the 5th floor, but now it is 6 people, occupying 1/10 of the 60 people, seems to be less than 1/5. It does not satisfy the equal share of the 5 universities, but the strengths of the 5 universities are different, so how can the final number of places occupied by each university really be 10? 2 people. On the 5th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall, as the strongest Central Capital Academy, there are more than 20 places occupied. Nandu University is not bad, but Shidu University and Dongdu University are not good enough, especially Dongdu University, which has 2 more people than Baidu University. With only 2 people, it can be said that Baidu Academy's performance on the 5th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall is already on the same level as Dongdu Academy. Deputy Palace Master Xuanhuan's face was slightly dark. Vice Palace Master Zhang, this time Baidu Academy is really a surprise to me. Deputy Palace Master Xianjian said with a condensed expression, and everyone could hear that Deputy Palace Master Xianjian was in a bad mood right now. Zhang Wulin laughed and didn't care at all. Deputy Palace Master Xianjian, look at it, my Baidu Academy's grades are not just that. There are still 6 people left in the Baidu Academy, and Zhang Wulin is extremely confident that the 3 of Han Feng will break into the top 10. Even in the top 8, Zhang Wulin also thought that the 3 of Han Feng could break in if they were careful. At the time, such a number would be truly astounding. Humph, is the Deputy Palace Master Zhang a little too confident? Hearing this, Grandma Yinhua and the Deputy Palace Master Xuanhuan were also dissatisfied. Zhang Wulin smiled mysteriously, everyone will know when the time comes. Grandma Yinhua, Xuanhuan, and Xianjian frowned, and their faces became solemn. When they reached their realm, talking nonsense was a very shameful thing. Zhang Wulin said this, obviously he was really confident in the elites of his school. The 3 stared at the 5 light curtains, condensed in front of the Holy Venerable Hall, and narrowed their eyes. Okay, Deputy Palace Master Zhang is so confident, the old lady needs to widen her eyes to see clearly. Grandma Yinhua looked solemn. As for Vice President Yun, there is nothing to think about at this moment, as the appearance of 40 people intact makes Vice President Yun no pressure at once. Second, Deputy Palace Master Yun is also very confident in the elites of his Central Capital Academy. Since the beginning of the 5 palaces' hegemony, the first place has never been let out. Haha, everyone, let's put other questions aside for now, let's first ask these little guys what's going on with this assessment. Deputy Palace Master Yun said with a smile. Indeed, the old lady is also very curious. What is this assessment? No one has been eliminated from the 2nd and 3rd floors? Deputy Palace Master Yun pointed to one of them to answer, this person is the Ice Eater King. The Ice Eater King explained the 3-level assessments one by one, which made the Deputy Palace Master and others suddenly realize. It turns out that the 3 assessments are actually related. Holy Venerable Hall actually came up with such an assessment, which is unprecedented. Haha, this seat said that the Holy Venerable Hall will not do anything harmful to the elites of the 5 universities. The 5 Deputy Palace Masters were completely relieved when they learned the whole story. Immediately, Zhang Wulin laughed, these guys are really lucky. They have participated in 3 assessments in succession, which will be of great benefit to future cultivation. Grandma Yinhua agreed this time, yes, the Endless Divine Needle Domain examines the power of the primordial spirit, the Endless Azure Lightning Domain examines the holy body, and the Horned Demon Guardian examines the Holy Spirit and the speed of recovery. This time the assessment is over, and these have undergone 3 assessments. The students of, maybe they will improve in 3 aspects, and the improvement will be stronger when crossing the sky in the future. Everyone who has already been eliminated on the 1st floor is looking at the Ice Eater King and others with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially those who have reached the end of the 1st floor, but are not in the top 100, are even more jealous, only a little bit short. If they try harder, maybe they will be able to participate in the 3 assessments in a row. The 5th floor assessment is about to begin. I don't know which 10 will enter the top 10 and finally enter the 6th floor. The Deputy Palace Master of Xuanhuan smiled. You'll know when you look at it. Zhang Wulin said lightly, but his eyes were fixed on the 5 light curtains in the sky for a moment. On the 5th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall, the assessment of guarding the arena begins. The ones sent here are the 4 groups of number 13, number 14, number 15, and number 16. There are 2 arenas in this arena. The one who fought to the end in the arena can pass the assessment and enter the next floor. The content of the assessment on the first 4 floors of the Holy Venerable Hall is uncertain, but the content of the assessment on the 5th and 6th floors remains the same. Even if there is no explanation from the wisdom of the Holy Venerable Hall, everyone knows what is going on. 2 arenas, in the end, only 2 people can pass through. There are 20 groups in total. Listening to the allocation of intellectual spirits in the Holy Venerable Hall, it should be allocated to 4 groups. That is to say, there are 10 arenas in total, and they will be able to enter 6th place. There are only 10 people on the floor. This time the competition will not be as easy as before. Han Feng thought about it, but he didn't care. Han Feng is confident that with his strength, breaking into the top 10 should not be too difficult. Second more. 883, the Holy Star Emperor takes action, third more. After being teleported to the 5th floor and learning about the way to advance, Han Feng began to look at the students who were teleported around. A total of 4 groups were sent over, and each group had 3 more people. At this moment, there were 12 people here. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he actually met an acquaintance here, who was the Holy Star Emperor. Thinking about it, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level assessments are basically not difficult for those with peak semi-sacred strength. Although the Purple Poison Emperor was at the bottom of the peak semi-sacred, he was also a peak and semi-sacred. There might be some twists and turns in advancing to the 5th floor of the Holy Venerable Hall, but it should not be a big problem. And above the Purple Poison Emperor, Dianming Emperor and Saint Star Emperor are naturally more relaxed. 6 people passed the assessment and entered the 5th floor. There were only 5 venues for the assessment. It was normal to meet students from the same university. The Holy Star Emperor saw Han Feng and walked towards Han Feng. I just heard the Saint Star Emperor smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect to meet you. It seems that there must be one of you in the 2 arenas, and it is even more impossible for me to get the only one left. Don't say that, anyway, it is close to the limit of semi-holy. If you are lucky, you may be able to hold a ring. Han Feng comforted immediately. There are indeed more than 10 people who have surpassed the peak and half sages. The number is not small, but luckily, maybe there will be 4 or 5 gatherings in a certain venue, and they or a certain venue may not exist beyond the peak and half sacred. Hearing the words, the Saint Star Emperor rolled his eyes. That possibility is too small, not to mention that I have already looked around, and the luck of this venue is not good. Saying that, the Saint Star Emperor introduced Han Feng through voice transmission. The Fire Fox Emperor and the Purple Fantasy Emperor behind you must have been promoted with you. You must know better than me how strong they are. And the other groups? There is a semi-sacred existence in my group that surpasses the peak, and it is Emperor Fentian. Han Feng followed the voice transmission guidance of the Holy Star Emperor to look at a certain proud man. In addition to Emperor Fentian, there is also the Red-Winged Demon Emperor of Nandu Academy. This person is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. Han Feng followed the voice transmission and found a man with red hair and a fierce face. Han Feng was amazed. With the Firefox Emperor and me, there are actually 4 semi-sacred existences beyond the peak in our venue. This. Han Feng had a weird look on his face. The situation where several transcendent peak semi-saints appeared in the same venue really happened, not in other venues, but here. This time, Han Feng couldn't say anything to comfort him. In this situation, even without him, the possibility that the Saint Star Emperor could successfully defend and enter the 6th floor is very slim. The Saint Star Emperor shrugged. Now I can only do my best. But at this moment, the ground shook, making a rumbling sound, and immediately two broad cylindrical stone platforms rose from the ground. The cylindrical stone platform is 100 meters high, but the diameter of the broad platform alone is thousands of meters. Standing under the stone platform, Han Feng and others were as small as ants. Accompanied by a laugh, a figure suddenly jumped out and jumped onto the stone platform on the left. Emperor Xuanhuan in Xianandu Academy, please enlighten me. A white-haired man bowed his hands to everyone on the stone platform. Defending, you only need to defend 6 games to be successful in defending. Outsiders can no longer continue to challenge. I'm here to fight. A tall and muscular man stood up and jumped onto the stone platform with the same jump. This tall and strong man actually showed a speed that he couldn't see at all. Crazy Dragon King in Xianandu Academy. The strong man cupped his hands and replied. When he heard that it was the Central Capital Academy, Emperor Xuanyu's expression became tense, but when he heard the title of king again, Emperor Xuanyu showed a trace of contempt. The Crazy Dragon King naturally saw the contempt of the other party, and immediately sneered in his heart, arrogant fellow, this king will let you know that as an elite of the Central Capital Academy, even if it is only the existence of the manifesto, it is more than half of your other universities. The holy list is stronger. The blood of the mad dragon, congeal. Collapse. Song Yuhuang's complexion changed instantly. Song Yuhuang only felt that the oncoming one was a violent dragon with a height of 10,000 meters, attacking with a violent momentum. The violent oppressive aura made Song Yuhuang's complexion pale for a moment. Impossible, it's just the manifesto, how can there be such a momentum? Song Yu bloodline, congeal. Wings to spread the world. Boom. The attacks of the two collided fiercely, rolling out waves of violent momentum, but these momentum were blocked by a layer of light curtain before they rushed out of the stone platform. Han Feng's eyes flashed. It seems that there is a defensive barrier around the stone platform, and within this barrier, I'm afraid there is still great suppression. Otherwise, the fluctuations caused by the battle between these two people will not be just that. The Saint Star King nodded and said, that's true. Hey, this Crazy Dragon King is number 1 on the Central Capital Academy's manifestation list, second only to the existence of the Peak Half Saint, or it is no exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the Peak Half Saint. Quite. If the Crazy Dragon King and the Purple Poison Emperor fight, if they don't have the ability to resist the innate purple poison, the Purple Poison Emperor will definitely win. Conversely, the possibility of the Purple Poison Emperor defeating exceeds 50%. Although Emperor Xuanyu is on the semi-sacred list, he is the last place in the semi-sacred list of Southern Metropolis Academies, and he really won't necessarily win. The Saint Star Emperor commented. Do you even know the ranking? Han Feng turned his head in surprise. The Saint Star Emperor chuckled. In the days when you were in retreat, my battles and friendships with other universities were in vain. Or they didn't take our Baidu University in their eyes, so don't hesitate to tell me. Some news. I guess they thought we wouldn't be able to fight even if we knew. Tianhuang, whether our Baidu Academy can turn over, this time depends on you, the Sword Emperor and the God of War Emperor. Han Feng smiled slightly, do your best. While speaking, the battle between the Crazy Dragon King and Song Yuhuang was coming to an end. I don't know when, the Crazy Dragon King had approached Song Yuhuang's body, and slapped it. Feather Emperor's fan flew out of the stone platform. What Song Yuhuang, let's go back and practice hard. The Crazy Dragon King let out a sneer. The Saint Star Emperor smiled at this moment, and said through a voice transmission, the Emperor of Fire, I've made a move. If I don't make a move, I won't be able to stand out when you who surpass the peak and half-sages make a move. Immediately, the Saint Star Emperor jumped up and jumped onto the stone platform. The Holy Star Emperor of Chi Bai Capital Academy, come to challenge your excellency. Holy Star King. The The crazy Dragon King first condensed his face, then grinned. I heard that you are the #1 in Baidu Academy, and you are close to the limit of semi-holy. Well, very good, this king likes to fight against strong people. Collapse the mountains and crack the ground. The crazy Dragon King roared, running towards the Saint Star King. The Holy Star shines. The Holy Star Emperor did not use his bloodline power, and he did not use the most powerful sacred art of the Holy Star. Just bursting out all the power of the primordial spirit and the holy essence, the Holy Star Emperor will burst out with a single move of the Holy Star. With one move, the crazy Dragon King vomited blood and flew out, falling heavily to the ground. The crazy Dragon King stumbled to his feet and said with a wry smile, as expected of an existence that is close to the limit of half-sacredness, a master like you can be counted in Zhongdu Academy. If you don't fight, I will admit defeat. Crazy Dragon King jumped directly. Go down. The third one. If there are no exceptions, there should be a fourth update. 884 Han Feng shot. One more request for flowers. The scarlet-winged demon sovereign had been standing aside, not showing the slightest interest in the battle between the crazy Dragon King and the Xuanhuan. The scarlet-winged demon sovereign only opened his eyes when he heard the Holy Star Emperor take action. The scarlet-winged demon emperor still values the Saint Star Emperor a little. That is an existence that is close to the limit of semi-holy. Maybe this guy can surpass peak semi-holy in the future. Only. The red-winged demon emperor shook his head. For now, it's not enough to pose a threat to me. This is the strongest of the Northern Capital Academy? That's all. Emperor Fentian looked proud. Ever since the Purple Magic Emperor was hit with the Charm Seed, he has been revolving around the Fire Fox Emperor, even ignoring the battle on the stone platform. The Fire Fox Emperor stared at the Saint Star Emperor on the stone platform thoughtfully, and then glanced at Han Feng. It is said that the Saint Star Emperor is the strongest in the Baidu Academy, but in my opinion, the Skyfire Emperor is comparable to the Saint Star Emperor. Stronger. The Baidu Academy came prepared this time, and the Heavenly Fire Emperor has also been hidden deep enough. Maybe there is more than one stronger Baidu Academy than the Saint Star Emperor. The most likely one is the Sword Emperor. A few years ago, this Sword Emperor was the #1. As the #1, how could he be so easily surpassed? Northern Capital Academy. The Fire Fox Emperor showed a smile that was not a smile. Outside the Holy Venerable Hall, Vice Palace Master Yun smiled and said, Vice Palace Master Zhang, this is the Saint Star Emperor of your Northern Capital Academy? It's not bad, at least I can rank in the top 5 in my Central Capital Academy. Zhang Wulin said with satisfaction, this kid is really good. Grandma Yinhua snorted and said meaningfully, just this kid, even the top 10 may not be able to enter. Could it be that Deputy Palace Master Zhang's strength is the Saint Star Emperor? Zhang Wulin said mysteriously, everyone, look at it. The 5th floor of the Holy Hall. No one stepped forward to challenge for a long time. The strength of the semi-sage is close to the limit, so many people are afraid, but the few people who are not afraid have no plans to take action for the time being. After a long time, a woman in a samurai uniform jumped onto the ring. Little girl, the Frost Emperor of the Western Capital Academy, please ask the Holy Star Emperor to teach me. After speaking, the Frost Emperor shouted loudly, Bing Bing blood, congeal. Thousands of ice picks. The extreme cold soared into the sky, forming a huge vortex. Ice King. The Saint Star Emperor's eyes narrowed. This Ice Emperor was also one of the top 5 in the Western Capital Academy, and his strength should not be underestimated. Saint Star Bloodline, condense. The Holy Star shines. In the face of such an opponent, the Holy Star Emperor did not dare to be careless, and immediately showed his blood. Boom boom boom. Starlight and ice continued to spurt, and the two fought hard. Saint Xingtian will arrow. The Holy Star Emperor roared, pinpointing a gap, and burst out the strongest move to defeat the Ice Emperor. Next, two students who were called kings or emperors stepped forward to challenge, and they were finally defeated one by one. The strength of these two people is not comparable to the Frost Emperor, that is, the level between the peak and half-sage inferior and the middle. Today, there are already 4 people who have been defeated by the Holy Star Emperor, and as long as they survive 2 more people, they will be able to get the clearance quota. The Red-Winged Demon Emperor and Fan Tianhuang's eyes moved, obviously ready to take action. But at this moment, the Firefox Emperor ordered a person beside him to jump into the ring. In the Lower East Capital Academy, Niu Huang, please advise. Niu Huang is the existence of the Eastern Capital Academy after the White Dragon Emperor and the Fire Fox Emperor, ranking 3rd in the semi-sacred list, and his strength has truly reached the semi-sacred limit, which is only close to or different from the Saint Star Emperor. The Saint Star Emperor also knew the information of the Niu Emperor through various means, and his face became completely solemn. Ferocious Taurus steps. Saint Xingtian will arrow. A strong aura rushed out. This time the Holy Star Emperor couldn't take it easy, and it could even be said that the battle was extremely difficult. The gap between the two was actually not that big. After nearly half an hour of fighting, Niu Huangkai barely won, panting. I lost. The Bloodlight Deputy Palace Master hummed. Zhang Wulin smiled lightly. Grandma Yinhua also pointed at the other 2 light curtains at this time. Vice Palace Master Zhang, these 2 people called Dianming Emperor and Purple Poison Emperor are also from your academy, and they also lost. Zhang Wulin still smiled and said nothing. Grandma Yinhua and the others looked at each other. If they were not holding on but were really confident, then with the 3 of them already defeated, Zhang Wulin's trump card could only be on the remaining 3. Thinking of this, Grandma Yinhua and the others set their eyes on the 3 light curtains. Among these 3 light curtains, there are Han Feng, Sword Emperor, and Zhan Fuyu. Inside the 5th floor of the Holy Hall, Han Feng took over the beaten Saint Star Emperor and jumped directly to the ring. The Emperor of Fire of Baidu Academy, please advise. Han Feng said lightly. Have you finally played? The Fire Fox Emperor muttered to himself. At this time Emperor Xuanhuan also remembered the grievance with Han Feng, and his face became fierce. Northern Capital Academy? The Red-Winged Demon Emperor and Fan Tianhuang glanced at Han Feng in surprise. Even the Saint Star Emperor was defeated, so what could this person do? Could it be that you want to take advantage of the huge consumption of Niu Huang to enter? The arena test not only tests the combat power, but also the stamina, so in the 5th level assessment, it is impossible to fight once and recover completely. I have already defeated the strongest of the Northern Capital Academy, and it's up to you. During the days when he was resting in the Central Capital Academy, Niu Huang had never heard of the Heavenly Fire Emperor. The Firefox Emperor sneered in his heart, despise this guy, just wait to be slapped in the face. To deal with you, 1 move is enough. Rabid Taurus tread. The huge body transformed by the Bull Emperor's bloodline slammed on the ground, as if a huge Taurus lifted its hooves to stomp the enemy into patties. The Rampage Taurus tread was originally a sacred sanctuary of the Eucharist class. 40% of the power of the primordial spirit, 40% of the holy body, 40% of the Saint Yuan, and even the sanctuary's unique skills are controlled by 40%. The Niu Huang is a genuine semi-sacred extreme master. However, because of the huge consumption of the previous battle with the Holy Star Emperor, now the Niu Emperor only has about 60% of the combat power in its heyday. Dopa shake fist. Han Feng shouted angrily. 45% of the power of the primordial spirit, 4% of the power of the holy body, 4% of the holy essence, and 3 shocks burst out. The power that surpassed the peak and the semi-sacred made Niu Huang's complexion change greatly. Beyond the peak and the semi-sacred. This is impossible. Niu Huang roared. Boom. A punch hit the Taurus collapsed with a scream, and the Neo Emperor was smashed out of the ring with blood spit at the mouth, and fell heavily on the ground trembled. Neo Huang was still immersed in the incredible feeling that he was defeated by one move, and he spit out another mouthful of blood and fainted. And everyone around the arena was also shocked. Beyond the peak and half sage, it turned out to be beyond the peak and half sage. This person is actually stronger than the Saint Star Emperor. The few people who had been defeated by the Holy Star King before subconsciously looked at the Holy Star King, only to see the smiling face of the Holy Star King. In an instant, everyone realized that the Holy Star King absolutely knew the strength of the Heavenly Fire King. This Baidu Academy is hidden deep enough. In order to hide this Heavenly Fire Emperor who is beyond the peak and half sacred, he even retreated the Saint Star Emperor as a shield, and let all their eyes focus on the Saint Star Emperor. How cunning! Beyond the peak and semi-sacred? Interesting. The Red-Winged Demon Emperor slightly raised his interest. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. I don't know why, but I'm so out of shape. The idea is there, but I just can't figure out the feeling I want. 885, The Battle of Two People, second more. It really took this emperor by surprise. However, looking at the previous outbreak, it was only on the level of surpassing the peak and semi-sage. Such strength is still a bit far behind for me. Emperor Fentian estimated slightly. After taking a look at the gap between the two sides, he snorted coldly. As for the Frost Emperor, Xuanhuan and others who originally thought that Han Feng was going to take advantage of the situation, now there is no sound, and it just feels incredible. The Emperor Firefox said, Emperor Xuanhuan, this emperor doesn't like this kid very well, are you willing to let this emperor out? Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he smiled savagely, don't worry, her lady queen, the cheap slave will take a bad breath for her lady queen, and this kid will be handed over to the cheap slave. The Red-Winged Demon Emperor was about to make his move, and the Purple Magic Emperor had already jumped onto the ring. Seeing this, the Scarlet-Winged Demon Sovereign withdrew his hand. Forget it, just pass this Purple Illusory Sovereign to see if the previous outbreak of the Fire Sovereign is the limit. Huang. Emperor Fentian looked at Xuanhuang's eyes spitting fire. At that time, the semi-sacred master, who surpassed the peak of the Purple Illusory Emperor's secret loss, was the Emperor Fentian. This bastard, if it wasn't for the Emperor's carelessness, he would have suffered a secret loss and become a laughingstock. I wanted to wait for you to take action and teach you a good lesson. Since someone has taken action now, I will let you go first. Emperor Fentian glanced coldly at Emperor Xuanhuan before withdrawing his gaze. Outside the Holy Hall. Beyond the peak and half sage. Deputy Palace Master Zhang, you are hiding deep enough. Deputy Palace Master Yun made a surprised voice. Today, the Fire Emperor looks so young and has such a cultivation level. He is truly a genius. Zhang Wulin laughed. It's okay, it's normal. Zhang Wulin looked sullen. But at this moment, among the other two light curtains, the other two people from Baidu Academy also appeared. Shanjian said lightly, Vice Palace Master Zhang, don't worry about your Heavenly Fire Emperor. Your Northern Capital Academy Sword Emperor and War God Emperor are dangerous. Zhang Wulin immediately looked at the other two light curtains. This is the King of Drill and the King of Swords? Yinhua's grandmother smiled proudly. Yes, this Diamond Emperor is the strongest expert in my Southern Metropolis Academy, except for the Red-Winged Demon Emperor and the God Ape Emperor. The other Sword Overlord is also the fourth existence in the Central Capital Academy's semi-sacred list. They are all extreme masters in half their lives. Deputy Palace Master Zhang, your two academies are in danger. Zhang Wulin did not show the nervous look that Grandma Yinhua and others imagined, but smiled strangely. That's not necessarily true. Huh? Seeing Zhang Wulin's expression, Grandma Yinhua and the others frowned. Facing the existence of the semi-sacred limit, Zhang Wulin was still so confident. Could it be? That's unlikely. The fifth floor of the Holy Hall. It was Zhang Fuyu who faced off against the Diamond Emperor. The Diamond Emperor tutade, is it called the God of War Emperor? It's really arrogant, you can get the title of God of War? To be honest, in the past few days of discussions, this emperor is even the strongest of your Baidu Academy, the Holy Star Emperor capital. You were defeated, and so are you now. Drilling flash strike. The emperor drilled his blood, and his breath soared. Unlike the Niu Huang's bloodline, which has almost no improvement, after the Diamond Emperor exerts his bloodline, his soaring cultivation base is infinitely close to the holy rank. With the primordial spirit, saint essence that broke through the limit, and the sanctuary that surpassed the limit control, the Diamond Emperor roared and burst out countless flash attacks like a drill. In the face of this blow, Zhang Fuyu's expression did not change in the slightest, he just shouted, "The blood of the God of War, congeal." God of War slashes the sky. What? With such a surge in cultivation, you have been able to bring your own blood to the level of a true saint. The Diamond Emperor was astonished. The 5 universities, who can exert their blood to such a degree, basically surpass the peak and semi-sage. Zhang Fuyu's Yuanshan strength and Xing Yuan also surpassed the limit, and many. Then there is the increase after the bloodline of the God of War is displayed, and the power of this move of the God of War of Zhang Fuyu has surpassed the peak of the semi-sacred. In front of this slash, countless flashes of light were easily slashed, like a piece of paper. The sword light flashed, and the emperor vomited blood and was directly blasted out by the sword light, and the bloodline could no longer be maintained. Hey! Another semi-sacred beyond the peak. Xuanhuan gasped. Grandma Yinhua and the others looked at Zhang Wulin differently. Xianjian sighed, no wonder you were so confident before that there were 2 semi-saints that surpassed the peak. Vice President Yan's expression was a little ugly. The Baidu Academy, which had always been at the bottom, suddenly had 2 semi-sages that surpassed the peak. Perhaps the Baidu Academy was still at the bottom in terms of overall strength, but in terms of top combat power, the Baidu Academy had not at all. There are a few other schools behind. Wait. The blood of the God of War. Could it be? Grandma Yinhua seemed to have thought of something and was surprised. Zhang Wulin nodded. It's just like Grandma Yinhua, you think, this son is from the blood of the God of War, but unfortunately it's only a collateral line, otherwise it would not be our Baidu Academy. Hearing this, Yinhua's grandmother immediately showed a pity expression. Unfortunately, it turns out to be a collateral line. If it is another ancient family, even a collateral line, as long as it shows enough talent and strong blood, it is not impossible for it to surpass the direct line. Yes. But in the God of War family, the direct line and the collateral line are very clearly distinguished. In fact, this is not wrong, but the separation is so clear that the life of the collateral line is not even human, and it is a bit too much to be treated as a slave. For the God of War family, several people had some scruples, and they passed by after a little mention. For a moment, their eyes were on the battle of the Sword Emperor. There have been 2 peak semi-sacred, this Sword Emperor is not. On the 5th floor of the Holy Hall. The tyrant spins. Yuan shattering slash. The Sword Chi and the Sword Chi shot everywhere, and the Sword Emperor and the Dao Ba Huang let the Sword Chi wash over their bodies without moving. Drink! Drink! The 2 shouted violently, and the Spirit Sword and Spirit Saber collided in their hands. The sound of swords colliding resounded throughout the arena, and the 2 of them turned into afterimages, constantly flashing on the arena. I didn't expect Baidu Academy to have a master like you, but that's it. 59% of the swords intended to burst out at this moment. 59% of the sword intent, this emperor also has it. 59% of the sword intent rose to the sky. Earth-shattering extinguishing slash. The power of Yuanshan, Xingyuan, surged out. The sword Chi storm and the sword Chi storm rolled up a more terrifying storm and destroyed the arena wantonly. The King of Swords took a deep breath. It's amazing, but... Silent Destroyer sword slash. The spirit saber in the hands of the sword overlord slashed fiercely, and an aura of annihilation swept out. The power of the primordial spirit and the Saint Yuan of the overlord of the blades are actually only slightly beyond the limit. The reason why they can have explosive power comparable to the limit of the semi-sacred is because of the mastery of the holy domain. The sword of the tyrant has already reached 50% and nearly 60%. A low-grade sanctuary. This kind of transcendence far exceeds 40%, so that the sword overlord, who is only 40% of the One Soul and 40% of the Holy Spirit, has exerted his super strength, and with the sword intent of 50%, his explosive power has reached the limit of the semi-holy. The King of Swords knew clearly that when they were in the semi-holy level, they could not say that they did not use the holy body, but it could be said that they were used very rarely. Sword cultivators, generally speaking, the metamorphosis of the holy body is not very strong. Second more. Because of this, the Blade Overlord is very confident that as long as the opponent called the Sword Emperor has not mastered the unique skills of the sanctuary to a super strong level, it is impossible to surpass him. However, the stars are falling from the sky. The Sword Emperor laughed. The starlight gathered on the Sword Emperor's right arm, and the right arm was raised high, slashing down like a real spirit sword. Boom boom boom. Under the incredible gaze of the King of Swords, his strongest strike was blocked or even broken. The sword Chi carried the terrifying sword intent directly through the slash. The sword overlord's body was swept away by the sword intent, and instantly became riddled with holes. When the sword intent slowly dissipated, the sword overlord fell down with an unwilling face. The King of Swords couldn't believe that he actually met a sword cultivator who mastered the strongest sword moves with his body. This kind of sword cultivator, even if he masters the sanctuary skills in general, can exert a very strong power with the cooperation of the holy body. What's more, the Sword Emperor's skill clearly exceeded 40% of the limit. How could his combat power be average? The Sword Emperor exhaled. I accept it. The powerhouses in the area where the Sword Emperor is located are boiling. This Sword Emperor turned out to be a semi-sacred existence beyond the peak. Outside the holy venerable hall, Grandma Yinhua froze. 3 transcendent half-sages, Deputy Palace Master Zhang, congratulations to you. This number has already exceeded her Southern Capital University, also surpassed the Western Capital University and Dongdu University, and is comparable to the Central Capital University. Vice President Yun also congratulated him inappropriately, but his heart was about to die. Being overtaken by Baidu University, which has always been at the bottom in terms of numbers, is like a rich man suddenly discovering that the beggars around his house suddenly became rich, and he was extremely tangled. Full of resentment and jealousy. The Deputy Palace Master Xuanhuan said at this time, "It's really good luck. The areas where the Sword Emperor and Zhan Fuyu are located are only the White Dragon Emperor and the Ice Crystal Emperor, 2 transcendent semi-sacred existences. There is no problem for these 2 to advance to the top 10. Yes. It's just..." The Bloodlight Deputy Palace Master turned his eyes to the other side. This day, the Fire Emperor is in danger, although it is a semi-sacred existence beyond the peak, but there are 3 other people, the Red-Winged Demon Emperor, the Burning Emperor, and the Fire Fox Emperor, who are also more than half the peak. Holy powerhouse, and there is even a Purple Illusory Emperor who is not beyond the peak of the semi-sacred, but is the owner of the Divine Pupil who will be pitted if he is not careful. The Fire Emperor might not be able to enter the top 10. Vice Palace Master Yun adjusted his mood to normal in time, stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, the Fire Emperor is only slightly higher than the peak and semi-sacred. Compared with the Red-Winged Demon Emperor and the Burning Emperor, there is still a big gap, old man. If I'm not mistaken, in the end, the top 10 of these people should be the Red-Winged Demon Emperor and the Burning Emperor, and of course, the Fire Fox Emperor also has some chances. Vice Palace Master Zhang. What do you say? Deputy Palace Master Zhang still smiled and said nothing. Such an expression made Vice Palace Master Yun and the others feel a pain in the air for a moment. Xuanjian's eyes suddenly lit up. Emperor Xuanhuan is here. In a word, let Grandma Yinhua and several other deputy palace masters of the sanctuary Small Perfection immediately focus their eyes on the light curtain where Han Feng was. Who can advance to the other light curtains has basically come out, only this scene is somewhat unpredictable. And the reason lies in Han Feng. The 5th floor of the Holy Hall. Emperor Xuanhuan said coldly, "Boy, the insult you gave to this emperor in the endless Qinglei domain, this time this emperor even got his money back." Purple illusory eye, open. The center of the purple fantasy emperor's eyebrows split in an instant, and the strange pupils of purple color condensed out. At the moment when the purple phantom pupils condensed, Han Feng instantly felt that his Yuanshan power was greatly oppressed. Light of disillusionment. The primordial spirit attack of Emperor Xuanhuan quickly attacked the primordial spirit towards Han Feng. In just a split second, Han Feng felt that the power of his Yuanshan seemed to be crushed by a mountain, and he was dizzy and almost vomited out of disgust. Han Feng's face turned pale in an instant. "Humph, this emperor wants to completely defeat the power of your primordial spirit, so that you will no longer be able to advance to the sanctuary." Emperor Xuanhuan roared fiercely. Under the arena, Emperor Fentian pouted, "This is another trick. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't know your details in advance, how could this emperor be plotted against you? As long as you start the battle, beware, and the power of the primordial spirit has also transformed and surpassed the limit, then." Emperor Fentian was even more disdainful. "What?" Han Feng's head was swollen and painful, and the sea of spirit consciousness set off a storm of sea waves, as if the entire sea of spirit consciousness was turned upside down and collapsed. "Kid, go to hell." The purple color of the purple magic emperor's purple phantom pupils glowed a lot. Tianyan Chankuan sword. Enduring the storm in the sea of Jing consciousness, Han Feng instantly condensed more than 40 flaming swords, gathered together and attacked the purple magic emperor. What? Emperor Xuanhuan didn't expect that Han Feng could attack at this moment, and his face changed greatly. Qiankuan gathering sacred slash. The holy essence burst out in Emperor Xuanhuan's body, and it turned into a sword light burst and shot out. However, the current power of the primordial spirit of the purple magic emperor is all matched with the power of the primordial spirit that surrounded Han Feng with the pupil of the purple illusion. With only about 30% of the Saint Yuan, the purple magic emperor does not have a deep grasp of the non-primitive god's sanctuary skills. Compared with the power of Yuanshan's attack, which is equivalent to the mid-level and near-superior peak semi-sage, the power of the non-Yuanshan attack of the purple illusionary emperor is much worse. The sword light and the flaming sword collided, and they were defeated by the flaming sword without any resistance. Oops! The purple phantom emperor's face was horrified, and he had to separate a part of the light of disillusionment to resist the flaming sword. Han Feng's power of Yuanshan is now difficult to resist the purple illusory emperor, and the power of Tianyan Chankuan's sword is naturally not much better, which is equivalent to the first-class semi-sacred level. The purple magic emperor separated a part of the light of disillusionment, which was easily resisted. Part of the power of the primordial spirit can be separated, and the suppression of Han Feng is greatly reduced. As soon as the spirit was relaxed, Han Feng was shocked immediately, and Saint Yuan erupted under his feet, rushing towards the purple magic emperor like a cannonball. Double shake fist. An explosion. 2 bursts. 3 bursts. 4 bursts. 5 bursts. Han Feng suddenly burst out with the full power of the dope of vibrating fist. Even if the power of the primordial spirit is not integrated, the power of Han Feng's punch has reached the peak semi-sacred level, and it is even very close to medium. How could Emperor Xuanhuan, who only separated a part of his Yuanshan attack, resist this punch with his Yuanshan attack? Han Feng collided with the invisible power of the primordial spirit, and the vibrational power surged out, and the purple phantom emperor's face turned white instantly, and the attack of the isolated primordial spirit was almost broken. As a last resort, Emperor Xuanhuan had to split more of the power of Yuanshan into the light of disillusionment to resist Han Feng's punch. The more the power of the primordial spirit is separated out, the less pressure on Han Feng's Jingxi of consciousness, and the more the power of the primordial spirit can be integrated into the dopa shaking fist. Broken! Han Feng shouted angrily. The light of disillusionment of the purple magic emperor could no longer be resisted, and Han Feng's punch also hit the purple magic emperor. Whoa! Puff! The color of Xuanhuan's painful face was distorted, and the blood mist was sprayed in his mouth. Han Feng still felt that it was not enough, and he punched again, almost shattering the inner bones of Xuanhuan's body. No, don't fight anymore, I admit defeat. Xuanhuan roared with a twisted expression on his face, unable to bear the torture that followed, shouting to surrender and admit defeat. Flame! As soon as the purple magic emperor conceded defeat, Zhiling of the Holy Venerable Hall immediately stopped Han Feng from continuing to attack the purple magic emperor with dopa shaking fist. Han Feng felt the power imprisoned in himself and had to get up. Emperor Xuanhuan was still murmuring, I lost. I actually lost. The purple illusionary emperor had a very high regard for him. He believed that with the power of his primordial spirit and the purple illusionary eye, he didn't need to be afraid of even the powerhouses who surpassed the peak and semi-sage. Wasn't there a burning emperor who also suffered a big loss from his own conspiracy before? But now, he actually lost, and he lost so fast, Xuanhuan couldn't believe and bear such a result. Han Feng's brain was still dizzy, he shook his head, and when he heard the murmur of the purple illusionary emperor, Han Feng said lightly, Indeed, your primordial spirit's power combined with the purple illusionary eye is the only magic weapon for Yin people, but you don't forget, you're too high profile. Before the high-profile competition, everyone knew that you possessed the purple illusionary eye, and with the power of the primordial spirit, even surpassing the peak and semi-sacred existence will suffer. Since I already know, how could I not be vigilant? The power of the primordial spirit is running at high intensity at any time to resist your primordial spirit attack. If the metamorphosis of the primordial spirit does not reach the limit, even if you have known for a long time that your purple phantom pupil is estimated to be unable to resist, but the power of my primordial spirit has transformed beyond the limit of 40%, and the strength of resistance has been greatly enhanced. The power of the primordial spirit is strong, but once it exceeds the limit of 40%, the gap between them will not be so terrifying, and without reaching the sky-defying gap, I can still resist for a while. High-profile exposure of your cards is the #1 reason for your failure this time. Second, apart from the primordial spirit attack, your other means of attack are really bad. Without primordial spirit, your Qiankuan sacred slash is only a second-rate and semi-sacred level, and my Tianyan Qiankuan sword can easily defeat you. Of course, you also separated the primordial spirit attack in order to resist, but the separation of the primordial spirit attack also caused the pressure on my primordial spirit to drop greatly, so I can naturally use stronger combat power. This point is already your death point. If you don't distinguish the attack of the primordial spirit, my Tianyan Qiankuan sword will directly injure you, and then I will naturally win. And once you distinguish the attack of the primordial spirit, the pressure will also be greatly reduced and more primordial spirit powers will be incorporated into the sanctuary, which will result in my heavenly flame universe sword being more powerful, and you will still fail in the end. No matter what, the outcome will not change. You think too highly of yourself, thinking that you can ignore other people by relying on your purple phantom pupils. Even Emperor Fan Tian can easily win a battle with you now. An existence that transcends the peak of the semi-sage, each has its own characteristics, and it is not something you can easily win. The Xuanhuan complexion changed, and he was speechless, as if he had realized something. Outside the holy venerable hall, Grandma Yinhua sighed. This purple magic emperor has grown up so far, and this is the first time he has suffered such a big blow, but it is not without benefits. This kid values his purple magic eyes too much, other aspects have been ignored. Now that there is a lesson, the future growth will inevitably be higher. The Zhiling of the holy venerable hall directly expelled the purple magic emperor, and Han Feng was still standing on the ring. Now, there are already 2 people who have been defeated by Han Feng, and as long as there are 4 more people, they will be able to qualify for the promotion. However, Han Feng's actual combat power surpassed that of the peak semi-sacred. Powerhouses like Song Yuhuang and Frost Binghuang didn't find it boring to challenge Han Feng, but it was nothing more than adding a record to Han Feng. Unable to help, the eyes of these people fell on the Emperor Fan Tian, the Red-Winged Demon Emperor, and the Fire Fox Emperor. In the presence, only these 3 people are also beyond the peak of the semi-sacred existence. If you want to beat Han Feng, only these 3 people are possible. The Fire Fox Emperor sneered and turned into a red light and jumped away. During this time, the Fire Fox Emperor had already exerted his Firefox bloodline and turned into a half-fox and half-human form. Skyfire Emperor, the matter between us should also be settled. The Fire Fox Emperor gritted his teeth. This look made Emperor Fan Tian and Scarlet-Winged Demon Emperor look at each other in dismay. Listening to what the Fire Fox Emperor meant, it seemed like they had suffered a loss in the hands of the Fire Emperor. If so, the Burning Emperor and the Scarlet-Winged Demon Emperor became more cautious, and became more vigilant towards the Fire Emperor. The Firefox Emperor is in full swing at this moment, and the power of Yuanshan is overwhelming like a wave, attacking Han Feng, oppressing Han Feng's power of Yuanshan. The power of the primordial spirit of the Firefox Emperor is not as strong as that of the Purple Magic Emperor, nor the pupil of the purple magic, so this kind of oppression is far worse than the light of disillusionment of the Purple Magic Emperor. Having resisted the light of disillusionment of the Purple Phantom Emperor, and then resisted the primordial spirit attack of the Fire Fox Emperor, Han Feng seemed a lot easier. But at this moment, a red light flashed in the eyes of the Firefox Emperor, and the power of charm was fully activated. In an instant, the feeling that the Firefox Emperor gave Han Feng was full of temptation, and a voice in Han Feng's heart roared, wanting to get close to the Firefox Emperor and kiss the toes of the Firefox Emperor. This emperor knows that when this emperor's charm is fully open, no one can easily resist. Seeing Han Feng's eyes gradually becoming confused, a smile appeared on the corner of Firefox Emperor's mouth. The next moment, the Firefox Emperor walked into Han Feng and pointed out that he would plant the seeds of charm into Han Feng's body. Although immersed in charm, Han Feng could still feel a threat approaching. "Break it for me!" Han Feng's eyes were red, and he suddenly roared. The Skyfire battle body was instantly displayed, and the auroric Song Yen surged into the sky, blending into the Skyfire battle body in a blink of an eye. A frightening aura rose into the sky. At the same time as the breath soared, Han Feng's Yuanshan power also raged violently around like a storm. Han Feng was still roaring loudly, and the Fire Fox Emperor suddenly let out a groan, his face turned pale, and he kept retreating. You. The Firefox Emperor pointed at Han Feng and was speechless, and her charm was broken. "Anne, what kind of exercise is this? It's obviously not a sanctuary, and it's not a bloodline. How can the soaring aura be exactly the same as the bloodline of the lower-level saints? Even if it's a little weaker, it's definitely not weak." Fire Fox Emperor looking at Han Feng's powerful breath, this breath even made her terrified. "No, I can't sit still, since I can't be tempted, then. Apocalypse Flame. The Fire Fox Emperor let out a coquettish cry, and a huge phantom fiery fox appeared behind him. The blood-red flames opened a large net and rolled towards Han Feng overwhelmingly. The power of the Firefox Emperor's primordial spirit and Saint Yuan erupted, transforming up to 50% of the primordial spirit and saint essence, coupled with the control of nearly 50% of the sacred knowledge and the increase in blood. The Firefox Emperor's blow surpassed the peak of the semi-sacred. This blow has already reached the 5th grade semi-sacred level, and even belongs to the upper middle level in the 5th grade semi-sacred level. Dope a shake fist. Han Feng still broke it with one punch. A shock. Second shock. 3 shakes. After using the Skyfire battle body, especially after integrating into the Aurora Tsangyan, Han Feng's blow also reached an extremely incredible level. Its explosive power has reached the astonishing 6th rank semi-sacred level, and it is even at the top of the 6th rank semi-sacred level. The violent vibrating force easily shattered the flame attack of the Firefox Emperor directly, and its vibrating force still slammed into the Firefox Emperor, whose complexion changed greatly. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The explosive power of the 6th rank semi-sacred peak is much higher than that of the 5th rank semi-sacred middle and upper levels. The apocalypse flame of the Firefox Emperor faced the dope a vibrating fist, like a fragile little chicken, completely powerless to resist. Oops! The Firefox Emperor was horrified. He had already overestimated Han Feng, but the Firefox Emperor didn't expect that he would still underestimate him. The other party, the real strength of the other party was so terrifying. With such strength, he was fully capable of competing in the top 5 in previous years. True fire escape. The Fire Fox Emperor shouted. A blood-red flame enveloped the Fire Fox Emperor. The blood-red flame submerged into the ground and disappeared immediately. Boom! Han Feng hit the ground with a punch, the ground trembled, and the vibration force was still spreading around, spreading to the surrounding ring formation, causing the ring formation to tremble. The blood-red fire group flashed in another place, the flames receded, and the Firefox Emperor flashed out pale. Obviously, when he used the secret method to escape, he was still affected by the shock force that spread into the ground. The Firefox Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "This Emperor has a real fire escape, and he can escape at any time. Although your punch is powerful, after all, you have to rely on your fist, and the attack range is too small. If you can't hit the Emperor, then everything is in vain. Effort. Then no fisting." Emperor burning heaven's finger. Intense flame swept out, and a giant flame finger quickly condensed in the air and crashed down. The attack range of Emperor Burning Heaven's revered finger is much more powerful than that of Dopa's shaking fist. However, Apocalypse Flame. The overwhelming flame shot out, swallowing the flames in the blink of an eye. The flame storm swept through nearly a quarter of the arena in an instant. Fire Fox Emperor giggled. Skyfire Emperor, it seems that apart from that punch, your other attacks are not very good. Han Feng didn't say a word, it was just Emperor Fan Tian's respectful finger, and without integrating into Aurora Tsangyan, he was indeed just beyond the peak of transcendence. As long as you don't let your fists get close to this Emperor, all your attacks will pose no threat to this Emperor. Apocalypse Flame. The overwhelming flames covered the sky and the sun. A cold light suddenly flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Fan Tiandi respects your fingers. The giant finger of flame reappeared, and was soon swallowed by the flames that filled the sky. The Firefox Emperor giggled proudly. I know that it is useless to attack, should I say that your excellency is stupid? It is a complete waste of Xuanhuan. The next moment, the Firefox Emperor widened his eyes. The flaming giant finger, swallowed by the flame, suddenly released an incomparably astonishing breath, piercing the flames in the sky at once, and slammed into the Firefox Emperor. That astonishing breath made the Firefox Emperor believe, without hesitation, that once she was hit, she would definitely be hit hard. Damn, it turned out to be a low-grade middle-level sacred art. You actually possess such a sacred art. The Fire Fox Emperor cursed loudly. Under the sanctuary, only the semi-holy level can master the low-grade middle-grade sanctuary, which is absolutely extremely rare, and there are only a handful of them. The Firefox Emperor, as an outstanding person in the Eastern Capital Academy, has not been able to master it in advance. The Firefox Emperor thought that it was almost impossible for anyone in their generation to master such a sacred knowledge. Where did he think? At this time, Emperor Burning Heaven, whose power has risen greatly, respectfully pointed. It is the second highest level of Emperor Burning Heaven's esteemed finger. Emperor Fentian respected that as a low-grade and middle-grade sanctuary, he had been mastered by Han Feng to a level of 35%, which was equivalent to 70% or even more power of low-grade and low-grade. With full strength, with 45% of the power of the primordial spirit, 50% of the holy essence, and the heavenly fire fighting body integrated into the Aurora Tsungyan, its formidable power is directly catching up with the top level of the 6th rank semi-sacred, and even the 7th rank semi-sacred level. Of course, this is under the full force of the explosion. In fact, the flame giant finger this time, Han Feng did not break out all the power, but controlled it at the level of the 6th rank semi-sacred lower level, and only needs to reach the attack level that can break the opponent. It was the previous Dopa Vibration Fist. Han Feng did not use his full strength. First, the Dopa Vibration Fist Han Feng only broke out 3 shocks, and there were 2 shocks that did not break out, and secondly, Xuanhuan did not reveal the 55% transformation. Just pushed 40%. Otherwise, the strongest power of Dopa's Shaking Fist is not limited to the 6th rank semi-sage level, even the 7th rank or even the 8th rank is also possible. Now it's just to compete for the qualification for the 6th level assessment, and there is no need to expose so many cards in advance. The Fire Fox Emperor's Apocalypse Flame trick was broken. Seeing that the giant finger of flame was about to fall, the Fire Fox Emperor was unwilling to use the real fire escape again. Han Feng showed a strange smile. Double Shake Fist. With this punch, Han Feng smashed directly to the ground, and in an instant, the entire surface and depths of the arena were affected by the vibration force. The Firefox Emperor was about to escape into the ground through the real fire to dodge, but was directly hit by the shock force. The power of the vibrations that spread out with Han Feng as the center has been greatly weakened, but this is enough to push the Firefox Emperor out of the ground. Oops! The Firefox Emperor, who was thrown out of the ground, looked horrified. The giant flaming finger had already hit the Firefox Emperor hard. The Firefox Emperor vomited blood and flew out and fell down from the ring. There was silence below. Xuanhuan and the others took a deep breath. They never imagined the result would be like this. I thought that the Heavenly Fire Emperor and the Fire Fox Emperor would have an earth-shattering battle, but... Looking at it like this, if it weren't for the extremely rare dodging skills of the Fire Fox Emperor, he might have been kicked out of the ring in the first confrontation. Although Xuanhuan and others are weaker than Firefox Emperor and others, their eyesight is indeed not bad. This performance is enough to show that Han Feng's true strength far exceeds that of Firefox Emperor. Ferocious. Xuanhuan and the others flashed these 3 words in their minds. This time, Baidu Academy has produced a fierce man. Lower grade middle-level sanctuary secrets. Emperor Fentian and Scarlet-Winged Demon Emperor looked at each other with a hint of solemnity flashing in their eyes, but neither of them had mastered such sanctuary secrets. Outside the Temple of the Holy Spirit, several deputy palace masters were silent. After a long time, it was Shanjian, the vice president of the Eastern Capital Academy, who forced a smile. No wonder the vice president Zhang hit it so deeply. The low-grade middle-level sanctuary skills, the semi-sacred masters who have mastered this kind of skills in the past will never exceed 3 people. Amazing. Vice President Yun twitched the corner of his mouth. The better the performance of Baidu Academy, the greater the sense of crisis in Vice President Yun's heart. But thinking of the Purple Elephant Emperor, Emperor Dragon Emperor, and others, Deputy Palace Master Yun felt a lot better. No matter how strong the Fire Emperor was, he couldn't compare to his disciples. Yinhua's grandmother said casually, Vice Palace Master Zhang, how does the Fire Emperor compare to Sword Emperor and Zhang Fuyu today? The ears of several deputy palace lords instantly perked up. Zhang Wulin smiled lightly, you can see it by yourself. Several deputy palace masters gritted their teeth secretly. From the current point of view, it is natural that the Skyfire Emperor is stronger, but who knows what hidden tricks the Sword Emperor and the God of War Emperor have. In this way, it is really difficult to compare. No deputy palace master noticed, but Zhang Wulin's indifferent expression also showed a little surprise. This kid. I didn't show this trick at the Baidu Academy at the beginning, it was hidden deep enough, even Dopa's shaking fist. Realize this state. But in general, the reason why the strength has soared is that the strange cultivation technique seems to have also improved the realm. Could it be that the power of the flame has also increased? Second more. The explosive power of the 6th rank semi-sacred peak is much higher than that of the 5th rank semi-sacred middle and upper levels. The apocalypse flame of the Firefox Emperor faced the Dopa vibrating fist, like a fragile little chicken, completely powerless to resist. Oops. The Firefox Emperor was horrified. He had already overestimated Han Feng, but the Firefox Emperor didn't expect that he would still underestimate him. The other party, the real strength of the other party was so terrifying. With such strength, he was fully capable of competing in the top 5 in previous years. True fire escape. The Fire Fox Emperor shouted, a blood-red flame enveloped the Fire Fox Emperor, the blood-red flame submerged into the ground and disappeared immediately. Boom! Han Feng hit the ground with a punch, the ground trembled, and the vibration force was still spreading around, spreading to the surrounding ring formation, causing the ring formation to tremble. The blood-red fire group flashed in another place, the flames receded, and the Firefox Emperor flashed out pale. Obviously, when he used the secret method to escape, he was still affected by the shock force that spread into the ground. The Firefox Emperor gritted his teeth and said, this emperor has a real fire escape, and he can escape at any time. Although your punch is powerful, after all, you have to rely on your fist, and the attack range is too small. If you can't hit the emperor, then everything is in vain. Effort. Then no fisting. Emperor burning heaven's finger. Intense flame swept out, and a giant flame finger quickly condensed in the air and crashed down. The attack range of Emperor Burning Heaven's revered finger is much more powerful than that of Dopa's shaking fist. However, Apocalypse Flame. The overwhelming flame shot out, swallowing the flames in the blink of an eye. The flame storm swept through nearly a quarter of the arena in an instant. Fire Fox Emperor giggled, Skyfire Emperor, it seems that apart from that punch, your other attacks are not very good. Han Feng didn't say a word, it was just Emperor Fan Tian's respectful finger, and without integrating into Aurora Tsang Yin, he was indeed just beyond the peak of transcendence. As long as you don't let your fists get close to this emperor, all your attacks will pose no threat to this emperor. Apocalypse Flame. The overwhelming flames covered the sky and the sun. A cold light suddenly flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Fan Tiandi respects your fingers. The giant finger of flame reappeared, and was soon swallowed by the flames that filled the sky. The Firefox Emperor giggled proudly, I know that it is useless to attack, should I say that your excellency is stupid? It is a complete waste of Xuanhuan. The next moment, the Firefox Emperor widened his eyes. The flaming giant finger, swallowed by the flame, suddenly released an incomparably astonishing breath, piercing the flames in the sky at once, and slammed into the Firefox Emperor. That astonishing breath made the Firefox Emperor believe, without hesitation, that once she was hit, she would definitely be hit hard. damn, it turned out to be a low-grade middle-level sacred art. You actually possess such a sacred art. The Fire Fox Emperor cursed loudly. Under the sanctuary, only the semi-holy level can master the low-grade middle-grade sanctuary, which is absolutely extremely rare, and there are only a handful of them. The Firefox Emperor, as an outstanding person in the Eastern Capital Academy, has not been able to master it in advance. The Firefox Emperor thought that it was almost impossible for anyone in their generation to master such a sacred knowledge. Where did he think? At this time, Emperor Burning Heaven, whose power has risen greatly, respectfully pointed. It is the second highest level of Emperor Burning Heaven's esteemed finger. Emperor Fentian respected that as a low-grade and middle-grade sanctuary, he had been mastered by Han Feng to a level of 35%, which was equivalent to 70% or even more power of low-grade and low-grade. With full strength, with 45% of the power of the primordial spirit, 50% of the holy essence, and the heavenly fire fighting body integrated into the Aurora Tsungyan, its formidable power is directly catching up with the top level of the 6th rank semi-sacred, and even the 7th rank semi-sacred level. Of course, this is under the full force of the explosion. In fact, the flame giant finger this time, Han Feng did not break out all the power, but controlled it at the level of the 6th rank semi-sacred lower level, and only needs to reach the attack level that can break the opponent. It was the previous Dopa Vibration Fist. Han Feng did not use his full strength. First, the Dopa Vibration Fist Han Feng only broke out 3 shocks, and there were 2 shocks that did not break out, and secondly, Xuanhuan did not reveal the 55% transformation. Just pushed 40%. Otherwise, the strongest power of Dopa's Shaking Fist is not limited to the 6th rank semi-sage level, even the 7th rank or even the 8th rank is also possible. Now it's just to compete for the qualification for the 6th level assessment, and there is no need to expose so many cards in advance. The Fire Fox Emperor's Apocalypse Flame trick was broken. Seeing that the giant finger of flame was about to fall, the Fire Fox Emperor was unwilling to use the real fire escape again. Han Feng showed a strange smile. Double Shake Fist. With this punch, Han Feng smashed directly to the ground, and in an instant, the entire surface and depths of the arena were affected by the vibration force. The Firefox Emperor was about to escape into the ground through the real fire to dodge, but was directly hit by the shock force. The power of the vibrations that spread out with Han Feng as the center has been greatly weakened, but this is enough to push the Firefox Emperor out of the ground. Oops! The Firefox Emperor, who was thrown out of the ground, looked horrified. The giant flaming finger had already hit the Firefox Emperor hard. The Firefox Emperor vomited blood and flew out and fell down from the ring. There was silence below. Xuanhuan and the others took a deep breath. They never imagined the result would be like this. I thought that the Heavenly Fire Emperor and the Fire Fox Emperor would have an earth-shattering battle, but... Looking at it like this, if it weren't for the extremely rare dodging skills of the Fire Fox Emperor, he might have been kicked out of the ring in the first confrontation. Although Xuanhuan and others are weaker than Firefox Emperor and others, their eyesight is indeed not bad. This performance is enough to show that Han Feng's true strength far exceeds that of Firefox Emperor. Ferocious. Xuanhuan and the others flashed these 3 words in their minds. This time, Baidu Academy has produced a fierce man. Lower grade middle level sanctuary secrets. Emperor Fentian and Scarlet Winged Demon Emperor looked at each other with a hint of solemnity flashing in their eyes, but neither of them had mastered such sanctuary secrets. Outside the Temple of the Holy Spirit, several deputy palace masters were silent. After a long time, it was Shanjian, the vice president of the Eastern Capital Academy, who forced a smile. No wonder the vice president Zhang hit it so deeply. The low-grade middle-level sanctuary skills, the semi-sacred masters who have mastered this kind of skills in the past will never exceed 3 people. Amazing. Vice President Yun twitched the corner of his mouth. The better the performance of Baidu Academy, the greater the sense of crisis in Vice President Yun's heart. But thinking of the Purple Elephant Emperor, Emperor Dragon Emperor, and others, Deputy Palace Master Yun felt a lot better. No matter how strong the Fire Emperor was, he couldn't compare to his disciples. Yinhua's grandmother said casually, "Vice Palace Master Zhang, how does the Fire Emperor compare to Sword Emperor and Zhang Fuyu today?" The ears of several deputy palace lords instantly perked up. Zhang Wulin smiled lightly, "You can see it by yourself." Several deputy palace masters gritted their teeth secretly. From the current point of view, it is natural that the Skyfire Emperor is stronger, but who knows what hidden tricks the Sword Emperor and the God of War Emperor have. In this way, it is really difficult to compare. No deputy palace master noticed, but Zhang Wulin's indifferent expression also showed a little surprise. "This kid. I didn't show this trick at the Baidu Academy at the beginning, it was hidden deep enough, even Dopa's shaking fist. Realize this state. But in general, the reason why the strength has soared is that the strange cultivation technique seems to have also improved the realm. Could it be that the power of the flame has also increased? Second more." The deputy palace master Shanjian suddenly sighed. The strength of this little girl from the Fire Fox Emperor was able to barely make it into the top 8 in previous competitions. If you are lucky, it is not impossible to rank 6th or 7th. I didn't expect this competition. Who would have thought that this class would be full of talented people? Grandma Yinhua also booed endlessly. Up to now, several of the vice presidents have not been hiding and tucked away, and whoever does not know who, thinks that the students from their own academies are stronger than the previous ones, so they lead the team in person. Who would have thought that it is not only one of my own schools, but also the rest of the school? It's just. The faces of several deputy mansion masters were extremely complicated. To say that the most hidden one is the Baidu University, but whoever told them to be careless, who would have thought that the Baidu University, which was at the bottom of the previous years, would come out at once this time? The bloody deputy mansion's eyes suddenly lit up. "Haha, the Emperor Fen of my Western Capital Academy has come on stage." The strength of Emperor Fen may have dashed into the top 5 in previous sessions. Opponent. Shanjian snorted coldly. The situation in the past can no longer be used for consideration. The top 5 in the past, whether it can enter the top 8 this year is another matter, maybe not even the top 10. The bloody face was very unsightly. The deputy palace master Shanjian is waiting to see. The strongest state of the Fire Emperor is only the same as that of the Fen Emperor. It's good to play 80% of the strength. With only 80% of the strength, how can I win against the Emperor Burning of my Eastern Capital Academy? Shanjian didn't answer, just looked at Zhang Wulin. After all, the Emperor of Fire is from the Baidu Academy. No one in the room would know the Emperor of Fire better than Vice President Zhang, and Shanjian could only know from Zhang Wulin's mouth. Some situations. However, Zhang Wulin only smiled, but did not speak. This made Shanjian and Xuanhuan frown. Such an expression, in the end is. The 5th floor of the sanctuary. Emperor Fen Tian showed his blood of Fen Tian, Emperor of Tianhua. Although you consume a lot of money, this emperor is so suspected of taking advantage of people's dangers. But this ring match was meant to test resilience, so this emperor is not despicable. In order to enter the 6th floor, in order to enter the top 8, this emperor can only do this. Incineration. Groups of flames condensed out, and the entire ring match was filled with terrifying temperature. Emperor Fen obviously did not control his own bloodline to the extent that he could exert it to a level comparable to that of a saint's bloodline. Therefore, the increase in power of Emperor Fen after using his bloodline was not so terrifying. At this time, Emperor Burning Emperor's explosive power was only slightly stronger than Emperor Firefox. Han Feng smiled lightly, and pointed out the first and second fingers of Emperor Fenchun's esteemed finger. There is the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. It is a dream to want to take advantage of his huge consumption and take advantage of the emptiness. Boom! The flames collided and swept away like a whirlwind. For such a result, Emperor Fen had already anticipated it. Through the previous battle with Emperor Fire Fox, Emperor Fen had almost fully grasped the power of this flaming giant finger. What only makes Emperor Fen puzzled is that this move doesn't seem to be different from the previous powers. Could it be that the consumption of the Emperor of Fire is not too big? But thinking about the power of this move is not so great. Emperor Fen just thought it was a move that didn't require much energy from Han Feng, and didn't think much about it. But the eyesight of the deputy palace lords outside the holy venerable hall has already seen some clues. Immediately, the bloody complexion changed slightly. If the Fire Emperor's recovery speed is really as fast as he thought, then burning the Emperor is really dangerous. Flaming Dragon Fury! Emperor Burning shouted angrily, and the surging flames burning on his body rose into the sky, condensing a giant with 4 flame wings. This trick of the sanctuary has surpassed the limit that an ordinary semi-sanctuary can achieve. Up to now, Han Feng has met many strong academics, almost all of them have their own strengths, and some of them basically exceed the limit. And beyond the peak semi-holy is more balanced, basically every item is beyond the limit, except for the Eucharist. Those who can go beyond the limit on the Eucharist are generally good at attacking the Eucharist, and the bloodline also focuses on the flesh. Facing the flaming dragon with its claws, Han Feng's expression was indifferent, and he still pointed it out, but this time it was the second level of the Fenchen Emperor's respect finger. The giant flame finger flashing with mysterious runes landed on the flame giant dragon. The flame giant dragon was pressed to the ground on the spot, and the flame giant dragon roared non-stop. One after another raging flames swept all around. No matter how stupid the Emperor Fen was, he also realized something was wrong at this time. You don't even have any consumption. Emperor Fen had an incredible look on his face. Before this, the Heavenly Fire Emperor had used the unique sanctuary skill several times, including a low-grade middle-level sanctuary peculiar skill, which was a low-grade middle-level sanctuary peculiar skill. Ordinary sanctuary first-layer heavenly powerhouses would consume a lot of money when used, not to mention the mere half. Even if this low-grade, middle-grade sanctuary is not in deep control, it can't be compared with 100% of the low-grade middle-grade sanctuary, but it shouldn't be the same as someone who has nothing to do. Unless. Thinking of this, Emperor Fen secretly thought that it was not good. Han Feng seemed to see what Emperor Fen was thinking, and said lightly, "Yes, my recovery ability is extremely fast. If you want to take advantage of my huge consumption to defeat me, I can only say that you made a mistake. Is this your strongest move? Just like that, I'm going to win." The energy in Han Feng's body was revolving rapidly, and suddenly he clicked his finger, and the giant flame finger also increased its strength, seeing that the flame dragon was about to be crushed and collapsed by the giant finger. The Emperor Burning roared again and again, "The fire of the 8 desolations, merge." A fire with a quaint and vicissitudes gray color swept out, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the flaming dragon. The flaming dragon seemed to have swallowed Xuanhuan Dabu pills, and his momentum was tumbling. Han Feng grinned, put away the Fenchen Emperor's esteemed fingers, and jumped into the sky with his entire body, and immediately punched the flaming dragon like a cannonball. Dope a shaking fist. 1 burst. 2 bursts. 3 bursts. The power of the 3 consecutive shocks exploded into the flame dragon's body. The shock force stirred the flame dragon to struggle again and again. Han Feng's fist smashed into the center of the flaming dragon. No matter how hard the flaming dragon struggled, he couldn't break free. "Drink!" Han Feng shouted loudly, and the power of vibration exploded. Even if he left some strength, the flaming dragon was completely killed by bombardment. After doing all this, Han Feng lightly swept towards Emperor Fen. Emperor Fen didn't seem to have regained his senses yet, and after a long time he smiled bitterly. I lost. I didn't expect that the gap between me and you is so big. He wanted to take advantage of the other party's huge consumption, but now he found out. What a bitter smile. Emperor Tsangyu and the others took a deep breath, and even the Emperor Fen had lost, and the loss was so neat that it did not put the Emperor of Fire into a crisis at all. The Fire Fox Emperor's face was sullen. The Fire Emperor was so powerful this day. Outside, the bloody face turned red. Xianjian let out a sigh of relief, and felt a lot better. Now that's good. Not only did his Dongdu Academy lose to Baidu Academy, but also the Western Capital Academy. Right now, only the Scarlet-Winged Demon Emperor of Nandu Academy is left. Grandma Yinhua couldn't smile this time, her face was solemn. The strength Han Feng showed was no less than that of the Red-Winged Demon Sovereign. This kid, it's going to be a tough fight. Silver Flower's grandmother sighed. The third update.